Chapter 1. Tenten was sitting in a cabin in the woods and thought, "Mom, why is it so hard to keep going? I want to prove to everyone and myself that women can be just as good as men, but it's hard when nobody really supports me." As she closed her eyes, a noise from outside drew her attention and she looked out and saw a blonde-haired boy about her age with a huge scroll on his back, and she thought, what kind of idiot wears orange and what's he doing out here? Naruto looked around and said, "This looks like the place I was told to come to. Now to learn a jutsu." As he walked over and unrolled the scroll and leaned against the cabin and began to read. Tenten inside the cabin rolled her eyes and thought, "Great, I wanted to be alone, Kujbunshin no jutsu, that's a Junin level jutsu, whoa, how did he get his hands on a scroll with all those jutsu?" As she looked out the window to where Naruto was sitting, and Naruto jumped up and said, "Alright, I think I got it, let's give it a try." As he walked a few feet away and put his hands together and said, "Kujbunshin no jutsu." As a deformed clone appeared and Naruto frowned and said, "Damn it, again." As he tried it over and over again. While that was going on, Tenten pulled out a scroll and a pen and began to copy what she read off the scroll Naruto left open on the ground and thought, "Kage Shuriken no Jutsu and Kage Kunai no Jutsu, I could use both those with my weapons." An hour later, Tenten, who had finished copying several jutsu from the forbidden scroll, looked out at Naruto, who was panting, and thought, "Damn, and I thought Lee and Guy sensei were stamina freaks, but at least he got that jutsu down." Just then Iruka came in the clearing and screamed, "I found you, Naruto." "What the hell were you thinking?" Naruto looked up and said, "Oh hey Iruka sensei, so I guess this is where you test me and I graduate, right?" Iruka blinked, as did Tenten, and Iruka said, "What are you talking about, Naruto?" Naruto said, "The makeup test Mizuki sensei told me about. He said if I could successfully get that scroll from the Hokage Tower and learn a jutsu from it, then I would pass." Tenten frowned and Iruka looked confused and said, "Mizuki?" in a questioning tone when his ears heard the sound of weapons flying, and he screamed, "Get down!" as he covered Naruto just as a couple of weapons stabbed him in the back. Tenten's eyes were wide and she thought, "Fuck, the one time I don't have a weapon on me." As she began to look around out the window and saw Mizuki standing on a tree. Iruka pushed himself up and said, "Mizuki, what are you doing? Why did you do this?" Mizuki said, "Quit acting so confused, Iruka, you should already know the answer. I'm here to kill the demon behind you. The question is, why are you defending him when he killed your parents?" Naruto looked confused as Tenten's eyes widened, and Naruto asked, "What's going on? Why did you attack Iruka sensei, Mizuki sensei?" Mizuki said, "Give me the scroll, Naruto." As he held out his hand. Iruka pulled out a kunai and said, "Naruto, whatever you do, don't give that scroll to Mizuki. It contains all of Konoha forbidden jutsu. Guard it with your life." Tenten's eyes widened and thought, "Those are forbidden jutsu." As she patted the scroll she made. Mizuki said, "Hey, you want to know a secret, the reason why everyone hates you, Naruto?" Iruka said, "No Mizuki, you know it's forbidden." Naruto asked, "What are you talking about, what's forbidden?" Mizuki said, 14 years ago the Kyuubi no Kitsune attacked Konoha. The Sandaime passed a law making it illegal to tell exactly what happened to the Kyuubi. The truth is the Yondaime sacrificed his life to seal the Kyuubi in a newborn baby, you. You are the Kyuubi no Kitsune." Naruto was frozen in place as he heard this, as he remembered all the whispers and glares, and Tenten's lips pursed together and thought, "Bullshit, even if what you said is true about the Yondaime sealing the Kyuubi, then it is only sealed, not turning him into the Kyuubi." Mizuki pulled out a demon windmill shuriken and threw it at Naruto, who was frozen when Iruka shoved him down, and Naruto looked wide-eyed, and then he grabbed the scroll and took off running. Tenten saw as Mizuki and Iruka chased after the direction Naruto went, and she left the cabin and grabbed a kunai that Iruka had pulled out and dropped before she also ran in the direction the others left. When she got there she saw Iruka and Mizuki facing each other, and Iruka said, "You're right, a demon would do that, but Naruto not a demon, he is a proud citizen of Konoha who dreams to be Hokage." Mizuki said, "Then I have no choice but to kill you first. I was going to wait until the end, but you leave me no choice." As he drew back to throw another windmill shuriken when Naruto appeared, kicking Mizuki in the face, and said, "Don't you dare harm Iruka sensei again or I'll kill you." Mizuki laughed and said, "You, kill me? You're not even fit to be a ninja. I can defeat you with one hand." Naruto gritted his teeth and said, "Bring it and I'll return what you give to me 100 times over." Kujbunshin no jutsu. As the clearing was covered in Naruto. Everyone's eyes were wide at this, and Tenten thought, "No way, there's over 100 of them, ouch, that's going to leave a mark." As she watched Naruto defeat Mizuki. Iruka, seeing this, said, "Naruto, come here, close your eyes a minute." Naruto did, and Iruka pulled off Naruto goggles and placed his hiate on Naruto head and said, "You can open them now, congratulations. You pass." Naruto smiled and said, "Just you wait, Iruka-sensei, I'll show everyone I'm me and not the Kyuubi, and someday I'll become Hokage and earn everyone respect." Iruka said, "I believe you will, Naruto, now let's get that scroll back to the Hokage." As Naruto helped Iruka leave the clearing, Tenten, who was hiding in some bushes, smiled and thought, "I believe you will also, Naruto. If you can reach your dream, then so can I." As she looked at their retreating form before her eyes landed on Mizuki, and she flipped the kunai in her hand around and then threw it at Mizuki, hitting him in the spine, making him scream out, and thought, "That will make sure he can't get away until Anbu show up." When Tenten got home that night, her dad was sitting at the table drinking some tea and said, "You're home late, dear, is everything alright? There seemed to be a lot of activity tonight." Tenten bit her lip and walked over and sat down and asked, "Dad, earlier I was in the woods thinking when I saw a fight between a couple of ninja and a kid named Naruto. I heard some things about the Kyuubi and some law." Dustin frowned as he sat back and asked, "And?" Tenten asked, "Could you tell me what you know about it? I'll tell you what I heard first if you want." Dustin nods and Tenten told him what she heard, and Dustin sighed and said, "I'm glad to see you're using your brain and not following the crowd. A lot of people are not as smart as you, in the way it sounds that Mizuki guy was one of the kids' sensei who most likely been screwing him over in the academy." Tenten said, "I'd believe it, his taijutsu had no form, his balance and moves were all wrong, his chakra control sucks, and don't get me started on the cloths." Dustin laughed and said, "Yeah, but that's probably all he could afford or was allowed to buy. I'd let him shop here, but we don't let civilians in here, so he couldn't until he became a ninja." As he got serious, Tenten frowned and said, "Dad, I don't like where my mind is going with this. I mean, if he's been screwed over already so much, what's to stop it from happening again when he gets his team?" Dustin said, "But what can you do or hope to do about it, dear? You can't tutor him because you're busy with your own duties here and as a ninja and then your personal training." Tenten sighed and said, "I know, but maybe." As she looked and thought, Dustin looked at her and asked, "Maybe what?" Tenten said, "Well, I can't tutor him, but maybe there is something I could do. The way he acted when Iruka acknowledged him in his dream makes me believe that he doesn't have very many people or any that do believe in him. I know what that feels like with people not believing in me in my dream. Maybe I can tell him that I believe in him and maybe give him a hint or two toward becoming a better ninja to work toward his dream." Dustin thought a moment and said, "All right, I'll go along with that idea, and you could even make a deal with him about getting his supplies here." Tenten smiled and said, "Thanks, Dad, but what should I give him for advice?" Dustin said, "Well, you were pretty good at pointing out his flaws you saw earlier. Why not write down how to correct those flaws so that way he can work on that?" Tenten said, "Great idea, Dad, thanks for doing this." Dustin said, "He's a good kid, he reminds me of an old friend some." As he took a sip of his tea, Tenten, who had grabbed a blank scroll and began to write down on it, asked, "Really, who?" Dustin said, "An old friend, that's all I will say." Tenten, who was writing, said, Hey Dad, do you think we could give him a one-time discount to get him out of that Kill Me Orange outfit?" Dustin said, "Only if he agrees to get all his equipment from us in the future. I'm not running a charity and I don't want him thinking we are either." Tenten nods and said, "Thanks." As she kept on writing. The next morning Naruto was awoke by someone knocking on his door, and he rubbed the sleep from his eyes as he opened the door in his frog boxers and wearing his black and white nightcap, and he blinked as he saw a girl about his age standing there in a Chinese shirt and said, "Can I help you?" Tenten bit her lip to keep from laughing and said, Could I come in and could you get on some shorts? Please." Naruto blinked and looked at his cloths and frowned and said, "Sorry about that, I have not had a chance to go to the bathroom yet." Tenten blinked and then blushed as she looked down and saw what he was referring to, and Naruto turned and went toward the bathroom, leaving the door open for Tenten to come in, and Tenten frowned as she came in and closed the door as she heard the bathroom door close and said, "Are you always this forward letting people come in?" Naruto, who was in the bathroom, said through the door, "I don't get a lot of visitors, so if someone actually comes here they must have an important reason." As he flushed the toilet and grabbed a pair of his pants and slipped them on. When he came out he saw Tenten, who was looking around, and said, "So, who are you and why are you here?" Tenten said, "Oh right, my name is Tenten, my family owns the Wolfclaw weapons shop. Last night, in the woods at the cabin." Naruto frowned and Tenten said, "My family owns that cabin and I go there to relax when I want to be alone and I heard everything." Naruto closed his eyes and said, "So what are you here for, to try and kill me also?" As he sighed with a tired tone. Tenten said, "Actually, no. That Mizuki guy was full of shit. I work with sealing all the time and I know if something is sealed in something that does not make them the same thing. The reason I'm here is I wanted to tell you I understand a little about what you're going through, I mean with your dream of being Hokage. I have my own dream of proving women can be just as good as men as ninja and not very many people believe in me or my dream but I keep on going trying to get better and stronger every day working toward my goal and I wanted to tell you that from what I saw last night that you made me believe in you and your dream also and so I wanted to tell you that I believe in you. Naruto was shocked as he heard this and said, thank you, you're not just making that up are you? Tenten shook her head and said, no, in fact when I got home last night I talked with my dad to find out what he knew about what I saw and heard and he told me he was proud of me for not being an idiot like Mizuki and knowing the difference. When you kicked Mizuki ass I was actually in a tree ready to help fight the bastard and after you left I used the kunai I had to stab him in the spine to make sure he couldn't escape before Anbu arrived. After talking with dad I made this for you. As she pulled out a scroll and handed it to Naruto. Naruto frowned and asked, what is it? Tenten said, well, when I saw how you moved during the events and when I was watching you practice the Kujibunshin no Jutsu from the cabin I saw a couple of areas I thought that you could improve a little bit on and so I wrote down things that I know or ways to correct them like chakra control and a few other things. Also, you had left the scroll open when you were practicing and I read and copied the first 3 jutsu from it and I included them on that scroll for you. I saw something that could help you really quick and I underlined it as part of the Kujibunshin no Jutsu description. Naruto who had took the scroll and began to read it said, anything they learn is transferred back to the original. Tenten said, yeah, I figured that could help you get your chakra control under control quicker. Also dad and I talked and he said that when you were a civilian you couldn't come in our store because we only sell to shinobi because we didn't want kids coming in and getting hurt on the weapons but we would like to make a deal with you. If you agree to use our family shop to get all your future equipment we would give you a one-time discount on your equipment to help you get started now that you're a fellow shinobi of Konoha. It isn't charity or a gift. It's just we want you to be a proud ninja and not someone who people will make fun of. We want you to show everyone you are you and not Kyuubi so no more kill me orange. Naruto rolled up the scroll and looked at Tenten and asked, why are you doing this? Tenten said, because, I want both of us to show the world who we really are and both of us to complete our dreams. Well that is all I came here for. I've sealed 2 books, one on sealing and the other on chakra control theories and those 2 seals on the bottom. All you have to do is add chakra and they will pop out. Now I have to get going to meet my team for training and even if you don't accept this I still wish you luck. As she got up and started toward the door. Naruto said, wait, thank you, you don't know how much this means to me and also the fact you accept me for me, can we be friends? Tenten smiled and said, I'd like that. Naruto smiled and said, well good luck Tenten and I hope to see you again sometime and I hope you reach your dream. Tenten said, same to you Naruto, good luck. As she quickly left. Naruto thought, things are starting to get better and better. After Tenten left Naruto read over the scroll several times and thought, she put a lot of time and effort into this. I can see how well she thought over it. Naruto. When I watched what happened I watched your movements and noticed several areas that you need to improve on so I broke those areas down into sections to help you. Chakra control. Chakra control is one of your biggest areas of improvement. When you were doing that jutsu you were wasting too much chakra where I was afraid the Kujibunshin would explode but they didn't somehow. Anyways below are a list of chakra control exercises you need to learn and keep doing them, don't just learn them and quit because the more chakra you use the more chakra you have and the more control you will need to control it. With your guest I figure you will gain even more chakra so please work on this at least several times a week if not every day. Leaf balancing. What you have to do with this exercise is put a leaf on your forehead and use your chakra to make it float above your head, too much and it will blow off out of control, not enough and it won't move. You need to work on this until you can get it only about an inch off your head and keep it steady. Note, you can do this exercise on other parts of the body but start with your head. Tree walking. This exercise allows you to walk up walls, trees and other vertical things. Like the leaf balancing too much and you will blow off, not enough and you won't stick. You send chakra to the bottom of your feet to stick. Note, also like the leaf balancing once you learn to use your feet you can use your hands, knees, and elbows to stick to the tree and pull yourself up. Water walking. Water walking is just like the leaf balancing and the tree walking but instead of climbing up a tree you are walking on water, too much chakra and you blow off and not enough you sink. Note, also like the others you can use other areas like your knees, elbows, and hands. Second note, once you can do all these exercises start combining them like doing the leaf balancing and the tree climbing together or the water walking and leaf balancing together. Also when you get to the point the leaf becomes so easy you can't tell any improvement, Use heavier items like small stones, move up to shurikens and kunais, keeping them on your hands without getting cut. Senbon balancing. Once you can hold a kunai in your hand with chakra without getting cut, then comes Senbon balancing. It is the master of all chakra control exercises, and if you're not careful can end your ninja career. What you have to do is first get a Senbon to stay in your hand like a kunai and shuriken without getting cut or it moving. Once you can do that, then learn to do the same thing with your feet, 1 foot at a time, where you can stand on a Senbon needle without it stabbing into your foot. After that you move up to standing on your hands on top of the needle. Note, most people never make it this far, but I figure I would list it anyways. Nobody has ever used a Senbon anyplace else besides their hands and feet out of fear of being crippled. Please be careful. Balance. Your balance for your body movement is way off, meaning your reflexes are out of sync with the rest of your body. There is only 2 ways to fix this. One is to learn a taijutsu style made for your body type. I do not know one since I don't really focus on taijutsu much, so I guess the other option will be the one you will have to do. It's called dodging. I know, sounds simple, and in theory it is simple, but my idol Tsunade-sama created this exercise and she is one of the legendary sanins. Anyway, for you what I would do is buy you some weights for your arms and legs. Start off with 10% of your total body weight, so if you weigh 110 pounds then start off with 11 pounds on each limb. Then get a bunch of rubber balls and create your Kujbunshin army like you did against Mizuki and have them throw the balls at you while you dodge them. The weights will slow you down and help you build your muscles and speed. Once you can dodge all the balls thrown at you for say 30 minutes, then I would add a little more weight, no more than 10% of your total body weight at a time, and I would not add more than a total of 50% your total body weight. If you do, then you start building too much muscles that will slow you down and make movements harder, which is something bad for a ninja. Taijutsu. As I said earlier, I don't know a taijutsu style suited for you. You could ask your sensei for one, find one yourself, or create one. Personally though, I think with your arm and leg length that taijutsu would be a bad idea for you. Sure, learn one that you can use if you don't have a weapon, but I would personally find yourself a kenjutsu weapon. Kenjutsu. If you decide to follow my advice and get a weapon, I would talk with my dad about what he believes would suit you. I know most people will say a sword or something like that, but you don't have the body type for a sword user in my opinion. At least not yet, maybe when you get older and taller. Sealing. I know this might be a tough subject for you considering, but sealing is a great tool for a ninja because you can create scrolls to carry large amounts of items as well as exploding tags, to name a few ideas of what you can do with them. If you do decide to venture into sealing and you decide to experiment with them, let your Kujbunshin do that for you, so that way if they do something wrong and blow themselves up you won't be hurt. Sealing is an art of skills that few ever venture into. You can seal things back into a seal by placing it on the seal and sending chakra into the seal, and then unseal it by using chakra. Hand signs. I've included a book on the theory of chakra control, and inside it is the history of hand signs and how to do them in case Mizuki tricked you on them, and I thought a better understanding of them would help you. Once you learn them, I would work on your hand seal speed when you get the chance, because the faster you can make them the less time your enemies have to prepare for them. Clothing. All I will say is please get out of the Kill Me Orange outfit and accept our offer on new cloths. We can get you into some real shinobi cloths that will make others respect you. Teams. Teammates can be a pain in the ass sometimes, but remember this, in a fight they are the ones who are there to watch your back. There is no I in teammates or teamwork. We are put on a team for a reason. Jutsu. Kujbunshin no jutsu, etc. Kage kunai no jutsu, etc. Kage shuriken no jutsu, etc. Explaining those 3 jutsu and how to do them isn't important to the story, as we all read or seen them enough to know those 3. Naruto blinked and thought, whoa, that is a lot I didn't know. Thanks Tenten. Naruto looked at the clock and went to take a shower before getting dressed and grabbing his frog wallet and leaving his apartment. Chapter 2. It took 20 minutes, but Naruto found the Wolf Claw weapons shop and entered the store, and as the bell rang above the door he looked around and a man came from the back, and when he saw Naruto he said, "Ah, I see Tenten must have met you. I'm Dustin." Naruto smiled slightly as he saw Dustin being friendly, and he said, Naruto Uzumaki." Dustin laughed as he said, "I know, several of your reputations precede you, including being the prankmaster from hell. I love the Hokage monument paint job you did. I hear Anbu got their ass chewed up over that one since nobody saw you until you were nearly done." Naruto laughed and said, "Yeah, I still can't figure out how I was able to avoid all those ninja until Iruka-sensei found me, so anyways, I'm not sure what to get or where to get started, and I don't have very much money." As he pulled out his wallet, Dustin said, "Let's start off with your cloths and go from there, and we will work something out on the payment if you don't have enough. Now let's see, can you take off your coat so I can take your measurements, and then we can get started on getting you some new cloths." Naruto took off his orange coat and Dustin grabbed a tailor's tape and began to take Naruto measurements, and after he was done he said, a little short right now and a little thin, but you're still growing. Let's see, bright colors are not the best for a ninja, but also too dark of colors isn't best either. Let's see. Here we go. As he pulled out a pair of black pants and then walked over and grabbed a gray shirt and some fishnet shirt before he walked over to another rack and grabbed a black cloak, and he said, now let's see. Yeah, this should work, why don't you go try this on and let's see how you look. As he handed the cloths to Naruto. Naruto took them and Dustin pointed to a dressing room and Naruto went in and put the cloths on. When Naruto came back out, Dustin said, try the cloak on. Naruto frowned as he grabbed the cloak and put it on and said, I'm not used to wearing a cloak like this. Dustin said, I know and I can tell, but I mostly wanted to see something. Walk down the aisle there and come back and let me see if I am right. Naruto did and Dustin said, I see, you're right, a cloak like that one won't work for you because of your current height, but when you get older it most likely will once you get your growth spurt. I figure you will shoot up to around 6 foot tall. Anyways, the thing I wanted to see was how you carried yourself. You're used to running a lot and a cloak would get tangled up with your legs and trip you. I can tell by your measurements and your movements that when you fight most of the time you take a lot more damage because of your arms and legs being shorter than the person you're fighting, right? Naruto nods and Dustin said, that means any taijutsu style you're going to learn is going to have to be high speed and built around dodging. I would say your best bet is to make it where your enemies have to dodge your blows instead of you having to dodge theirs. To do this I would suggest getting a weapon to extend your range, and I mean something bigger than a kunai, because if your enemy has kunais then you're right back where you started. Naruto thought about it and asked, what do you suggest then? Dustin said, well, first go ahead and take off that cloak. I already saw what I needed to see from using it, now let's see, maybe. As he looked at Naruto and then walked back to the counter and pulled out a drawer and grabbed a piece of paper and came back to Naruto and said, do me a favor and send some chakra into this. It will help me get the perfect weapon for you. Naruto asked, how? As he sent chakra into the paper and the paper split down the middle. Dustin said, so I was right, wind. And Naruto asked, huh? Dustin said, oh sorry, this chakra tells what elemental affinity you have, which means what kind of jutsu are easier for you to do than others. Wind cuts, fire burns, water soaks, earth crumbles, and lightning crinkles. Yours cuts, so that means you have wind as your elemental affinity. It's rare in Konoha actually, but an old friend of mine in Wind Country also uses wind and gave me a few things over the years to sell here, and he gave me a few wind jutsu to help promote the sales of the weapons he sent to me he made. I hate the fact that it's his weapons that suit you instead of mine, but that's fine, not let me see what we got. As he moved over to a section of weapons and he looked at Naruto and said, yeah, that should work. Naruto asked, what should work? Whoa, don't you think that's too long? As he looked at the weapon, Dustin picked up and noticed the weapon was over 6 feet tall and had a blade on one end of a long staff before on the other end there was a half-moon flat piece of metal. Dustin laughed and said, normally you would be right, except this isn't a normal weapon or even one weapon but several weapons. You see that half-moon on the end? It is designed like a Suna battle fan and it allows you to use wind manipulation to send blades of wind and strong gust of winds out of it at your enemies without the use of hand signs. Now on the other end here you have Woldo. It is a one-sided blade similar to a sword, and like the battle fan it can also send wind attacks out of it or make it sharper and longer with wind chakra. Now we have the staff here, watch. As he grabbed the staff and twisted each end and the staff came separate, and Dustin said, as you can see this can become 2 weapons at the same time, or you can do this. As he placed both ends of the weapon together and said, as you can see the battle fan and the Woldo are designed with a small grove that allows them to join together to make a battle pike, and the 2 handles merge together as well to make one handle. Now watch this, this is where my friend made the ultimate surprise. As he grabbed the handle near the pike and pulled it off, leaving a 3-foot staff and a foot-long staff on the pike, and said, here's a battle axe that you can carry around in a staff weapon. What do you think? Naruto was wide-eyed and said, whoa, that is awesome, but all the time putting it together and taking it apart seems to me like it would be dangerous. Dustin smirked and said, excellent, I would have hit you over the head with this if you had actually accepted this weapon. This weapon is good, but more along the lines a samurai would use. You're not a samurai but a ninja, you don't have time to put together and take apart this in battle. I keep it here because it was the last piece of work my friend gave me before he passed away, and it's a reminder about putting too much work into any one weapon. A weapon, no matter how well made it is or how deadly it is only as effective as the person who wields it. Nobody can actually wield this weapon correctly even though it is so deadly. Naruto frowned and asked, then why did you pick it out and show me it? Dustin said, because you needed to understand the different types of weapons that you could use as a wind user and understand just because you can use a weapon doesn't mean you should use a weapon. Kunais and shurikens are cheap and inexpensive weapons that don't take much skill to use and are not really considered a weapon but more of basic tools. A weapon however is something you bond with and take time learning and taking care of. It becomes a part of you. Now catch. As he tossed Naruto a scroll. Naruto asked, "What's this?" Dustin said, "That scroll contains what I figure is the best weapon for you right now, a basic ninjata sword that allows a person with wind chakra to use it and train in the use of wind chakra without destroying the weapon. It's actually a mass-produced weapon that is common, but the reason I am saying that is your best choice is you need to learn to wield a weapon and figure out what you can and can't do so that way when you find a weapon that you prefer it is a weapon that is a part of you. Sometimes you can find one and other times you have to make one yourself. Do you understand?" Naruto asked, "Is this what you were saying about a person bonding with a weapon?" Dustin nods and said, "When you find your weapon you will know what I mean. It's not something other can do for you but you have to live long enough to find your weapon and that is why I am giving you that ninjata." Naruto frowned and after a moment smirked and said, "I think I understand, it's not being what I am but who I am that determines my weapon." Dustin said, "Very good, most people don't understand that and think that just because they're a ninja they need this or that kind of weapon and it ends up getting them killed. There's an old saying, a user doesn't pick the weapon picks its user. I am a firm believer in this." Naruto smiled and said, "I can see why Tenten's so smart." Dustin laughed and said, "No, she got that from her mother. Anyways, let's get you finished up, go grab you a coat over there off the rack to wear over your normal cloths and I'll get you 3 more sets of the rest of the cloths I got you." Naruto nods and he grabs a gray coat that slowly moves into a light blue and puts it on and Dustin had a scroll and said, "Alright, here you go, here is a total of 4 sets of cloths including the one you got on. The ninjata, the coat, 2 sets of shurikens and kunai, a sealing kit along with some scrolls so that way in case you decide to try it out like Tenten suggested you will have the supplies. I have also included a first aid kit and a scroll with 5 wind jutsu and wind manipulation training to help you with that and some weights. Is there anything else you need?" Naruto shook his head and Dustin said, "That will be a total of $960. Naruto was wide-eyed as he pulled out his money and said, "I only got $600. Dustin said, "Normally this would have cost you $1,200 so I gave you a discount and I figured you would be short so pay half now and once a month I expect you to come pay part of the rest of your balance until it's paid off, deal?" Naruto said, "Deal, so I owe you $480. Dustin nods and Naruto handed him the money and said, "Thanks." Dustin said, "No problem, now you better get going. I mean you can't stay here all day talking to an old man like me if you want to get stronger." Naruto laughed and said, "I guess not, but thank you and I'll be sure to pay you." Dustin said, "I believe you will, kid." Naruto said, "Well, CYA." As he left. Naruto left and went to the woods behind the Hokage monument and opened the scroll and thought, looks like the same seal as the other scroll so here goes. As he sent chakra into each of the seals on the scroll unsealing the items. Naruto smiled and picked up the weights and thought, let's see, chakra weights, send chakra to the seal on each band and a number will appear and will stop adding at 50 pounds each. Release the weights by putting blood on the one marked right arm. Sounds simple enough. As he put one on both his arms and one on both his legs and began to send chakra into them and saw them get to 10 pounds and Naruto thought, that should do it for now. Naruto then looked at the other things and resealed everything except the scroll on wind jutsu and thought, well, I guess it's time to see if Kajbunshians really do transfer back their memories. And then he unsealed the sword and the two books and put his hands together and said, Kajbunshin no jutsu. As 20 Kajbunshin appeared and Naruto said, alright, I want you to work on that leaf balancing, you will work on the tree climbing, you go find some water and try the water walking, you start reading the book on seals, you start reading the book on chakra control theories and let's see. It says here that in order to learn to control our wind chakra we have to fold our chakra in half and use the thin edge of our chakra to cut leaves, stones, and water. Okay, you three go and figure out amongst yourself which one you want to try. Now let's see, that leaves me 12 more of you guys. I got the Kage Kunai no Jutsu and the Kage Shuriken no Jutsu to learn and also these 5 wind jutsu. I want you two to take a kunai and a shuriken and do as the scroll said trying those 2 jutsu and I want you 5 to work on of the wind jutsu. Okay, that leaves me with 5 more. Why doesn't Gigi do this with his paperwork if this works? Alright, you 5 go work on chakra control, I don't care which but go. A Kage-bunshin asked, what are you going to do? Naruto said, well, I thought I would get used to these weights since I feel sluggish and try to also figure out how to swing this sword around. Akage Bunshin asked, but I thought we were going to do the dodging thingy. Naruto frowned and said, oh yeah, I forgot about that. Well, I don't have enough money to buy some rubber balls since I still need to eat until I get paid again. Akage Bunshin asked, why not use sticks and rocks, it's not like we haven't been hit with them before. Naruto thought a moment and said, alright, instead of chakra control you 5 go find some rocks and come back and we will try the dodging thing while I swing this thing. The Kajbunshin said, hi. And all of them left. Naruto was reaching for the sword when the Kajbunshin working on tree climbing fell back and exploded and Naruto blinked as did all the Kajbunshin and he said, well that works. Kajbunshin no jutsu. As 15 more Kajbunshin appeared and he frowned and said, alright, divide into 3 teams and go work on one of the chakra control exercises. As he reached for his sword. Akage Bunshin said, why should we listen to you? Naruto said, because I'm the original and you're just a clone. The Kajbunshin gave him a raspberry before it was stuck with Naruto's sword and Naruto asked, anyone else want to die? One said, that was mean boss. Naruto sighed and said, I'm going to go crazy, look, just do what I told you to already. The clones quickly left and a few seconds later Naruto got the memories of one of them and thought, this is going to be a long day. Before he was hit in the head by a rock and he screamed, ow. Akage Bunshin said, sorry boss but you're supposed to dodge. Naruto flipped him off and said, warn me next time. Akage Bunshin screamed, dodge. Having already thrown a rock and Naruto got hit in the back of the head. Naruto growled and one said, ready boss. Naruto said, yeah. Just then he was hit in the back and he said, hey, I wasn't ready. One said, boss, you said you were. Naruto slapped his head and said, alright look, let's start with dodging in front of me for now, alright. The 5 Kajbunshin got together and drew back and asked, ready. Naruto nods and he dodged the first rock only to get hit by 4 more and he muttered, ow. Before he got back up and started again. Several hours later Naruto was limping back into the village covered in bruises and blood and Iruka who was walking by asked, Naruto, is that you? Naruto looked at him and nods and Iruka asked, what happened to you? Who did this? Naruto rubbed his ribs and said, I got in a fight with myself and lost. Iruka looked confused and asked, huh? What are you talking about? Just then a Kajbunshin came running up behind Naruto and said, hey boss, you forgot this. As he held up a scroll. Naruto reached for the scroll and the Kajbunshin said, sorry boss but you told us to throw as hard as we could. Naruto looked at him and kicked him in the nuts and he winces as he got the memories and said, note to self, don't kick nuts on Kajbunshin. OWW. As he bent over. Iruka blinked and said, are you going to be alright Naruto? Naruto fell to the ground and said, no, I'm dying. As he curled up into a fetal position. Iruka's sweat dropped and put his hand on Naruto's shoulder and shushined away to Naruto's apartment and Naruto opened his eyes and said, thanks. I think I know why that jutsu is a forbidden jutsu. Iruka asked, oh, why is that? Naruto said, Kajbunshin get their own personalities, mine are all smart asses. A Kajbunshin stuck its head out of the kitchen holding a cup of ramen and said, I'd rather be a smart ass than a dumb ass like you. Naruto growled and sat up and said, what the hell are you doing here? I thought you all were dispelled. The Kajbunshin said, nope, I got hungry looking for some water and so I decided to come back home and eat. Naruto said, damn it, stay out of my ramen. As he got up and limped into the kitchen and swung at the Kajbunshin who dodged and stuck out his tongue before dropping his fork on his foot dispelling itself. Naruto blinked and said, damn it, he ate 5 cups of my ramen. Iruka's sweat dropped and thought, I am not even going to ask. As he shushined away. The next day Naruto walked into the Hokage office in his new cloths with his sword on his back and the Sandaime blinked as he saw Naruto and asked, Naruto, is that really you? Naruto slapped his head and said, do you want me to release Kyuubi to prove it? Damn it, I just got new cloths, does everyone have to ask that? Sarutobi said, sorry Naruto, it's just, surprising, so what are you here for? Naruto held up his hand and said, ninja registration and picture ID. Sarutobi chuckled sheepishly and said, I see, not bad, oh why do you say you're a Win type? Naruto said, because I am, that strange paper split down the middle and said I was Win chakra. Sarutobi said, chakra papers, where did you come in contact with that? Naruto rubbed his head and said, the store I got these cloths at, the Wolfclaw weapon shop. Dustin had me try it to see what element I had to help me pick a weapon. Sarutobi said, and you got a ninjata. Naruto said, Well, for now at least, he said this could handle my wind chakra and help me train in it, but I would have to find my true weapon, but this would help keep me alive until I do find it. Sarutobi chuckled and said, yes, that does sound like him. So what all have you been doing besides getting new cloths and a sword? Naruto rubbed his head and said, training. I was wondering, do you have anything on seals or chakra theories? Sarutobi blinked and asked, why? Naruto said, promise me you won't do anything or punish anyone, please. Sarutobi frowned and said, depends on what's going on, Naruto. Naruto sighed and said, you know a girl named Tenten, Dustin daughter. Sarutobi nods and Naruto said, well, when Mizuki attacked Iruka and me, there was an old cabin there and Tenten was sort of inside it. She said her family owns it and she goes there to be alone and she sort of saw and heard everything. Sarutobi frowned and thought, well, that probably explains the kunai to the spine. And asked, and? Naruto said, she accepted me, she came by my place and told me that she knows the difference between me and the fox and we sort of became friends and she told me she believed in me and my dream of someday becoming Hokage and she made a scroll to help me. Sarutobi said, I see, may I see what she wrote? Naruto pulled out a scroll and Sarutobi opened it and read and blinked and said, she put a lot of time and work into this, but how did she get those 3 jutsu? Naruto said, that's sort of my fault. After I read how to do the Kujbunshin no Jutsu I got up and started to work on it and she got curious as to what was in the scroll and she was able to see those 3 jutsu and copied them down. Please don't punish her or blame her. Blame me if you have to, because she didn't know they were forbidden jutsu at the time and thought they were just a training scroll. Sarutobi bit his lip and said, very well, but I will have to tell her not to teach those to anyone else. Naruto said, alright, but please don't do anything to her because she's the first real friend I've ever had and she's believes in me and accepts me. Sarutobi sat back and said, I won't, Naruto. Now why do you want to know more about chakra theories and seals? Naruto smiled and said, well, I sort of went training happy with my Kujbunshin yesterday and worked on everything including reading those books and I found out a lot about both that I never knew before. Did you know that you can do jutsu without hand signs and hand signs are only an aid to help in shaping and molding the chakra for jutsu? Sarutobi said, indeed I did know that. Naruto said, oh yeah, did you know that you can seal a fart in a storage scroll and make it a stink bomb? Sarutobi blinked and said, actually, no I didn't, how did you know that? Naruto looked sheepish and said, my Kujbunshin after he read the book on seals decided to try and create a storage scroll and he messed up on the seal a little and came to show me when I was, answering nature's call and he accidentally sealed my fart into the scroll. I grabbed that scroll by mistake this morning and right now I'm having to air out my apartment. Sarutobi started to laugh and said, oh my, only you could do something like that, Naruto, so why are you wanting those books? Naruto frowned and said, well, when was the last time my seal was inspected? Sarutobi frowned and asked, why? Naruto said, I read about seals and how they can degrade over time with use and I don't remember ever having it checked to see if it's degrading and see if there's a chance Kyuubi could break free. Sarutobi said, about a year ago. I had came by your apartment when you were asleep and used a sleeping jutsu on you to make sure you wouldn't wake up and checked it. Naruto nods and said, I understand and thanks, but I realized that I have a big responsibility to not only myself but everyone else, protecting them from Kyuubi. I figure the best thing I can do is learn about seals and how to maintain them should this one start to degrade, as well as in case it is ever damaged, like someone cuts me across my stomach. If I knew more about seals I could know if there was a danger of Kyuubi escaping, and if so I could get as far away from Konoha as I can before the seal collapsed, to at least give the people more of a chance to prepare in case it decided to come back and finish what it started. Sarutobi looked at Naruto and asked, are you planning to mess with the seal? Naruto said, only to ensure that Kyuubi doesn't get free. I've read enough warnings to know that if the seal fails there are several possibilities, but all of them agree that I would die and I personally don't plan to die until I am older than you. Sarutobi bit his lip and said, Naruto, you have made several well thought out points and I commend you on realizing what could happen. I will agree to give you access to more books on sealing, but only on 2 conditions. The first is you do not do anything to the Kyuubi seal unless you have my permission first, and only if I agree to it. The second is you will be tested every so often by Konoha Seal Master, Jiraiya of the Sanins, who will also help in your study of seals. Do you understand? Naruto nods and Sarutobi said, very well. As he got up and grabbed 2 books and came back over and said, this is the next book in the series the book you already read came from. I will not help you until you can demonstrate that you can use every seal in this book and the one you already have without any mistakes. Naruto smiles and said, thanks Gigi. Sarutobi said, this second book Naruto is one that was wrote by the Yondaime Hokage on the theories of chakra manipulation. You must not let anyone else read this book as it's not supposed to ever leave this office. Do you understand? Naruto said, I understand, but if it's so valuable, why are you giving it to me? Sarutobi said, call it an investment for the future. With both books on chakra theories you should have enough knowledge to create your own jutsu, and I mean a real jutsu and not an advanced henge like your sexy no jutsu. Naruto, who had opened his mouth, closed it and said, alright Gigi, I'll create my own jutsu. Sarutobi said, good, now like Tenten, I don't want you teaching those jutsu to anyone else Naruto. Naruto said, I won't, I promise. Sarutobi said, is there anything else you need to tell me? Naruto said, I was thinking of telling you to use Kajbunshin to do your paperwork since the memories transfer back to you, but I don't know if it was just me or what, but mine were a little, they were, unique in personality. Sarutobi said, I'll consider it, but thanks for the advice. Naruto said, thank Tenten, I missed reading that important note when I learned the jutsu and it would have taken me a while to realize the truth. Sarutobi said, well, it's been nice talking with you Naruto, but I must get back to my duties. Naruto nods and gets up and starts toward the door, but stopped and said, Gigi, could you not tell anyone about all this? I want to surprise everyone with my improved skills, but until I can actually use them I don't want people making fun of me. Sarutobi said, this will remain our little secret. Naruto smiles and reached for the door and said, Gigi, I figured it out last night after reading up on seals. I notice one seal in the center of the Kyuubi seal just by chance, a blood seal. The only way that I should have been able to use Kyuubi chakra ever was if a blood relative were to make that seal. I thought it over and remember the picture on the wall here in this office. I finally understand why he did it, and I understand why you hide it, but someday, could you tell me about my mother? As his smile faded and he kept his hand on the door with his back to the Sandaime while trying to keep from losing his control. Sarutobi looked out the window and said, there are many secrets I carry that nobody knows. There are those secrets that can only be learned by becoming a chunin, and others when a person makes junin. You're dismissed. Naruto closed his eyes and thought, so I was right. As he opened the door and began to walk out when a kid shouted, I got you this time old man. And stabbed at Naruto, who was coming out the door with a wooden kunai. Sarutobi blinked and groaned, and Naruto growled and said, what the hell you little brat. Sarutobi said, Konohamaru, that is the third time this week you have tried to surprise attack me. The newly identified Konohamaru said, so you realize the danger I present to you old man and hired a bodyguard huh? Naruto slapped his hand upside the back of Konohamaru's head, knocking him to the ground, and said, you idiot, Gigi doesn't need a bodyguard because he's the strongest ninja in the village and you're just some snot-nosed little brat. The only way that you would stand a chance at defeating him is if you had a team to do it or if you found his weakness. Konohamaru said, oh yeah, and what do you know you jerk? Naruto growled said, watch this. As he turned, putting his hands together, and Sarutobi seeing this thought, oh no. And Naruto shouted, sexy no jutsu. As he transformed into a nude blonde woman. The sound of a thud was heard, making both Naruto and Konohamaru look over and saw the Sandaime was passed out with blood coming from his nose, and Konohamaru was wide-eyed and said, Grandpa. As he ran over and tapped Sarutobi on the face and looked at Naruto and said, you killed him, you're the Hokage now. Naruto changed back and said, idiot, he's just passed out because he's a pervert. That is his weakness. A groan was heard and Sarutobi rubbed his head and wiped the blood off his face and said, sexy no jutsu, very dangerous kinjutsu, don't do it again. Naruto laughed and said, hey, I just thought of another jutsu Gigi, it won't work for our deal but I think you will like it. Harem jutsu. As the room was filled with nude blonde girls. Sarutobi passed out again and Konohamaru was wide-eyed and said, you have got to teach me that. Naruto snorts as he released the jutsu and said, no, now go away brat. As he turned and started to walk away. At that moment Ebisu walked into the room and shouted, honorable grandson. Oh my, what have you done to the Hokage honorable grandson? As he moved over to wake up the Sandaime. Konohamaru looked at where Naruto had went and thought, I don't know who you are but I'm going to learn how you did that and defeat Gramps and you. After the Sandaime was up and Konohamaru was gone, the Sandaime thought, I'm sorry Naruto but you're not ready. That afternoon Naruto was dodging rocks his cage Bunshin were throwing at him as other ones were doing the same exercises from the day before and also reading the 2 new books when a voice said, you know, I didn't think you would get this serious about your training. Causing Naruto to look up and see Tenten standing on a tree limb and said, oh hey OWW, damn it, stop throwing a minute, so what are you doing here and how did you find me Tenten? Tenten jumped down out of the tree and said, Well, the Sandame told me you usually train up here after he had a little talk with me. As she shot him a glare. Naruto saw this and asked, he didn't punish you or anything, did he? Tenten said, no, but he could have, because some of the things I trusted you with were secrets that you're not supposed to learn until after you actually become genin. Naruto said, but I am one. Tenten shook her head and said, no, not yet, there's another test that is given by your Junin sensei to see if you are ready to be one. The test at the academy is just to see if you might be ready. Naruto frowned and said, I didn't know and I'm sorry if I got you in trouble, but. Tenten said, but what? Why did you go see him and tell him about me? As she placed her hands on her hips. Naruto sighed and said, I finished those 2 books you gave me and I learned a lot of things I didn't know, some of which scared me, like the fact seals degrade over time with use. I was worried about. I never remembered it being checked to see if it had been degrading, so I had to ask about it so I can at least know it's not going to burst out of my stomach and kill me because nobody checking on it. Tenten frowned and said, alright, I can understand why you went to talk to him, but you still didn't explain why you mentioned me. Naruto rubbed his head and said, well, I had to tell him how I knew what I knew so far and why I was asking for some more advanced books on both sealing and chakra theories, and he was worried I might be messing with the seal, and so I had no choice but to tell him it, and I begged him not to be angry at you or punish you because you didn't know those jutsu were forbidden and thought they were just training scrolls. I told him if he had to punish anyone to punish me. He told me he wouldn't, but he would tell you not to teach those jutsu to anyone else and made me promise not to also. I'm sorry, I didn't plan to tell him about you, but he's like a grandpa to me and I can't lie to him after everything he's done for me. Even if I don't agree with some of the things, I at least understand and respect him for trying. As he looked down, Tenten sighed and said, well, you can't run off and tell him everything all the time. Friends keep secrets for each other. I'm keeping your secret even if there is a law about it, and I will keep any other secrets you want to tell me, but you can't just go and tell others about the secrets I tell you. Training is considered a secret because I don't want others to know how I do my jutsu or how I fight and prepare for it, and I don't think you would either, so any more training between us we don't tell unless we ask each other's permission first from now on. Agreed. Naruto nods and said, yeah, and I'm sorry. Tenten waved it off and said, so you already finished both those books, huh? Looking over at the clones who were reading. Naruto's eyes got big with excitement and said, yeah, and I learned some new stuff they never even talked about back in the academy. Gigi told me he will let me have more advanced books on sealing once I can show I understand those 2 books on sealing, and he also is going to have some guy named Jiraiya test me and help me with seals sometime. Tenten's eyes got wide and said, you're going to get trained by Jiraiya-sama of the Sanins. Naruto rubbed his head and said, yeah, Gigi also said that with the 2 books I got on chakra theories I will have enough knowledge to make my own jutsu and not one of my pervert jutsu. He said once I make my own jutsu he will give me more advanced books on those. Tenten said, really, what's a pervert jutsu? Naruto looked sheepish and said, it's how I got the forbidden scroll in the first place. It's a jutsu I made to knock out perverts and I used it on Gigi. Tenten frowned and asked, Naruto, why did believe that Mizuki guy when he told you about the makeup test? Didn't you think it seemed odd stealing a scroll from the Hokage tower? Naruto said, yeah, I did. Tenten asked, then why did you do it? Naruto looked down and said, Mizuki told me there were special cases where students have some kind of disability that prevents them from passing the final test. He told me some kid named Rock Lee passed a test last year and he couldn't even use chakra, and he told me about this girl named Amelia that graduated 3 years ago and she didn't have a real left arm because she lost it in the Kyuubi attack as a baby and had a wooden arm. He told me that he believed that something was wrong with my chakra that was keeping me from passing, and so he asked Iruka-sensei if he could give me the alternate test. How was I supposed to know it was all a lie when I remember kids making fun of the Rock Lee kid last year and he was my sensei? Tenten bit her lip and said, I guess I can understand now why you did it. Hell, even I would have fallen for that because I know Lee since he's my teammate. Naruto's eyes were wide and he said, how is he able to be a ninja when he can't use chakra? In a questioning tone. Tenten said, well, there are other things besides ninjutsu and genjutsu that you can do as a ninja. Lee is working hard to become a ninja in taijutsu, and I'll tell you this, he's actually better than most ninja I know. The only person I think could beat him is Neji-kun, our other teammate, but sensei never lets them finish their spars. Naruto said, so he's using taijutsu, has he thought about kenjutsu also? Tenten laughed and said, I know what you're thinking. Remember how I told you about not going more than half your body weight on the weights? Lee can't use a weapon effectively because he bulked up on weights and has restricted his body's natural flexibility. You and Lee are like two sides of the same coin. His arms and legs are longer than yours, so he's more suited for taijutsu, but he sacrifices some flexibility for it. Your arms and legs are shorter, but you seem to be more flexible than him, which is why I suggested kenjutsu. Naruto said, yeah, I guess that makes sense. As he began to chuckle. Tenten asked, what's so funny? Naruto said, oh sorry, I was just laughing because I've learned more from you in a couple of days than I did in all my years at the academy. Damn it, that was my last clone working on tree climbing. Tenten looked around and said, how much are you actually working on at a time? Naruto said, everything. Why? Tenten frowned and said, so you're doing all those exercises at once? Naruto said, yeah, I haven't gotten anywhere on the wind stuff yet, but I've got the leaf balancing partially done and the tree climbing I've made it about 6 feet off the ground, and water walking I haven't made any progress yet. Tenten slapped her head and said, listen Naruto, you're going to have to learn to do things smarter, not stronger. Watch. As she walked over and placed one foot on a tree and kept it there and said, do you see what I am doing? I could go up this tree in a hurry and fall down 1,000 times trying to learn to walk up it, but instead what I am doing is going one step at a time, letting my chakra get the right amount where I am stuck to the tree good so I can do this. As she moved her foot on the ground to the tree and said, slowly, one step at a time, this isn't a race but a goal. It doesn't matter if you're first getting it as long as you do get it. Naruto blinked and said, so if I just need to take my time and learn to get up the tree, then why do I need to work on my control so much? Tenten said, because the more chakra you use the more you will make later. What I've found is best is start with one tree. When you can walk up and down the tree on every branch that is at least as big as your wrist, top and bottom of the branch, then you have learned that tree and it is time to move to another tree. Each tree is different and provide a little bit of difficulty that you will have to learn to adapt to and improve on. Naruto asked, will that work with the water walking as well? Tenten said, yes, start off with water in like a pond where the water isn't moving, one step at a time making sure you adjust and get it slowly, then move up to a small stream, then a river, and then a hot spring, and if you get the chance the ocean. Naruto said, so start doing things smarter, not harder. Tenten smiled and said, exactly. Naruto frowned and said, you keep doing all this for me and helping me, but I don't have any way to help you or pay you back. Don't friends supposed to help each other? Tenten said, yeah, you know, I noticed that you're using a ninjata, maybe you could help me with being my sparring partner. Naruto asked, you use weapons? Tenten laughed and said, yeah, I carry all my weapons in scrolls. I mostly throw weapons and I've gotten so good at hitting my targets I never miss. Naruto thought a moment and asked, how good are you on moving targets? Tenten said, I never miss. Naruto smirked and said, I got an idea, you say you never miss and you also say I need to work on my dodging, right? Tenten frowned and nodded slowly and Naruto said, well, why not use me as your target, or not me exactly but my Kujibunshin? Tenten frowned and said, but that is just a waste of time because your Kujibunshin don't help you physically get better. Naruto said, I know, but you see, my Kujibunshin have been beating the hell out of me with rocks as I try to learn to dodge them, and my biggest problem is I don't detect them in time to dodge. Maybe by having them be your targets they can help me learn to detect flying weapons so I can become better at dodging. Tenten thought a moment and said, maybe that will work. As she thought it over when Naruto shouted, OWW, damn it, what the hell was that for? As he rubbed the side of his head where a rock hit him. A Kujibunshin said, hey, we don't like being used as target practice any more than you do. Naruto frowned and said, but you're just Kujibunshins. The Kujibunshin said, so, we can still kick your ass like we did yesterday. Naruto glared at him and Tenten said, do you always fight with yourself? Naruto said, seems like it lately, I think this is why it's a forbidden jutsu. Anyways, I'm the boss and you guys are going to listen to me. If Tenten wants to use you as target practice then you're going to be targets, got me? Another rock beamed him upside the head and the clone who threw it said, yes sir. Before it smirked and said, oh Tenten, just be sure to aim at our nuts please. Naruto eyes went wide and said, no. Please, not that. Tenten looked confused and asked, why? Naruto rubbed his head and said, I kicked one of my clones there yesterday, and when they say they transfer back the memories, it's not just the actual memories but also the pain in the memories of being hit. I felt like I was kicked in the nuts when the clone went up in smoke, so please, don't hit them there. Tenten said, alright, I won't. So anyways, what's this pervert jutsu you were talking about? As she tried to get back her sanity from seeing Naruto argue with himself. Naruto put his hands together and said, sexy no jutsu. As he was covered in smoke and when it showed his female form with clouds covering her breast and crotch, Tenten got a tick and Naruto released the jutsu and said, "Pretty good huh?" Tenten glared at him and said, "Why in the hell did you do that?" Naruto asked, "Huh?" Seeing her angry face. Tenten said, "Do you have any idea how to meaning that was to woman?" Naruto frowned and said, "What do you mean?" Tenten slapped him across the face and said, "You fucking pervert." As she turned and started to leave and Naruto, who was holding his face, said, "Wait, what are you upset about?" Looking confused. Tenten turned and said, "You know what I'm talking about, you made that jutsu to show that women are only sex objects and is an insult to every woman out there." Naruto said, "No I didn't, I made that jutsu to help woman." Tenten screamed, "Help, help, how the hell can that jutsu help woman?" Naruto said, "By letting a shinobi be back up on a kunoichi only mission." Tenten blinked and asked, "What do you mean?" as she tried to calm her temper and looked at Naruto questioningly. Naruto sighed and said, "Mrs. Sudi. She used to be Gigi's secretary and she would always keep little candies in her desk for whenever I came to Gigi so I could have one. She was one of the few who was always nice to me until last year when something happened on a mission with her daughter. I don't know all the details about what happened, but I came by one day and she wasn't at her desk, so I went to Gigi's door and was about to knock when I heard her screaming at Gigi from the other side of the door. She came out of his office crying and she walked over to her desk and started gathering her things and I saw how upset she was, so I walked over and asked what was wrong. She told me that her daughter was dead because her teammates couldn't get to her in time because they were men. I didn't understand what she was getting at, so I went to talk to Gigi after she left. He looked at me with such sad eyes and told me that there are times where kunoichi have to take parts of the mission where only a woman could do the job. I asked Gigi why couldn't a shinobi just use henge to pretend to be a woman and do it if it was so dangerous, and he told me that he wished a henge could do that but a henge wasn't real. I thought that was stupid, so I started playing around with the henge and I accidentally found a way to make what Gigi calls an advanced henge that is an actual shapeshift. I'm still working on it since I don't know enough about woman to make it completely real, but I'm getting better at it because I plan when I become Hokage to make it where all shinobi have to learn it, so that way there won't be a such thing as kunoichi only missions, so no one else would have to cry like Mrs. Sudi. Tenten frowned as she heard this and said, "So you're saying that what you showed me wasn't a regular henge but an actual shapeshift?" Naruto nods and said, "Yeah, watch. Sexy no jutsu." As he changed again and said, "See, pull my hair." Tenten walked over and pulled his hair and Naruto winced and Tenten's eyes widened as she looked at Naruto and said, "Why is it those clouds are staying in those areas?" Naruto rubbed his head and released the jutsu and said, "Well, like I said, I don't know enough to make it complete yet, so I'm just using what I saw of a picture of a woman in the book in Gigi's desk one time." Tenten frowned as she heard this and started to walk a few steps and turned as she went over what she just heard and began to pace back and forward and said, "Okay, I can understand where you're coming from in some aspects and I'm touched that you're actually trying to come up with something like that, but I don't condone the way you are using what you do have so far. Why are you acting like a tease like that and making women seem like sex toys?" Naruto frowned and said, "I didn't know I was. I thought I was showing people my work on the jutsu so when I become Hokage they will know the jutsu works." Tenten asked, "How couldn't you know it works? I mean the way you moved your face and body was the actions of a tramp." Naruto said, "But it was what the woman in Gigi's book did to get men's attention." Tenten groaned and said, "No way are you that innocent, are you?" As she looked at Naruto questioningly and asked, "Naruto, what the difference between men and women?" Naruto blinked and said, "Oh, that's easy, women have babies." Tenten asked, "And?" Naruto asked, "And what?" Tenten asked, "What are breast?" Naruto. As she blushed slightly. Naruto said, "I know it's where babies get milk since I saw a woman feeding a baby once when another lady opened a door before she closed it quickly." Tenten slumped against a tree and said, "Didn't they teach you about sex in the academy?" Naruto. Naruto frowned and said, "I was sent into the hall by Mizuki." Tenten thought, "That's it, I'm killing the bastard next time I see him." And said, "Naruto, there are a lot more things that are different between men and women than just babies. I think I have a good idea of what kind of book you were reading to get your info and I want you to stop using it for your work. In fact, until you have gotten a book on human anatomy and memorized both males and females anatomy, I don't want you to use that jutsu again. Please." Naruto said, "Sure, but what about the harem jutsu?" Tenten asked, "Harem jutsu? I'm afraid to ask." Naruto said, "I came up with it earlier today when I knocked Gigi out again. It's basically a sexy no jutsu being performed by Kajbunshin." Tenten shook her head and said, "Then don't use that either." Once you have learned the human anatomy, then I'll work with you a little bit to see if you can complete that jutsu or get it closer to accurate. I'm touched that you're trying to make things better for Kunoichi, but you're going about it the wrong way right now. There's more to being a woman than looks though, and I wouldn't put a lot of time into that right now since you're spreading yourself out so much already. Naruto said, alright, I'll work on the other things for right now, but, are you still mad at me? Tenten snorts and said, no Naruto. It's just that the way you were doing that jutsu was like a slap in the face to me toward working on my dream. I want to show women are just as good as men, but the way you displayed a woman makes us seem like sex objects, which is something we're not. Naruto said, sorry, I hate to say this, but there are a lot of things I don't know. You've been so nice to me, and when I do something to make you mad it hurts because I don't want you to be mad at me since you're my first real friend. Tenten asked, you've never had anyone else? In a questioning tone. Naruto said, well, when I first joined the academy the first couple of days Sakura-chan was nice to me, but then she started to hang out with Ino and she didn't have time for me and started calling me an idiot because of mistakes I made in. I think that might be why I try so hard to get her to go out with me, is because I want to get my friend back, but no matter what I try to do it never seems to work. I also hung out with Kiba, Shikamaru, and Choji, but after we skipped school twice to go play and their parents came and got them, Shikamaru said it was too troublesome. Choji wanted to be with Shikamaru and Kiba got his dog companion and started spending all his time with Akamaru. I don't think they were getting away from me because of Kyuubi though, because they never seemed scared of me, just annoyed and kept calling me a baka and dead last. Tenten rubbed her temples and said, okay, new rule, forget everything before the night you learned about Kyuubi, act like it never happened. Like the day you start your period and think you bleeding to death, forget about that also. Naruto frowned and said, what does a mark at the end of a sentence have to do with bleeding to death? Tenten couldn't take it and burst out laughing and said, oh god Naruto, you're so naive, I don't know if I should hug you or kill you. Alright, I can't handle you being clueless on that subject anymore or I will go insane. Naruto. As she began to explain about periods, breast, and reproductive organs. By the time she was done Naruto was pale and he said, so, yeah, I think I understand why you were so upset about the sexy no jutsu now, so, doesn't that gross you out? Tenten said, a little the first couple of times, but it's a part of me and by what it represents is a part that I desire someday. Naruto thought a moment and said, yeah, I guess when they say no pain no gain is pretty accurate for that. I mean if you want to be a mom someday you have to deal with cramps and bloating and, yeah. As he became flushed. Tenten laughed a little and said, I think I should give my dad a hug when I get home tonight, he had to explain that to me when I started. I never knew how uncomfortable it must have been. Naruto smiled slightly and said, what's it like? Tenten said, having a period. Looking confused. Naruto said, no, I mean having a dad. Tenten thought a moment and said, dad can be strict sometimes but I know it's because he loves me, he's overprotective but he's also gentle, he's like the person I could tell I want anything and he would try and get it, but there are things I wouldn't ask him to get for me. There's just no way to actually describe it. Naruto looked at the sky and said, I don't know if I should feel honored and proud of my dad or hate him. As he closed his eyes. Tenten looked confused and asked, who's your dad and why would you hate him? Naruto frowned and said, when I was looking at the seal on my stomach I came across a blood seal, meaning that someone related to me had to put it there and you should be able to figure the rest out. Tenten thought a moment and her eyes widened and she said, oh. Naruto nods and said, I confronted Gigi about it earlier, telling him I figured it out but not actually saying it. I asked him if he could someday tell me about my mother and he told me there were things I would learn but I had to be a chunin for some and a junin for the rest without actually saying it. I understand but it doesn't make it easy. Tenten frowned and said, you know, I think I've been frowning so much since I met you my face is going to get stuck like this. Look, nothing we say or do will ever change the past. We can't go back in time and change things, don't even think about it, odds are if you did somehow pull off the impossible it would destroy all creation or something. We are who we are, we just have to show the rest of the world who we are. Naruto said, my head hurts. Maybe it's from my cage bunshin or maybe it's just thinking about all this. Do you ever just feel overwhelmed and you don't know what to do? Tenten smiled and said, yeah, that was why I was at the cabin that night. Naruto said, why? I mean I know your family owns it but why go there, it looks like nobody been there for years. Tenten said, my family when they came to Konoha my mom was already pregnant with me. They didn't have much money and so they bought that place. I was born in that cabin and, my mom died in it. Mom had a small garden in the back and 10 flowers were her favorites that were planted there, Before she died she named me Tenten and dad buried her in her garden. When I need time to think I go there and just speak out loud and think she's listening to me. It might sound funny but in a way I think you arriving was somehow arranged by mom. I mean I was doubting my dream until I saw how determined you were and I thought that if you could be so determined that I could be as well. Naruto smiled and said, I like your reasons better for explaining how we met. Man, I didn't realize it was already that late. As he saw how the light had dimmed as the sun was starting to set. Tenten got up dusting off her pants and said, man, I lost all track of time. Naruto, it was nice talking with you and we have to do this sometime. It was fun just getting to know you a little and talking about myself. I'll come by here and see you when I get the chance but it might be a little while since I got to work at my family shop all this week after missions. Remember this Naruto, there are no I's in teamwork or teams. CYA. As she quickly left. Naruto watched her go and thought, what a day. As he cancelled his kajbunshians and after several minutes of getting rid of a headache he blinked and thought, that's interesting, hand signs and seals are both representations of how chakra is molded. In theory you can seal objects away with hand signs and can shape jutsu with seals. It seems like dad had that theory from his explanation on chakra theories. I'll have to work on that sometime and see what I can do. Chapter 3. The next day Naruto walked into the academy in his new clothes and several people blinked as they saw this and Kiba said, hey Dobi, what are you doing here? This is only for those who passed. Naruto said, I did pass dog breath. Mizuki made a mistake on my test that was later found out and I passed. Sasuke grunted and asked, what's with the sword Dobi? Naruto smiled and said, well Tem, you know how everyone is always able to beat me with taijutsu because your arms and legs are longer than mine. Since you punches and kicks reach me before mine can reach yours I got a weapon so my blade can get you before your arms and legs can get me. Several people blinked at this and Shikamaru muttered, troublesome. As he sat his head back down. Naruto began to walk over toward the seat with Sasuke and thought, I want to read some more but I can't show anyone that book. As he turned and walked up the aisle to the seat behind Sasuke and sat down at an empty seat and pulled out a scroll before he unsealed a book and everyone looked at him when the book was released and Amy asked, what was that? Naruto said, just releasing a book I got from the storage seal the guy the first got it from put it in. Man, it's like you guys are the idiots while I'm the guy you're trying to learn from. As he opened the book. Amy snorts and said, as if baka. As she crossed her arms and sat down. Naruto muttered, whatever. As he began to read. Kiba asked, what you reading Dobi? Naruto who was getting angry said, how to kill a mud in 3 easy steps. As he went back to reading as a few people snickered. Kiba growled and said, what was that Dobi? Naruto looked up and said, back the fuck off Kiba, I'm trying to stay out of everyone's way and you and everyone else here are pissing me off asking me stupid ass questions that you can answer yourself by just looking but maybe for a dumb mutt like you the thought of actually looking and thinking instead of sniffing your ass is to advance for you. Kiba growled again and said, you want to make me Dobi. Naruto said, sorry, I may not be the smartest here but I know to walk around dogshit, not get my hands dirty playing with it. Kiba sneered and began to move when he was frozen in place and he said, what the hell, why can't I move? Shikamaru said, troublesome, because I trapped you in my shadow Kiba. Naruto is right, everyone here has been bugging him about stupid shit that you all could have answered yourself if you just looked. He pulled out a scroll and unsealed a book. You all saw the smoke release and have seen that done hundreds of times while here at that academy so that should be nothing new. As for what he's reading it's a book on chakra theory. It says so on the book cover. You asked him why he was here when all you had to do was look at his forehead and see he actually does have a high 8 and if he wasn't supposed to be here then Iruka-sensei would have kicked him out when he got here. The sword surprised even me but it's too troublesome to think about because his explanation was well thought out and very smart showing he is trying to take being a ninja seriously. Also if you notice he didn't sit in his regular spot where he would most likely been beat on by Sakura and Ino when they get here in a few minutes showing he actually being smart so calm down before you get in trouble for fighting another ninja. As he released his jutsu. Kiba turned and said, why the hell did you stop me from showing that loser who's top dog? Shikamaru said, troublesome, because Kiba, you're actually being more troublesome than Ino and she is very troublesome. Naruto sighed and said, thanks Shikamaru, I didn't want to fight, we're all ninja of Konoha, we're supposed to all get along, there's no I in team or teamwork. Shikamaru eyes widened slightly and he said, troublesome, so do you think Mizuki-sensei will be here today Naruto? Naruto eyes widened slightly and looked over at Shikamaru and said, why? Shikamaru who had lowered his eyes shrugs and Naruto frowned and said, no, he was injured by a kunai to the spine. I doubt he will ever be back. Shikamaru nods and said, I see. Sasuke asked, and how do you know Mizuki was injured to the spine? Naruto said, the person who threw the kunai told me, he was trespassing on private property and started trouble. That's about all I know though. Just then Ino and Sakura came in and both started to scream at each other about who was going to sit down by Sasuke, and Naruto smirked and said, hey Sasuke, why don't you get in the middle so both of them can sit by you and share? Sasuke eyes widened and paled as all the guys in class began to snicker and laugh, and Sakura and Ino both blinked and looked at each other and then at the seat and then at Sasuke and then both turned to Naruto, and Sakura said, Naruto, what are you doing here? Ino said, and how come you said that? Naruto tapped his hide and said, a friend of mine says work smarter, not harder. There's plenty of room on these seats for 3 people, so why not ask Sasuke to move to the middle, and if he refuses make him decide. Isn't that what all these years of you both fighting is over, trying to decide for him who he wants? Well, why not ask him to choose? Then the one who doesn't get him will be able to move on with her life. Shikamaru said, Naruto, your friend is very wise. Naruto said, yeah, she is. Ino said, Sasuke-kun, would you move so we both can sit by you? Sasuke grunted but did not move, and Kiba, who was holding his side to keep from laughing at Sasuke, said, so Sasuke, who's it going to be, Sakura or Ino? Sasuke looked out the window and kept quiet, and Naruto said, sorry girls, looks like he doesn't like either of you. He's checking out the woman walking down the road in the leather coat. Both girls looked outside and saw Anko walking by and both glared at her as Sasuke eyes widened and thought, must kill Dobi. And said, no I'm not. Naruto said in an innocent tone, but she's the only person outside. When asked to choose the woman you wanted to be with, you looked at her. How can you deny it? With both Ino and Sakura they're giving their hearts to you. Are you just playing hard to get her? Is it that you have a secret crush on an older woman and don't want to hurt Sakura and Ino feelings, or are you just secretly gay? Sasuke turned and glared at Naruto and opened his mouth to say something as the guy behind him turned at the same time, and the next moment Sasuke was kissing Naruto, who was wide-eyed. Naruto jumped to his feet and slammed his fist, accidentally sending chakra to his arms and fist as he punched Sasuke in the face, sending Sasuke flying, and screamed, you bastard, that was my first kiss. As he began to spit on the ground. Haruka walked in the class at that moment and saw Sasuke laying on the ground and saw Naruto spitting on the ground, and all the guys in the class were laughing their asses off as the girls looked shocked and hurt, and Haruka asked, did I miss something? Naruto looked up and pointed to Sasuke and said, that bastard just stole my first kiss. He was asked who he wanted to be with and he kissed me. Angrily. A voice from the door said, Naruto, why are you being so loud? Naruto blinked and said, Tenten, what are you doing here? Tenten said, Mateen was asked to come help Haruka-sensei with getting everything registered for those who passed since Mizuki not able to. Now what are you being so loud about? Naruto pointed to Sasuke, who was holding his face, and said, I told Sakura and Ino they needed to work smarter, not harder, because they've been rivals for Sasuke love since they were 7 and broke up their friendship to be with him. They were fighting to see who would sit by him, and I suggested Sasuke to move to the middle so they both could sit, or if he didn't do that, make him choose who would sit by him. The girls asked him and he looked outside instead of answering, and this woman in a leather trench coat walked by, and since she was the only person outside I asked was that who he wanted to be with. He denied it, and I asked if he didn't like that woman, then why is it that he was giving the girls here a cold shoulder, and asked is it he didn't want to hurt their feelings, or was it he was secretly gay? He turned around and the next thing I know the bastard was kissing me, stealing my first kiss, so I punched him. Tenten slapped her head and said, okay Naruto, new rule, when someone asks a question answer as simply as possible. You could have answered my question with the simple sentence, he kissed me when I asked him if he was gay, so I punched him. I didn't care about those girls' history and I don't care about their love life or why you asked if he was gay. If I did care I would ask another question. Naruto sighed and said, sorry Tenten. Haruka blinked and looked at Tenten and said, you actually got Naruto to listen. How? Tenten said, I was the one who stabbed Mizuki in the spine when he was trespassing on my family property the other night. Naruto and I became friends after that. Haruka eyes widened and he looked at Naruto, who nods, and Haruka said, I see, Naruto said, hey Haruka-sensei, don't worry about my friend here. Things are cool with everyone. So can we get this over with, because I need to go wash my mouth out. With a sour look on his face. Haruka said, yeah, let's get that taken care of. Sasuke, are you okay? Your face is swelling. Sasuke opened his mouth and winced and said, my jaw. Haruka frowned and said, I think you might have broken it. Team 7 is Sasuke, Sakura, and Naruto. You can go to the nurse to get your jaw checked out. Sasuke and Naruto, you can go wash out your mouth. Naruto said, thank God. As he got down the stairs and then got wide-eyed and turned around and walked backwards toward the door. Tenten asked, what the hell are you doing? Naruto said, watching my ass around Sasuke-tem. I like girls, not guys. Sasuke glared at Naruto as all the guys burst out laughing, and once Naruto and Sasuke left, Neji said, you know Tenten, I think I actually like your new friend. Kiba said, oh man, not you also. Maybe you and Sasuke should hook up since you both love the dobi. Neji glared at Kiba as he activated his bloodline, and Tenten frowned and thought, I see what you were saying, Naruto. Neji's eyes then locked on Hinata and frowned as he deactivated his bloodline and said, can we just get this over with? I have other duties to attend to. Iruka said, right, Team 1 is. When Naruto walked back in the room, he saw Iruka handing papers to Team 9 and said, sorry to ask, but what now? And most of the class gone. Iruka said, you have to be here for your sensei to pick you up in about 30 minutes. Naruto said, I see, do you guys need any help? Guy said, no, that is alright Naruto-san, my youthful team can handle it. Naruto blinked and asked, youthful? As he looked at Tenten. Tenten groaned and said, explain later. Naruto said, right. As he walked up and sat down at the desk he was at before and unsealed the book he was reading. Iruka, being curious, asked, what are you reading, Naruto? Naruto said, chakra theories. Iruka nods and said, isn't that a little advanced for you right now? I mean, usually people don't read things like that until they're chunin. Naruto looked up with a scowl on his face and said, I actually find it very interesting. Did you know that you can seal a shitload of weapons into a single scroll? Iruka said, yes, but what does chakra theories have to do with sealing? Naruto smirked and said, because in theory it is possible to seal a shitload of weapons in chakra without drawing the actual seals, and in theory it is also possible to use jutsu without the use of hand signs by finding the right balance of control and balance in the seals. Hand signs and seals are basically the same, as each is nothing more than a manifestation of chakra which is balanced and control. Look at the chakra control exercise tree climbing, too much chakra and you blow off, not enough and you don't stick. Hand signs are nothing more than an aid to a person to learn to mold their chakra in a certain pattern, and seals is nothing more than a design to mold the chakra into a certain pattern. Basically, in theory, it means you can seal a shitload of weapons in a scroll in your pocket, and without ever touching the scroll you could mold your chakra to summon the weapons to your hand if you found the proper balance and control to do so. Iruka was shocked while the members of Team 9 were wide-eyed, and Tenten said, well, that's interesting. Hey Naruto, if that's true, then if you ever figured out that jutsu you were telling me about last night, then would it be possible to, instead of teaching that jutsu to others, to create a seal that could be used to activate the jutsu? Naruto blinked and said, in theory, why? Tenten said, well, what if you reversed it, and instead of turning you into a woman, what if you were able to turn a woman into a guy? Iruka asked, are you talking about that jutsu? As he looked between Naruto and Tenten. Naruto, who looked in thought, and said, I don't see why not. I mean, even though it is a shapeshift, the theory behind it is that of a henge, so if you had in mind a guy's body when you activated it, then it might be possible. Why? Tenten smiled and said, you know how you said you wanted to protect woman on kunoichi only mission by making it where shinobi can turn into kunoichi to aid the kunoichi? Well, what if a kunoichi is captured? I mean, there are fates worse than death that we face, and so if you were able to create a seal that activated that jutsu, then the guys who captured the kunoichi wouldn't have a woman on their hands but a guy, so it could be used to either trick the enemy into releasing the kunoichi thinking she used a replacement with someone, or at least save her from the torture of what they could do to her until they killed her. I mean, I don't know if the seal would work after she's dead, but at least she wouldn't have to worry about experiencing that while alive. Naruto pulled out a pen and a paper and said, if I am able to come up with the proper balance, then I could make it where the seal would last as long as it had chakra to feed off of, and since the body holds chakra in it for several days after death, it is possible to make it once their body runs out of chakra to release it. But it should work, but the problem is once the seal is put on a person, it won't ever be able to be removed, because in order to keep an enemy from seeing the seal and deactivating it, I would have to include a genjutsu seal along with it to hide it or cover it up somehow. I'll see what I can come up with. I'll send a couple of Kajbunshin to the library to read up on human anatomy, and also have a clone or two work on this project each day, working on a balance it out. I'll talk with Jiraiya when he comes to test me on seals and see if he could give me some help on this. I actually like the idea of it being a seal instead of a jutsu, because then I don't have to reveal the secret to my shapeshift. I can make that a family jutsu. As he began to do a few notes on the paper. Iruka blinked and said, what just happened? Tenten smiled and said, if Naruto is able to complete that seal in jutsu, then Naruto will become the savior of kunoichi everywhere, because he'll make it where we don't have to worry about being raped as woman. Ruruka said, I don't mean to sound doubtful, but are you sure that you're not putting too much hope in Naruto there? I mean, what you're talking about is impossible, you can't actually change your gender. Tenten blinked and looked at Naruto and said, he doesn't know. Naruto said, I thought he did. I mean, Iruka-sensei passed out like all the other men from it, so I figured he knew the truth about it like Gigi does. Ruruka said, what are you talking about? Naruto said, my sexy no jutsu is what Gigi calls an advance henge because it's real. Watch. Sexy no jutsu. As he was covered in smoke and Iruka covered his nose and looked at Naruto and blinked when he saw Naruto had cloths on, and Naruto walked down to Iruka's desk and said, see, pull my hair. Iruka frowned and reached up and pulled on a pigtail, and his eyes went wide and said, no way, it's impossible. Naruto released the jutsu and said, no, just difficult. I thought you knew it was real already. Iruka said, I thought it was just a henge. Naruto frowned and said, well, I'm glad someone believes in me. As he looked at Tenten. Iruka frowned and said, I'm sorry, but I don't know what to say about this, Naruto. I mean, how are you doing this? Neji, who had activated his bloodline, said, it's a chakra construct. He covered his body with a layer of chakra and molded it to fit the frame of the illusion he is creating. Naruto said, close. What I actually do is cover every inch of my body both inside and out with chakra and mold the chakra to that of what I am hanging into. I've turned myself into animals and even objects like a chair or a flagpole. As long as I can keep the mental projection active like you do for a henge of what I am changing into, then I can hold it that long and only uses about as much chakra as a henge, since the chakra I am using is absorbed back into my body, so very little is actually lost. Iruka said, so only someone with high chakra reserves would be able to do it. Naruto blinked and said, no, Konohamaru, Gigi grandson, he sort of saw me knock out the old man yesterday and followed me around town bugging me to learn the sexy no jutsu. I finally agreed, and after 2 hours he was able to pull it off. Tenten said, you taught that to the Sandame grandson. Angrily. Naruto waved his hand and said, it was before we talked, I swear. Iruka frowned and said, oh god, Konohamaru knows the sexy no jutsu. Naruto said, yeah, but I didn't do nude woman with him. I had him try to imitate woman we saw walking down the road. Iruka said, thank goodness for small miracles, so he can pull it off. Why don't you teach it to Kunoichi now, Naruto? Naruto rubbed his head and said, well, it isn't finished. I mean, the clouds were covering parts of the body I don't actually know enough to reproduce. Also, I like Tenten's idea of making a seal for it. That way the actual process and hand sign required will only be known by those I chose to know it. Iruka said, but that will take a long time if ever, because you would have to learn sealing and then come up with a seal that could do what you're wanting it to do, if at all possible. I mean, you talking about creating something off a theory that might not be true. Guy said, Iruka-san, while I agree what you are saying is true, there is also something you should realize. A few minutes ago you thought it was impossible to make an illusion real, but through hard work, time, and training it appears that he in fact made it real. Perhaps he will never succeed in doing this, but maybe what he does figure out will be used by others to make this theory him and Tenten were talking about a reality someday. Naruto said, yeah, that's what I'm trying to say, Iruka-sensei. I know how impossible it sounds, and I should just accept fate that I will fail and quit now, but if I did that, then I wouldn't be here today. I would have quit trying to be a ninja the first time I failed the final test, and yet here I am discussing something with fellow Konoha shinobi and kunoichi about something that if it someday is successful, then it would make the lives of our ninja better. I mean, look at Kyuubi. The legend behind it says the Kyuubi was too powerful to be defeated, but working together the ninja of Konoha succeeded in saving our village and defeating the undefeatable when fate was telling them they would all die. Iruka sighed and Neji frowned and said, a person is destined to a predetermined fate. It is not that you fight against fate, but what fate has decided for you to do. Naruto blinked and looked at Neji and said, dude, how in the hell does a girl like Tenten like you with that 3-foot fate kunai shoved up your ass? Tenten gasped and said, Naruto, you shouldn't say things like that, and how did you know that? I never told you I liked him. Naruto said, when you were telling me about your teammates you said, Lee and Neji-kun. I may not know you very well, but I do know you wouldn't add the kun suffix to his name unless you either greatly admired him or loved him. Perhaps it is a brother-sister bond or something more, whichever case I don't know, and that's your story. I just saying I don't see how you could like him when he believes everyone is controlled by fate. Fate can kiss my blonde ass. Neji glared at Naruto and said, you cannot fight fate. Naruto asked, if that is what you believe, then I will not disagree with you, but I will not agree with you either. I agree that we do have one fate in common, and that is death, but the road to our death and how long it is to get there is one I believe that we are able to choose. Neji thought a moment and said, I don't agree. Naruto sighed and said, look, you saying that every action and every choice we make is decided by fate, right? You're saying that no amount of training, no amount of preparations, no amount of anything will change the fate of what will happen at any given moment. Is that what you're saying? Neji said, yes. Naruto said, alright, tell you what. If you and I had a fight, who would fate decide would win? Neji said, fate would declare me the winner because I have more experience than you, stronger, faster, smarter, and I am a member of the strongest clan, the Hyuga clan. Naruto said, fine, outside, right now. You and I will have a fight, your sensei will be the ref and will only stop the fight if one of us is going to die or someone is unable to continue, do you agree? You win and I will agree with you that fate is predetermined, I win and you must accept the fact that we are capable of making our own fate. Agreed. As he offered his hand. Neji said, agreed, as he shook hands with Naruto. Guy said, I don't agree. Naruto said, doesn't matter to me. I gave my word I would fight him and I never go back on my word, let's go fate's bitch. As he walked out the classroom. Neji also started walking outside and Guy said, Neji stop, I do not allow this. Neji said, this is a duel of honor sensei that has been challenged and accepted. You have no choice but to allow it. As he walked outside. Guy frowned and quickly went outside followed by the others as the newly made genins also rushed outside. Soon Neji and Naruto were outside on the training ground and Guy frowned and said, when I declare a winner you both are to stop, do you understand? Both boys said, hi. Guy said, alright, no killing, begin. Naruto put his hands together and said, Kajbunshin no Jutsu. As 60 Kajbunshin appeared and moved in a circle around Neji shocking everyone but Tenten and Iruka. All the Kajbunshin smirked and said together, I may not be smarter, stronger, faster, or skilled as you but I do know one thing that you don't. Neji who had activated his bloodline to keep an eye on the Kajbunshin and trying to find the real one said, oh, and what's that? The Kajbunshin said, never let an enemy determine the battlefield when there's an army of them and only one of you. As they all quickly reached down and grabbed small gravel stones from the ground and Tenten eyes widened as she saw what was about to happen and thought, no, he wouldn't. One said, fire. As they all started throwing rocks at Neji as fast as they could as one said, Kajbunshin no Jutsu. As more Kajbunshin appeared grabbing more rocks and throwing them as Neji began to try and dodge the rocks and striking the Kajbunshin who were also running around throwing rocks and dodging as another shout of Kajbunshin no Jutsu was heard as Neji began to get hit by more and more rocks. This went on for the next 10 minutes as Neji began to pant heavily from dodging and destroying the Kajbunshin army that was now over 400 strong and some of them said, give up yet Neji. Neji glared at them and said, this is pointless. The clones said, if those rocks would be kunais or shurikens you would be dead long ago. You've lost because I can keep going and you don't know where I am, do you? Neji said, where the hell are you? The clones burst out laughing and said, since we got this big crowd watching me defeat you it's nice and quiet back in the classroom so I can read in peace. By the way, it's time for us to meet our teams, you lose Neji. As the Kajbunshin all went up in smoke. Inside the classroom Naruto blinked and smirked as he got the memories. Back outside everyone was looking around for Naruto and then they looked at the bruised and exhausted form of Neji and Kiba said, man, Naruto totally owned him. Neji glared at Kiba before he fell face first toward the ground. Iruka looked at Guy and said, I'm sorry about that guy, Naruto can be a little childish at times. Guy said, actually Iruka-san, I think I might just shake Naruto's hand. Neji will be feeling those bruises for the next few days but he did prove his point. Neji underestimated Naruto because he just graduated and thought that he was destined to win. Naruto defeated him by using his brain to not only pick a battlefield that gave him the advantage but also used a strategy to tire out Neji and distract him. Iruka smiled and said, yes, Naruto does get a good idea sometimes. Tenten walked over to Neji and squatted down and said, so, did you learn anything? Neji said, yeah, your friend throws like a girl. Tenten got a twitched on her eyebrow before she slammed her fist into Neji's head and stormed off. Neji who was rubbing his head said, damn it, that hurt Tenten. Tenten who was halfway across the field said, good, you deserved it. Lee walked over scribbling down in his notebook and Neji asked, what are you doing? Lee said, taking notes, Naruto-kun is the dead last of his class and failed the graduate exam 3 times and he was able to defeat you. I must study the skills he used to defeat you so I may also defeat you my eternal rival. Neji glared at him and Guy said, that is most youthful of you Lee but now we must return to our duties in helping Iruka-san. Let's go. As he ran toward the building with Lee closing his notebook and also quickly following. Neji looked at Iruka and said, a little help please, it hurts to even breath. Baruka sighed and said, I'll take you by the school nurse and check up on Sasuke. Strange, it just dawned on me that Naruto was able to beat the Rookie of the Year for both his class and your class in the same day. Neji glared and thought, I will never hear the end of this. Inside the Hokage office Asuma said, well guy should be happy now. He's been complaining about that Hyuga kid's fate complex for almost a year now. The Sandaime said, yes though I don't think I ever saw a fight like that one before. Kakashi said, yes but it was the most basic of strategy. Defeat a superior fighter by superior numbers of inferior fighters. Kurenai said, true but I don't think the fight was his real objective. He seemed to be more interested in that book he was reading and I must admit the idea of the seal the girl and him were coming up with sound very interesting. If he is able to make it I know I would want it. Kakashi said, I doubt he will though Kurenai. It would take him countless hours to even understand the basic of sealing and that is if he were to even complete that jutsu of his which I don't believe he will be able to. The Sandaime said, don't you think you are being a little hard on him Kakashi? I mean it is a novel idea in my opinion. Kakashi said, if he could do it I would agree sir but I do not believe in fantasy. I have always been a realist. If his team passes I will not aid him in his plans on that jutsu or seal. I will teach him and his team the value of teamwork and if I deem they are ready I will aid them in their personal development but I will not waste my time on fantasy or dreams of grandeur. Each one has to show me that have what it takes to be ninja and are also willing to work on it. Asuma sighed and said, you come off cold Kakashi but I do understand what you're saying. Naruto is the dead last of his academy and even though it appears that he is becoming more serious he will have to prove that he is indeed dedicated. Then there is the girl on your team. She is one of the Uchiha biggest fangirls and though some of that may have been broken today it will take a lot of time and hard work before she is ready to truly be a kunoichi and 10 there is the Uchiha. He's your worst case scenario. Kurenai and Kakashi both agreed and the Sandaime said, well if that is all you three are dismissed to get your students. Asuma and Kurenai both left and Kakashi waited until they were gone and said, he is a lot like his father though. I do hope he does succeed in his goal. If he does then he will gain the respect of a lot of women and by proxy men. Sarutobi said, Kakashi, Naruto is doing a lot of private training as well as some training with the girl on Guy's team. She knows the truth about him and has accepted him for him and she is trying to help him. I am aware of what he is learning so far and I have made a few deals with him should he prove himself so don't be surprised if he advances quickly his skills. Also do not let him know I have told you about his friendship or his training. I want you to act like you think he is just fresh out of the academy and knows only the basics in the Kijibunshin no Jutsu. If he reveals more then you can use it but don't push him to reveal what he knows or don't know. I do not know his current level but I do know the general idea of where he is. Do you understand? Kakashi asked, do you want me to hold back and let him do his own thing? Sarutobi said, no, train them the best you can but I thought I would warn you should he reveal he knows something the others he graduate with don't. Kakashi said, I understand, if there comes a time where I need to gain his trust do I reveal our past together. Sarutobi said, only as a last resort. Anbu identities are supposed to be hidden for a reason. Kakashi nods and said, if that is all then I will take my leave. Sarutobi nods and Kakashi left in a swirl of leaves. Back at the academy Naruto was reading when the other students came in and Kiba said, dude, that was totally awesome the way you owned him. How did you actually make real clones? Naruto looked up and said, you say something Kiba. Sorry, I was really interested in this book and wasn't paying attention. Kiba growled and said, I was asking how did you make solid clones? Naruto said, oh that. It's a secret. As Kiba face faulted. Before anything else could be said Tenten walked in the room and walked up to Naruto and slapped him upside the back of the head and said, Baka, do you have any idea how stupid that was? Naruto said, what, are you mad that I beat the guy you have a crush on? Tenten slapped him upside the head again and said, no idiot, he's had that one coming for a while now actually. I was talking about the fact you could have killed yourself out there. The Kijibunshin no Jutsu is a Junin level forbidden jutsu for a reason. Shocking everyone who was listening in and wondering how Naruto knew such a jutsu. Naruto frowned and said, I know I need to watch out for the mental feedback but what's the problem? Tenten grabbed Naruto's jacket and pulled him to his feet and screamed, the problem is that it divides your chakra evenly each time you make them. Not the chakra in your clones but your chakra. Take a gallon of water to represent chakra, make a Kijibunshin and you then only have half a gallon, make another and you only have a quarter of a gallon, make another and you only have an eighth of a gallon, another is a 16th of a gallon. Each time you made those you were cutting your own chakra reserves down to the point you could have died from chakra exhaustion. I know you have more chakra than Hokage-sama but just throwing it away like that was stupid and dangerous. You didn't slip out of the fight until you had already used it 10 times. You may not know it, but right now your reserves are only a little bigger than that dog over there and you need that to live. If you would have tried that jutsu one more time you would have either passed out or died. Do you understand? As she shoved him back into his seat. Naruto looked shocked and said, I didn't know. I didn't think about it since it's so easy to make them for me. Tenten huffed as she crossed her arms and said, Naruto, if you are going to fight an enemy using cannon fodder tactics like you just did, then you should only make Kujbunshin once and have your Kujbunshin make Kujbunshin once. They will only be at 1/4 of your chakra reserves, but with as many as you could make you could possibly create an army of 10,000 Kujbunshin. They can use most of the jutsu you know, so if you had an army of 10,000 using a simple fire jutsu you could destroy an entire village in one attack. I told you to work smarter, not harder. You're smarter than what I just saw, Naruto. Stop trying to get everyone's attention and do what you got to do, and people will see you and not the idiot they see you as now. As she turned and started to walk away and Naruto said, sorry. Tenten said, it's not me you should be saying sorry to. It's yourself. I'm just your friend, I don't have to live your life. As she walked up to where Iruka and Lee were. Lee asked quietly, don't you think you were a little mean to him, Tenten? Tenten said, no Lee, my duties as a kunoichi as well as those to my family leave me little time to make friends, so if I actually try to be friends with someone then I don't want to see them die being an idiot. Naruto, who was looking down, heard this and thought, damn it, this is not how I wanted things to be. The Junin sensei all began to come and get their students with Sasuke and Neji both returning, who both glared at Naruto. Team Guy left also with Iruka, and it's been 3 hours now with Naruto reading his book in the back of the class and Sakura looking between Naruto and Sasuke every few minutes biting her lip, and she finally asked, Naruto, what's up with that girl earlier? Are you and her going out? Naruto said, no, we sort of met in the aftermath of the Mizuki incident the other night when he caused some trouble that he had to be restrained by force before Anbu took him away to prison for breaking several laws. We sort of became friends after that. Sakura said, just friends. She seemed to worry about you or something. It wasn't the thing friends usually do. Naruto laughed and said, Sakura, let me ask you this, what is your goal for the future? Sakura said, what do you mean? Naruto said, like I plan to work as hard as I can to become Hokage. For me it's not a dream but more of a goal. What is your goal? Sakura frowned and said, I don't know, why? Naruto said, what about you, Tem, do you have a goal? Sasuke said, to kill a certain man and restore my clan. Why? As he looked at Naruto. Naruto said, Tenten has a goal also. She doesn't like the way women are treated as if they are weaker than me, and so she is working to prove that kunoichi can be just as good of ninja as shinobi. Did either of you see her hands? Sakura asked, what about her hands? Naruto said, look at your hands, Sakura, tell me what you see when you look at them. Sakura looked at her hands and said, I don't know, I don't understand what you are getting at, they look like a pair of hands to me. Naruto said, your nails are long and painted, showing you take a great deal of time making them look pretty. Your hands are also smooth and blemish-free, showing you take very good care of them, probably with some lotions or other things like that. Am I right? Sakura said, of course you are, what kind of woman doesn't take care of her looks? Naruto said, I didn't ask about your looks, and you asked what kind of woman doesn't worry about her nails and the softness of her hands. A kunoichi, Sakura. Sakura said, hey, I'm a kunoichi and I take care of myself. Naruto said, I dare you to walk up to any kunoichi of Chunin rank or higher, Sakura, and look at their hands. Sure, you will see some care that has been taken care of them because they are women, but you will also see calluses and tiny scars from hours and hours of personal training and hard work that shows exactly how they have lived long enough to make it to Chunin rank. Tenten knows this and has worked hard for her skills. She trying to prove herself to everyone including herself and doesn't care what others say about her. She will succeed reaching her goal or die trying. Sakura frowned, and before she could say anything a voice from the door said, sounds like you are in love with the girl, whatever her name is. Naruto looked over and narrowed his eyes and saw Kakashi, who smiled and said, Team 7, meet me on the roof. Before he went up in smoke. Naruto got up quickly, sealing his book away, and started toward the door when Sasuke grabbed the back of Naruto's jacket and slammed him head first into the wall where Naruto's nose sounded like it popped. Sasuke, who had Naruto pinned, said, now where even for earlier Dobi. As he shoved Naruto again before walking out of the class. Sakura, who saw this, was wide-eyed and asked, Naruto, are you alright? Naruto grabbed his nose and Sakura winced as she heard the sound of bones breaking, and he said, yeah, go on Sakura, I'll be there in a minute. Sakura frowned and took one last glance before she left. Naruto thought, I deserve that. As he wiped the blood off his face and went to the bathroom on his way up the stairs to the roof. When Naruto got up to the roof, Kakashi said, nice of you to join us. I expect you to be more punctual. Naruto said, sorry, I got lost on the road of life. In a non-caring tone. Kakashi's eyes widened slightly and he smiled behind his mask and said, really, I'll have to inform Guy to have his kunoichi given a pregnancy test. Naruto paled and glared at Kakashi and said, look, I don't care if you have a problem with me, leave her out of it. She doesn't know really anything about me, so she thinks I'm normal. With eyes that turned a colder blue than normal. Kakashi frowned seeing this and said, sit down. Naruto sat down and Kakashi said, alright, let's introduce ourselves. Sakura asked, what do you mean? Kakashi said, name, likes, dislikes, dreams. Sakura asked, why don't you go first since we don't know anything about you? Kakashi said, my name is Hitaki Kakashi, I dislike. I like. I have hobbies. You next, Pinky. Everyone thought, all we learned was his name. Sakura said, my name is Sakura Haruno, not Pinky. I like. As she glanced at Sasuke and continued, I don't know about the rest right now. Kakashi said, I see, okay, you next, Mr. Broody. Sasuke said, my name is Sasuke Uchiha, I don't have many likes or dislikes. I have a goal to kill a certain someone and restore my clan. Kakashi said sarcastically, rig it. Okay, you next, Sunshine. Naruto opened his mouth but stopped as he remembered Tenten words and said, my name is Naruto. Kakashi said, and. Naruto shrugged and said, you've already been briefed honest by the Hokage since this is basically a long-term mission for you and he briefs everyone on their missions before he gives them out. Also apparently you have been watching us for some time so you already know all I could or would say plus more most likely than I want you to. Kakashi was surprised and said, and why exactly do you feel I've been watching you already? Naruto said, you knew which team the girl we were talking about earlier was on. The only way you could have known that was if you were watching us before we knew you were. So are you ready to give us our real genin test or do we wait for it? Kakashi's eye widened slightly as Sakura and Sasuke looked confused and Sasuke said, what do you mean a real genin test, Dobi? Naruto said, I don't know all the details but the test here in the academy was only to see if we were qualified to maybe be genin. Our Junin instructor gives us our real test to see if we become ninja. Kakashi said, very good. You are very well informed. Did your friend inform you about the test? Naruto said, only that I wasn't really a real genin when I let my ego get the better of me. She said I still had to prove myself that I am not just strong enough to pass but skilled enough to pass. What good is power without control? Kakashi nods and said, very true. You are correct, 66% of the students who passed today will fail the real test. Those who failed either quit the program altogether or return to the academy for remedial classes. Are you all ready to face this test? Sasuke said, bring it, I won't fail this test. Sakura said, I won't let you down. Naruto said, give it your best shot, I won't stop until I become Hokage. Kakashi said, very well, meet tomorrow at training ground 7 at 5 AM and I wouldn't eat breakfast or you will throw up. Come prepare for survival training. CYA. As he left in a swirl of leaves. Naruto got up and Sasuke said, don't get in my way, Dobi, you got lucky today with that sucker punch. As he put his hands in his pockets and left. Sakura looked at Sasuke retreating form and Naruto asked, Sakura, why do you like him? Sakura frowned and said, I don't have to answer you, baka. As she quickly left. Naruto sighed before he went to grab some ramen before he went to the woods he's been training in and began to train again. The next day Naruto was at training ground 7 reading one of his books when Sasuke showed up and a little later Sakura did as well. After 2 hours Sakura said, is that book really that interesting? Naruto said, yes, as he kept on reading. Sakura got up and walked over and looked down at the book and saw the designs of seals and asked, what's that? Naruto said, an elemental seal that can absorb any fire jutsu, sealing it away in a seal before a second seal drains it of its chakra, making it harmless. As he looked up at her. Sakura said, really, but why are you reading it? Naruto said, the Yondaime was a seal master. I plan to be the greatest Hokage ever, so I have to surpass each Hokage, meaning that I need to become a greater seal master than the Yondaime. Sakura said, baka, you'll never become Hokage. As she turned and walked back over near Sasuke and sat down. Sasuke said, where did you get that book? Naruto said, the library, they have hundreds of books like this in there. I bet Sakura could help you with finding anything you want. With a smirk as Sakura perked up at the thought of helping Sasuke. Sasuke glared at him and closed his eyes to meditate. Naruto winced as the memory of a Kage Bunshin returned to him and thought, so it did work. I wasn't for sure if the memory transfer would work with a Kage Bunshin of a Kage Bunshin, but I guess since it was made with my chakra, even if my clone made it, it would work. Now I just need to make sure every day to send a Kage Bunshin to train in the woods nearby while I am with my team. Another hour later Kakashi arrived and said, "Yo, sorry I'm late, I got lost on the road of life." Naruto pointed his finger and said, "Damn lying copycat. That was my excuse yesterday." Kakashi smiled behind his mask and ignored Naruto and said, "Anyways, I hope you are ready for this test. You are to try and capture one of these bells before noon. If you do so then you pass, but if you don't then you will be sent back to the academy." Sakura said, "But sensei, there are only 2 bells." Kakashi said, "That means that one of you will be sent back to the academy no matter what. You have until noon, come at me with the intent to kill. Are you ready? Go." Sasuke and Sakura both jumped into the woods while Naruto looked at Kakashi and Kakashi said, "You did hear me say go, right?" Naruto frowned and looked at the bells and then at Kakashi and bit his lip as his eyes darted back and forward a moment as he remembered several things and he said, "It's a trick." Sasuke, Sakura, the bells are a trick. He said there's a 66% failure rate on this test. That means 2 people off every team will fail this test, meaning there is no reason for there to be 2 bells. These bells are a distraction to make us waste time fighting him for the bells while the real bell is somewhere in a safe location. If you were given a mission to protect an object that was valuable, you wouldn't have it in the open like he is, you would put it someplace secure, someplace safe while distracting the people who are after the object with a fake. The problem is that means we don't know where he's put the bell for security, and the only way we will find out is to capture him and interrogate him. Sakura, I know you're smart enough to realize I am right. Think about Ino and her dad's job. He is trained to only interrogate people for information, and information gathering is important. This test is like a mission. It's 3 parts, first capture, then information gathering, then retrieval of the object. It's made to test us on 3 parts, 3 separate tests. The teams are. Wait, that's it. There's no I in team or teamwork. We are supposed to work together to capture you and get the information and retrieve the item, but since there is only one real item, only one of us could carry it. You are testing us to see if we would put the good of the team before the others. There were 9 teams that passed to graduate, 6 of those teams will fail while the 3 who actually work together the best will pass, become ninja. Konoha only wants the best of the best for our ninjas, so only those 3 teams who show the best teamwork will become real genin. We have to work as a team, for the good of the mission. The bells are not actually important but a reason to distract us. Kakashi was wide-eyed as he watched Naruto figure out the test and thought, well, he did figure out the test but he overthought it. Naruto looked around the clearing and waited for a few minutes and said, "Fine, you guys can wait till the right time to join in or ignore what I am saying, but I am willing to work with you to prove I'm a team player. I'll use my Kage Bunshin as cannon fodder to tire him out while you both come up with a plan to trap him." As he put his hands together and said, "Kage Bunshin no Jutsu." 75 Kage Bunshin appeared and Kakashi, who was standing there, thought, I wonder if he realized he gave them 2 chances to pass this test, by letting him fight me to gather information and they come in to take the reward of his hard work, or they actually join him and fight me together. Either way it won't matter. As he began to move quickly through the clones, punching and kicking them, causing them to go up in smoke as he moved. As the last clone was destroyed, Kakashi was waiting for the smoke to clear as he looked for the real Naruto, and only years of experience gave Kakashi time to move away to save his life from the downward sword slash from Naruto, who had climbed a tree and jumped off of it, bringing his sword down as the smoke from the Kage Bunshin covered his movements. However, Kakashi did not get away free of injury, as a slice appeared in his Junin vest. Kakashi looked at Naruto, who channeled chakra into his feet, overloading them, was blown forward as he tried to impale Kakashi, who dodged to the side, and Naruto sliding to a stop, turned throwing a kunai at Kakashi, who replaced himself with a log. Before Naruto had time to react, Kakashi appeared behind Naruto, chopping him across the neck, knocking him out, and thought, "Sensei, your son was actually very impressive, but he's too dangerous at the moment for me to safely test the other 2, and he's already passed the test, now to see if they can." As he sat Naruto down on the ground before his eyes widened and he used Shushin to move himself and Naruto to safety, and he growled and thought, that idiot, he could have killed his teammate. As he leaned Naruto against the post. He then jumped into the trees to find Sasuke and Sakura. A little later, Naruto was tied to a log by Kakashi, even though he was still knocked out from not only the chop to the neck but also information overload from his Kage Bunshins who were training elsewhere. Sasuke and Sakura were also tied to a log, and Kakashi stood in front of them and said, "I am very disappointed in both of you. Sasuke, you put Naruto in danger by throwing those kunais when I had knocked him out and still had his body where I could have used it as a shield to protect myself. Naruto practically spelled out the test for you both. The bells were meaningless, it was a test to see if you would be willing to work as a team. There was no other bell or an interrogation part since nearly no new genin would ever be able to torture a junin enough to make them give information, but he was right with everything else he said. I learned the hard way long ago that those who don't follow the rules are trash, but those who abandon their comrades are worse than trash. Naruto, who is still passed out from the chop I gave him, was in plain sight of you both and neither of you came to check to see if he was alright or even still alive. For that I truly disappointed in you both, especially when you both were nearby, and instead of doing that you Sakura went looking for Sasuke, who I was fighting since he put his teammate in danger. But since you jumped in to help Sasuke fight me, you used the very least amount of teamwork with the idea Naruto supplied you with to fight me after he tired me out a little, but you both are pathetic, and I hate the fact that since you three did work that small fraction that I have to pass all three of you. If I had my choice at this moment, I would send you back to the Academy Sakura and have you removed from the program altogether, Sasuke, while Naruto was put on the reserve list until a spot on an active team became available for him to pass. You both know the rope escape jutsu, right? Both nod, and Kakashi said, consider this your punishment, free yourself. As he disappeared in a swirl of leaves. Sasuke, after Kakashi left, was the first to get free, and Sakura said, Sasuke-kun, you're free, could you help me? I'm having a little trouble with this. Sasuke said, no, Kakashi-sensei said this was punishment. I need to train because the dobi actually was able to cut his vest and I didn't even get that, even with your help. As he turned and walked away. Sakura looked down, and after Sasuke was gone she began to slowly free herself, and after she was free she looked at Naruto and thought, this is all your fault. Sasuke-kun and I could have been a team together and showed Kakashi-sensei our teamwork, but you had to be all glory hog and made me and Sasuke-kun look bad when we did work together. If anyone should be dropped from the program, it's you. As she stomped off. Chapter 4. When Naruto awoke, he found himself tied to a log and blinked as he looked around and said, hey, what the, hey, someone let me go. What's going on? As he tried to get free. Naruto frowned and tried to get free, and after 30 minutes he thought, damn it, why the hell was I tied up and where is everyone? They left me, they all tied me up and left me for dead. Damn it, did we even pass the test? How the hell am I supposed to get free? As he tried some more to get free. After a while Naruto looked at the wire tying him down and thought, damn it, how can I escape? If only I could get to my weapons and cut myself free. Wait, cut, no, I haven't even gotten close to doing that, but what choice do I have? As he began to concentrate on folding his chakra and trying to escape by cutting the wire with his wind element. 4 hours later Naruto was near exhaustion and thought, this isn't working, I can't do this, I don't have the control to do this. I'm never going to let this happen again. I'm going to train to get my chakra control and my wind control so good I can cut anything no matter how tired I am. I've got to try something else. Maybe if I compress my chakra and release a huge bubble of chakra at once, it will loosen the ropes enough for me to escape. I hope. So he closed his eyes and began to concentrate, putting as much chakra together as he could as he kept concentrating until he felt like he was about to pass out from using so much chakra, and he released it, and at that moment he passed out due to chakra exhaustion and pain. As what wind chakra manipulation he could do, as well as the amount the chakra was compressed. When he released it, the chakra shot out of his body like a hyuga kaiden and cutting the wire, the log, the ground, his body and his cloths, while also creating a sphere 15 feet wide around his body and at least 2 feet deep in the center where his body lay. In less than 2 minutes Anbu as well as several other ninja including the Hokage were at the scene, and the Sandaime saw Naruto and looked around and said, what happened here? And Anbu said, sir, Mateen was first to appear and we found him just as he is now. I do not know what happened here, but from what I can tell it appears by the damage that he was attempting to use wind manipulation, sir. Kakashi, who had arrived, looked at Naruto and frowned, and the Sandaime asked, Kakashi, what happened? Before Kakashi could say anything, the sound of quiet sobs was heard and a mumbled noise was heard, and the 30 people who had gathered looked at the source, and the Sandaime saw that Naruto had tears going down his face, and he heard, why did they leave me, why am I tied up, why? Kakashi turned and slammed his fist into the tree behind him and said, sir. I do not know everything, but earlier Naruto figured out the test in the first 2 minutes as I had reported to you, and I had tied all 3 of them up even though Naruto was passed out after I knocked him out, so I could test the other 2 without his interference, and I tied him up so he wasn't laying face first in the ground. I asked Sasuke and Sakura if they knew the rope escape jutsu and they both said yes, and I assumed that Naruto did as well since they did, so I left to report their team passed. It appears that he didn't and they left him tied up here, and this must have been the result of him trying to free himself after 5 hours since the test ended, sir. I take full responsibility for this as it was failure on my part for not making sure he was alright when he woke up. I had assumed his teammates would have woke him up and freed him, but it doesn't appear so. The Sandame said, I see. Kakashi, I don't care if you have to quit reading your books altogether. I want a demonstration by Naruto within 2 weeks showing that he can perform the rope escape jutsu. That lesson was taught by Mizuki at the academy and appears to be another lesson he sabotaged Naruto on. I do not care what anyone's personal feelings for Naruto are, but he is a Konoha shinobi like anyone else. Do you understand what I am saying, Kakashi? Kakashi said, yes sir, I will make sure to teach it to him personally. The Sandame looked at Naruto and said, I shudder to think how long he would have been here if he didn't do what he did. That must have been a final desperation move. Kakashi, take him to the hospital and make sure you are there and find out if you are correct, and if so explain what happened. We don't need him thinking you're another Mizuki waiting to betray and kill him, or his trust in our village could be lost. Kakashi nods and an Anbu said, Sir, I'm sorry for interrupting, but if I may ask a question. The Sandame nods and the Anbu said, I first want to say that I do not have a problem with him and his status, but what I was wondering is why he was allowed to pass in the first place from the academy when he failed the actual genin test. The Sandame said, first, for the past 3 years the only thing that he has failed is the clone no jutsu. Every other part of the test he passed 100% on. If he could have performed that jutsu he would have graduated already 2 years ahead of those his age. Now as you all know, the clone jutsu takes only a very small amount of chakra to make it, which is why it is used as a distraction. Naruto is able to produce hundreds of Kagebunshin. I myself, if I used all my chakra, could only produce maybe 40 if I am lucky. If you see that and understand exactly how much chakra he has to control to do any jutsu, and he can perform the replacement and henge perfectly, you would understand his problem is that it is impossible for him to make a clone no jutsu unless he had chakra control on the level of Tsunade or even greater. When that information was presented to me, I saw it was a factor that no one including myself failed to take into account. Now the next thing, Naruto has stealth skills surpassing that of even some of our Anbu. He was able to paint the Hokage monument in broad daylight wearing orange, and he wasn't noticed until he was done. He also showed skills in infiltration by getting past the security in the Hokage tower and escaping outside the village for several hours, while only one person who was not aware of the fact Naruto was being tricked by a superior was able to find him. Take that in effect, it means that if Naruto doesn't have the skills to be qualified to pass, then most of our forces including some of our Anbu are not qualified to be a ninja. If other countries found out about Naruto abilities and that we did not pass him, then Konoha would be a laughingstock to other countries and our clients would seek out business elsewhere, and if Konoha doesn't accept Naruto, who's to say another village wouldn't try to recruit him, seeing the potential that many in our village refuse to admit. We're lucky that his strong will and determination wants to prove himself here, thanks to the few who have accepted him, because I would hate to see what he could do if he became our enemy. Kakashi said, also if you think he isn't qualified, in the belt test where I had ordered him and the others to come at me with the intent to kill, had I not had years of experience and trusted my instincts, I would be in the hospital from the trap he used against me. He had me believe that he was going to use numbers of Kagebunshin to wear me down so his teammates could join at the end and get the bells while I was weak, and I underestimated his ability. My shirt and Junin vest were sliced in half when I dodged at the last second when he used the Kagebunshin as a smoke screen when they were dispelled to hide his attack as he came down from above with his sword ready to strike as he fell. Many were shocked hearing this, and a few gave Naruto another look while gaining him a little respect. Kakashi walked over and placed his hand on Naruto before they left in a swirl of leaves and said, I don't want this spread around. Anbu, repair the damage and return to your duties. As he left in a swirl of leaves. When Naruto awoke, he found himself on a bed, and after a few moments of letting his eyes adjust, he found that he was inside his apartment. He sat up looking around and found himself wrapped in bandages. A noise from another room alerted him of someone else being there, and Kakashi walked into his bedroom and Naruto blinked before the memories of what happened returned, and he scowled at Kakashi. Kakashi said, in case you're wondering, after whatever it was you did destroyed part of the training ground, the Hokage, myself and several other ninja arrived and found you in a crater wounded. We believe we know what happened but would like to hear from you to see if it's true. I took you to the hospital and made sure they treated your injuries correctly before I brought you back here to rest. Could you tell me what happened? Naruto glared at Kakashi and said, why should I? Kakashi sighed and reached into his vest pocket and pulled out a scroll before unsealing a Anbu mask and putting it on. Naruto's eyes widened and whispered, Inu. Kakashi took the mask back off and said, yeah, I'm Inu. Naruto frowned and asked, why was I tied up? Why did you all leave me there? Why would you do that to me after all the times you saved me? As he looked at Kakashi questioningly. Kakashi asked, when you woke up, did you see Sasuke or Sakura? Naruto frowned and shook his head no, and Kakashi sighed and said, after you figured out most of the test, good job on that by the way, I knocked you out and Sasuke attacked me at that moment. I had to shushing us both away and I put you against the training log to go test both Sasuke and Sakura who barely worked together. Actually Sakura tried to help Sasuke but with the way you explained it I had to pass them. I was angry at both of them and told them that you should be put on another team while both of them were dropped from the program. I had tied them both to a training log and you had slumped to the ground and I didn't know how long you would be out. I tied you as well up. I then chewed both Sasuke and Sakura out and asked them if they knew the rope escape jutsu. Naruto asked, the what? Kakashi sighed as he rubbed his hand through his hair and said, it was something the academy was supposed to teach you. I assumed that since both Sasuke and Sakura said they did you did as well so I told them that it was punishment for the poor job they did during the test and I left thinking you knew it as well and I was planning to ask you all today how long it took you to escape from it so we could work on the jutsu to improve your time if I didn't think you were up to level. I'm sorry for failing you on that. Naruto looked down and said, I forgive you, it was my fault for not knowing that jutsu. Kakashi said, which is why I am going to teach it to you. Naruto asked, so we did pass, did Sasuke and Sakura get the third bell? Kakashi laughed and said, there's a saying about looking underneath the underneath but you looked so far under it you came out on the other side of the world. There was no third bell, the two bells were a trick to see if you would work as a team. Those who don't follow the rules are trash but those who abandon their comrades are worse than trash. I guess that makes me worse than trash. Naruto shook his head and said, no, but, I don't think I can trust Sasuke and Sakura. I mean you were justified but they. Kakashi said, might have thought you knew it as well. I did chew them out pretty good over their performance and may have had that on their mind as well. I can understand how you feel but things might not be actually as bad as they seem now, or they could be worse. What I am saying is they are your teammates, like it or not and unless one of you get promoted, injured, die, or quit you're stuck with each other. Naruto frowned and thought a moment and said, alright. I'll try and get along with them and trust them, but I'm going to also watch myself around them in case they are like others I've dealt with before. Kakashi smiled and Naruto asked, so what now? Kakashi said, well, your cloths you had on were destroyed but your sword was undamaged. I also found your training weights and I replaced them and your cloths you lost by matching them with the ones you had here in the closet since this was still my fault. I notice you had a storage seal on your arm. What's in it if you don't mind me asking? Naruto frowned and said, you won't tell anyone will you? I mean not even Sasuke and Sakura. Kakashi said, no, I promise. Naruto wiped some blood across it and out popped a scroll and Naruto unsealed 4 books and handed the scroll to Kakashi. Kakashi read it and his eyes got wide and whistled and said, not bad, who came up with this for you if you don't mind me asking? Naruto said, my friend Tenten. Gigi knows already about all this and he gave me these 2 books after I read the basics Tenten gave me. Kakashi looked at the books and his eye widened slightly seeing one of them and said, did he know, my sensei wrote that one? As he pointed to the one on chakra theories. Naruto said, Dad was your sensei. As he slapped his hand over his mouth and looked at Kakashi with fear in his eyes. Kakashi frowned and said, why did you say the Yondaime was your dad? Naruto sighed and said, there's a blood seal in the Kyuubi seal. The only way it could be there where it is located is if the person who wrote it was related to me and since the Yondaime was an orphan. Kakashi said, I see, you need to be more careful with that piece of information. Who else knows? Naruto said, just Gigi and Tenten. Kakashi tilted his head to the side and asked, why her? I figured Tyuki, Iyame, or Aruka. Naruto said, she was there the night in the woods with Mizuki, she heard everything and accepts me as me, she wants to be my actual friend and believes in me and my dream. She means a lot to me for that. She's someone I don't have to hide things from. She talks to me and treats me as a person and if I don't understand something she tries to help me understand it, she even gave me the talk. Nobody has ever told me about all the differences between men and women and explained to me why women get so upset with my sexy no jutsu. I feel I can be me around her. Kakashi said, I see, maybe I can arrange for her team and ours to work together on an occasion or two to allow you a chance to be with your friend. Naruto said, you would do that? With eyes wide. Kakashi nods and Naruto said, thank you Kakashi-sensei. Kakashi said, now Naruto, you can't tell anyone about me being in Ando or Inu. We are given code names and masked for reasons that must remain secret, not only for me but for others. Naruto said, I won't tell anyone, but, could you tell me about Dad sometimes? I mean I know I'm not supposed to officially learn anything about him or Mom, whoever she is until I make Chunin and Junin but surely there is something you could tell me that wouldn't be classified or reveal the truth, anything. In a pleading tone. Kakashi said, I think I might be able from time to time. Naruto said, thanks. Kakashi asked, so about all this training, how are you coming along? Naruto thought a moment and said, well, with Tenten advice I can stand on water a few seconds with both feet about a foot off the shore, but that's not very far yet. Tree climbing I can get about halfway up a tree, leaf balancing I can get the leaf to stay about a foot above my head but I can't get it closer than that yet. I can generate a small breeze enough to move my hair with the great breakthrough, but the others I haven't made any progress yet. I've actually read all 4 books all the way through and I have began to write down on a separate scroll. I didn't unseal the main points and theories on both sealing and chakra theories and questions I have about them as well as ideas for them. For some reason both seem like I'm not actually learning them but relearning them, like this. As he pointed to a part of the seal on his stomach. Kakashi looked at it and asked, what about it? Naruto said, this isn't covered in either of the books I've read, but I know that is the actual chakra converter seal that turns Kyuubi chakra into my own, and it's based off the principle of the fire absorption seal I read about. But how do I know that? It's the same things with the theories on chakra as well as the Kujibunshi no Jutsu. While it did take me several hours to learn it, I seem to have known part of the inner workings for it somehow. I can't explain it. It's weird. You don't think I have a bloodline or something, do you? Kakashi looked and thought a moment and said, I doubt it, Naruto. Maybe it's a part of your dad in you. I don't mean like that, I mean your dad was a seal master, that's common knowledge, so I know I can tell you that. Maybe you have the makings of one as well, but seals are dangerous, Naruto, and I want you to promise me you won't mess with Sensei Seal. Naruto said, oh, I already made that deal with Gigi anyways. It's why he was so willing to let me have those other 2 books. I mean, I pointed out that if I were to learn seals, then if something happened to the seal, then I would have a chance to warn others or get away before any danger could happen. We also agreed that if I ever wanted to do anything to the seal, then I would have to get his permission first. Kakashi said, good, tell you what. I don't know if you know this or not and you can't tell anyone I know this, but one of the reasons you and Sasuke are on the same team, even if you would have been ranked higher, is because I specifically asked for you to be on my team right after you were born. But Sasuke has a bloodline, though it hasn't activated yet, called the Sharingan. Since his family was killed, I am the only person in the village who can teach him how to use his bloodline, since I have it also right here. As he touched his high-8 covered eye and said, I lost my eye and my teammate gave me his before he died after saving my life. I don't like talking about it, and the only reason I am telling you this is because I want you to be able to trust me. Now when Sasuke activates his bloodline, I will have to focus a little on him to teach him how to use it properly. To make it up to you, I can see if I can find 1 or 2 more wind jutsu for you to learn after you can use all 5 of those correctly. I'll even see if I can't get some more books on seals for you that are usually restricted for higher ranking ninja. You could also check the library on seals and chakra theory. Naruto scowled and said, I tried and I was told I couldn't come in there because I don't have a library card and only my parents could get it for me. Yeah, right. Kakashi frowned and said, how about this then? Every time you complete 20 missions successfully, I'll buy you a book so you can look at it any time you want. Naruto eyes widened and said, you would do that for me, Kakashi-sensei? Kakashi said, yeah. Naruto frowned and asked, why though? I mean, as he tried to find the words to explain what he wanted to ask. Kakashi said, I owe your dad a lot. If I could have, I would have adopted you to raise you for him, but there were things that stopped me from being able to adopt you, and no, it's not the fox. Naruto said, let me guess, the council. Kakashi nods and Naruto said, yeah, Gigi explained about how I can't get away with some of the stuff I did before. Now that I am a ninja, or the council will make trouble for me, bunch of old farts. Kakashi bit his lip to keep from laughing and Naruto looked at the clock and asked, do we have team practice today? Kakashi said, yeah, at 8. Naruto said, but it's almost 10:30. Kakashi smiled and said, I know. Naruto said, you're going to be late all the time, aren't you? Kakashi said, a ninja is never late or early. He arrives exactly when he wants to. Naruto said, I see, well if you don't mind, I don't like men seeing me get dressed. Kakashi said, really, maybe I should get Tenten to come help you. Naruto frowned and said, don't go there, sensei. She's a friend, my only friend my age. Kakashi said, relax, I'm just joking. Naruto said, I know, but I don't want to take the chance of angering her at me. Kakashi frowned and said, if she's going to really be your friend, you can't walk on eggshells around her or about her. If you do, your enemies could use her against you to either anger you or threaten to harm her. Now you need to get ready for our first mission and get to training ground 7 as fast as you can. Here is the directions for the rope escape jutsu. I want you to see how far you can get on it before the end of the week, and after that I will help you if you are having trouble. CYA. As he handed Naruto a scroll before he went up in a puff of smoke. Naruto frowned as he read the scroll and thought, that's it. Damn it, I could have gotten out of those ropes so easily if I would have known this. It may take me a little time to actually get it, but this seems pretty simple since it's similar to what I am doing for chakra control practice. As he got up and got ready. After creating a Kajbunshin, Naruto grabbed a cup of instant ramen and cooked it and ate it on the way to his team training ground. When Naruto arrived, Sakura screamed, "You're late." Naruto said, You say something," as he rubbed his ear. Just then Kakashi arrived and Sakura, who was angry with Naruto, turned to him and screamed, "You're late also, sensei, Naruto just got here." Kakashi said, "Sorry I'm late, a black cat crossed my path and I had to take another road." As he smiled, making Sakura angrier. Naruto smirked seeing what Kakashi was doing and said, "Really, I had to get a stray dog out of my apartment who broke in while I was asleep." Sakura screamed, "Liars." Kakashi smiled and said, "All right team, let's go get our first team mission." As he turned and pulled out a book and began to read as he walked. Naruto seeing this also unsealed a book and began to read, and Kakashi seeing this smiled as he saw the glares both Sasuke and Sakura were giving Naruto, and he thought, I wonder how long it will take before he realizes why this is actually a smart thing, once he learns to keep an eye on his surroundings. As he saw Naruto nearly walk into a tree. When they got to the Hokage office, the Sandaime raised an eyebrow at Naruto and Kakashi and said, "Seems you are already teaching your students, Kakashi." Kakashi said, "More like he's trying to copy the copycat. Perhaps I'll introduce him to the joys of Jiraiya-sama work." The Sandaime coughed and said, "Right, alright Team 7, your first mission is a D-rank mission to pick up trash out of the park on the east side of the village." Naruto blinked as both Sasuke and Sakura got shocked looks on their face, and Naruto said, "Isn't that the park most of the villagers go to relax when in the shopping district?" The Sandaime nods and Naruto thought a moment and said, "I see." Sakura said, "See what baka?" Naruto said, "Look at the time of day it is, Sakura. Right now the park is full of people trying to relax and enjoy themselves, most likely having lunch while shopping or going about their daily jobs. They don't want people disturbing them as they try to relax, so this mission is not only a chore to clean up the park but also a side mission to do it with as much stealth as possible while working as a team without disturbing the villagers enough for them to complain, right?" The Sandaime said, "Mostly correct. There is another aspect that you will have to figure out yourself, but most of these missions, while seeming to be chores, also have another purpose, which is why we have genin to them instead of academy students. I am surprised that you figured that out so quickly. What gave it away?" Naruto said, "Tora, I've seen enough ninja chasing that cat too often to not think there had to be another reason for chasing it. Search and retrieval, right?" The Sandaime said, "If only all my genins would figure that out. I have a few genins who have been genin for years and they still think D-rank missions' only real purpose is chores, when in fact they are designed to teach another aspect of being a ninja while completing a mission in a controlled environment. There is actually a record board with the fastest and slowest times of capturing Tora in the village that is only viewable by those of Chunin rank or higher, since they will never be able to try and break the record." At this Naruto said, "Really, are there any prizes for breaking the record?" The Sandaime said, "Besides the mission pay, only bragging rights I am afraid to their fellow Chunin or Junins." Kakashi said, "As interesting as this is, I am afraid we need to get to the park and complete our mission." When Team 7 got to the park, Kakashi said, "Well, go ahead and get started." Naruto said, "Hey Sasuke, why don't you take everything from the east entrance to the south entrance? Sakura could take the east entrance to the north entrance and I'll take everything that's left." Sakura said, "Why should we listen to you, baka?" As she went to hit Naruto over the head, who stepped back away from her hit, making her scowl. Sasuke said, "We will work together in one area and move to the next. That way we can finish sooner." Naruto said, "But..." Sakura said, "Don't argue with Sasuke-kun, he's smarter than you or baka and came up with a better plan, so shut up and help us." As she moved after Sasuke. Naruto frowned and looked at Kakashi and said, "We're going to have to do the work twice by following Sasuke directions, since we have people coming and going still who will be dropping more trash that could go into the area we already done." Kakashi, who was reading his book, said, You say something." Naruto scowled and began to help Sasuke and Sakura, and Kakashi thought, "You're right, Naruto." 2 hours later, Team 7 was inside the Hokage office and the Sandaime said, "So Kakashi, how did the mission go?" Kakashi said, at the beginning of the mission Naruto tried to lead the team by making a plan to divide the park into 3 sections with Sasuke and Sakura both having smaller sections than his own where they could have covered more ground quickly and finished the mission earlier, which was first questioned by Sakura, and then Sasuke came up with the plan for all 3 to work in one section to finish it first, which was agreed upon by Sakura, which Naruto reluctantly agreed to do so as not to cause a problem with the teamwork. In doing so the team had to do the park twice to finish it because of the civilians who were using the park. The Sandaime said, I see. Sakura, Kakashi said you questioned Naruto plan. What about his plan did you question exactly? Sakura said, I asked why should we listen to a baka like him. The Sandaime said, I see. Sasuke, what did you think of his plan? Sasuke said, dividing the team would have covered more ground but would have caused Sakura and me to not only do our work but come over and help Naruto cover his area since he had the most area. Naruto said, I was planning to make a Kajbunshin to help us take one section of the park. There was a reason I was willing to take the largest section. Sasuke said, I did not know that, and I also did not know that we would have to go back and clean up the section again if the entire park was not clean at the same time thanks to the civilian using the park. The Sandaime said, I see. Naruto, what did you think of Sasuke's plan? Naruto said, I could see where he was going with his plan, but I suspected that we would have to have the entire park clean at the same time if we were to complete the mission, which I knew would make us have to go over each section twice just to make sure each section was clean. The Sandaime said, I see. Sakura, now that you heard all this, which one do you think had the better plan? Sakura said, I still think Sasuke-kun had the better plan because at the time I was not aware of the fact Naruto was planning to use a Kage-bunshin or the fact we would have to go over each section twice. The Sandaime said, very well, while the mission was a success on the actual cleaning of the park, the ninja aspect was a failure on all 3 of you. Normally I would not have told you that part, but because Naruto figured out there was more to the missions than simple chores, I had to rate your mission as such. You all 3 need to learn to communicate all available information to your teammates to come up with the best decision. The correct course of action would have been a combination of you plan. 2 of you should have taken 1/4 of the park and began working on them, while the 3rd went back and forward between the 2, helping one finish one section first before helping finish the other section, while the one who finished first began one of the last half and repeated the process. By doing this you would still have had to do a quick sweep of the original half you finished to pick up any new trash, but would have finished the mission more efficiently and quicker as such. Now would you like another mission today, Kakashi? Kakashi said, no, I believe they have had enough for one day. The Sandaime said, then here is your pay voucher that you can collect from the mission office secretary. Dismissed. Naruto looked at his voucher and frowned as his teammates left, and the Sandaime said, yes Naruto, is something wrong? Naruto said, is there any way I could get an extra mission? I don't care what it is, but I have things I need to pay for, and with $25 a mission I'm not going to be able to pay for the things I owe or my own bills like food and utilities. Please. The Sandaime frowned and said, very well. How many extra missions do you need a month, Naruto, at D rank? Naruto thought and said, will I get the full payment of $75 for the mission if I do it by myself? The Sandaime said, actually, $100. Kakashi gets 1/4 of your mission pay on top of his Junin sensei payment. Naruto said, I see, 3 extra a week if I can. Say Monday, Wednesday and Friday. The Sandaime said, very well. I will make sure to hold one that can be done solo for you, but I don't have any right now. I will have one for you Wednesday though. Naruto said, thanks Gigi. I owe you. The Sandaime said, well, if there is nothing else I need to get back to work on the paperwork. Naruto said, okay Gigi, have a good day. The Sandaime said, I'll try. By the way, good job on figuring out the true reason for D rank as well on your plan. I am proud of you. Naruto smiled and said, thanks. As he left. The Sandaime smiled and thought, he's going to make you proud, Minato. Chapter 5. It had been a little over 2 weeks since that day when Naruto walked into the Wolf Claw weapons shop, and Dustin blinked and said, long time no see, stranger. So what brings you here today? Naruto walked over and pulled out his wallet and handed Dustin $500 and said, there, that's the remaining balance on what I owed you. Dustin blinked and counted the money and said, you're right, and I owe you $20 back in change though. I thought it would take you a couple of months to get it though. Naruto rubbed his head and said, it might have if I worked at the pace of my team, but where my teammates have done a total of 15 missions since we began as a team, I have done a total of 32 missions. As his shoulders slumped. Dustin blinked and asked, how did you do that many? Naruto closed his eyes and rubbed them around the temples and said, Kakashi-sensei doesn't arrive until 11 AM and we do one mission a day and then he lets us go, and on Saturdays he has us work on teamwork and sparring, and Sundays are our days of rest. I've been doing an extra mission solo after our regular mission Monday through Saturday, and on Sunday I do 3 missions. I think I'm going to take this Sunday off though. I'm getting really tired since I'm creating a Kajbunshin first thing when I leave my apartment, and he heads off to work on all my chakra control and jutsu training while I do physical training. He also does my seal training. Damn, this headache. Can't get rid of it, and it seems to be getting worse, if that is even possible. Dustin said, I see. I guess that would explain the dark rings you got under your eyes. I didn't want you to work yourself to death to pay me back, kid. I wasn't in a hurry to get the money. Naruto said, I originally was only going to do 3 days a week of extra missions, but after checking my income versus bills I decided that I was going to get some extra cash put up to fall back on in case I got injured, since I have to support myself. So I talked to Gigi again, and all I have to do is let him know the day before and he will hold a mission back for me. I wish I could figure out a way to come up with extra cash that doesn't require my ninja skills, but I don't have any other skills that could be used for that right now, but I'm hoping that I might learn something with all these D ranks I am doing to help me with that. Dustin said, I know what you mean. It's not actually a problem that you alone face. About 60% of our ninja force actually is in that situation. They just don't have any other skills to fall back on, which is why they stay ninja long after they should retire when their bodies can't keep up with the strain of being a ninja. I don't know how many customers I lost over the years for that simple fact. Naruto frowned and said, that's something I'll have to look into when I become Hokage. It seems like a waste of resources and lives. Dustin nods and Naruto said, anyways, I got another reason for coming today. I've come across a couple of problems. I've used all my sealing supplies practicing, so I need to get some more, and I also need to get another sword. Dustin blinked and asked, why? The one on your back doesn't appear damaged or anything. Naruto laughed and said, no, it's not that. Between my dodging exercise and trying to catch those damned chickens at the farm I work at sometimes for missions, I gotten pretty quick on my feet, and I think Tenten would say I've gotten my balance finally, but the thing is I need to do more than just swing my sword around if I am ever going to learn to use it, so I was thinking of getting a second sword and have a Kajbunshin attack me and I block before I attack and he blocks, and just go back and forward, where not only would I be learning to block but also attack with it and gain a little experience. Dustin thought a moment and said, that is actually a very good idea to help you learn the basics. Naruto said, yeah, I came up with it when I was dodging Edgar. Dustin asked, who's Edgar? Naruto scowled and said, Edgar's the damn rooster at the chicken farm. The bastard must be able to tell the Kyuubi in me because he keeps trying to kill me by pecking and clawing me to death. Hey, don't laugh, I actually got scars on my back from him and I never scar. Dustin waved his hand as he tried to calm down and said, sorry, so besides chasing chickens and fighting roosters, what else have you been doing? Naruto said, well, I had to catch Tora, had to help break a couple of wild horses that are supposed to be used by some movie company in a few months when they come to Konoha, though I think I broke my tailbone when I got thrown off them several times. I worked at the fish hatchery cleaning the ponds of slime after they drained the ponds. I had to help plow a couple of fields, paint a few fences after I built them, worked in the records office at the academy, worked in the mission record office, and my handwriting has gotten better as well as my seal making since I sort. I've had to rewrite the reports several times. As he looked sheepish, rubbing the back of his head in embarrassment. Dustin said, I see, so you've been doing all that by yourself. Naruto said, yeah, I also had to work at the Yamato Woodworks cutting down some trees and helping them cut the trees into usable pieces. I also did some stocking for the Yamanaka flower shop for their fertilizer bags that I actually made at this manure farm I worked at the day before. Dustin blinked and said, Naruto, have you been wearing those weights you bought? Naruto said, oh yeah, I've reached about 30 pounds each. After an accident the day of our real genin test, I couldn't remember how much I had on at the time, so I just put it all on, and it hurt the first couple of days because I thought my arms and legs were going to fall off, especially when I had to do all that hammering, so I cut it back down to 20 pounds each and I got used to it real quick, so I added an extra 10 pounds to it. I'm going to wait until next week and then add some more weight. Why? Dustin said, just wondering. Good job. So you need another sword and some more ink, blank scrolls, and brushes, right? Naruto nods and Dustin said, Naruto, since you paid me back so quickly, I am going to give you a small line of credit. Up to $1,000 you can spend here and pay me back when you can. Think of it as a little help should you become injured, but I don't want to see you work yourself to death. I don't know if you notice yet or not, but you are about to collapse from both mental and physical exhaustion. I suggest that you take Sunday off and relax or sleep. If you run out of equipment and need them but don't have the money, you can use that credit and pay me back when you can, but don't kill yourself or burn out. Alright. Naruto said, alright, so about those supplies. In a questioning and uncomfortable tone. Dustin said, I'll get them for you. As he left the room and came back with a scroll and said, I got you 10 bottles of ink, 20 brushes, and 100 blank scrolls, as well as another sword sealed in here. That would be $400. Naruto nods and said, here's $200 and I'll pay the rest later, okay? Dustin said, sounds good, here. As he pulled out a red book and wrote down in it, and Naruto blinked and said, I see, so you give credit to all your customers. As he saw his previous balance that was 0 out now before the new balance was added. Dustin said, only those I trust. Naruto smiled and said, have you seen Tenten? Dustin said, she's out on a mission right now. She should be back sometime this week, why? Naruto said, oh, we were going to train together and I just was wondering why she hadn't come by the training ground I use. Well, I got to go, CYA. As he started to leave. Dustin said, wait, I was wondering, how are you coming along with your SEAL training? Naruto thought a moment and said, truthfully, I got nearly every SEAL in the books I'm reading memorized and I can reproduce them, but my brush strokes are still way off and look like a kid drawing with a crayon, so I am trying to improve in those areas. Especially after Iruka-sensei, who was the person who had to help me with the paperwork at the academy and the mission office, told me that some of my bad grades in the academy was simply because he gave up trying to figure out what my handwriting was. Also, the guy at the chicken farm told me that he seen chicken scratch neater than my handwriting and made me rewrite everything that day, so I'm actually taking an hour before I leave my house and an hour after I get home every day and just working on my writing. Dustin said, yes, in sealing sometimes the size of the stroke is just as important as the stroke itself, because the chakra is evenly spread out across the ink, and if one area is bigger than the other areas in the seal, then that area would be a weakened area in the seal. Naruto said, yeah, that's something I'm paying close attention to. Well, I got to go, CYA. As he quickly left. After he was gone, Dustin thought, clever Hokage-sama. You're giving him jobs that will either help him in speed, strength, reflexes, chakra control, or more specific jobs that could help him with his kenjutsu and sealing skills. When Naruto got to his training ground, he saw Sasuke and Sakura sitting on the bridge and he frowned as he walked over, and Sasuke said, what's with the second sword, Dobi? Naruto said, training tem. As he put his hands together and said, Kujibunshin no Jutsu. As 5 Kujibunshin appeared and Naruto scowled and said, I really got to get my control better. You, here. As he tossed the second sword to one. The Kujibunshin caught it and Naruto said, you, I want you to watch us and look for places we swing wrong or things that look wrong. You two, I want one of you to work on leaf balancing while the other one work on the other leaf exercise. Now you with the sword, here is how we are going to do this. The Kujibunshin said, I know already, I swing once at you and you block, and then I have to block as you try to counterattack. Naruto rubbed his head and said, yeah. As he looked sheepish. The Kujibunshin said, ready. Naruto nods and jumped back when the clone attacked and said, whoa, slow down. You're not trying to kill me, just go slow at first and we will work on speed later. The Kujibunshin frowned and said, but that's not fun. Naruto said, I rather live now and have fun later. The Kujibunshin said, fine. Ready to try again, with a scowl on his face. Naruto nods and soon he blocked and tried to attack again at the same speed as the clone. Clang. 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 Off to the side, Sasuke was watching this with a scowl and Sakura said, Sasuke-kun, have you noticed how Naruto is acting so different from the academy? I mean, he's always seems to be doing something like reading those books or exercising, practicing the rope escape jutsu, and the others we learned in the academy are always staying after to speak with the Hokage when we finish our missions. He doesn't even talk with us either unless it's when Kakashi-sensei is here, and then it's only him trying to tell us what he thinks about the mission we are on. Sasuke said, yeah, I notice. I think the Dobi is getting extra training somewhere. I mean, you see how Hokage-sama and Kakashi-sensei always seem to give him their full attention like he's better than we are. Ever since that day of the stupid bell test. Sakura said, I think it's that girl, the one from the day we got our teams. Sasuke thought a moment and said, yeah, there's something going on between them. You saw the way the Dobi listened to every word she said like it was orders from a sensei. Sakura thought a moment and said, you think she's a tutor? Sasuke blinked and asked, a tutor? Sakura said, you know, someone who helps others catch up when they're behind. In civilian schools, Mom told me that older classmen are sometimes tutors to younger ones to help them catch up when they are having trouble. We all know Naruto an idiot and he only just barely passed, maybe he actually didn't pass like we all thought. Maybe the Hokage felt sorry for him and only let him pass because he playing favorites. We both see how Naruto gets to call him Gigi with such disrespect like they were family or something. I bet the Hokage just let him pass and hired that girl to tutor him to catch up. Sasuke thought a moment and said, maybe you're right. Akage Bunshin, who was watching for mistakes with the duel between Naruto and a clone, scowled and went up in smoke from clenching his fist to hard with its nails, and Naruto and the other Kage Bunshin scowled as well, and Naruto, who was blocking a strike, let his anger get the better of him, and on his next strike a blade of wind shot out of his sword, destroying the Kage Bunshin and slashed the tree behind it, and the tree began to fall. Crash. The sound of the tree falling drew Sasuke and Sakura attention, and Naruto stood there wide-eyed as he saw it fall, and he said, "Whoa." Sasuke got up and said, "What happened?" As he looked at the tree and the stump and thought, this is a straight cut, he cut it, but how? He was over 10 feet away. Naruto said, I don't know. As he looked at the tree and the sword on the ground and thought, I used wind chakra to cut it. I know that is what I did, but how? I must have sent chakra into the blade to do it. As he sent chakra into the blade again and swung it and didn't see anything, but one of his Kage Bunshin saw something and dispelled, and Naruto's eyes widened slightly, and he walked over to the tree trunk and stepped back where the sword would miss the tree by 2 inches, and he sent a large amount of chakra into the sword and swung it down at the tree and looked and saw a cut appear on the tree and said, "Whoa." Kakashi said, "Whoa indeed. It appears as if you are starting to get the hand of your elemental affinity." Sakura screamed, "You're late." Kakashi ignored her and Sasuke said, "What do you mean by elemental affinity?" Kakashi said, You say something, oh, elemental affinity. Everyone has an element that their chakra is naturally more aligned with. Some people even have 2. The Shodaime Hokage had elemental affinity to 3 because of his bloodline. Wood, water, and earth. Each affinity has a different ability. Fire burns, wind cuts, lighting crinkles, water soaks, and earth crumbles. Sasuke said, so the Dobi here has an elemental affinity to wind since he used his chakra to cut the tree. Kakashi nods and Sakura asked, but what are we? As she looked at Kakashi questioningly. Kakashi said, I've been expecting this for a while since Naruto been doing wind manipulation practice in front of you. Here, put some of you chakra into this and I'll be able to tell what you got. As he handed Sakura and Sasuke both a small piece of paper, and both did and burned, and Sakura soaked. I know some of you are going to say that Sasuke has lightning also, but I believe he didn't actually get his lightning affinity until after Kakashi taught him the Chidori. Kakashi could use other elements that he didn't have affinity to thanks to his Sharingan. Kakashi said, well, you have fire, Sasuke, and Sakura has water. Sasuke frowned and said, so what does that mean? Kakashi said, that means that you will get fire jutsu easier than other elements, but water will be harder for you to learn, while Sakura will get water easier and fire will be harder for her to learn, and Naruto wind easier and lightning harder to learn. Sasuke asked, which is stronger? Naruto said, it's not which is stronger but which is used more wisely, Sasuke. Sakura said, oh, and what did your tutor say to make you think that? Naruto growled and Kakashi asked, tutor? Naruto scowled said, Sasuke and Sakura think that Tenten is a tutor GG order for me after he let me pass because of how close we are. They think that I shouldn't even be a ninja because I'm too stupid. Sakura gasped and said in an accusing tone, you were spying on us. Kakashi scowled behind his mask and Naruto said, no, you and Sasuke were talking so loud and open right in front of me I had no choice but to hear it. Kakashi said, enough. You 3 are ninja, not children, and you are acting like spoiled little brats who I should bend over my knee and spank. As he unleashed some ki to gain their full attention. Kakashi looked all 3 in the eye and said, all 3 of you failed to realize the main reason why I am 3 hours late. One of you halfway got it but still failed it. I gave you this time to not only work on your personal training like Naruto has been doing, but I also give you this time for all 3 of you to work on your teamwork and help each other train. Since all 3 of you can't seem to do this without being ordered to, I will make you do it. As he walked over to a tree and walked up it and stood upside down on a branch, much to Sasuke and Sakura's surprise. Kakashi said, this is a training exercise called tree climbing. You have to learn to control a certain amount of chakra to stick to the tree. Too much and you blow off, not enough and you don't stick. From now on, when you 3 arrive in the morning, you are not allowed to do anything else except this exercise until you can go up and down the tree 25 times without a break and without messing up. Until all 3 of you can show you can do that, I will not request any higher ranked mission beside AD rank because you are not ready for AC ranked mission. Now for the next hour I want you 3 to work on this before we do our mission. Use a kunai to mark your progress, begin. Naruto frowned as he sheathed his sword and turned and began to walk up a tree slowly and made it about 25 feet up before his control slipped and he marked the tree. Sasuke and Sakura were wide-eyed and both looked at a tree and began to try the exercise, with Sasuke making it 7 feet before he was forced to cut the tree and flip, and he glared at the tree, and then Naruto and Sakura said, "Take that, Naruto. I made it on my first try." Naruto started to say something when Kakashi said, "Sakura, shut up and keep working. You only made it to the top once and had to stop, so you have to start all over." Sakura's eyes went wide and said, "But..." Kakashi said, "I am your sensei and you will listen to me, now get started." Sakura frowned as Naruto slowly walked up to the tree and, going 1 foot at a time, slowly worked his way up past his mark and made it nearly to the top before his control slipped and he was forced to mark the tree. Sasuke glared at both Sakura and Naruto as he tried again and only made it 5 feet before he blew off. Naruto said, "You're doing it wrong, Sasuke." Sasuke gritted his teeth and said, "Oh, and how do you know that?" Naruto said, "Because I've been doing this exercise already every day since we became a genin, and I actually can, if I wanted to, make it up and down this tree all the way right now, all 25 times, because I know the secret behind this as well as the rules that Kakashi-sensei didn't say, like the real reason Sakura got this exercise right the first time." Sakura put her hands on her hip and said, "Really, Baka, then why don't you prove it? Tell us what the oh-so-smart words of your tutor are." Naruto frowned and looked at Kakashi and asked, "After we finish our 25 times up and down, what do we have to do, Kakashi-sensei?" Kakashi said, "You may do your own training until I arrive, or rest until our hour here is over." Naruto said, "Very well." As he walked behind a tree away from the views of the others, and a puff sound was heard, and Naruto walked back around and said, "Fine, you count, Sakura." As he took off running up and down the tree, and to the shock of everyone but Kakashi, who knew what he did when he went behind the tree. He ran up and down the tree perfectly as Sakura said in a shocked voice, 1, 2, 3, 4, 23, 24, 25. Naruto actually kept going and ran up and down it for 5 more times before he touched the ground and said, "There, see, I did it and can do it anytime I like just as easily." Now to answer your question, Ms. Oh so great bookworm. Imagine you had a water hose turned on just a little where the water come out. It's easy to put the water where you want it and not waste very much because the water is so small. Now imagine the same water hose with your finger over the end and the water turned on full blast, and you try to do the same thing. It's harder to control a large amount of chakra without wasting it, which is why Sasuke only can make it a couple of feet before he has to jump off, is because he actually has large chakra reserves, and you, Sakura, are able to make it up to the top because you barely even have enough chakra to come out the water hose. Nobody told me that, Sakura. I read it in a book on chakra at the academy. You know the funny thing, Sakura, I have a friend who is 8 years old. He is only a child and he has larger chakra reserves than you because he can at least run up and down the tree 6 times without stopping, so that means you're weaker than a 8-year-old child, and I can go get him and bring him here to prove it any time I want, just to show you if you doubt my words. What the hell did I ever see in you, and why the hell did I ever care to try and make you happy?" As he glared at her. Sakura was shocked because of what Naruto said to her, and she looked at Kakashi and asked, "Is he right? Is that the truth?" Kakashi said, "I don't know about the 8-year-old child, but the rest is true. I suppose the child part could be true since I graduated from the academy at the age of 5 and was a chunin at the age of 6. Making all 3 look at him with wide eyes. Kakashi said, "Well, get to work, all 3 of you. I don't care if you did do it 25 times already. You need the practice." Naruto nods and got back to work, and after 25 minutes Sakura was panting, only able to do it 3 times without stopping, and Sasuke made it only 10 feet up. Kakashi closed his book and said, "Alright, it's time for a mission." Sakura said, "Oh god, I haven't felt this tired since I was trying to beat Ino at the academy. Can't we take a break to rest, Kakashi-sensei?" Naruto blinked and a smirk appeared on his face as a plan formed which no one noticed. Kakashi looked at her and said, "Nope. This is not only training but punishment since you 3 can't seem to get along." Sasuke glared at Naruto as they started to the village and said, "How the hell were you able to run up and down that tree so many times?" Naruto looked at Sasuke and said, "It's what I was going to tell you, and Sakura was the other secret to this training before Sakura pissed me off by insulting my friendship with Tenten. I admit there are things I don't know that others know because I have had to teach myself to do basically everything my entire life. I was kicked out of the orphanage at the age of 5 because they didn't have room for me anymore, so I was given an apartment that I had to pay rent on, and the only income I had was the $600 a month I was given from the orphan's fund. Out of that money I had to pay my rent, utilities, food, cloths, and my ninja equipment. You want to know what really caused me to focus so much on training now before we had missions? It's because when I graduated the academy I no longer qualified for the orphans fund, so all my money I have now is coming from mission pay, which is why after you and Sakura leave the Hokage office I stay and get another mission to earn more money just so I can pay my bills and my ninja equipment, which means with me all the time on missions the only time I actually have to train is before Kakashi-sensei arrives. Shocking Sasuke and Sakura. Naruto saw the shocked look and said, "Yeah, that's my oh so great secret, Sakura, that you had to insult my friendship with someone by thinking that the only reason I have a friend is because she's being paid to. But answer me this, Sakura, how many actual friends do you have? I mean, everyone saw how you broke your friendship with Ino over Sasuke, so why should they be your friend if you would throw them away just for a guy who isn't interested in a relationship now at the age of 14, much less at the age of 9. I tried to be your friend even after that and all I got was hit and insulted, just like I tried to be friends with Sasuke the only way he wants a friend, and that's by being his rival." Sasuke blinked and Sakura said, "His rival?" Naruto said, "Yeah, anyone with a brain can see that Sasuke wants to get strong so he can avenge his clan, so he will want friends who are also strong and will challenge him to get stronger so that he can reach his goal. I may not be as smart as both of you, but physically I am stronger than you both. I mean, come on and actually think a minute. I outran Anbu for hours when I pulled my pranks, and my stealth skills are so good that I could paint the Hokage monument in broad daylight wearing orange and not get caught until after I finished and banged my paint cans together to get the attention of an entire village full of ninja, and then outran them all across the village until Iruka finally caught me. I still don't know how he is able to find me when no one else. I need to ask him that sometime." Kakashi said, "Iruka is a sensor. A sensor is a special type of ninja that can track other ninja by their chakra signature and often are able to tell different ninja by their chakra." As he saw the three questioning looks, Naruto stopped in his tracks and Sakura asked, "What's wrong, Naruto?" As she saw the shocked look on his face, Naruto frowned and asked, "Kakashi-sensei, how does one tell if they are a sensor or not?" Kakashi looked up from his book and asked, "Why?" as he eyed Naruto carefully. Naruto said, "Well, I'm not sure if it's the same thing, but whenever I pulled my pranks and the Anbu tried to set up traps for me by shushing ahead of me, I could tell when they went from being behind me to in front of me and would always change direction to avoid them. It's this weird feeling like a tingle in my mind, but it only worked on ninja. It never seemed to work whenever I was trying to escape villagers. Is that a sensor or is that something else?" Kakashi said, Naruto sidestepped to the right just as a clone of Kakashi appeared behind him, shocking all three genins, and Kakashi asked, "Why did you move?" Naruto said, "I don't like when people get behind me after last time," as he glared at Kakashi. Kakashi said, "But you were already moving before the clone appeared." Naruto said, "It's that thing I told you about. I just felt someone was," as he sidestepped again as another clone appeared behind him, and he glared at Kakashi, who released the two clones and said, "You might be one. I don't really know much about sensors besides they're annoying as hell to capture or evade depending on if you're trying to get to them or away from them. I'll mention it to Hokage-sama and see what he thinks. Perhaps it's something you got from your mother, whoever she is." As he turned and started to walk away, Naruto's eyes got wide a moment as he understood what Kakashi meant, and Sakura asked, "Why couldn't it be his father, and don't you mean was? I mean, if he's an orphan doesn't that mean she's dead?" Naruto paled as his eyes locked onto the form of Kakashi and thought, "My mother's alive." Kakashi shrugs his shoulders and said, "Honestly, I don't know. It could have been his father or mother, and I don't know if they are alive or dead or both. I mean, I don't know who Naruto's parents are, since there was never any males listed as Uzumaki before in Konoha, since they were originally a clan from Whirlpool Country before it was destroyed by the Hidden Mist Village during the Civil War in the Land of Water. I don't know if Naruto is in fact a member of that clan, and no body of a woman named Uzumaki was found after the Kyuubi attack. Since Naruto records say he was born on October 10th, she would have had to have been in the village to give birth to him. He could have actually been born the day before and they just never got to fill out his birth certificate until after the attack. I don't know." Sakura asked, "How do you know that there was no Uzumaki body found?" Kakashi said, "Every body that was recovered from the Kyuubi attack was identified, and I memorized the names of everyone who died that day like most Junins, since we were responsible with telling the families if their loved ones were dead or not." Naruto asked, If it is possible I am a member of that clan, are there any other members out there?" in a quitter voice. Kakashi said, "I don't know. I doubt you are a member of that clan though. I've met an Uzumaki clan member once and she told me every member of her clan had red hair, but it's possible that you are and simply look like your father or a mixture of both. I don't know. As for any other Uzumaki, it's possible but I can't say for sure. Whirlpool Country was destroyed during the civil war going on in Water Country and was absorbed into the Land of Water. The survivors fled to other countries or fought on, so I can't say what happened to them." Naruto thought, Mom had red hair and she might be alive and there might be more family out there. Sasuke said, you said the Uzumaki were a clan, did they have a bloodline? Kakashi was silent a moment and said, I don't know if it actually was a bloodline but I do know the Uzumaki were famous for two things. One, they were excellent kenjutsu masters and the second was they were all censors, but I really don't know. I am just telling what I either experienced or read. I could be wrong or misinformed. Sasuke and Sakura both looked at Naruto who said, well either way Kakashi-sensei I thank you for at least giving me something to look into someday. Even if I'm not a real member of the Uzumaki clan in case I was just given the name for some reason, but if I am really a censor I'll try to honor them either living or dead by becoming the best I could be at both kenjutsu and chakra sensing. Sakura looked down and bit her lip and said, Naruto. I'm sorry about earlier. I guess that you changed so much after we graduated I couldn't understand why, and I might have been a bit jealous also since I don't actually have any friends anymore, all I have is a rival in Ino. Naruto smiled and said, well, how about we start over as a team, all three of us. I'll help both you and Sasuke out and you both help me out, what do you say? Sasuke said, oh, and how could you help us out? Naruto said, well, I can tell you both the other secret to the tree climbing exercise and also help Sakura get her friendship with Ino back as well while not having to choose over who will wind up with you Sasuke. Sasuke thought a moment and said, alright, deal. Naruto looked at Sakura and she said, if you can't, deal. Naruto nods and walks over to a tree and put one foot on the tree and said, the secret to this is that it's not a race to the top but a goal to achieve. Put your foot on the tree and practice just with one foot until you get the control for it perfect where you stick before going to the next foot and slowly work your way up. Once you can do it without thinking about it, it's just basically running laps up and down a tree after that to build up your stamina. As for your friendship, Sasuke the last of his clan with a bloodline, that means he gets to have more than one wife, lover, or girlfriend so you both can share. The shocked looks on Sasuke and Sakura face was priceless and Kakashi laughed as he saw Sasuke who was excited as he understood the secret to getting the exercise before he paled right before Sakura shrieked in happiness and kissed Naruto on the cheek. Naruto laughed as he rubbed his head and Sasuke said, I hate you Naruto. Naruto said, what are rivals for Tem, making each other's lives hell. Now come on, my rent's due next week. As he laughed and began to run toward the Hokage tower shocking Sasuke and Sakura since Naruto hadn't put back on his weights and both looked at each other and Sakura asked, when did Naruto get so fast? Sasuke said, damn, I guess he really can outrun Anbu. Kakashi looked at them and thought, actually, that was fast but not as fast as Naruto can be since he's just lightly jogging. Naruto true speed should be way faster than that, even before he began weight training. After Team 7 chased Tora and Naruto got another mission he was leaving the Hokage tower when Kakashi walked up beside him and said, good job on making peace with your teammates Naruto. As Naruto stepped out of the tower. Naruto frowned and said, I didn't do it for them. I did it to repay you for not only all you did for me when I was younger but what you did today. As he winced as he grabbed his head. Kakashi saw this and said, I figured as much, but still, you should think you did it for yourself also, I mean Sasuke and Sakura seem to respect you now some. Naruto looked down and said, for how long? Until I do something they don't expect, until I served my purpose. People don't change on an instant. Maybe someday I can count them as friends but for now I'll just take them as teammates but I will still keep my secrets and my guard. As he began to walk away. Kakashi said, why? As he looked at Naruto who looked back rubbed the palm of his hand against his temple and said, because it hurts worse when you're betrayed by someone you trust. Been there, done that. As he walked away. Kakashi looked down and thought, just try Naruto, not everyone will betray you. As he left in a swirl of leaves. As Naruto walked into the Yamanaka flower shop Inoichi looked up and blinked and said, hello Naruto, what are you doing here today? Need something? Naruto said, actually, is Ino around? I was wanting to talk to her about something. Ino heard her name came out of the back and said, oh, it's just you Naruto, what do you want? I was busy. Naruto crossed his arms and said, I came here to make a deal with you Ino. Inoichi looked on curiously and Ino said, oh, what kind of deal and why should I care? Naruto smirked and said, because I can give you the two things you want most, your friendship with Sakura and Sasuke as your boyfriend. Causing Ino to go wide-eyed and Inoichi to look at Naruto with narrowed eyes. Ino said, and why should I believe you? Naruto said, because I also know your secret. The one you kept from everyone. The real reason why you were second highest kunoichi in our class. What do you think would happen if Sakura were to find out that you let her have first place out of sympathy and she didn't actually earn it? Ino's eyes widen and Inoichi said, I don't like this conversation and I don't think I want you here Naruto. Naruto said, please give me 5 minutes Yamanaka-sama, let me at least tell you what my deal is and then if you want I will leave forever and never approach you, your daughter or business again. Please. Inoichi frowned and Ino said, alright, what is this deal? Naruto grabbed his head above the right side of his head and winced as he said, earlier today I told Sakura that Sasuke, being the last of his bloodline in the village he can have multiple wives, lovers, or girlfriends because of the clan restoration law which means that you and Sakura can have your friendship back if you are both willing to share. Now that is between you three and personally I don't care about that but what I do care about is since our team class graduated Sakura has been letting her skills get weaker and weaker always trying to impress Sasuke with her looks and afraid to even do enough to break a sweat much less actual training. Our sensei finally had enough and showed us the chakra control exercise tree climbing. He told us that we won't get a higher ranked mission until we can go up and down a tree 25 times in a row without stopping and Sakura has trouble even doing it 3 times. What I want is for you to renew your rivalry with Sakura but not over a guy but over who the better Kunoichi is. I am willing to slip the information to you about Sakura current level so you can work to beat her level and that way everyone will win in the end. If you and Sakura decide to share Sasuke then he gets 2 strong Kunoichi to start his family with who can keep all the other girls away from him. You both get strong enough to protect yourselves on mission and earn the respect of your fellow ninja. Your teammates won't have to worry about protecting you as much afraid that you're the weakest member on the team, and Konoha gets a pair of strong Kunoichi to show the world the strength of the Leaf Village. Ino thought a moment and Inoichi said, what do you get out of this? I mean I don't see why you would want Ino and Sakura to do that. Naruto said, a friend of mine pointed out that most of our ninja who die on missions are because they had to continue to do missions after they should have retired because they had nothing else to support them. You and your family have this flower shop and Sakura right now has her parents' merchant business and Sasuke has his family wealth but I am working myself to death doing 2 to 3 missions a day just to pay my bills and get the things I need to survive. If my team were able to get higher ranked missions then I won't have to take as many missions and I can focus more on my training and hopefully find something else to help support me because if I become injured odds are I will starve to death on the street homeless unless I can do something now while I still have a chance. By having Ino push Sakura to get stronger, Sakura will work harder to push Ino to get stronger which will make you happy because you won't have to worry as much about her taking care of herself and I can help myself get stronger as well so someday I might reach my goal of being Hokage. Like I said, in the end, everyone wins. Ino said, but why should I do it? I mean I can just be Sakura friend and we share Sasuke, why should I work myself to get stronger so Sakura will get stronger? Naruto smirked and said, because someone has to be the one to get the first date, the first kiss, or be the first to marry him. In the end yours and Sakura competitive nature will force you to fight each other either in a battle of words or a battle of skills. With my help of telling you Sakura levels then you can make sure you come out on top. If not Sakura might just sneak past you and take Sasuke all for herself. I mean why share when you can have it all alone? Nothing is forcing Sasuke to have more than one girlfriend, he just has the option to and Sakura is on Sasuke team and gets more chances to impress him than you do. What if her skills outshine yours? Ino said, like hell I will let forehead beat me. As she put her hands on her hips. Naruto asked, then do we have a deal, you become Sakura rival in her ninja skills and I will be your little spy so you know how hard you have to work to beat her. Ino said, fine, you got yourself a deal. Naruto said, good, Sakura will most likely be able to do 25 times up and down a tree with the tree walking exercise by the end of next week. Now I got to go. I hope I can still do missions for you in the future Yamanaka-sama. Inoichi said, Ino, would you step outside a minute? I want to ask Naruto something private. Ino frowned and walked outside and after the glass door closed Inoichi said, alright, I admit the trap you just set up for her was good and I can see how there is no downside for her but what I want to know is why are you really doing this? Naruto said, the enemy of my enemy is my friend. Team 7 isn't a team, we are just 3 people stuck together to do a mission. Sasuke thinks he always right because of his clan, Sakura will always agree with Sasuke wanting to impress him and both think I am too stupid to know anything or do anything right. Ino will push Sakura to get stronger and Sakura will want Sasuke approval and constantly bug him about her progress and what he thinks which he will try to avoid or ignore which gives me a chance to do my own training and go about my own life so that way I can hurry up and reach Chunin and request a transfer to another squad or begin doing solo missions, maybe the Hunter Ninja or Anbu. Inoichi asked, that still doesn't seem like a reason for you to go out of your way to come here today. Naruto frowned and said, because of me taking extra missions I have to take the 3 hours we are waiting on Kakashi sensei each day to train myself as best as I can. Sasuke and Sakura see me doing this and they are starting to think that I'm getting tutor lessons from ninja and that I only became a ninja because of the Hokage and me being so close to each other. They are also starting to think the only way I can have a friend is if the person is ordered to be my friend, and I can tell they are already thinking about spying on me to learn what I know as well as spying on my friend, which might cause them to stumble across certain classified info which Sakura, being the gossip queen she is, will get herself killed after she spread the word around. Sasuke only cares about power to kill whoever it is that killed his clan and will most likely think of me as a stepping stone to test himself and will try to kill me. Either way my life will basically be over, so the only way to protect myself is to distract them, and the only thing that could distract both that I could think of was Ino. Inoichi frowned and said, "So you used her to protect yourself?" Naruto closed his eyes and said, "Do you know the reason the Sandaime hasn't stepped down and found another replacement and will still be in office when he dies? It's because he known for years, like I figured out that the Godime will most likely do 3 things. 1, have me killed or banished, 2 is turn me into a weapon like other Jinchuriki and possibly breeding stock, or 3 is put me in political marriage. He couldn't stand to face the Yondaime when he dies and tell him that he cursed his legacy to those fates while living. The only way I will find any happiness or joy in my life is to get it while Gigi is alive, because the rest of my life is cursed. How many people on the council with you either see me as a demon or Konoha weapon?" Inoichi frowned as he looked at Naruto and said, "You're different, Naruto. Something's happened because you weren't like this a couple of days ago." Naruto said, "A couple of days ago I didn't know I was dying." As he covered his mouth realizing what he said. Inoichi's eyes widened and said, What do you mean you're dying?" Naruto said, "Look, I need to get going. I got a mission to complete. Sorry for bothering you." As he quickly ran out the door, nearly knocking Ino over, and Ino walked in and said, "Dad, what's wrong? What did the baka say to make you yell like that?" Inoichi frowned and said, "Nothing, Ino. I just remember something and I need to go take care of it. Watch over the shop until I get back." Ino said, "Fine, but I want you to tell me what Naruto said." Inoichi said, "Just wanting to know if he could get another mission, dear. Nothing to worry about." As he left. When Inoichi got to the Sandaime office after getting in to see him, the Sandaime said, "Hello Inoichi, what brings you here today?" Inoichi bit his lip and said, "Sir, is there something wrong with Naruto that you haven't spoken about?" The Sandaime frowned and said, "No, why?" Inoichi then explained about Naruto's stop at his shop, and the Sandaime said, "I don't know what he's talking about. It's probably just stress getting to him from all the work, but I'll have my doctor do a checkup on him and ask him just to be sure it's not something he hasn't informed me about. If he thought it was enough of a secret to act the way he did, he might not be willing to tell even me about it. I'll check into this, but I ask that you keep it quiet until I can." Inoichi nods and left, and the Sandaime said, "Anbu, find me Naruto Uzumaki and bring him to me." Naruto was about to enter his apartment when 4 Anbu appeared, and Naruto frowned and thought, "Damn." After being brought to the Hokage Tower and the Anbu dismissing them, the Sandaime said, "Naruto, I am sure you're wondering why you're here." Naruto said, "Yamanaka-sama came by and told you what I said, didn't he?" The Sandaime nods and Naruto sighed and said, "Don't worry about it. My body is perfect fine and will live until it's killed or dies of old age." The Sandaime thought over what Naruto just said and asked, "I'll be the judge of that. Now what is going on, Naruto? Everyone who interacts with you has been telling me about how you have been changing in the last couple of weeks, as well as the fact you seem to act like you got a headache all the time. I want answers and you're not leaving until I am satisfied." Naruto glared at the Sandaime and said, "Answers? How the hell can I tell you that I hate my fucking father guts and that I wish the bastard was burning in hell, but don't worry, he will be back here in the land of the living soon and I'll cease to exist." The Sandaime's eyes widened and asked, "What do you mean?" in a concerned voice. Naruto said, "The bastard cheated death. He didn't get his soul sealed in the Shinigami like you said he did, but instead sealed his soul into the seal. I told Kakashi about how it seemed I wasn't actually learning seals but actually relearning them. I couldn't figure out what it was until I found this." As he raised his shirt and pointed to the seal and said, "That's a soul-binding seal. Of course it would be on a seal holding a demon, but why is it separate away from the main seal, especially when there is already another soul-binding seal in the seal?" The answer is my father didn't like sacrificing his life and wanted another chance to live and sealed his soul into my body and is slowly replacing my soul, which is why the knowledge I am getting of things I don't know, having never encountered it or should know, is his knowledge. The Clan Restoration Act, I never even heard about it, but it came to me earlier today and I mentioned how Sasuke should fall under it, and that is only one of a handful of things. I have had strange memories popping up. Kakashi mentioned how his teammate was killed and gave his eye. I know what his teammate looked like. Obito wore goggles over his eyes and Rin was an Inuzuka. How could I know that when he never told me those details and I never seen a picture of them? How do I know my name came from a book wrote by Jiraiya? The only answer I can come up with is the bastard is taking over my body, replacing my soul with his, and when he does I'll cease to exist. My greatest fear growing up was cease to exist, and now I find out that fear is coming true. As he had tears flowing down his eyes by the end, Sarutobi looked at the crying teen in front of him and said, I don't know what to say, Naruto. I'll contact Jiraiya and have him come to look at the seal, and if you were right, see if we can somehow stop that from happening. Naruto snorts and said, it won't work. To seal it off you would have to seal off Kyuubi chakra, which would kill me because you can't block something under pressure without causing it to explode, and why would he want to stop his greatest prodigy that he saw as a son from returning to the land of the living when he couldn't even come once to check on his godson? Now if you don't mind, I want to go home and get some sleep. Maybe I'll see you again, maybe not, but then who's going to care when I'm gone? In a tired voice, Sarutobi looked down and said, you can go, and Naruto. I'm sorry. Naruto left and Sarutobi began to write on a scroll and bit his thumb, flashing through hand signs, and said, Kuchio's no jutsu. As a monkey appeared and he said, take this scroll to Jiraiya as quickly as possible. The next few days went quickly by for Naruto, with the Sandaime not saying anything about the confession Naruto had but giving Naruto a sad look as Naruto came in with Team 7 for missions and then went to the woods to train. Everyone seemed to tell there was something wrong, as the way he carried himself seemed to have changed, where he was kind and soft-spoken to everyone he met and even went out of his way to help others. Naruto was sparring against a Kage Bunshin using Kenjutsu when a memory from a bird who was in a tree came to him and all the other birds in the area, as well as the Kage Bunshin he was fighting. A small smile came to his face, and after a few minutes he jumped back as a kunai hit where he was a moment before as his Kage Bunshin went up in smoke. Tenten appeared grabbing his sword. The Kage Bunshin dropped and slashed at Naruto, who blocked, and she said, you got pretty good at detecting thrown weapons to dodge that. Naruto snorts and said, you weren't really aiming at me and only needed to nick me to see which was real. You had 5 minutes to aim also since you first arrived. Tenten eyes widen and she slashed again and said, so you knew I was there, huh? Naruto said, I have Kage Bunshin watching around the area in hiding, making sure no one spies on my training. As he slashed at her and she blocked before they both began to pick up speed, slash and block with no real pattern. After 30 minutes of this, both were sweating and panting slightly, with Tenten being the one panting more, and she went for a reverse slash to the right which Naruto blocked, pulling both swords above their heads as he moved in closer to Tenten, forcing her smaller frame to fall back, but she used her feet to trip him, causing both to fall, and Naruto letting go of his sword to grab Tenten and turn her where she would fall on top of him instead of him on her, and as they hit the ground Tenten held the blade she had in her hand against his neck and said, I win. With a victorious smirk. Before she had a chance to move, Naruto knocked the sword away from his neck to over his head and flipped them where she was on the bottom and he was on top of her, and with him holding her arms at the wrist which she was still holding the sword, and he asked, do you? As he looked into her eyes and saw the almond color, and Tenten tried a moment to get free and started to open her mouth to speak when her eyes went wide as she found herself being kissed by Naruto. She tried to get her hands free but were still being held down as she tried to move her head but found she couldn't because of her arms that had been holding the sword above her head. As she tried to get free, she moaned trying to speak as Naruto continued to kiss her. She felt her body responding to the knee that was rubbing gently against the crotch of her shorts, and before long her mind was losing the battle to get free as her body betrayed her and she closed her eyes and slowly started to return the kiss, and as her body got more and more turned on she didn't notice the hold on her hands was now gone and her hands had moved to Naruto hair, running her finger through it before she moved her hands to the bottom of his shirt and began to scratch at his back. As her fingers traced the muscles of his shoulder, they continued to kiss, and Tenten's hand roamed across Naruto's flesh, not noticing that she had been moved to the one on top as they continued to kiss as her body approached its first orgasm, which soon went into a second before she passed out from the treatment of her body being pleased, even though it just from the kissing and the treatment his knee gave her as well as the exhaustion she had due to the spar they had. As she woke up she found herself leaning against the chest of Naruto listening to his heartbeat and found that she was sitting on his lap and they had been moved over to a tree which he was leaning against. She looked around and saw blood slowly forming around Naruto's eyes that had closed as well as slowly leaking out of his nose and ears, and she said, shit, what's going on? As she tried to wake Naruto up and couldn't, so she began to scream for help before making a decision and going back to town to get help. Several hours later Tenten was in the waiting room of the hospital when the Sandaime walked out and said, Tenten, please come with me. Tenten got up and followed him and soon came to a room where Naruto was in with IV hooked up to him and bandages around his head, and she asked what was happening to him, and thought, did I do that to him somehow? The Sandaime who had closed the door said, has Naruto told you about his dying? Tenten's eyes went wide and screamed, What do you mean he's dying? As she looked at the sandaime. The sandaime winced and said, I guess he didn't want anyone to know. Naruto had been examining the Kyuubi seal and he discovered that there is another soul sealed inside of Naruto as well as the Kyuubi. Based on the information he told me, one of his greatest fears was coming true. He believes the second soul is his father Minato, sealed his soul into that seal and is replacing his soul with his father, so he believes that he is going to cease to exist while Minato takes over his body. At this point I do not know if that is Naruto in the bed now or if it is Minato in that bed now. What was happening to Naruto is he was having brain swelling from information overload. I shouldn't do this, but if it is still Naruto and you want to, I can allow you to stay here with him until he awakes because I figure you have the best chance for telling if it is him. Tenten said, thank you. As she got up and moved to where Naruto was and saw he had several bandages around his head covering his eyes and ears. She frowned and thought, how much do you have to suffer, Naruto? As she sat down in the chair next to his bed and looked at him sadly as she gave his hand a comforting squeeze. Several hours later Tenten awoke to the sound of waves crashing against the shore and an old church-type bell ringing, and she blinked a few minutes and saw the sun shining down on her, and she sat up and found herself on a beach and saw an ocean, and as she looked around she saw a small pool of water in the middle of the sand, and she saw a lighthouse not too far away with a bell hanging on it and a rope going inside the lighthouse which was being pulled from inside, and she thought, where am I and how did I get here? She got up and looked around and did not recognize anything and thought, it looks like just a beach with no trees or anything but sand, water, and that lighthouse. I guess I'll have to go there to get answers since someone is ringing that bell. As she started to walk toward the lighthouse. When she got there she knocked on the door and said, hello, anyone there? As the bell rang some more and after knocking a couple more times frowned, and she slowly opened the door and blinked and said, what the hell? As she saw another beach with a giant whirlpool in the center of it, and she saw a woman with red hair sitting near the whirlpool waving at her, and she looked at the lighthouse walls again and thought, weird. As she walked over to the woman who smiled and said in a kind voice, hello. Who are you if you don't mind me asking? Tenten frowned and said, it's proper respect to give one's name when asking another's. The woman tilted her head to the side and said, is it? I've been here so long alone I guess I must have forgotten that. Well, I'm Kushina and you are? Tenten said, my name is Tenten. Where are we? As she looked around. Kushina frowned and said, sorry for asking, but is your last name Ukami? Tenten frowned and asked, why? Kushina rubbed her temples and said, you're definitely Evi's daughter. You got the same look she had when she didn't like something someone asked her. Look at you, you look like you're 15. What the hell going on, Minato? Why the hell is our goddaughter here after 15 years and our son isn't? Tenten thought a moment and thought, Minato, but that's the name of Naruto, dad, and her eyes widened and said, what the hell's going on? You Naruto mother, aren't you? Kushina said, why are you so upset? Didn't Minato or Dustin tell you how to activate the seal on your neck to get here? Didn't they explain how this works? As she looked confused. Tenten frowned and asked, how what works? The last thing I remember was sitting by Naruto bedside after that bastard you called a husband tried to kill Naruto by taking over his body, and now I wake up in this strange place. Kushina said, whoa, slow down and don't get upset. Look, I know this may sound crazy, but I've been stuck in this place since the day my son was born. I don't know what you're talking about taking over our son body. What the hell is Minato doing, and why hasn't he placed the Whirlpool Lighthouse seal on Naruto so I can be in his life like he was supposed to? Tenten blinked and said, you don't know. In a questioning tone. Kushina asked, no what? Looking confused. Tenten said, the Yondaime Hokage died sealing the Kyuubi no Kitsune into Naruto, October 10, nearly 16 years ago. Kushina paled as she covered her mouth and said, oh god. Oh Minato. Oh Naruto. What's been happening to my baby? Please, tell me everything, I must know. In a frantic voice. Tenten said, well this is weird, sure. As she opened her mouth and Kushina said, wait. Tenten looked confused and Kushina asked, you don't know about this place, do you? Tenten shook her head no, and Kushina sighed and said, I don't know how much you know about your family past or the past of the people of Whirlpool, so I will give you a little explanation so that you will understand what this place is and how we are here. The land of water is not actually as it appears on most maps. It is actually a chain of islands that is constantly changing due to the tides, weather, and other things. A road today will be a river tomorrow and a mountain the next day. It is this reason why the land of water was originally known as Whirlpool. However, around 100 years ago, a group of pirates landed on the north side of the island and set up a pirate port, and they began to take as much of the land they could until they were stopped. The land they were able to obtain is what became known as the land of water, while the rest of the land was still known as Whirlpool. Now in the land of Whirlpool, the protectors and leaders of the land who defended the people there from the pirates were the Uzumaki family. Because of this, the people of Whirlpool loved and respected us, including the Ukami clan, who were a clan of blacksmiths. In fact, there was a long-running joke that the day an Ukami runs out of weapons is the day the world ends. Tenten blushed and said, "So it's not just me." Kushina laughed and said, "No, in fact your mother carried close to 7,000 weapons on her at a time. I told her once she loved them more than she did Dustin." Tenten smiled a little and said, "So, what is this place?" Kushina said, "Oh right. Well, you see, the Uzumaki clan were originally fishermen until the pirates came, as most of the life in the land of Whirlpool revolved around the water, and as such we developed a bloodline that allows us to detect chakra, even in the slightest form. It allowed us to find fish, and if people went overboards we could find them quickly and rescue them. It was the second reason that this was created." As she waved her hand around, Tenten said, "I don't understand, what is this?" Kushina raised her hair and said, "You see this seal? Each Uzumaki had this seal placed on them when they were 10 years old so that they could help the people and their family. This seal is a link to this. I guess you could call it a genjutsu, but it can't be dispelled as it's powered by each person who has this seal on them. We called this place the Whirlpool, and the place you woke up to appear here is called the Lighthouse, but it actually is your mind. The ocean you saw was your memories, like the waves of a sea. They could crash onto the shores, and if you touch them you would see a random memory. Then there was the pool of knowledge, where everything you know, not the things you remember but your actual knowledge, is stored in that pool. The island itself represents your will, your spirit to live. The bigger the island, the more will to live you have. Last is the weather. It represents your emotions. If you are calm, the weather is calm. If your emotions are upset, the weather is upset, which causes the sea to swirl and throws memories at you like they do when you are upset. Do you understand so far?" Tenten nods and she said, "So what is this for?" "I mean, I understand what you said so far, but I don't get it." Kushina said, "Think of this, everyone who has this seal on them could come to this place and speak as we are now. Now imagine an Uzumaki on hundreds of ships, searching for a single ship lost at sea. How far of a range do you think we could cover by being able to use this to talk to each other regardless of the range between us?" Tenten's eyes widened as she understood and said, "But how did I get here?" Kushina thought a moment and said, "This place has several secrets that I will tell you about later. I know you have the seal on you because I placed it on you as an infant after your mother passed away. I know, you mentioned how you were with my son before you got here, and I also want to know about my son's life, so what you can do is show me your memories of my son, and from that we can figure out how you're here. Deal?" Tenten blinked and asked, "But how do I show you my memories of Naruto?" Kushina said, "Like this." As she walked over to the whirlpool and put her hand on it, and the whirlpool changed and showed Kushina holding Naruto right after he was born for several minutes before Minato drew the soul binding seal on Naruto and Kushina sealed herself into it. Kushina stood up and said, "This works like the ocean in a way, but you can control what you see or show others. You can either just think about something and every memory of that will show up, or you can choose specific memories and those will show up. Just place your hand on the whirlpool while thinking about what you want me to see." Tenten thought a moment and said, "All right." As she walked over and placed her hand on it, and the whirlpool changed and showed the events at the cabin when Naruto learned about the Kyuubi, then Tenten talking with her dad about Naruto, going to Naruto apartment, the events at the academy, talking in the woods, then the makeout session causing Tenten to blush, the Sandame telling about Naruto confession of what he thought was happening to him. Then it showed as Tenten sat beside Naruto as he rested and her falling asleep next to him. When it was over, Kushina, whose face had become neutral during it, looked at Tenten and said, I know what is happening and has happened. I also know how you're here now." Tenten said, "Then will you explain it to me?" Kushina sighed and said, "They say the road to hell is paved with good intentions. In Naruto's case that was true. Minato was an orphan who never knew who his parents were, and he felt terrible about that all his life. It was a wound that never actually healed for him. When we found out I was going to die, we discussed ideas about how to help Naruto not feel the same pain Minato felt by me not being there. We had came up with a couple of ideas. One was this, where I would seal my soul and body inside this seal on Naruto's stomach, and Minato would draw the whirlpool seal on Naruto, and it would link us together with you as well, so that way I could not only be there in Naruto life but also yours, to try and help you in areas where Evie would have been there for you. We had talked about a few other ideas, the what ifs and whatnots you get when you know you might not live to see another day. One idea Minato came up with was a family scroll with all our knowledge, but he was afraid of it getting stolen and used against our family, and so he came up with a set of books. 10 in total that could only be opened by a member of our blood. Each book is all the knowledge he has on each subject the book is about. A book on chakra theories would be all his knowledge of chakra control, manipulations, chakra theories, and things of this nature. The book on sealing would have all his knowledge of sealing in it. The longer a blood relative holds onto the book the more he or she would get the knowledge from it, but if anyone else touched it or read it they would only see normal subject the book is about and not get the knowledge of it. They were not meant to be absorbed quickly, which is what I believe has happened. I think. If I only had some way to I would kick Jiraiya, Sarutobi, and Dustin ass for abandoning Naruto like they did. Tenten said, so how am I here and why are you mad with dad? I mean he didn't do nothing. Kushina said, exactly. You and Naruto were supposed to grow up together and form a bond so that way you both would have a loving and happy life together when you were husband and wife. Even with that other girl being added in. Dustin knows all this and yet it's not until Naruto 15 years old that you finally meet Naruto. After everything that happened and everything I meant to Dustin and everything I sacrificed to him and he abandons my son. I really should have cut off his dick after he took my cherry like that. Tenten paled and said, whoa, wait a minute, you had sex with my dad, wait, marriage. In a shocked voice. Kushina said, yeah, him, Evie and me caught a ship to escape from the land of Whirlpool when it was attacked and we didn't know if the Mist Ninja were still after us and if so how long we were going to live. Your dad came to me and tried to comfort me and he pulled this stupid crap about how we could die tomorrow and asked if there were things I regret not having a chance to do and he asked me if I wanted to die a virgin. Normally I would have beat the shit out of him but I was so upset seeing all our friends and family die I gave it and took the chance to be with him. Turns out he pulled the same line on your mom earlier that day and let's just say he blew it when he was with me. Tenten said, you don't mean. With wide eyes as she covered her mouth. Kushina nods and said, he only lasted 30 seconds before he lost it and passed out on top of me. Evie came in and lost it and we both beat the shit out of him for using us that way and playing on our moment of weakness, but we got our revenge. Tenten said, really, how? Kushina smirked and Tenten thought, that's where Naruto got it. And Kushina said, well, for the next 3 months we made him think we were both pregnant from that day even though we weren't and made him wait on us cooking our dinner, massages, working to pay for our food and cloths, taking us shopping, visits to the hot springs. We took him for everything he had. Tenten laughed and said, serves him right, so, what now? You never did tell how I was hearing about this marriage thing. Kushina said, oh right, well you know how you fell asleep by Naruto. I think your hand touched the seal on Naruto's stomach linking you and me so we could talk here and now. If you move your hand away the link will be lost, unless you put the whirlpool seal on Naruto and once you do then he can come here and he will actually power the seal for him and me since the seal is on him. It might also give us both a chance to enter his mind and help him recover from all that knowledge being shoved onto him, so will you help me so I can finally meet my son? Tenten thought a moment and said, first I want you to know I like someone else and don't like Naruto that way. If you agree to let me and him work things out ourselves I will but I won't be forced into some arranged marriage, and what other girl? Kushina said, that can wait till later. I need to teach you the seal so you can put it on Naruto neck before something happens and we lose our link. Tenten nods and Kushina began to draw the seal on the sand while explaining it to Tenten. When Tenten awoke she found herself laying over Naruto's stomach and blushed as her hand was resting on his crotch and thought, must make sure never to tell Kushina or Naruto that, wow, he really is big. Bad thoughts. I like Neji damn it. She shook her head and turned Naruto over and blinked as she looked at Naruto's neck and thought, he has the seal, or wait, it's missing the relay seal. As she got out a bottle of ink from a scroll she had on her and began to draw the relay seal. Once she did she sent chakra into the seal and said, seal. A moment later she heard the bell ringing in her head and closed her eyes and sent chakra into the seal on her neck and appeared on her beach and ran to the lighthouse and inside it and saw Kushina who said, so, it worked. Tenten said, yeah, he had the seal already, it was just missing the relay seal. Kushina bit her lip and said, I see. Let's go over to Naruto. As she pointed toward the new lighthouse and Tenten said, why is the whirlpool so much bigger now? Kushina said, oh yeah, the more people connected to the whirlpool the bigger and deeper it gets. It's based on how many memories the person has, let's go see my son. As she walked to the lighthouse. When they got to the lighthouse Kushina frowned and said, the only way to enter someone's mind without permission is if 2 or more people tried to enter it using this. That is why I told you that you didn't have to worry about me entering your mind. Tenten said, but now that Naruto is connected couldn't you both come into my mind? Kushina said, we could if we both agreed to do it but I know how personal a girl's mind is and would not do so unless it was a life or death situation and would make sure that you knew we were there. He's maybe my son but you're also my goddaughter. I won't betray one for the other. Tenten smiled and said, thank you godmother. Kushina nods and places her hand on the door and motioned for Tenten to do the same and as she did they both pulled the door open and gasped as they saw the sea was up to the door with the sea being a storm with black clouds, lightning, and rain. Chapter 6. Kushina frowned and said, Tenten, this is going to be hard. I don't see any land, meaning he has no will to live. I'm going to go out into the sea and use my bloodline to try and find him. I need you to stay on the lighthouse as a marker so I can find our way back out to here. If you fall off, all three of us will be lost in his mind, possibly forever. Do you understand? Tenten gulped and nods, and Kushina said, Good, now remember, stay on the lighthouse no matter what. As she dashed out into the sea, running across the water, and Tenten stepped out into the sea and began to fall into it as a memory of a battle hit her, and she sees the battle is between Konoha and Kyuubi, and she shook her head, quickly applying chakra to her feet, and stood on the water before climbing up on top of the lighthouse. As she did, she felt the rain hitting her as flashes of memories hit her with each drop as the wind hit her, trying to blow her off the lighthouse. Out in the sea, Kushina bit her lip as another wave crashed over her and thought, Where are you, son? Naruto was in the sea laying on his back as a wave crashed over him and the rain fell down on him, and he looked at the sky with a blank look on his face when he felt something, a tingle in the back of his mind like a bell ringing, and after several moments he felt another tingle as he thought, What the hell, there's one, number 2 chakra signatures here, wait. I recognize one of them. As his eyes widened and thought, That's Ten. What's she doing here? As his body fell down under the water, as his head began to look around as more waves crashed into him. Naruto bit his lip and thought, I don't know what she's doing here, but I can't let her stay in this thing, whatever it is that is causing all these memories. I have to find her. As he tried to climb out of the sea using chakra, and after several tries thought, Fuck it, when I get out of here the first thing I am doing is learning to walk on water right. As he began to swim toward where he felt Tenten, as the storm began to pick up more speed as his emotions became more upset over fear of Tenten being okay. Kushina felt a wave crash over her as she wiped a tear away from her eyes and thought, My poor son, I'll kill those fucking villagers for what they did to you. As she saw a memory of one of the times he was attacked. Tenten was on the lighthouse as the storm increased in power and thought, What madness, how can he survive this? I feel like I am going to drown in this and I am only on this tower, what the hell? As a huge tidal wave came crashing into the tower and she grabbed the rail on the lighthouse to keep from being swept off, as she saw a memory of Naruto being ignored by people, and she felt his emotions from it and thought, Oh Naruto, I understand now why you felt you might disappear. Oh shit. As another huge wave came crashing into her and she saw the night where Naruto learned of the Kyuubi and how when he got home that night he thought about how he would forever be alone. With that memory, Tenten felt her eyes watering as she thought, You actually felt that way, Naruto. Another wave crashed into her, and this time it was the memory of Sasuke and Sakura talking about Naruto not actually passing and Tenten being paid to be a tutor to him. Tenten felt her hands clench in rage and thought, You fucking pink-haired bitch. As tears fell from her eyes. Another wave crashed into her, and this time it was Naruto speaking with Inoichi and Ino about his plan to set up Sakura, and then his talk with Inoichi about why he really felt about why the Sandame hasn't stepped down, and Tenten felt her hold on the rail slipping, and then another wave crashed into her, and this was the one where Tenten came to Naruto apartment the first morning. As another wave crashed into her, it was the events at the academy the day of team placements. Then another wave crashed as a memory of their talking in the woods the first time she found him therein. Tenten felt her hold slipping more and more, but she didn't care as she was caught up in the emotions of the memories that hit her, as she understood why and how Naruto truly felt for her. And then she saw the memory of their first kiss where Naruto tried to give her every ounce of love he had, and she closed her eyes as she felt her heart ache for him as another wave crashed into her with him begging for someone to help him before he passed out from injuries once, and she lost her hold on the tower completely, and she took a deep breath waiting for the water to hit her to take her under when she felt herself embraced and a voice say, I got you, Tenshi. As Tenten eyes opened and saw a completely soaked Naruto holding her bridal style, and she did the first thing she thought of and kissed him, pulling him into a tight embrace. As she did, the storm froze a moment, though neither noticed it, and a small piece of land appeared in the sea near the lighthouse as the storm clouds began to break apart. As Naruto returned the kiss as he pulled her closer to him and closed his eyes, holding on to her as if she was his only lifeline, as she did the same to him, never opening her eyes as she kissed him more and more as the land got bigger and bigger and the sea retracted slowly and the wind calmed down from a hurricane gale to a gentle breeze as the sun began to shine down on them through the cracks in the storm. This was the sight that Kushina walked up to as she smiled and thought, So you found each other and calmed the storm of emotions that he was lost in. As she walked toward the island and as the sound of soggy footsteps hit Tenten and Naruto, they broke the kiss and saw a completely soaked Kushina standing there, and Naruto eyes widened and looked in fear before the storm began to build up in the sky again, and Tenten saw this and screamed, Stop. As she grabbed his face and made him turn and look at her. Tenten said, Listen to me, she's a friend, I'll explain more in a few minutes when we get out of here, please come with us. The storm that was building stopped progressing toward the small island and Naruto said in a neutral voice, "All right, for you. Where are we?" Tenten said, "Thank you, please, come with us and everything will be explained." As she set her foot on the tower and walked down it to the door and opened it and Naruto took a look at her and then a worried glance at Kushina before he walked over to where Tenten opened the door and followed her into the whirlpool beach area with Kushina following. When they got inside Kushina thought, words won't be enough, I'll just have to show him my memories of his birth and then go from there. He doesn't trust me and he's scared of what will happen. As she walked over and placed her hand on the whirlpool and Naruto and Tenten saw as Kushina and Minato talked. Minato looked at Kushina and said, "I don't want our son to grow up feeling the pain I felt of not knowing a parent. The fact I had to live without knowing anything about either of mine is something that still haunts me to this day. I have to find some way to make it where he knows about you." Kushina was silent for several minutes and said in a questioning voice, "Minato, you know that seal you told me about, the one that holds the nibby to that girl up in Kumo?" Minato thought a moment and said, "The soul-binding seal, what about it?" Kushina said, "Well, will a seal sealed inside another seal still work?" Minato scratched the back of his head in a way that Tenten thought reminded her of Naruto and he said, "It depends. Some seals might work and others won't. It depends really, why?" Kushina said, "We know I'm dying. No one knows how to cure that poison I received. What if I were to seal myself using that soul-binding seal? You told me how the nibby body was sealed away with the demon soul, right? Well, why couldn't a human body be sealed as well? Things inside a seal are basically frozen in time, right? So even though me and my body would be sealed inside him I wouldn't actually die. If that works then you could draw the whirlpool seal on our son and that way him and I could meet him as well as Tenten since I drew the seal on her being her godmother." Minato thought a moment and said, "It might work, but what if it doesn't? We have to figure out a way to let him know." "Wait, that's it?" Kushina asked, "What?" Minato began to rub his hands together in thought and said, "You remember the experimental seal I told you about that sealed the knowledge of the Kujbunshin no Jutsu in the Forbidden Scroll so that way whoever opens and reads it would learn to use that jutsu in a few hours. How I planned for it to be a way to help the next Hokage defeat paperwork like I do." Kushina nodded slowly and Minato said, "Well, what if I did the same thing but instead of a single jutsu I instead make it where all our knowledge on a subject like seals, chakra control, jutsu etc. were sealed in a scroll, or a book on that subject. I could encode it to our blood where when he holds the book he would get our knowledge on that so he can surpass us." Kushina frowned and said, "I don't know Minato. There are things I wouldn't want our son to know. I know how much it hurts you not knowing but sometimes it's best not to know. I mean, do you really want our son to know he was conceived on your desk in the Hokage Tower?" At this both Tenten and Naruto paled and Naruto said, "You. Oh god. Gigi, I'm destroying your desk when I get back to Konoha." Back in the whirlpool Minato rubbed his head and laughed sheepishly and said, "I wonder how many people would believe that it's the same desk the Shodaime, Nadaime, and the Sandaime used while in office and Tsunade was conceived on that desk along with both Sarutobi kids." Tenten scrunched her nose and said, "Damn, that's..." Naruto said, "Exploding tags, nothing of it must remain." As he looked scarred. Kushina laughed sheepishly and said, "What if people knew about the cuts in the walls under the picture? I can't believe Sarutobi walked in on us that one day and told us the other secret of the Hokage office or why it was called the Hokage office." Minato said, "Yeah, the Nadaime walked in on the Shodaime having sex with his wife and marked the wall with a kunai as a joke like a notch on a headboard." Kushina said, "Yeah, who knew Sarutobi could do it so many times in that office?" Minato said, "But look how long he was in there. I mean come on, that many years you would expect a lot of notches." Kushina tilted her head to the side and said, "True, so anyways, what do we do about Naruto?" Minato said, "I guess we can try both. I'll draw the seals in that book and let him start reading them when he makes genin and do one a month for a year if I don't find out the seal you used didn't work." Kushina said, "I still say that you should let me put that seal on you as well." Minato shook his head and said, "No, there are too many secrets in my head that I can't tell anyone and it would be easy for someone to learn the secrets by learning this seal and putting it on themselves." Kushina pouted and said, "Fine, so how should we explain this to the others?" Minato said, "Let's keep it a secret because someone may try and get the book to get our knowledge or the Sandaime Mizukage may try and kill you to stop Naruto from being born." Kushina looked down and said, "Alright, so about the two arranged marriages." Minato groaned as the whirlpool changed to Naruto being born and then Kushina sealing herself in Naruto and then when Kushina met Tenten and learned about Minato being dead and Kushina explaining everything to Tenten and then their plan to help Naruto. When it was over Kushina took her hand away from the whirlpool and said, "That is all I can say in my defense. I'm sorry and I never knew and wish I could have been there for you Naruto. I would call you son but I don't know if you would let me. As she closed her eyes and looked down. Naruto bit his lip and slowly walked over and said, It wasn't your fault, mother. He hugged her from behind. Tenten saw this and wiped a tear from her eye and thought, so you finally got your mother Naruto. I'm happy for you. After a while Naruto and his mother who had returned the hug let go of each other reluctantly and Kushina said, So, what was that I saw when I walked up earlier, can I expect grandkids? Naruto screamed, Mom, while Tenten screamed, Godmother. As both blushed red. Kushina laughed and waved her hand and said, Relax, I was just joking, but seriously, I thought you were in love with someone named Neji, why were you and my son kissing? He didn't force himself on you did he? Saying the last part dangerously. Naruto got a little scared from the look Kushina had on her face and Tenten blushed and said, No, not this time. I kissed him, I don't know what I feel right now. I mean I thought I loved Neji, but after everything that has happened and everything I experienced I don't know anymore if I still love him or if I love Naruto. I have known Neji for years and I was sure I loved him but, now that I am starting to understand Naruto and get to know him better I just don't know. I feel weird. I mean I find out I'm engaged to a guy the first didn't even know a few months ago and have been engaged to him for my entire life, Dad is so going to get an ass chewing when I get back. As she bit her lip as her eyes glossed over. Naruto started to say something when Kushina said, Then how about this? How about you both take time to train together and learn more about each other like you were supposed to have been growing up. Forget about love for now and work on getting stronger. Using this link we have I can teach you both things about your past including Kenjutsu which is something I see you both have a thing for. I can also teach you water jutsu, how to use your bloodline Naruto as well as a few tricks that only a kunoichi can learn or do Tenten. What do you both say to that? Naruto bit his lip and said as he looked at Tenten, if you want to. Tenten said, Yeah, I don't know if I love you Naruto but I do care for you. It's impossible for me not to after everything we have been through. It may be just friends though so please give me time to work this out. Naruto frowns but nods and said, Alright, so how do we do this? Kushina smiled and said, Alright, as you saw with Tenten and me talking earlier there is no way one of you can enter the other's mind without permission or my help and I will only help if it is absolutely necessary. That does not mean that you both have to have every conversation with me involved. There are several functions to this seal that I have not explained yet. One is that you can send chakra into the seal on your neck and think of the name of a person who is linked to this place and you can speak directly to each other if the person returns the link. It will still sound like that bell when you are being called. Another function of this link is as long as the lighthouse is here that person is alive. As you can see that also means you can tell how many of us with the link are still around. Naruto asked, So does that mean there are no other Uzumaki out there? Kushina was quite a moment and said, The lighthouse seal was given to an Uzumaki when they were 10 years old. If there are any others out there then they were either under 10 years old when Whirlpool Village was attacked or were born after it was attacked by someone who didn't know how to put the seal on and their parents died. That means that right now the only person with the knowledge of our bloodline and history is me and somewhat you Naruto. Naruto nods and Tenten asked, What other abilities does this place have? Kushina said, When there was a dispute in the clan this was where it was settled. We did not have our disputes in the open for others to learn about them. We came here and by showing the memories of the dispute from all parties involved we were able to see exactly what did happen and not what others thought happened which settled a lot of disputes and made getting over them a lot easier. That's basically it though. It was mostly designed for long-distance communication so we could search and rescue people in danger quicker and save more lives. Naruto said, I don't care since it let me finally meet my mom. With a smile. Kushina smiled and said, I know son, but I think it is time for you and Tenten to return the normal world and get some rest. You both look tired. Naruto yawned and said, Yeah, I am. Tenten yawned as well as said, Me too, good night both you. As she walked toward her lighthouse and Naruto screamed, Wait. As he ran over to her and hugged her and gave her a quick kiss on the lips and said, Thank you and good night. As he turned and ran to his lighthouse and closed the door after he entered it. Tenten raised an eyebrow and Kushina said, Get over it girl, he's trying to make up for 15 years of loneliness by showing you all the physical affection he can. Tenten said, I know that, but the thing is he slipped me his tongue also. Kushina blushed and said, Oh, then do what you feel you should then. As she looked away. Tenten giggled and said, My life's never going to be boring again is it? Kushina said, Nope. As Tenten shook her head and left. After she was gone Kushina walked toward Naruto lighthouse and walked around to the back side of it away from the door and said, Hello Minato. With a glare. There against the lighthouse was a prison cell built into the lighthouse and Minato said, I know, I fucked up big time. Kushina said, you think, for now you just sulk here and be quiet while I try and fix another of your mistakes. As she turned and walked off. Minato sighed and sat down against the wall and thought, woman, can't live with them, can't escape their wrath. The next day when Naruto awoke he found Tenten asleep laying on his arm and he smiles as he rubbed his hand across her face moving a stray hair that had gotten on her face and thought, I wonder what her hair looks like down. Tenten slowly opened her eyes and blinked as she felt someone rubbing her face and saw Naruto looking at her and she smiled softly and said, morning. Naruto said, morning, maybe, or maybe afternoon. As he tried to look around the room he was in to find a clock or something to tell him what time it was. Tenten snorts and said, not even 5 words and you're already annoying me. As she sat up and blinked and said, hey, isn't that your swords? As she saw a pair of swords by Naruto bed. Naruto looked at them and said, yeah, how did they get here though? I thought they were still in the woods. A voice said, they were. I brought them here for you Naruto, or are you Minato? Naruto frowned and said, hello Gigi, it's still me, somewhat, mom wants to kick your ass by the way. The Sandame blinked and said, oh, and who is she? Naruto said, Kushina Uzumaki Namikaze. The second soul seal was placed there the day I was born which was the 9th of October before we found out Kyuubi was attacking. Mom sealed her soul and body in me since she was dying so she could use a special seal to talk to me and her goddaughter Tenten. The Sandame's eyes widened and said, so that's what the seal on your neck is. I thought it was a seal used to keep the fox from talking to you. Tenten said, no, but it wasn't complete and if I hadn't have fallen asleep and brushed against the seal where she was sealed at we would never have known it but it activated the seal I had on my neck and she was able to talk to me and told me how to put it on Naruto and I found the problem and fixed it. We also know what was happening to Naruto now and why he was really here. It wasn't his dad taking over his body but a sort of memory transfer thing that his dad created. Naruto said, you know those 2 books you gave me Gigi? In the Book of Seals was all Dad's knowledge of seals sealed inside it to transfer to me as long as I held onto it and the book on chakra theories was his knowledge of chakra, control, theories, and applications. Mom said there was several books like that he made in the Hokage office that I was supposed to have gotten. It's like a family scroll but encoded where it would transfer to only a blood relation, not anyone else. I guess the reason I am feeling this way is I am constantly holding the books. Sarutobi said, I see, so you're you and not Minato, thank God. I was afraid I would kill him if he did take over you because I would care if you disappeared. Naruto nods and said, oh wait, that reminds me, be back in a second. As he closed his eyes and slumped slightly. Tenten said, don't worry, he's using the seal to talk to his mom. Naruto sat up and blinked and said, my mind's still a storm but not much of one. Is the arranged marriage between the Kazekage daughter and me still active? It was arranged by Dad and the Yondaime Kazekage. Sarutobi blinked and said, arranged marriage. I wasn't aware there was one but I can contact them and find out. Naruto said, also is there any way you can get me all the information you have on the Land of Water, the Land of Whirlpool, and also any other reports of refugees from the Land of Whirlpool? Sarutobi asked, why? Naruto rubbed his head and said, I'm not sure actually. Mom told me it was important. Whatever the reason she wants me to get the information for is the reason why her and Tenten mom were poisoned by an assassin from the Hidden Mist. It's also one of the 2 reasons why I have got to have more than one wife. I have to not only restore the Uzumaki clan but also whatever it is she's hiding from me. Sarutobi frowned and Tenten said, did she say anything else? Naruto said, yeah, I don't know now why but mom did tell me one thing I don't understand yet that she wanted me to make sure to tell you Gigi. Minato was an Uzumaki having taken her name instead of her taking his. As such the marriage is clan business. What did she mean by that? Tenten snorts and said, your mom just basically said that the Sandame can't cancel or speak for you about the marriage and the council and other clans can't interfere because the agreement was between the Uzumaki clan and Suna, not Konoha and Suna. Naruto said, but wasn't it supposed to be some sort of arrangement to strengthen bonds between villages? Sarutobi said, basically yes, but it's also the way Tenten said it. It's why clans don't usually get asked to be part of an arranged marriage because they take lead over the village and fall under the clan's control, who is the other marriage with Naruto. Tenten frowned and Naruto said, the heiress to the Ukami clan, an ally to the Uzumaki clan who I will be contacting soon but their location and who she is must remain a secret for now. Sarutobi said, you seem to have learned a lot about politics Naruto. Naruto said, Not really, time moves slower in the seal as Mom and I talked for about an hour inside it when I went back in there when only a few minutes passed her. Mom told me what to say or do if certain things were said until I learn the things I am going to need. As he rubbed his head. Tenten said, it's unreal. Causing both to turn and look at her and Naruto asked, what? Tenten said, the way you can mimic your parents' nervous habits without remembering your parents. That head scratch just then was definitely your dad, but the way you smile is definitely your mother's. Sarutobi said, true, but how do you know that? Tenten said, oh Naruto sighed and said, the seal allows us to show our memories and Mom showed a few with Dad to help explain what was happening to me. Sarutobi nods and Naruto asked, so when can I leave? Sarutobi said, how do you feel? Naruto said, all right now. The headaches are gone. Sarutobi said, the doctors said you should be able to leave when you woke up since you heal so quickly, but I don't want you training with your cage bunshin for the next 3 days and also don't overdo your training if you do train. After that you can rejoin your team and begin training how you wish again. I will also get what I can about the information you requested, but I ask that you not take any actions without my approval. Naruto said, I just want to know what is going on and what to expect for now. Sarutobi said, very well. I will also send a message to the case cage to find out about if the marriage is still on, but to do so I will have to inform him of both your parents' identities. Naruto said, that's fine, you can tell everyone as far as I care who my dad was. Maybe then they can get over their feelings of hatred for me, though I doubt it. Sarutobi said, well, we can't go that far yet. I want to hold off that until I am sure you can protect yourself properly since you have got so many enemies outside of the village because of both your parents. Naruto said, yeah, I agree. As he got up and an eep was heard before a thud was heard and both turned to see Tenten passed out on the floor with a perverted smile on her face and Naruto blinked and said, hey, where's my cloths? I didn't know I was in a hospital gown. Sarutobi said, I imagine they are in the closet. As he turned and started to walk out with a smile on his face. Naruto said, hey, what about Tenten? Sarutobi said, you can help her. As he laughed as he started to leave, but Naruto said, wait, don't tell anyone about what happened to Mom or where she is at. She told me that there was someone in Konoha who betrayed her and Dad to the Sandame Mizukage. She told me that it's okay to tell she's alive and has contacted me, but her location must be kept a secret. Also, everything you heard about the sealed Tenten and I have must remain a secret because they can be used against us. Sarutobi nods and said, I will keep it a secret. As he left, Naruto scowled and walked around the bed and picked Tenten up and set her on the bed, and he walked over to the portable closet and opened it and found his cloths, and he grumbled as he pulled the gown off and threw it in a chair before he started to slip on his boxers. Tenten's eyes began to flutter as she came to, and she opened her eyes and looked around as she saw Naruto bend over showing her a back view of his naked ass, and Tenten blushed and thought, nice. As she licked her lips slightly as she watched Naruto pull on his pants and grab his shirt and began to pull it on as he turned around and she saw his abs and thought, he's been training hard to get those. Naruto as he pulled it on blinked and said, oh, you're awake now, why did you faint? Tenten thought, he's can't be, never mind, I forgot he is. As she said, I guess I was tired from sitting by your bedside for so long. Naruto said, oh, so how long have I been here? Tenten said, 2 days. Naruto froze as he was slipping on his shoes and said, I see, thank you Tenten, nobody ever comes see me in the hospital besides Gigi, and that's only a few minutes. As he grabbed his swords and slipped them on. Tenten said, oh, so you ready to go? Naruto said, sure, where do you want to go? Tenten said, well, how about we go get something to eat? I'm hungry and it's been a few days since you ate. Naruto said, sure. As he opened the door and motioned for her to go first, and Tenten blushed slightly as she walked out and left. As they did, a figure stepped out from the room next to theirs and whispered, Naruto-kun. Before leaving, Naruto followed Tenten to a dango stand he's never been in before, and Tenten saw how Naruto was looking nervous and she said, relax. I eat here all the time. As she walked up to the counter and Naruto followed a couple of steps back. The man at the counter saw Tenten and said, oh, hello Tenten, what can I get for you? Tenten said, I'll take 2 orders of the usual. The man said, 2, you must be really hungry today to eat 6 dango. Tenten said, no, my friend here just got out of the hospital and I thought I show him what good dango taste like. As she grabbed Naruto's shirt, pulling him forward. The man glanced at Naruto and frowned a second before he said, sure. Coming right up. As he turned and started to make the dango. Tenten said, see, nothing to worry about, but you're paying for both of ours as payback for what you did in the woods. Naruto snorts and said, so is this my last meal before you kill me? Tenten put her finger to her chin and said, maybe. With a smirk. The man came back with 2 plates with 3 dangos and Tenten said, thanks Haru, pay the man and let's go get a booth Naruto. Naruto sighed and pulled out his wallet and said, how much? Haru said, $10. Naruto nods and hands him the money and said, thank you. Quietly as he bowed slightly. Haru blinked and said, hey, come again. As he turned and went back to the kitchen part to clean up. Naruto smiled slightly and walked over and sat down across from Tenten, who had went and bought a couple of bottles of water from a machine, and he said, so. Tenten took a bite of her dango and after swallowing and taking a sip of water, watching as Naruto squirmed under her uncaring look, she asked, so, now that you know you're not dying, do you regret what happened in the woods? As she took another bite. Naruto said, not really. I do but I don't. I regret that I put you in that situation, but I'm glad I did also because I honestly feel that way about you, and if I was dying like I thought I was, then I don't regret giving my first kiss to you or trying to show you how much you mean to me. I know you don't feel the same way about me and I accept that, but there is no one I would rather have been there for me in my last moments than you. Tenten looked out onto the street and said, why didn't you tell me what was going on, Naruto? Why did I have to see you with blood coming out of your eyes, ears, nose, and mouth from internal bleeding? As she turned glaring at him. Naruto looked down under her glare and said, I wanted the last moments we had together to be filled with happiness, so that way when you looked back you could remember me with a smile on your face and a warmth in your heart. That way even if the rest of the world forgot about me, there would be a part of me left in your heart. Tenten turned her head and frowned and said, Naruto. I want honesty between us from now on. I know how you feel about me, and yes, I do care for you. It may be only friends or it may be more, but there has got to be honesty, even if one of us is dying, do you understand? Naruto said, yeah. Tenten said, good, so I saw you have been getting better with your kenjutsu, so how are the rest of your skills going? Naruto, glad for the change in subject, said, well, my chakra control still sucks, but I'm going to focus on that heavily once I get back to training in 3 days. I've also gotten better with the use of my bloodline, and I can pick chakra signatures up to 10 yards, and I could identify some chakra signatures but not many. My speed has improved since I am now carrying the total amount of weights that you wanted me to stop at, but I don't like how bulky they are and how long it takes to put them on and off, so I am going to see if I can't figure out a way to release them faster or zero them out. I've been doing 200 sit-ups, push-ups, squats, jumping jacks, punches and kicks every day, while also running 2 laps around the village first thing in the morning and before I stop for the day. I've had a couple cage bunshins reading up on anatomy, chakra, kenjutsu, taijutsu, strategy, and medicine. Seals are coming along greatly and I've been improving on them and my brush strokes greatly, but I guess we know why now, huh? With a half chuckle. Tenten chuckled lightly and said, yeah, so how about that seal we talked about? You know, the one for Kunoichi. Naruto thought a moment and said, oh, that one. As he unsealed the scroll from his shoulder and unsealed a scroll inside of the scroll and unsealed a tag, and he handed the square tag to Tenten and said, here, put it on your arm and channel chakra into it. Tenten said, huh, why, what will happen? Naruto said, you will turn into a guy. Tenten's eyes widened and said in a raised voice, you finished it already. As she put the tag on her arm and sent chakra into it, and she was covered in smoke, and when it cleared, Tenten had turned into her dad, and she looked at her hands and grabbed a napkin holder and looked at herself and said, hey, I look like dad. I also sound like him. Naruto smirked and said, yeah, what I did was configure the seal to draw the image of some male you have in your memories. That is only a prototype that will last for 4 minutes before it wears off. I can configure it for longer later. Tenten felt her body and said, whoa, that's weird feeling that down there. As she was covered in smoke. Naruto laughed and Tenten looked at the tag that burned away and she said, you did it, you actually made a seal to protect Kunoichi from getting raped. In an excited voice. A female voice said, well done Naruto. Causing both Tenten and Naruto to look over and saw Kurenai and Anko standing there. Naruto said, hey, you're the sensei for Team 8. Kurenai said, yes I am. My name is Kurenai and this is my friend Anko. The Sandame was showing us our teams the day of team selection when you and Tenten here were talking about the seal you created. I'm impressed that you were able to actually create it, may I give it a try? Naruto shrugged and said, sure, I guess. As he unsealed another tag and handed one to her and to Anko, who both put it on and were covered in smoke, appearing as different males, and both women began to feel their bodies and move around them, and Anko said in a male voice, wow Gaki. This is real, I can even feel the club I'm packing in my pants. Kurenai said, blunt as always, an actual shapeshift, truly amazing Naruto. Naruto frowned and said, too bad it won't really protect Kunoichi from rape. As he looked down. Anko, Kurenai and Tenten blinked and looked at him and Tenten said, but it will Naruto. Naruto said, only 1 or 2 Kunoichi until word gets around about the seal and then people will learn how to get around it by waiting until the time limit expires and then the Kunoichi will get raped then and while they are waiting to change back the people holding them can torture them in other ways. The problem isn't actually the rape, it's what caused them to get captured in the first place that's the problem. As Anko and Kurenai changed back. Anko said, what do you mean Gaki? Naruto said, well, I thought about what would happen when a Kunoichi used the seal. Would they get some of their chakra back? Will they be freed from their bindings if they're tied down? Will the guys holding them down let go of them? If they've been poisoned, will the poison be cured? If they were captured because they ran out of chakra or were physically exhausted from fighting or running, or if they were wounded, what good would the seal I designed actually do for them? Kurenai said, I guess you're right. Sounding dejected. Naruto said, yeah, that's why I am designing another seal to actually fix those problems and I've got some good ideas but I need information that I can only get from a Kunoichi to proceed from where I am at. Tenten said, what am I, chop liver? As she crossed her arms. Naruto said, no, that's not what I meant Tenten. I mean I need to speak with a Kunoichi who's done seduction missions. One who's willing to talk about sexual related questions and be honest with me so I can create the seal safely without causing side effects like making a woman sterile or causing her to injure her lover or husband during intercourse that had accidentally activated the seal I'm creating. Tenten blushed and said, oh, well what does this seal you're designing do? Kurenai said, yeah, I might be willing to answer your questions if I think the seal you're designing is worth it. Anko said, so will I since I've done those missions on several occasions. Naruto looked at Tenten and said, you don't mind if they join us do you? I mean. Tenten said, no, it's fine, this is important and I know both these ladies from when they come in my family shop, besides, I might learn something. Naruto smiled and said, alright, please join us then if you don't mind because this will take a few minutes to explain my idea. Tenten scooted over and Kurenai and Anko sat down and Naruto said, well, have you heard of the curse seal? Anko tensed and Kurenai glanced at her and Tenten said, no, why? Naruto said, well, it's a seal designed by Orochimaru and I only actually know about it thanks to notes the Yondaime left about it so I'm mostly going by his notes here. What it basically does is open one of the celestial gates, the heel gate actually, to release the chakra into the body causing it to recover quicker shortening the user's lifespan a few seconds. It does a lot more than that but that is all I need to explain before I explain what I've been coming up with. When the gates open they release so much chakra into a person's body that it starts to break the muscles of the body from overload and it increases a person's speed, strength, and chakra for as long as they have the gate open while it is also destroying the body. Now imagine that you're being held down or tied down where you couldn't get free and if you did get free either the poison in your system would make it where you couldn't do much or you were so tired or low on chakra you couldn't do much. Tenten frowned and said, you're thinking of using the celestial gates to overcome this. Naruto said, yes and no. What good is fixing those problems if your body is destroyed before you could use it? Because of this I have been working on a way to first activate the first gate and only the first gate. When the chakra goes into the body a second seal will activate drawing the extra chakra out of your body to keep it from breaking down damaging your body but I thought if I did that what could I do with the chakra the seal was absorbing and then I thought well if you're tied up or being held down how about a way to cut yourself free so I am designing a seal that will convert the extra chakra that is being absorbed into wind-natured chakra that will cut the metal, flesh, bones, or whatever else it is that is holding you down as your entire body is covered in wind chakra so no matter how much you are tied up or how many are holding you down you would be free in just a few seconds and you would have energy and chakra to use again. Now the wind chakra would last for as long as the seal lasts so every punch or kick you do would not only do damage from the actual punch or kick but also cut a person and if you hit a person in the neck you could cut their head right off or cut off an arm or leg depending on how much chakra is being released. But imagine if you waited till the right moment to activate the seal, if a guy was getting ready to, you know. When the seal activated you would cut off his dick with the wind chakra ending one enemy for sure. Tenten was shocked as she heard this and said, whoa. As both Kurenai and Anko eyes widened and Anko got a gleam in her eyes. Naruto said, but that's not all, you see, any weapon used against you would be cut or deflected also by the wind chakra unless it was made of special chakra resistant metal so basically as long as an enemy doesn't use a fire jutsu you would be basically unstoppable for a few minutes. I can't leave the gate open for long, so I probably will have to set the seal where it could only be active for 10 minutes as to not destroy your body even with the extra chakra being pulled off, and I still have to deal with the poison, but I was thinking about making a transferable storage seal that can be placed in a kunoichi mouth where all she has to do is release the seal, and an antidote pill, a soldier pill, or a blood pill could be released to save her time and enemies wouldn't be able to look for them, but I would need to speak with an older kunoichi about that since they would know about what could and couldn't be done for seduction missions. You wouldn't want to release a stored pill in your mouth while having oral sex now, would you? Enko laughed and said, I like your style, kid, but what about damage from the wind chakra coming back and cutting up the kunoichi who uses it in the first place? Naruto shook his head and said, you forgot the seal you three already used. It creates a new body that is bigger than your own body, and your cloths changed as well. It would cut that body up and you would feel the cuts, and it would cut the cloths for the shapeshift, but once the jutsu was released and you went back to your real body, you wouldn't have any actual damage from the wind chakra, and if what I read about the celestial gates is real, you won't feel the pain from the cuts anyways, since your body will be feeling like it's going 100 miles an hour already basically. Kurenai said, so for 10 minutes you could give a kunoichi a fighting chance to fight against her attackers. Naruto said, I know it seems like a short amount of time, and odds are this will be classified as a kinjutsu because opening the celestial gates is a forbidden jutsu in the first place, but I would rather break a few rules and give a kunoichi a chance to fight back and try to escape than the alternative. Maybe she won't make it, but maybe she will, and if she doesn't, she will at least get the satisfaction of giving her attackers one more act of defiance and maybe take a few of them out before they are able to capture her again, if they can capture her alive. This seal is meant as a last resort kind of thing. Kurenai thought a moment and said, so how long do you think it will take you to create this seal? Naruto said, depends really. If you and Enko answer some of my questions so I can figure out if you using a birth control jutsu or seduction jutsu would interfere with the seal I am designing, I could have it done in 3 or 4 months most likely. If I can get Gigi to let me see any notes he has on Orochimaru curse seal, or show me one so I can see what seal design and chakra pattern he used to open the heel gate so I can figure out how to open the first celestial gate, then it will cut a lot of time off of designing it. If I actually knew how to open them myself, I wouldn't need to study the curse seal or try to recreate it from the notes the Yondaime left me. Then once I get the seal finished, I'll have to test it on a couple thousand of my cage bunshin to see what it does to them, and then find a kunoichi who knows a clone jutsu besides the academy one that I can use the seal on to see what reactions her clone experience and see if it works right. If it does, then I either have to get the Hokage and the council permission to offer the seal, which will be hard, or I have to find someone willing to privately sell the seal to kunoichi. I also need to simplify the seal enough that it can be put on a kunoichi quickly and either be hidden by a tattoo or a genjutsu seal to make it invisible, since I doubt you would want everyone to see seals all over your body. Enko asked, why did the Yondaime leave notes on seals to you? Naruto thought, crap. And Tenten said, because of the you-know-what. Seals degrade over time, so someone has to inspect it from time to time to make sure it hasn't degraded too much and if it has to be repaired. Who better than him? Enko said, I see. What do you think of Orochimaru Gaki? Naruto frowned and said, I really don't know that much about him. I know that he can summon snakes and he's a Sannin who created the curse seal and was trained by Gigi. Besides that, I don't know anything about him. Why? Enko said, what do you think about the curse seal he created? Naruto said, truthfully, from what I read about it, I think the bastard should be killed. The curse seal only has a 10% chance of survival, and I have a few theories about what he was trying to do with them based on the notes, and if I am right, then I have no respect for him. Enko smiled and said, I see. What do you think of this? As she leaned forward and moved her jacket collar to show the curse seal on her neck. Naruto looked at it and Tenten asked, what is that? Naruto said, the curse seal of heaven. How long ago did you get this, Enko? Enko frowned and said, 16 years ago. Naruto said, and nobody removed it for you? Enko and Kurenai eyes widened and Enko leaned back and said, remove it, it can't be removed. Naruto leaned back and smirked and said, yeah, it can. Yours is a prototype version of it, isn't it? Enko said, yeah, how did you know? Naruto said, the seal array isn't complete and most of the basic functions are set to try and isolate what it is that kills 90% of those infected with it, which from looking at it I can make a pretty good guess, and if I'm right, then Orochimaru is a fucking idiot for missing something so simple as that. You don't use it, do you? Enko, who was looking at Naruto with a little hope but mostly hidden, shook her head no, and Naruto said, good, I say you could only use it safely about 10 times before you would die from chakra poisoning. Maybe less. What I can't figure out though is why he would be trying to change. Wait, let me see that again. Enko leaned forward again and Naruto whistled and said, hello, what do we have here? Anko asked in a scared voice, what do you see? Naruto bit his lip and sat back down and said, do you know if Orochimaru has used the curse seal on anyone else since he gave it to you, Anko? Anko said, yes he has. We had a couple of spies we found a few years back that had them on them. Why? Naruto said, do you know the Kujbunshin no Jutsu? Anko said, I know of it but I don't know it. Naruto said, alright, well the Kujbunshin when dispels transfer its memories to the original and the other Kujbunshin but the distance the memories travel degrades the memories. If I am right, then Orochimaru's original body is dead and he is now jumping from one body to another. Kurenai said, what do you mean? Naruto said, the curse seal is designed to activate the heal gate and when the chakra is released into the body then it is absorbed into a seal that converts it to mimic Orochimaru's own chakra. The reason he is doing that is because he is trying to turn a person's body into basically a living Kujbunshin so when he dies or his body dies his memories will transfer to the closest person with a curse seal. Someone who has a more advanced version of one that Anko has that has used the seal a lot to make their chakra network mimic Orochimaru enough to accept the memories which will allow him to take over a person's mind and body from the inside out giving him a new body to use. He's also using the heal gate to cause the cells that are healing the body as it breaks down to mutate them to match the cells of his body making the body switching process more successful. I would have to examine a newer curse seal to be sure but I am fairly sure about what I just said and I figure that he has to change bodies around every 3 to 5 years as the body he is in begins to reject him and degrades too much. When he put it on you he bit you didn't he? Anko said, yeah. Naruto said, that's how he transferred the genetic sequence to make a person's body more resemble his. If I am right then he could possibly take bloodlines also this way by taking over a body that has a bloodline and then when he bites a person giving them the curse mark they would have the cells containing the person with the bloodline had in the transfer so when he takes over that body he would gain a new body as well as a new bloodline. Tenten asked, are you sure about that Naruto? Naruto said, no, not without seeing a newer curse seal but based on what I am seeing here on Anko's seal I can make a pretty educated guess since hers is basically a blueprint for all the curse seals that came after it if I am right and with that blueprint I should be able to remove the seal. It would only require some blood from the person who has the seal and them being able to make a Kujbunshin. Anko asked, why would you need my blood and for me to make a Kujbunshin? Naruto said, the seal is currently encoded to Orochimaru chakra and blood. By destroying the encoding seal for the blood and chakra we would be breaking the link he has to you but in order to do that without the failsafe activating and killing you we would first have to insert a blood encoding seal and a chakra encoding seal with your blood and your chakra so that way when we destroy his encoding seals and the failsafe active the seal won't trigger the protection seal and kill you. Once we encode it to you and destroy his encoding seal all we have to do is have you release the Kujbunshin that is stored in the chakra encoding seal which would cause the seal to collapse and free you of it completely. Of course before I tried to remove it I would ask someone with more experience than me like Jiraiya to review what I've come up with and make sure there are no hidden traps that I am missing that I don't have information on and if so he can explain them to me so we can work on getting by them but with his help based on what I am seeing here then it shouldn't take long to get rid of the seal. I could try it myself but I prefer to be safe and make sure that nothing happens to you before doing it. Anko asked in a hopeful voice, but you do think it's possible to remove the seal? Naruto said, yes. The only reason I don't attempt it myself is because there might be a hidden seal I can't see or don't know of and because my brush strokes aren't good enough yet to try it without making one area weaker than another possibly harming you from my own lack of skills but I can talk to Gigi about asking Jiraiya to come back to Konoha and when he does we can meet with him and discuss it and then once he agrees with what I found then we can remove it for why. As he was stopped by Anko jumping across the table and kissing him passionately shocking Tenten and Kurenai. Naruto was frozen in place and after Anko let go she said seductively, if you need a live demonstration on any of those questions you want to ask I'll be more than happy to demonstrate them on you. Naruto coughed and glanced at Tenten who was gaping and said, I don't think a live demonstration will be required but thanks for the offer, What was that for if I might ask? Anko plopped down beside him and wrapped her arm around him and said, you're my new plushie. This seal has been ruining my life for years and nobody has tried to come up with a way to remove it but you have given me hope that someday soon the seal will be gone. For that you have my eternal gratitude Gaki. If you need anything, all you have to do is ask and I'll get it for you Gaki. Saying anything seductively. Kurenai smacked her head and said, Anko, he's already seeing someone. Right, as she looked at Tenten. Tenten said, actually. Naruto said, we're just friends for now. She saved my life when I had a training accident and been visiting me in the hospital the past couple of days I was there and when I got out earlier I wanted to repay her for saving my life so we came here to get the, hey where the rest of my dango go? Enko began to whistle innocently and said, "What?" As everyone looked at her. Kurenai said, "Oh, I thought with the way you and her were talking about some kiss earlier that you were dating." Naruto winced as Tenten glared at him and she said, "He did kiss me but that was because he thought he was dying from his training accident and he might have if I hadn't have gotten him to the hospital so soon. He had internal bleeding inside his skull with blood coming out of his eyes, ears, nose, and mouth." At this Enko and Kurenai eyes widened and Enko asked, "What the hell kind of training were you doing to cause that kind of damage, Gaki?" Naruto sighed and looked around and whispered, "Look, the only reason I'm going to tell you this is because Tenten seems to trust you both and you're both willing to help me, so I'm starting to trust you both also. The Yondaime didn't actually leave me notes but instead he sealed all his knowledge of seals into a seal that I recently activated that downloaded all his years of knowledge on seals into my head at one time, causing mental feedback and caused my brain to swell, nearly killing me. With that knowledge added to what I've been learning myself by having my cage Bunshin experimenting with seals every day, finding out what happens when you do this to that and what that is when placed here, my seal knowledge is probably high chunin to low junin already, and the more I can go through the memories he gave me then the better I will get." Enko said, "Damn, talk about a gift." Naruto said, "Yeah, but please don't tell anyone. I don't want people thinking that I only gotten my skills because of the Yondaime giving me his memories. I have several cage Bunshin working all day long every day studying seals, practicing, drawing, and experimenting finding the ins and outs of seals even before I got his memories, and I never asked for these memories, they were given to me without my consent just like Furball, and both have caused me pain and suffering with very little reward so far." Kurenai said, "You hate him, don't you? The way you spat out the words Yondaime and his earlier makes it sound like you hate him." Naruto frowned and looked down and after a few seconds said, "Do you honestly want to know that answer?" Tenten saw the hurt look in Naruto's eyes and said, "I do." Naruto said, "I want to hate him, I desire to hate him. He sealed a demon inside me that has caused me to live a life of pain, suffering, and loneliness. He tried to dictate my future by placing me in 2 arranged marriages, he set me up to receive his memories without explaining it to anyone, nearly causing my death. He was incompetent with a seal that would have let me have my mother in my life, and it was only after 15 years that I finally met my mother for the first time. He left me with no home, no money, no one to look after me when I needed someone most, and I want to pay him back for every ounce of pain I have felt because of him, but how can I hate the man who helped give me life?" As he got up and began to leave. It took only a couple of seconds for Kurenai and Enko to understand what he meant by his last statement, and both their eyes widened as they looked at his retreating back and both looked at Tenten, who was looking at Naruto sadly, and Kurenai said, "What did he mean by that?" Tenten frowned and said, "Nothing, don't worry about it. I need to get going to see Dad. I haven't been home since yesterday." As she got up, but Kurenai and Enko placed their hands on her shoulders and pushed her back down, and Enko said, "Hold up, Buns. You owe Nia and me for all the tips and advice we went out of our way to give you over the years. The least you can do is tell us what's going on." Tenten bit her lip and sighed and said, "Alright, but you can't tell most of this because it will either get me or him in trouble, and can we go someplace more private?" Both ladies nod, leading her to Kurenai's home, and when they got there Tenten began to explain what all has been happening since the day of the Forbidden Scroll. By the time she finished, Enko and Kurenai were completely floored, and Enko said, "Whoa, that's some fucked up shit." Kurenai said, "So you're an heiress to a clan?" Tenten said, "Yes, but please don't tell anyone. I don't even know that much about my clan in the first place. In fact, I learned more from Kushina about my clan's history than I did my own dad. I still need to bust his balls over that though." Kurenai said, "Alright Tenten. Naruto, someone Konoha and Kunochis need badly on our side. The things he are trying to do are too great to ignore, so I am going to put him on the red list." Enko and Tenten eyes widened, and Tenten said, "The red list, but that's..." Kurenai said, "I know. Every kunoichi, academy student on up, active, injured, or retired will see it, and when I put down what all he is doing, things will change for the better for him. He trusts you. If anything happens or anyone causes him trouble, I want you to inform me or Enko immediately." Enko said, "Definitely. The Gaki is a gift from heaven." Tenten bit her lip and asked, "Please try to keep it for things he's actually done, not because of his parents." Kurenai said, "I'll make sure that people respect him for his skills. We already have enough people getting smoke blowed up their asses for nothing. He deserves this though." Tenten said, "Alright, I need to get going. It's getting late." Enko said, "I will walk you out." As she got up and walked Tenten to the door, and after Tenten left, Enko looked at Kurenai and said, "The red list. You sure you want to do that?" Kurenai said, "Yes." Enko shook her head and said, "Alright, let's work on what to put in the column without breaking our word." When Tenten got home, Dustin was sitting behind the counter and said, "Hello dear, how is he?" Tenten said, "Oh, he's doing better, but you know Dad. I was thinking about how dangerous it is being a kunoichi and I'm worried I might die a virgin, so I'm going to ask my fiancé to help me with that problem. I just hope he's at least longer than a minute man." Dustin looked shocked a few moments before he frowned and said, "Why do I think I know where this is going?" Tenten said, "It's true, isn't it? He's really my fiancé and you slept with his mom and took her virginity." As she glared at her dad putting her hands on her hips. Dustin sighed and said, "Yes, how did you find out?" Tenten said, "Kushina. I met her." As she moved her head around and pointed toward the seal. Dustin was shocked and asked, "How?" Tenten then explained about the sealing and about meeting Kushina and saving Naruto before she said, "So now Naruto and I are going to be friends and get to know each other before we decide anything else." As she crossed her arms across her chest. Dustin looked down and said, "Tenten, there's something I think you should know." Tenten said, "Really? Like what else could you tell me that pales in comparison to the fact I'm engaged to someone I only just met, though I was supposed to grow up with him?" Dustin sighed and said, "It's the secret that Kushina is still keeping from Naruto. It's the reason why the Mizukage sent an assassin here to kill her, which resulted in her condition and your mother's death. The reason is," as he explained it to her. "I know, am I not cruel not telling you this, but the reason is you will learn it when Naruto does." Meanwhile, across town in the woods, Naruto, ignoring the words of the Sandame, was slashing at a Kage-Bun Shin with his sword, who was deflecting with the other sword, and Naruto thought, "Damn it, I want to hate him, but can't." Chapter 7. Over the next couple of days, Naruto began to notice a change in the village. The first surprise when he was awoke at his door by a woman he recognized as a grocery store owner, and she said, "Hello Uzumaki-san." Naruto said, Hello Mrs. Ito. Can I help you with something?" The woman smiled and said, "Not really, but you see my store had a contest going on and your name was put into the drawing and you won, so here is your reward. Inside this scroll is a month's worth of food. I hope you find good use of it." Naruto blinked and said, "I don't remember entering any contest." The woman said, "Oh, well, someone must have put your name in the box for you then. It doesn't matter, here is a receipt showing you won in case you have any doubt about it. Also feel free to come shop at my store anytime you want." As she handed Naruto the scroll, receipt, and quickly left. Naruto blinked as he looked at the receipt and thought, "Okay. I wonder if the food's poisoned or fresh. Wow, it is fresh, and I don't see any signs of being messed with on the canned food, and the other items look good also." Later on, when Naruto was walking down the street, he noticed he was getting smiles and nods from some of the women of the village, and he thought, "What's going on?" Tenten shook her head as she read a magazine in her hand and thought, "They really did put him on the red list. It still blows my mind that there is a secret code known to kunoichi that is encoded in the border around the items in this magazine. It looks like it's just a magazine on fashion and flowers, but the flowers are in fact a code based on what flower and color they are, is what letter they represent, and the vines are spaces between words." Tenten was broke from her thought as the bell rang over the door to her family business, and she looked up and blinked as she saw Naruto and closed her magazine and said, "What are you doing here, Naruto?" Naruto said, "Well, I was wondering if you wanted to spar today in Kenjutsu." Tenten said, "I would like to, but I don't get off until 3. Could we do it after that?" Naruto said, "Sure. I was wondering if I could get 2 more of these swords." Motioning to the swords on his back. Tenten said, "But you already have 2. Naruto said, "I know. I'm thinking about learning double swords, or at least to learn to use my sword in either hand, so I know that if I had a Kage-Bun Shin use 2 and I use 2, it would help me learn it quicker." Tenten said, Sure, but remember you're supposed to be taking it easy on training for the next day or so." Naruto said, I know, but one Kage-Bun Shin isn't going to hurt me when all it is doing mostly is swinging a sword." Tenten frowned and went to the back and came out with a scroll and asked, "Are you paying for this or are you putting it on your tab?" Naruto said, "Tab for now until I can start missions again." Tenten nods and pulls out the ledger before she showed the new balance to Naruto, and she asked, "So anything else?" Naruto bit his lip and said, You haven't noticed anything strange going on, have you?" Tenten said, "No, but I've been here all day since the Hokage gave my team today off before we start missions again." "Why?" Naruto scratched his head and said, "Well, things have been off today." Tenten asked, "Oh, how so?" Naruto said, Well, this lady who runs the grocery store down the block here came by my place and gave me a scroll full of free food and claimed I won some contest her store was having, but I never entered the contest. Then there's all these looks I'm getting from the women of the village, not all of them but pretty much anyone who appears to have been a kunoichi at one time or another. Tenten said, "Oh, how can you tell who used to be kunoichi?" Naruto said, "Mom spent most of the night teaching me about my bloodline when I slept last night. I'm still not very good, but I can at least tell someone who was at least a genin when they are within 10 feet of me by their chakra levels, but I am having to focus on it a lot to do it." Tenten nods and thought, shit, did him getting on the red list change people that much? And said, well, maybe people are starting to see you for you. Naruto scrunched his nose and said, maybe, but I didn't think people could change that easily. Tenten waved her hand and said, just ignore them and go back to living your life, Naruto. Odds are someone started a rumor that you're some kind of lost prince or something. You know how rumors are around this town. And thought, shit, did I just say that? I helped start the rumor by telling Kurenai and Anko. Naruto thought a moment and said, I guess you're right, anyways about last night, sorry for leaving you and those other two ladies like that. It's just. Tenten held up her hand and said, Naruto, stop. I already know and can understand where you're coming from. Your dad is a touchy subject for you, but you do have to remember he was your father, better or worse. There's things about my dad I don't like, but he is my family. You have only just recently found out about your family, so it's harder on you, so don't try to explain why you had to leave last night. Just know that if you need someone to talk to, I'm all ears. Naruto smiled and said, thanks, so I guess I'll see you this afternoon then. Tenten said, yeah, Dad ordering our supplies and paying the bills today, but when he gets back I'll come up the mountain to see you so we can practice, just don't tire yourself out because I plan to beat you this time. Naruto smirked and said, in your dreams. As he laughed running out the store as Tenten pulled out a kunai and thought, smartass. Before putting it back where she got it. That afternoon when Tenten arrived at the woods a little after 3 behind the Hokage monument, she saw Naruto sitting on his knees with all 4 blades around him and he had his eyes closed and said, you can come out, Tenten, I know you're there. Tenten walked out from behind the tree she was hiding behind and said, so, what's up? Naruto said, just thinking how much of a drag it is to have my Kage Bunshin go up with a solid hit and then my weapon could be used against me like you did last time. Tenten said, yeah, I guess that could be a drag, but I don't think there is anything you could do about it. So how do you want to do this? Naruto said, one sword for now, Kenjutsu only. Let's start off slow and work our way up on speed. I'll create a Kage Bunshin to watch us, and if he sees any openings he can point them out and we can see if we can fix them or if they are on purpose. Tenten thought and said, sure. Nobody on my team uses Kenjutsu, so I haven't really had a chance to learn much on swordplay. As she grabbed one of Naruto's swords and took a stance and blinked as she saw the stance Naruto was in and asked, what's that? Naruto smirked and said, the first kata of the Uzumaki Kenjutsu style. Mom told me she knows most of your clan's style also for swords, so she could show you them also if you want to learn them. I only got the first kata for mine memorized though. Tenten nods and charges at Naruto, who blocks before they begin to slash and block each other, slowly picking up speed as the Kage Bunshin on the side every now and then would call out something in one or the other's directions. Several hours later, Tenten was holding the handle of the sword that was in the ground and she was panting, and Naruto was leaning forward panting, holding his sword to keep his balance, and Tenten said, damn, what a workout. Naruto laughed and said, I can't believe how much fun that was. Tenten laughed lightly and said, yeah, it's like we really didn't have to say anything to have fun together. Naruto snorts and said, or better yet, my Kage Bunshins learned to not to say things like that, but he was right. Tenten glared and said, my ass does not bounce when I block. Naruto fell back on his butt and said, if you say so, if you say so. So did you learn anything? Tenten sat down and said, yeah, my slashes are too slow and my jabs leave too many openings. What the hell was with that reverse slash you did when you reversed hands in the middle of a slash? It nearly took off my head. Naruto thought a moment and said, I don't know really. I knew when you blocked my jab and forced my arm away into that slash it left me wide open and defenseless, so I used my other hand to grab my elbow to stop moving and grab the handle for my blade when it was nearly stopped, so I didn't have to work so hard to get it back in position to block. Tenten said, I've read about a move like that before in an old book about samurais, except the samurai rolled with the swing and brought the strike around twice as fast as the original slash. Something about gusting winds or something like that. I don't really remember. Naruto said, I had fun today. Tenten smiled and said, so did I. It's strange, I've actually had more fun today than I have in a long time. Naruto was quiet for a few minutes before he asked, did you ask your dad about the arrangement? Tenten frowned and said, yeah, he told me some stuff. I think I know what your mom is keeping from you, but I don't want to say anything since dad wasn't completely sure about it. Naruto frowned and asked, is it something bad? Tenten said, well, no and yes. If I'm right then I know why the Sandaime Mizukage wanted your mom dead, and if he's still in office may want you dead as well, but if people find out about it here in Konoha then they may start to treat you like they treat the Uchiha. Naruto frowned and asked, but what do you think about it? Tenten bit her lip and said, honestly, it doesn't matter to me. You're you. Naruto, who had looked down, smiled a real smile and said, Tenten, even if things don't work out between us and we never become more than just friends, I want you to know that you are special to me. I don't know how to describe what I feel for you, but you make all the pain, all the loneliness, everything I've ever felt bad about go away, and you make me not care about what anyone else thinks. Tenten blushed and said, Naruto, damn it Naruto, do you know how frustrating you can be? A few weeks ago I was content with my life, being on my team with Neji-kun, Liangai-sensei, but now, did you know that Neji stopped me on the way here today? He asked me if I wanted to have dinner with him tonight. Naruto's eyes widened slightly and he looked down and said, oh. I guess you probably want to go get ready then. A rock hit him in the head and he screamed, ow. What the hell was that for? As he rubbed his head. Tenten said, idiot, I wasn't finished. I told him that I would like to, but I had plans with you already this afternoon and I wasn't going to cancel them. A few weeks ago I would have taken that offer in a heartbeat, but today I turned it down without feeling guilty at all, and do you know why? Naruto shook his head no, and Tenten said, because of you. Your parents named you perfectly when they named you Naruto. You're a living maelstrom. When I'm with you I see the effects you have on everything around you as you move everything in every direction around you, and I can't help but feel the effects on myself as well. It's frustrating because you came into my life like a storm and you leave your mark on everything in my life. Naruto said, Tenten said, shut up and let me finish, damn it. As she grabbed her head in frustration before she looked at Naruto and said, I've never told anyone that I am a clan heiress because I've seen those heiresses in your class how they are treated like princess, and I don't want that. I wanted to earn the respect I got and not have it handed to me just because of who I was born to. You know about that, and yet you don't treat me like a princess, you treat me as you would anyone else. Even Neji would treat me different if he found out. As she shook her head. She looked up at the sky and said, I have a love for weapons. It's the only real link I have to my clan because my clan does have a bloodline. It allows us to use any weapons perfectly. No matter the size, shape, or weight of the weapon, our bodies adapt to use that weapon. It's not an instant ability, but there is no weapon we can't learn to use with practice. People have made fun of me for my love of weapons, including my own teammates, to the point I only use standard shurikens and kunais unless absolutely necessary, but with you I don't have to fear and feel I can use anything and everything on me. Naruto said, you shouldn't hide who you really are to make others feel better. Tenten gave Naruto a pointed look and said, you're one to talk whiskers, by the way, are those real or are they just scars? Naruto scratched his head and said, I think they might be real somewhat, they're sensitive. Tenten walked over and said, really, you mind if I touch them? I've wanted to but didn't want to upset you. As she looked at his cheeks. Naruto said, sure, go ahead. Nobody ever real, Lee. As his eyes glossed over as Tenten began to rub his whiskers. Tenten watched and Naruto reached up and grabbed her hand fast and whispered in a panting breath, stop, please. Tenten asked in a soft worried voice, why? Naruto looked at her and Tenten felt herself get flush in the face from the look of lust in Naruto's eyes, and he said, because it's taking every ounce of control I have to stop myself. Tenten got down on her knees and asked in a quiet voice, stop yourself from what? Naruto looked at her and he leaned forward and started to kiss her when she closed her eyes slightly but enough to still see him, but at the last second he moved his head to her neck and put his forehead on her shoulder and gasped out, I think you should go Tenten, if not then we will never be just friends. Tenten, who felt his head on her shoulder and felt his body trembling, bit her lip as she saw his body shake and asked, why? As she remained frozen in place. Naruto bit his lip and whispered, because every ounce of my being is screaming at me to take you as mine. Your scent in my nose, your heat against my skin, your breath on my hair, it's driving me crazy, please, go before it's too late. As he moved his hands that were in fist into the ground. Tenten closed her eyes and she thought, I thought I wanted Neji, but why would he now ask me out after all this time? Is it he's finally fallen for me, or is it because he's jealous of Naruto? Naruto, you baka, why do you have to be so, you? As she slowly stood up and took a step back as Naruto kept his head down and Tenten bit her lip and said, Naruto, look at me. Naruto slowly looked up at her and she said, I have something I want you to do, something that only you can do. Naruto asked quietly, what? Tenten said, right now you and I are so caught up in our emotions over everything that has happened that neither of us are thinking straight. I want you to find yourself. You have hidden yourself from the world for so long you don't even know who you are, just as I have been doing by denying who and what I am all these years. I'll speak with my sensei and ask him to watch over us as we spar in case we get injured once a week when we meet, and we will work on getting better in our kenjutsu skills and seeing how each other are doing. He'll be our shaper one to make sure we don't do something we're not ready for. Also, I know you had a crush on that pink-haired girl for a while, but she doesn't appear to feel the same way. I do know there is someone else who does like you, but I won't tell you who. I want you to take a step back and look at those around you and try to find a girl to hang out with besides me. See if the feelings you have for me are the same as her, and if so, see if they are just you wanting friendship or more. I'm going to go on a date with Neji since I have liked him for a while and want to see where that goes, but I will still be your friend and I will not choose him over you, and on the days we decide to train together I will put you first. Will you agree to that? Naruto thought a moment and nods, and Tenten smiled and said, "Good, now stand up and close your eyes." Naruto blinked and asked, "Huh?" Tenten said, "Just do it." Naruto got up and closed his eyes, and a moment later his eyes widened as he saw Tenten step back, and she said, "That's the first kiss I have ever given a guy. You gave me my first kiss from a guy and I gave you my first kiss to a guy. No matter what happens in the future, those are two memories that I will cherish for the rest of my life." Naruto smiled a real smile and said, "Those were both mine as well and I'll cherish them as well." Tenten smiled and said, "It's getting late and I need to get home." Naruto asked, "Do you want me to walk you home?" Tenten thought a moment and said, "No, not today. I need some time to think to myself. Good night," as she turned and left. Once she was gone, Naruto whispered, "Good night," as he picked up his swords and looked at them, remembering what Tenten said, and thought, "There's nothing I can do about it, for now." Over the next few days Naruto spared with his Kujbunshin while one observed them and another Kujbunshin was working on a seal or a. Finally the day came where Naruto could return to missions. When he arrived at Training Ground 7 he noticed Sasuke and Sakura both were practicing water walking, and he raised an eyebrow and said, "Did I miss much?" causing both to lose their concentration and fall into the water. Sakura sputtered as she got up and screamed, "Naruto!" as she started to stomp toward Naruto, drawing her fist back. Naruto rubbed two of his fingers on one hand together against the thumb of that hand where a seal was on each finger as he saw her approach, but Sasuke grabbed her shoulder and said, "Sakura, stop. It was our own fault for getting distracted doing that exercise." Naruto blinked and said, "Okay, who are you and what happened to the temp?" Sasuke glared at Naruto and said, "Kakashi-sensei told us that you've been working and training yourself so hard that you put yourself in the hospital from complete exhaustion, which is why you were in the hospital and then had a couple days to rest. I may think you're an idiot for working yourself that far without taking care of yourself, but I can respect you for it as well. I hate to admit it, but I tried to do what you've been doing and I could only make it 3 days before I began crashing, and you've been doing it a lot longer." Naruto rubbed his head and said, "Thanks. I think. So Kakashi-sensei showed you both the water walking exercise?" Sakura said, "Yes. He said we finally got good enough with the tree climbing. The exercise wouldn't do us much good besides building up our reserves, and water walking would do it faster. We've been using the idea of going one step at a time to get it faster." Naruto nods and said, "Anything else?" Kakashi, who arrived in a swirl of leaves, said, "No, since we couldn't do missions I had them working on their chakra reserves and stamina. How are you feeling, Naruto?" Naruto said, "Better, but worse. I did meet my mom though." Shocking Kakashi, Sasuke and Sakura. Kakashi said, "Kushina-sama. When, where?" Sakura asked, "How do you know her name, Kakashi-sensei?" Kakashi frowned, realizing his slip, and Naruto waved his hand and said, "It's alright sensei, Gigi was going to be releasing that info soon anyways since I've found out I'm in 2 arranged marriages." Kakashi said, "2, who?" sounding surprised. Naruto said, "Well, I won't tell you who they are yet because I've only actually contacted one, and we have decided to get to know each other first since neither of us are thrilled about not having a choice in our own futures. I've worked up an arrangement where if we decide that marriage between us is out, then the deal will be cancelled and no hard feelings. As for the other, it's actually with the Kasuke's daughter," causing all 3 other members of Team 7 to nearly faint. Sasuke asked, "Why are you engaged to 2 women and especially with one like the Kasuke's daughter?" Naruto said, "I do got a bloodline and I am a member of a clan like Kakashi-sensei hinted, so I fall under the clan restoration law like you, or I will once it becomes public knowledge, and as for the Kasuke's daughter, it was something the Yondaime Hokage set up, so I can't say much for now. I'm expecting a reply to find out if it's still active or not. I'm kind of hoping not, but," as he shrugged his shoulders and looked away. Sasuke said, "Why would you not want to marry someone as influential as the Kasuke's daughter?" Naruto blinked and looked at Sasuke for several moments and Sasuke got tired of it and asked, what? Naruto said, Sasuke, which is more important, power of emotions. Sasuke said, power. Emotions get in the way of completing your mission while power can only help your mission. Naruto turned his head catching Kakashi's eye, who he could tell understood the depth of that question, and said, it's just because I'm an idiot, Sasuke. I rather marry a weak powerless woman than a strong powerful princess if it meant that I had love from the woman and no love from the princess. I guess that was why you were Rookie of the Year and I was dead last, huh? Sasuke shrugged and said, if you say so. I think you're just a baka. Naruto nods and said, hey Kakashi-sensei, how many different elemental jutsu can you do? Kakashi asked, why? Naruto said, I came up with idea for a new seal I'm working on, but I need to test it against several different types of jutsu from the different elements to see how it works or don't work. Kakashi said, well I can do jutsu for all the elements, but they may be of different strengths if I don't have affinity to some. What's the seal supposed to do? Naruto saw the looks everyone was giving him and said, I rather not say until it's finished. I don't want people make fun of me if it doesn't work. Sakura said, we wouldn't laugh at you, we're your teammates. Naruto smiled and said, thanks. But Ino might get curious and use her clan jutsu on you to find out how strong you are, since I heard that she is also working on water walking, so she could try and impress Sasuke and might learn about it, and you know how she is with gossip. Sakura frowned and said, yeah, I guess you're right. And thought, Ino, you better not be. Kakashi said, well if you need help like that I could use all 5 elements in different strengths to test it for you, but I would have to ask a few questions about it before we did cause I don't want to get blown up or something. Naruto said, fair enough, and it will be a little while as I want to fine-tune it before I test it. So what are we doing today? Kakashi said, I had already checked with the Hokage and got our mission and we are repairing and painting a fence. Come on. Naruto smiled as he began to follow Kakashi, and Sakura asked, so where has your mom been all these years, Naruto? Naruto looked down as they walked and said, before I was born the Sandaime Mizukage sent an assassin to kill my mother, and he used a poison on her that began to weaken her body and nearly killed her the day I was born. For my protection she was forced to leave to draw attention away from here in case the Mizukage sent another assassin to finish the job. There's more to it than that, but I'm not allowed to say. Sasuke said, but why not change your name? I mean, if she did it for your protection it would be kind of stupid to leave your last name the same. Naruto said, true, but since mom was the clan heiress and my father was an orphan himself when they were married, he took her clan name as his own, but only about 10 people ever knew of the marriage since it was a secret marriage. If anyone were to come looking for an Uzumaki they would look for red hair and most likely green eyes, not blonde hair and blue eyes that I got from dad. Sakura asked as they entered town, who is your father and what exactly is your bloodline, Naruto? Is it that chakra sensing thing? Naruto said, my dad was connected to Jiraiya of the Sannin spy network, and for security reason related to that I am not allowed to say his name without Jiraiya, my mother or the Sandaime's approval, since the information about my dad could indirectly be linked back to others connected to his spy network. If you doubt me you can ask Kakashi-sensei since he is aware of that fact as well from what I've been told. Kakashi, who hid a smile behind his mask at the way Naruto dodged the question, said, yes. It's an S-ranked secret because of the connection to the spy network, and speaking about it could be considered treason. I ask that both of you just accept that as an answer and not bother Naruto about it unless he tells you himself, meaning he's been given permission. Sasuke and Sakura nods, and Sasuke asked, what about the bloodline Dobi? Is it that chakra sensing thing? Naruto sighed and said, actually, mom only told me a little bit about my bloodline. She told me until she thinks I'm strong enough to protect myself she won't tell me much about it, but she did tell me a few things about it that I can tell you. The first is the chakra sensing ability is actually only a side effect of the bloodline. It's not an active bloodline but a passive one. What it actually does though I don't know, but she told me that it's the reason the Sandaime Mizukage sent an assassin to kill her, because he feared it. Kakashi blinked and said, really, does it have a name? Naruto said, yes, but like I said, mom won't tell me what it is yet. She just told me that it was given to us by the 6 Realm Sage and it was the first bloodline, causing the other members of Team 7 to go wide-eyed. Kakashi looked at Naruto and Sasuke said, no way Dobi. If it was the first then people would know about it. Naruto said, they do. Sasuke, why do you think my mom almost died? From what she told me it was known to everyone in the land of Whirlpool and was the reason the Sandaime Mizukage ordered the Hidden Mist village to attack and destroy the Whirlpool village. Sakura said, Whirlpool, I never heard of it. Kakashi said, I'm not surprised. A little over 20 years ago it was destroyed by the Hidden Mist village, as Naruto said. Very little is actually known about the Whirlpool village, but one fact that was known is that nearly every bloodline in the world originated from there, including the Senju, Hyuga, and Uchiha bloodlines. Sasuke's eyes nearly fell out of his head and said, "Are you sure?" As he heard this, Kakashi nods and said, "Your father tried desperately to get Kushina to marry into the Uchiha clan along with Hiashi and the Hyuga clan." Naruto blinked and said, "So the Hyuga know about my bloodline?" As he frowned and thought, if the Hyuga know about my bloodline, could they be using Tenten and Neji somehow? Sasuke thought, I must search my clan files to see if I can find out what his bloodline does. Kakashi said, "Well, I can't say for sure if they know, but they do know that the Uzumaki clan were the rulers of the Whirlpool village, and all those with bloodlines that were there when the village was destroyed who might have escaped would follow the orders of the Uzumaki clan, which there could have been a few that could have enhanced the powers of either bloodline. That was what I was told by your mother when I asked her once why she refused." Naruto nods and Sakura asked, "Wait, rulers, does that mean Naruto some kind of prince?" Looking shocked. Naruto looked shocked as well, and Kakashi said, I don't know, maybe. Kushina-sama didn't like to talk about her past much, and like Naruto had very little respect for authority unless she truly felt you earned it. Naruto said, "I am definitely asking mom about that later." As he put his hands together and said, "Kujibunshin no jutsu." As single clone appeared and Kakashi asked, "Was that the right amount you tried for Naruto?" Naruto said, "Yeah, my control seems a little better after my trip to the hospital. Maybe I really needed that rest more than I thought I did. It seems like I can get the right number about 60% of the time now. You know what to do." As he pulled out a scroll. The clone took the scroll and walked behind Naruto and unsealed a brush and some ink and quickly drew a seal on Naruto's neck near the other seal, and he said, "Seal." As he sent a chakra pulse to the new seal and both seals vanished. Sasuke said, "Where did they go?" Naruto said, "Oh, they are still there, but the one I just made makes it where they won't appear unless I release it, and it makes it where all seals on my body are that way." As he sent a look to Kakashi. Kakashi nods and said, "But what happens if you need to release it and can't, like you're injured? Is there a way for someone else to release it?" Naruto said, "Blood sensei, my blood will dispel it. It's just a simple genjutsu seal really though, since it was created by seals instead of hand signs it can't be seen through. It could still be detected, so enough catching up about me. Where is our mission at, Kakashi sensei?" Kakashi said, "Actually, we are here." As he motioned to a yard with a fence, and Naruto paled as he saw what yard it was and thought, fuck, not her. The door opened and a woman stepped out. Naruto instantly recognized and thought, shit, Kami, why do you hate me? The woman looked at them and smiled and said, "Hello, you must be the team sent to work on my fence." As her eyes landed on Naruto for a moment, who looked at her while his eyes darted slightly to the left and right looking for danger. The woman walked forward and said, "Is there something wrong, Uzumaki-san?" As she saw his eyes looking around. Naruto said, "No, Tsubaki-sama," in his best polite voice, while the members of Team 7 seemed shocked. Tsubaki said, "I see, well the supplies are all over there, so I'll leave you to your duties." As she pointed to a stack of wood, paint cans, hammers and a few other things before she turned and walked back into the house. After Tsubaki walked inside, Sakura turned and asked, "What the hell was up with that Naruto? You're never respectful to anyone, so why did you show her respect?" Naruto frowned and said, "Just drop it, Sakura." As he walked over to the supplies and put his hands together and said, "Kujibunshin no jutsu." As Tenkage appeared and Naruto said, "Alright, watch your step, don't break anything, grab the supplies and let's get this finished as fast as possible." As he grabbed a hammer. Kakashi narrowed his eye as he looked at Naruto before moving to sit down to read his book, but also where he could see the house and Naruto at the same time, and thought, something's not right here. As he saw Sasuke and Sakura getting busy as well. 45 minutes later, Tsubaki walked out with a tray with 4 glasses, and she walked toward Naruto with the tray and said, "Would you like some water, Uzumaki?" Naruto said, "Thank you, Tsubaki-sama. Does it matter which glass?" Tsubaki said, "Not really." Naruto nods and took one of the glasses and put it to his lips and then acted like he was swallowing. He said, "Thank you, Tsubaki-sama." As he put the glass down beside him and got back to work. Tsubaki then walked over to Sasuke and Sakura before offering the last glass to Kakashi, who took it and whispered, "Is there something I should know about between you and my student Chunin?" Tsubaki said, "Nothing that will interfere with your mission." As she turned and walked back toward the house when Naruto screamed, "Ow!" Grabbing his hand, he hit with the hammer and knocking the glass of water over as well. Sasuke said, "Be more careful, Dobi." Kakashi got up and walked over to Naruto as Tsubaki came over and asked, "Are you alright, Uzumaki?" Naruto said, yeah, just had an accident. It looks like I accidentally spilled my water though. As he picked up the glass and looked at it and said, but I didn't break the glass. Tsubaki said, I can see that. Would you like a new one? Naruto said, thank you but that won't be necessary. We won't be much longer and I would hate to cause you any discomfort. Tsubaki nods and Kakashi said, let me see your hand Naruto. From where he stood behind her before Tsubaki started back toward the house. After she was a few feet away he whispered, why did you hit your hand on purpose Naruto? I saw you hit it where you wouldn't break anything. What's going on? As he examined Naruto's hand. Naruto whispered, she's Mizuki Tem's fiancé and she blames me for him being put in prison and she threatened to kill me unless I confessed Mizuki was innocent and I was responsible. I thought the water was poisoned but she let me pick which one I chose first which meant she could have poisoned Sasuke, Sakura or you and then I thought I might be in a genjutsu and there was a trap here so I broke it the only way I know how which is pain but it wasn't a genjutsu. Kakashi nods and said, let's get finished then and get out of here. I don't think she will do anything while I'm here and she may have been just upset at the time since she loved Mizuki. Naruto bit his lip and said, maybe. But I don't want to push my luck. As he got back to work. Inside the kitchen looking out Tsubaki frowned as she removed the chakra from her ears and thought, I was upset since I love Mizuki but. Maybe I was too hard on him. Maybe it was Mizuki's fault but. As she bit her lip. After Team 7 finished the mission and began heading back toward the Hokage Tower Kurenai walked out of a store and saw them and said, hey Kakashi, how's it going? Kakashi said, you say something. Kurenai glared at him a moment before she looked at Naruto and said, hello Naruto, it's good to see you again. Naruto smiled and said, it's nice to see you as well Kurenai-sensei, how are you today? Kurenai said, fine, I was wondering when you wanted to ask those questions for that seal you're designing. Tenten told us you were still recovering the other night when you had to leave and figured you were trying to go get some rest. Naruto rubbed his head and said, yeah, something like that, are you busy today? Kurenai said, no, I'm available since my team are each practicing with their clans today. Why? Naruto looked back at Kakashi and said, Kakashi-sensei, can we make a small detour to my apartment for a few minutes? Just a few minutes. I wrote down all the questions I need answers to that seal I am making and Kurenai-sensei was going to help me and I could just give her the scroll to work on when it's available for her too, that is if you don't mind coming by my place for a few minutes to get it. As he turned to Kurenai at the end. Kurenai shrugged and said, I don't see a problem with it but what about your teammates? I mean if you're still on active duty then I don't want to get you in trouble. Naruto waved his hand and said, no, I actually got something I was wanting to show both Sasuke and Sakura anyways and I guess this is as good a time as any, please Kakashi-sensei, this is important to me. As he shot a pleading look to Kakashi. Kakashi said, sure, why not? Maybe you could ask Kurenai also about pointers on breaking genjutsu sometime instead of breaking them through pain. At least I'll have a valid excuse as to why I'm late this time. With an ice smile. Naruto laughed and said, well, would you like me to carry your bags for you Kurenai-sensei since it's a few blocks to my place and you're doing this as a favor to me? It's the least I can do. Kurenai laughed and said, sure, it's nice to find a gentleman with all the perverts around. As she handed Naruto the bags she had while shooting a glare at Kakashi. Naruto said, come on guys, follow me. As he began to walk away. Sakura crossed her arms and said, he could have asked if we wanted to come or not. Kakashi said, Sakura, I'm sure whatever it is he wants to show you must be important, or at least he thinks will be important, so what seal is he making for you Kurenai? Kurenai said, it's not actually for me but for all kunoichi. It's an anti-rape seal that will allow kunoichi to break free of bindings, restore our chakra, put a shield of wind-natured chakra around us and increase our strength and speed for a few minutes, giving us a chance to escape or kill our capturers. Making Sakura looked up at Kurenai as Sasuke narrowed his eyes. Kakashi said, really now, so he really is working on that. I thought it was just a passing thought. While Sasuke and Sakura were looking more shocked hearing Kakashi. Kurenai said, actually, you should hear about some of his other works, he's figured out how to remove Anko's seal. Kakashi's eye went wide and asked, are you sure? In a serious voice. Kurenai said, yes. All we are waiting on to do it is for Jiraiya-sama to arrive to verify his research to make sure there are not little traps that he didn't find when he examined it. Kakashi said, I see. He's progressing faster than I thought he could. I'll have to see about getting those other books and scrolls one promised him on seals. As they walked up a set of stairs on the outside of an apartment building and Naruto was running blood across the door while sending chakra to the handle and Sakura asked, what are you doing? Naruto said, I put security seals around all the windows and doors to my apartment, making it where no one can enter it without my permission. I ask that you all keep quiet about what you are about to see." Sasuke asked, "Why?" Naruto said, "Just, please keep quiet about it," as he opened the door and walked in. The others soon followed and were surprised to see 10 desks in a row, each with a clone of Naruto at the desk writing on a scroll in front of each of them, and the group began to look around and saw scroll after scroll after scroll all over the place in different cabinets with different colors on the cabinets, and Sakura said, "What's with all the scrolls?" Each of the Naruto looked up and looked at Naruto, who said, "Just ignore them and get back to work." The clones nodded and started back writing, and Kurenai asked, "What's going on here, Naruto?" Naruto sighed and said, "I've got so many projects going on, it seems like I'm forgetting more than I am learning, so what I've been doing is creating 10 clones every morning when I get ready to leave. One clone stays here while the others head out to either work on seals, research at the libraries, work on chakra control, work on elemental control, jutsu, and a few other projects I am working on. When they get to wherever they are working, they create more Kujbunshin who began to work on whatever it is they are doing, and every 10 minutes one of them dispels and transfer back its memories to me and the other clones, so I have the clone who stayed here create a team that began to record whatever it was they learned, or have learned before now if I didn't have it wrote down yet, worked on, or discovered, with each desk being assigned a specific subject, like that one right there at the black desk is seals. The blue desk is medical knowledge, the white desk is jutsu, green desk is elemental affinities, and so on and so forth. The cabinets are also based on the same principle to organize all my scrolls so I can find what I am looking for easier. Now where did I put those questions?" The clone doing seals said, "Third row, fifth to the right." Naruto walked over and said, "Ah, here it is, thanks." As he walked over and handed the scroll to Kurenai, who opened it and her eyes got wide and said, "Whoa, that is a lot of questions, and very detailed at that." Naruto said, "Oh, that remind me." As he ran to another room and came back and said, "I made this as a thank you for helping me with those questions." As he pulled out a tag. Kurenai looked at the tag and asked, "What is it?" Naruto said, "I call it the dress sphere seal. Basically it's probably going to be even more popular with Kunoichi than the other seal I'm making. Suppose before you go to bed tonight you think over your schedule for the next day and you have tomorrow off, but you agreed to meet Anko for shopping in the morning, and then you had a date to get ready for, and if your husband or boyfriend and you decided to continue the date you would want to dress appropriate for it, and suppose you had an early morning mission the next day. Wouldn't having to change all those times from morning wear to civilian clothing to formal wear to sleep wear and then mission wear be sort of time consuming and a pain in the ass?" Kurenai said, "I suppose so, why?" Naruto said, "This seal when applied looks like a flower chain tattoo, but if you send chakra into the rose in the middle while also sending chakra into one of the 7 flowers around it, then you could change your cloths quickly while also giving you a wash to get cleaned up and blow dried, so all you would have to worry about was fixing your hair and makeup. This is basically a multiple storage seal where you put on an outfit and send chakra into one of the flowers besides the rose, and it will store the cloths you have on, leaving you nude, where you could put another outfit on and store it, where you could store up to 7 different outfits, and changing between them is just by sending chakra from one to another. But if you sent chakra into the rose in the middle, then you would wash your entire body and dry it in less than 60 seconds and be dressed at the end of it as well, so you could tell Anko you need to freshen up. Walk in the bathroom and boom, 60 seconds later you're in another outfit all ready for your date and having a shower and dried as well." Kurenai and Sakura eyes were wide as they looked at the seal Naruto was holding, and Sasuke and Kakashi were looking somewhat intrigued and surprised. Kurenai asked, "Have you tested it already?" Naruto pulled up his sleeve slightly, showing a seal on his wrist, and he was covered in smoke and was now in an orange shirt and black pants before he was covered again, and then he was in a blue shirt and blue pants before he changed back to his regular cloths and said, "Yeah, I tried it and I plan to market it right after I get my Seal Master certification. Hopefully that will help give me a small source of income so I can work on other things without having to take so many missions." Sasuke asked, "How does the bath and dry thing work, Dobi?" Naruto said, "Well, when you activate it you close your eyes and take a deep breath and hold it, and basically what it will do is pull the water out of the air around you where you get covered head to toe in water like a layer of skin, and then a wind jutsu will push the water around the body where the water will wash any dirt, sweat, blood, or anything else that is on you away, including makeup, and this lasts for 20 seconds, so you have to hold your breath for that long, and then it drops, it releases the water back into the air like condensations, or was it convection? I don't remember the word, but it's like water evaporates back into the air, and you will have 10 seconds where it dries you, letting you release your breath and take another one before a 10-second water suit will cover you again, just to make sure there was no little loose mud or other things that didn't have time to get properly clean before it releases and hits you with a minor wind jutsu with a minor fire manipulation in it to heat the air to dry you faster before you are covered in your new outfit. Sakura asked, can I have one of those, Naruto? We are teammates after all. Naruto looked at her and said, Sakura, I'm not actually giving this to Kurenai but paying her for the work she has put into helping me with something I am working on. I figure that it will take her about 4 hours at least to get through those questions, and I may have to ask her at a later date about some others that I am not aware of right now in order to help me with my research, so it's only right I try and compensate her for the help. Sakura asked, well, what about if I paid you? Naruto looked at her and said, how about a deal instead? Sakura asked, what kind of deal? Naruto turned and walked over to a section that had medical scrolls, and he picked up one and walked to the table in the middle of the room and said, don't tell Gigi about this seal or he would kill me to get the info on it. As he placed the scroll on seal in the table and he sent chakra to it, and another scroll appeared across from it, shocking everyone, and Naruto put the first scroll back where he got it and said, that was my copy seal. I can make duplicate of any seal or scroll by simply placing it on that first seal, and a second one will appear, so that will help me when I start mass producing seals, since all I have to do is make a single perfect seal and then a little chakra and blank scroll or tags, and boom, a perfect copy. Kakashi whistled and said, that would come in handy if you made exploding tags or storage scrolls. Naruto said, I know, which is why I'm making it an Uzumaki clan seal, because if it fell in the wrong hands it could be disastrous. Now as for you, Sakura, first off I want to say I am proud of you for all the hard work you have been doing to increase your chakra reserves, stamina, and all the other training you have done. You still have perfect chakra control, which is a good thing, but you have yet to learn anything that could be of actual use outside of dodging or a minor distraction. Making everyone wide-eyed, and Kurenai said, Naruto, don't you think you're being too hard on her? I mean, not everyone has the advantages that you have. Giving him a pointed look. Naruto said, please don't judge me completely until you hear what I am trying to say, because I am not actually trying to hurt her feelings or make her feel bad, but offer her a choice that would not only help her but our team in the long run. Please calm down and hear me out. As he held up his hands. Sakura gritted her teeth and said, fine. Let's hear it. Naruto said, right, as I was saying, right now you have the makings of someone who could go into genjutsu or medical, and I really don't know shit about genjutsu, but over the course of my studies I have come up with some seals as well as got my hands on information in jutsu for the medical field, and I was wanting to offer you a deal where I would give you this scroll to learn, which will give you all the information you need to learn to heal minor cuts and relieve pain. Once you have learned this scroll and can demonstrate it for 5 minutes, I have other scrolls for you to learn with more advanced jutsu and medical knowledge on healing broken bones and stopping internal bleeding, and I've got more advanced stuff than that, but most of that stuff I am unable to do myself, like the second stage stuff I mentioned, because of my lack of control. If you could learn to use all this, you would become a big asset on missions to help Sasuke, Kakashi-sensei, and me, since all three of us seem to be close to mid-range fighters in ninjutsu with either taijutsu or kenjutsu mixed in, so the chance of one or all three of us getting injured is high, and by having you able to heal us you could save our lives. Sakura's eyes lighted up and she asked, well, why didn't you say it like that in the first place instead of insulting me? Naruto said, A, you haven't heard the whole deal yet, and B, because Sakura, if I give you this info to help save our lives and Kakashi-sensei got wounded with several poison kunais that hit vital areas, I got my arm cut off and bleeding to death, and Sasuke got a broke leg, which one of us would you heal first? Sakura said, I don't know. Naruto shook his head and said, Sakura, you don't have to deny it. We all know that you would heal Sasuke first because of your romantic feelings toward him that would end up with me and Kakashi-sensei dying from our injuries, because you get tunnel vision and only see Sasuke when others need you more than he does. Sakura put her hands on her hips and said, I do not. Naruto looked at her and said, then why is it that when Sasuke and I both make a plan for a mission you will always side with him, even when you have heard and seen over and over again that his plan would have failed? You think that Sasuke can do no wrong because... Naruto grabbed Sakura's fist that went for his head and he sighed, letting go of her hand and stepping back, and said, never mind. As he started to turn and stopped and said, hey Kurenai-sensei, do you think someone on your team might like this? I mean, I don't know if Shino or Kiba could use it, but Hinata might have the control to learn it. As he held up the scroll he made for Sakura. Sakura said, hey, what about me? Naruto looked at her and said, you say something. I thought that when you tried to punch me that was the end of the conversation. Why should I help someone become better who tries to hurt me when I try to give them helpful advice? Sakura became red and said, as she tried to find something to say. Naruto said, I know, I'm not like that, I only tried to punch you because you pissed me off. Sasuke-kun is so much better than you and you're just a baka. I've heard all of it before, Sakura, and I'm tired of being a punching bag. If you get pissed at me for saying a few words to you, what will you do when an enemy say things like even more hurtful or that will piss you off even more than what I am saying? Are you going to rush in half mad trying to hit them like you did me only for them to kill you or capture you and later rape you? As he changed his voice to sound like Sakura for a few words. Naruto saw Sakura shocked by his words and said, "This is not a game, Sakura. Prince Charming doesn't always arrive at the last second to save the damsel in distress. I got curious after a friend of mine's daughter was raped and killed on a mission and I broke into the record office in the Hokage Tower and looked up to see how often things like that happened. Yeah, don't look at me like that. It's not my fault village security sucks enough that a 10-year-old could get in there. Anyways, in 3 years' time Sakura 311 kunoichi were raped with 490 kunoichi being killed and a little over 100 disappeared on missions and were never seen again. I don't know how many of those 490 were raped before they were killed, but I bet it was more than half. I'm not trying to hurt your feeling, but I am trying to protect you, and what do I get for it? You try to punch me for trying to point out the simple fact that you and Ino are the two weakest physically and skilled members of our class, and I am trying to help you improve so someday if Sasuke balls ever do drop and he begins to like women that you will be alive to try and get him." Sakura pursed her lips and Kurenai sighed and said, "I hate to admit it, Sakura, but he's right and he is trying to do you a favor. In fact, this is something Kakashi should have talked to you about long before now." As she shot a glare at Kakashi, who said, You say something." Naruto sighed and said, "Look, I'll go ahead and make another copy of this scroll and give one to you and one to Kurenai-sensei to see if one of her students would be interested, and if one of you got good enough in skills then you could help me test another seal I created." Sasuke asked, "How many seals have you created?" Naruto shrugged and said, "A little over 7,000 seals ranging from simple storage seals to exploding tags that could kill a boss summon the size of Gambunta with all kinds of things in the middle. Most of them have actually been created by others, so I can't claim originality on them, but I doubt anyone else has created the dress share seal or the anti-rape seal I am designing, and I really doubt anyone has created the medical one I created." Sakura, who was looking down thinking over what Naruto said after Kurenai claimed he was right, asked, "What is the medical seal you are wanting to test?" In a quitter voice. Naruto got an exited look and said, "Oh, this will probably be the most popular seal I ever create if this works the way I think it will. The number one problem that medic nins face that cost lives is running out of chakra while there are more who need help." As he ran over pulled out a scroll and came back opening it up and said, "This seal acts like a battery, basically where a person sends chakra into it and it can hold up to around mid-chunin chakra reserves and it converts the chakra into healing chakra, so if a medic were to place a tag on their hands with this seal on it then they could use the healing chakra inside the scroll to heal the patient instead of having to use their chakra, and all they actually have to do is control the chakra to direct it how they want to use it. Anyone could fill these seals up, so we could offer some of our more unhealthy ninja who should retire from missions before they die a job of filling these up and reward them by paying them for donating their chakra. If this works like I think it will, then it would be possible for a medic nin who use these seals to heal hundreds of patients before they ever have to touch their own chakra by simply changing tags when it runs out. The only downside is the seal is only as good as the person controlling the chakra, so if a person is only barely able to do any kind of medical jutsu like me, then I could use this whole thing up and only heal a few wounds. If Sakura were able to get good enough with her control, she could probably heal all three of us and not get tired." Kakashi asked, "Have you tested these yet?" Naruto said, "Yeah, on a couple of fish, but I can only heal minor cuts, so I can't be sure if it can do the more advanced jutsu like I think it will. I thought about asking Sasuke fanboy, but I don't completely trust him." Sasuke blinked and asked, "What fanboy?" Naruto said, "Oh, right after we were assigned teams I met a medic nin that is sort of obsessed with you on the level of most of your fan club, and I got him answering me questions about medical knowledge, either telling me the answers or telling me where to look for the answers in exchange for me giving him a little info on you." With a cheeky grin, Sasuke gritted his teeth and asked, "And what kind of info has he been asking for?" Naruto said, "Nothing much. I've actually downplayed some of the answers to keep him from knowing much about you since I don't completely trust him. He asks how much stamina you had, if I could get him pictures of you nude, things like that." Kurenai said, "You're pimping out your teammate." In a shocked voice. Naruto thought a moment and said, "It's no different than if the Hokage asked you to sleep with an enemy ninja to get information. The info I am getting could save the lives of hundreds of Leaf ninja, so I don't really see a difference since he seemed to get pleasure out of giving me info for what I do for him while." Kurenai, who was red-faced, screamed, "Enough, you're right, just. I hate those kind of missions, but I have to agree, there is no difference besides the fact that I am ordered to do it and you're doing it freely." Naruto said, "True, but I also found something out that I don't think anyone else knows, which is why I don't completely trust the guy I'm getting medical info from." Kurenai said, I'm almost afraid to ask, but what is it? Naruto said, he's a spy for someone outside the village. With a smirk as everyone's eyes got wide. Kakashi looked at Naruto and asked, what makes you think that he's a spy and why haven't you told the Hokage about this so far? Naruto said, I can't tell Gigi because this guy is connected to some pretty influential people in the village and I suspect that both his teammates are also spies and they are both also well connected in the village, so if I were to tell Gigi my suspicion he would not be able to do anything due to who they are without some concrete proof, and if he were to investigate it then either the people they are connected to would catch wind and speak to the three who would either then lay low for a while or try and find out who got suspicious of them and they would try to go after me or try to discredit me, which could cost me my ninja license, and since I don't have any other skills besides my ninja knowledge I won't be able to support myself, and because of who I am I can't leave and start a new life, so I have to wait until I can get concrete proof that can't be denied or explained. Kurenai frowned and said, so what makes you believe that they're spies, Naruto? Naruto said, one has a curse seal even more advanced than Anko. Making Kakashi and Kurenai wide-eyed, and Sasuke and Sakura looked confused, and Sasuke asked, what's a curse seal and who's Anko? Kakashi said, I'm afraid that's classified information, but are you sure, Naruto? Naruto said, I may censor Kakashi-sensei, and while I'm not very good so far I wasn't sure what it was I was feeling from him until I met Anko the other night and she showed me her curse seal. It feels like you have two different chakra in you so far. Someone with two chakras is not that hard to pick up on, though his isn't on his neck. It's around his heart. That sent the first flag up about this guy that made me look at him because Gigi called me into his office yesterday to ask about what I had found about the curse seal, since I think I can remove it. I guess either Anko or you, Kurenai-sensei, spoke to him about what I told you both. Kurenai nods and Naruto said, well, I just basically told him the same thing I told you both, and he asked me was there any chance that Orochimaru could use Anko's seal for his immortality jutsu, don't ask, classified. As he saw the looks on Kakashi, Sasuke, and Sakura face as they heard Orochimaru and immortality jutsu. Naruto rubbed his neck and said, but since he didn't mention anyone else but Anko, I believe she is the only person in the village he knows who has that seal, meaning either this guy got it and is trying to hide it out of fear, or Kakashi said, or he's working for or has worked for Orochimaru. Naruto said, yeah, and with the other things I found out about this guy from spending time with him, it's just too many red flags for me to ignore without looking into it. Sakura asked, what other things? Naruto said, well, he's a genin but he has chakra reserves as big as Kakashi-sensei and medical chakra control. While that could be explained, he doesn't like to fight and train to heal. The fact that he's got these nin info cards on every person who's taken the Chunin exams for the last 6 times from every village, including mission history, medical history, teammates, graduation information, bloodlines, and where they rank in which fields, is not something that a medic nin could get access to. Not only from our village but Suna, Kumo, Mist, Iwa, and several dozen other villages. Iwa and Kumo would not give the Hokage that kind of information on their ninja, much less a genin. Kurenai pursed her lips and said, that is suspicious and could be very difficult to explain. Is there anything else? Naruto said, besides the fact he smells like snakes, has a healing factor as good as mine. Both his teammates have artificial enhancements done to their bodies who also have high Chunin level reserves, and their sensei claims that he hasn't had to go on a mission with them in over 2 years and that they have surpassed him as medics and they have more combat knowledge than him as well. Nothing much. Kakashi frowned behind his mask and said, when you said artificial enhancement, what did you mean? Naruto looked at him and said, I met them in the hospital library after it was closed. What? I don't like dealing with other people who think I'm not smart enough to learn anything they have that I could become better at, and I am also making a report to Gigi about places security around the village sucks at that enemy ninja could use to exploit. Kakashi said, we will discuss your stealth training later, get on with what you were saying about those 3. Naruto nods and said, anyways, I was in the hospital library at a back desk after it had been closed for the day and I heard the door being unlocked and the 3 came in and were whispering something I couldn't make out when I accidentally sneezed. One of them made his arms stretch over 30 feet across the room and grabbed me from behind the bookshelf I was hiding behind and pulled me over to them. They asked me what was I doing there, and I told them I was trying to get information on some projects I was doing without revealing what it was exactly I was working on, and they asked me if I had heard what they were discussing, and I made a comment about being partially deaf from years of being in the class with the Uchiha fan club. What? As he saw the glare Sakura was sending him. Kakashi said, get on with it, Naruto. Naruto said, right, as I was saying, they seemed amused by that and decided to help me with getting the info I needed, which was kind of funny since they are so much older than me. In fact, they should be around 5 or 6 when I was born, but I guess not everyone that old's been part of my pranks. Shooting a look at Kakashi and Kurenai, who got the hidden message. Naruto shrugged and said, anyways I asked how he grabbed me like that and they seemed amused by my question and one commented how he had his body enhances where he can dislocate all the bones in his body so he can make his body shrink into the size of his head by stretching it so if his head could get into something then his entire body could fit through it and I was impressed and thought it was cool and the other guy decided to brag about his ability also and he told me he had his body enhanced to where he could absorb the chakra of other people and I asked the third one if he had any special abilities and he used chakra scalpels to cut his arm from the elbow to his wrist and it healed in seconds with no jutsu and he said he could begin healing anywhere on his body by directing his chakra there without the need of jutsu and I asked if it was a bloodline and one of the other two snickered and mentioned that the one who healed himself was their master's favorite but when the one who cut himself glared at them they both shut up instantly and paled so it was easy to see he was the leader there and I said their sensei was cool not letting them know I heard the word master and asked them if I could meet their sensei to see if he could give me a cool gift. The leader seemed amused by this and said perhaps someday but their sensei was out of the village and he redirected the conversation back to what I was looking for and he gave me the book I needed to study for what I was working on at the time and told me I should sneak out while I could before I got in trouble, but since I met their sensei since then when I ran into them again at the hospital and I remember seeing him talking to a nurse the day I first met them I knew whoever they were talking about as their master was not from our village. Kurenai looked at Kakashi who said, Naruto. I need to know who these three are. Naruto frowned and after a few seconds said, alright, but I ask that Sasuke and Sakura go in my bedroom with a cage bunshin who will activate a privacy seal so they can't hear the names. Sakura asked, why can't we hear the names? I mean if they are enemy spies then we need to avoid them. Naruto said, and that is why I don't want you to know Sakura. These guys are good and could probably tell instantly that something was wrong if you were to meet them and would get suspicious and would spy on us to find out what was wrong or if we suspected them and that could cost us trouble. People know me for being dodgy and weird since I got a reputation as a prankster along with a few other things so if I was acting weird they would chalk it up to me hiding something that I was working on like a prank or something. Kurenai said, he's right Sakura, both of you go and wait until we tell you. Naruto smirked and said, besides, imagine the look on Ino's face when you tell her that you were alone in a bedroom with Sasuke. Sasuke said, but you will have a cage bunshin in there with us so we won't be alone. As he paled. Sakura who got an excited look started to calm down and Naruto said, but it only takes a single hit to dispel the cage bunshin after he activates the privacy seal I got up in there. As Sasuke paled again and Sakura got an excited look as she went into the bedroom. Sasuke said, no way, damn it. As he saw the look from Kurenai and Kakashi telling him to go and a cage bunshin went with them. A few moments later Naruto said, damn, she's got a mean right hook. Anyways the names are Kabuto Yakushi, Yoroi Akato, and Masumi Tsurugi. Kakashi looked at Naruto and said, Naruto, the info you have is more than enough to investigate these three. You should have informed the Hokage about this already. Naruto frowned and said, there's another reason I didn't tell Jiji Kakashi-sensei. In fact it's why I'm not even sure if I should tell you but with what has happened I have no choice. I had a cage bunshin hanged as a bird follow Kabuto and he met two people who worry me about telling. One I know since I've seen him in Jiji office enough and Jiji warned me to stay away from him. Danzo. I saw them talking about something and Danzo giving Kabuto a scroll and told him it was his master payment for the new arm. The arm Danzo has in the sling isn't normal. It's got 4 different chakra in it and he also has second chakra behind the bandages over his eye. In fact, it feels like the same chakra that 3 of the chakra in the arm has and it feels like the same chakra you have behind your high 8 Kakashi-sensei. Now that I think about it, Sasuke eyes feel the same way as well, just not as strong. I think he's got 4 Sharingan eyes from what you told me about yourself. By the way, you owe me 4 books. Kakashi frowned and said, don't worry about them right now. I'll get them to you and don't say anything about the Sharingan either. As he shot a look at Kurenai. Naruto frowned and said, I see. Well, the other guy Kabuto met worried me also. Truthfully, I don't think he was human. He was hunched over and was wearing this cloak that was black with red clouds and Kabuto called him Sasori-sama and I couldn't hear much but I did hear the word Jinchuriki come up. I think they were talking about me. His chakra wasn't in his whole body either. It was like it was being sent to 1 or 2 places at a time. Kakashi frowned as he pulled out a scroll and unsealed a book and began to flip through it and stopped and turned it around and asked, is this the guy you saw Naruto? Naruto looked at the picture and said, no, but, he did have that tattoo on him. Pointing to the red scorpion. Kakashi said, then it must have been him. Akasuna no Sasori, S-rank missing nin of Suna. Naruto asked as he read the book, Human Puppetry. What's that? Kakashi closed the book quickly and said, "It's a secret puppet jutsu from Suna that allowed a puppet user to use a dead enemy ninja body as a puppet where they could even use the person bloodline if they had one. It's not very common or very popular, but it is very dangerous." Naruto nods and said, "You know. Danzo arm, the one that had the 4 chakra. I recognize the feel the 4th chakra had also. It's the same feeling I get from that dragon Anbu who was on your team, Kakashi-sensei." Kakashi frowned and said, "I see. Naruto, I am ordering you, and I will also order Sasuke and Sakura not to speak about this again without my permission, even to the Hokage. I will look into this, but stay away from those 3 genin." Naruto said, "Okay, are you going to tell on me breaking into those places?" Kurenai said, "Before Kakashi answers, why did you lie to Sakura about the number of rapes and Kunoichi killed?" Naruto smirked and said, "So you did catch that. While I have broken into the record room, it wasn't for what I claimed I was looking for. I was actually looking for the address of any family the woman whose daughter was raped and killed might still have in the village after she left, because her birthday was coming up and I wanted to send her a gift for being nice to me over the years after she left the village when her daughter died, and Gigi caught me for that one. The numbers I spoke though were not exactly a lie, but they weren't actually one village either. That was in a report that was handed down from the Fire Lord to Gigi about the total number of reported rapes and deaths of Kunoichi in all of the hidden villages who were in the Land of Fire at the time these events happened, and he wanted Gigi to investigate them. I figured maybe having hard facts like that slapped in her face would wake Sakura up from her fangirl days." Kurenai nods and Kakashi said, "I won't tell about your break-ins, but you have obviously found several weak spots in our village security that needs to be addressed. The idea you had about a report on those is a good one, and I will speak with the Hokage, and if he agrees I'll ask you to test village security to see where we need to improve." Naruto said, "Cool, I'm going to actually get paid to do what I normally do." Kakashi said, "Well, let's get Sasuke and Sakura and turn in our mission report, and I'll talk with the Hokage." Naruto said, "I still need to give Sasuke what I wanted to give him. Let me get them." As he went to the bedroom and opened the door and blinked and asked, "What happened to Sakura?" As he saw Sakura looking pale, Sasuke smirked and said, "I told her if she tried anything that I would tell Ino that I wanted nothing to do with Sakura because I caught her and you in your bedroom with a privacy jutsu up and let Ino fill in the rest herself." Naruto burst out laughing and said, "Half-truths huh? Well, come on," as he turned with a smile on his face. As Sasuke and Sakura returned, Naruto said, "Alright Tem, since I did something to help Sakura get better, I got 3 options for you to get better as well." Sasuke asked, "Like what, and what do I need to get better for?" Naruto said, "Well, I know you say you wanted to kill someone, and I know it's your brother for killing your clan, so I have 3 things I can give you to help you in that. The first is a seal that is sort of like the healing seal I mentioned, but it will store your chakra in it so that you could have twice the normal amount of chakra you have now when you fight him, but it has a drawback. While it will make you stronger the more you use the seal, the worse your chakra control will get, so you will have to work on improving your chakra control just to keep it at the level you are at now if you use this seal. The second is I have studied and broke down each of the one-hand seals, so if you were fighting someone with a kunai in one hand you could do one-hand seals and do a jutsu at close range, and from what I read the Sharingan is unable to copy jutsu that use one-hand seals, so that would give you an advantage against your brother, but the downside is you would have to take your time and work with the seals to figure out which seals are used to replace the normal hand seals for the jutsu you used, so it's something you would have to work at. The third thing is actually a new jutsu. I call it the Ho Bunshin. It takes half your chakra and you can only make one at a time, and it can only take one hit like a cage bunshin, but when it punches or kicks something it does fire damage to the person or object it hits, and when it is destroyed it explodes like an exploding shadow clone into a huge fireball that, depending on how much chakra you have, could be anywhere from a few feet to several yards away in damage, and everyone in the blast will either be severely burned or killed. I will give you only one of these 3, so you have to decide yourself which you want and which you don't." Sasuke asked, "Why can't you give me all 3? Naruto frowned and said, I'm not giving them away for free. I have something I want you to do for me that I have yet to tell you about that you will have to agree to in order to get one of these 3. As for why only one, power comes at a price, always. I've spent my time, sweat, blood, tears, money, and hard work on all this, and I'm not just going to give it away to someone who turns their back on me and leaves me tied to a log knocked out." As he shot looks at both Sasuke and Sakura, who averted their eyes. Kurenai frowned as she shot a look at Kakashi, who closed his eyes. Naruto said, "But I am not doing this for revenge for that. I've forgiven you both, but I did learn a very valuable lesson from you both, and that's is that nobody does nothing for free. Somehow, some way, everyone who does something for someone else gets paid for it, either with emotional, physical, or economic value to the one who did something for someone else. We never were friends and we still aren't. I'm the dead last, you're the rookie of the year and you're his fangirl. If we hadn't been put on the same team then neither of you would be here now but would be making fun of me and looking down on me like I'm dirt on your feet. Sasuke looked away and Sakura said, Naruto, I'm sorry. Naruto waved his hand and said, like I said Sakura, I forgive you both which is why I am trying to help you both get stronger to complete your goals. You may not remember it but before you started chasing Sasuke you told the class that the reason you became a kunoichi was to be the first one in your family. I want to see you succeed in that dream like I am trying to help Sasuke in achieving his goal of avenging his clan. Sasuke asked, what is it I have to do to get one of those three? Naruto smiled and said, I have my own reasons for doing this but I am designing a seal that will protect against bloodline theft and when I finish it I want you to not only allow me to put it on you to show that it works but endorse it. I've also got another seal I am planning to make that will help you to avenge your clan as payment once I have placed the new seal on you and you endorse it. Sasuke asked, and what is this new seal you're talking about that will help me avenge my clan? Naruto said, imagine if you went to fight your brother and you could seal away his bloodline in the middle of a fight where he couldn't use it anymore or imagine if you were able to place a seal on your brother that made him not only unable to use his chakra and bloodline but unable to move as well so that way you don't have to give him a quick painless death but a slow painful death that allowed you to do whatever you want to him as his life will be in your hands as nothing more than a toy to do with what you want. Imagine if you forced him to become nothing more than breeding stock to help restore the clan that he destroyed while he is unable to do anything but lay there as he is used by whatever woman you hire to become a mother of the future Uchiha clan so that way you won't have to marry 4 or 5 women yourself but only 1 or maybe 2 if you want. Wouldn't that be ironic justice? Sasuke got a glint in his eye and said, and you could do that. Naruto said, there are seals out there that already do that but they only do 1 or 2 at a time. I can take those seals and make a new one that has all those effects together and make it as easy to put on as slapping an exploding tag on an enemy ninja back. So what do you say, sound like something you would be interested in? Kurenai said, Naruto, why don't you make that seal to protect the Hyuga bloodline and give it to Hinata? I mean her dream is to unite her clan and get rid of the cage bird seal which is a seal the Hyuga clan used to protect their bloodline but it's basically a slavery seal. Naruto said, because I am afraid of what I will learn or what harm will come to my friend Tenten if I do. Causing everyone to blink and look at him. Sasuke asked, what do you mean? Naruto said, shit, I didn't mean to say that out loud. Look, recently Neji Hyuga, the teammate of my friend Tenten asked her out after years of her trying to get him to go out with her. Maybe it's because he finally sees how special she is and honestly wants to go out with her and I hope that is the reason but Kakashi-sensei told me once that there may come a time where others would use my friend's against me so I figure there's a chance that someone could have threatened to use the cage bird seal and ordered Neji to be with Tenten in order to hopefully manipulate me. You said earlier that the Hyuga clan and the Uchiha clan tried to get my mom to join them. Perhaps they know what my bloodline is and are using Neji to control Tenten to control me. But then Hinata had that crush on me that I finally figured out and she might have saw how close Tenten and I have become and got afraid that I would chose Tenten and lose any chance of me being with her and she threatened to use the seal to force Neji to ask Tenten out so I would look elsewhere. Kurenai said, Hinata not that way. Quickly. Naruto said, I hope you're right Kurenai-sensei, but I've seen best friends turned into enemies and I've seen a woman threaten to kill someone with every intention of doing it in order to be with the one they love. Someone using others to get competition out of the way isn't that hard to imagine. Look at Sakura and Ino, they were at one time best friends but I've seen them both pull kunais on each other once for getting too close to Sasuke. At this everyone looked at Sakura who looked down and Sasuke said, when was this? In a surprised tone. Sakura said, last year on your birthday. Ino and I both secretly decided since we were 14 we were each going to give you our first kiss but when we learned each other was going to do the same thing we attacked each other. I got the scar to prove it. We wound up deciding to hold that until you decided to date one of us after Ino dad and my mom came to get us at the hospital. Kurenai frowned and said, but Hinata not like that, she denies to use others Naruto and especially that seal. She hates it. Naruto said, I hope you're right which is why I'm designing this seal. If her or another Hyuga is using Neji then by getting rid of the seal will remove the power they have over him and he can break up with her if he doesn't care for her. But if I gave this seal to Hinata and it turns out that she did use Neji then she would have to take more drastic actions which could mean attacking Tenten or arranging for her to have an accident on a mission. We are ninja. We are trained to kill and use deception so no matter how nice Hinata is or seems to be she does have the potential to do that. Kakashi-sensei told us to look underneath the underneath and that is what I am doing. Kakashi sighed and said, maybe you're overthinking this Naruto. Not everyone is trying to use you. Naruto said, "You're right, Mizuki a perfect example." Causing Kakashi to flinch while Sasuke and Sakura looked confused and Kurenai frowned. Kurenai said, "Then if you don't trust Hinata, why are you willing to help her with this scroll your clone made for me while you went to get Sasuke and Sakura?" Naruto said, "It's not that I don't trust her. I just have doubts. That is why I want to remove the source of the doubts by removing the cage bird seal. With it out of the way, if things work out with Neji and Tenten, then so be it, and I'm happy for them, but if Neji breaks up with her shortly after it is removed, then either he was being forced or he didn't really have feelings strong enough to be with her like that. If it comes back with him being forced though, then I only have the members of the main house to look at as the source, and then the question comes back to which one and why. Either way, it will mean I could never get close to Hinata like she would like, because if she would use her family and my friends against me, then I couldn't trust her, and if it was a member of her family who ordered Neji, then I couldn't trust them not to try and use Hinata against me, so by not going out with her would be painful in the short run. She wouldn't be hurt by her family all the time in the long run, so I am trying to protect her as well if she is innocent. I know it sounds like I actually believe she is doing that, but I actually don't, or I hope and pray she doesn't. I hate doubting people, but I have no choice. The only thing I can do is remove the cage bird seal and see what happens." Kurenai turned to Kakashi and said, "What the hell have you been teaching him to get him to think like that? I feel like an academy student learning the finer points of deceptions here instead of Konoha Genjutsu mistress, the mistress of deception." Kakashi said, "He's his father's son, that's all I will say." Naruto's happy look stopped as he glared at Kakashi a moment before his face became neutral, remembering Tenten's words, and said, "Well, as much fun as it is having you all in my home, we need to finish our mission, and here Kurenai-sensei, this is your stuff. I had a clone store it in a reusable storage scroll so you won't have to burden your arms when you go shopping again. Just place the item on the scroll and they will seal automatically, and with each chakra burst you send into it, more will pop out so you can unseal the stuff inside it at your own pace." Kurenai took the scroll and Naruto said, "Oh, by the way Kurenai-sensei, how much did Tenten tell you?" as he walked over to a set of scrolls. Kurenai blinked and asked, "What do you mean?" Naruto turned to look at her and said, "Me having a bloodline was mentioned several times since you've been here. Kakashi mentioned my father, who not even my teammates know, and you never once looked curious or asked about either of those things, or even looked startled or shocked by hearing about them, meaning you knew about them beforehand. Besides, you put me on the red list." Kurenai paled, as did Sakura, and Kakashi asked, "Red list?" Naruto smirked and said, "There's a secret code originally created by Tsunade Senju back when she first became a genin. It's taught only to kunoichi, and there are 3 lists that are passed around by the kunoichi of the village since then. The first is the black list. It's mostly a list of either people, places, or items that should be avoided by kunoichi as bad things happen to those who interact, use or go to those places. Next we have the white list. It's sort of safe places where kunoichi can go for things like clothing, counseling, relaxation, or things along those lines, usually to avoid perverts. Then there is the red list. The red list are usually hot topic items, people or places that deserve special attention. It could be something good or bad depending on what they are put on the list for and who put them on the list." Kurenai asked, "How did you find out about the code, and how did you find out about the 3 list and that I put you on the list?" Naruto sighed and said, "I've had a few kunoichi brag about how I was on the blacklist when I was younger, and after I insulted them they told me about the code when I told them they were full of shit about there being a secret code, and from that info I was able to take the time and break the code. It took me about 6 months to figure it out, but I eventually did, and since then once a month I look at the list to see what's going on to avoid getting into trouble or for my next victim of a prank. While we were in here, one of my Kajbunshin dispelled after reading the latest edition of the list, and I found the nice little article you and Anko wrote about me. The only way you could have got that info was if Tenten told you, so how much did she tell you and why?" Kurenai frowned and said, "We put you on the list because truthfully nobody gives a rat's ass about kunoichi and our safety, because either men see us as weaker than them and inferior than them, and civilian women see us as nothing better than legal prostitutes. The fact that you are willing to try and help kunoichi to protect ourselves and give us the respect we have fought and died trying to earn has earned you a spot on the red list just for trying. If you actually succeed, then you will have the respect of nearly every kunoichi in Konoha and possibly our allies, and maybe even those villages we are not allied with. Then there is my personal reason for the fact that you are willing to work on releasing Anko from a seal that has been the source of her pain and suffering for over a decade has earned you a special place in both of our lives. Everyone including Hokage-sama gave up trying to free her of the seal, leaving her with no hope of being free from the curse it put on her life, and for the first time in years she has hope. Anko and I basically blackmailed Tenten into telling us what she did, which I have a feeling was an extremely edited version about how you met your mother as well as some other arrangements, and you already know the other things that you told us. Tenten owed Anko and me both for helping her over the years because we saw her as someone who was serious about being a kunoichi and not a fangirl who disgraces us, so we called in the favors she owed us to find out what she did, and we had to use them all to get that info, so for her to hold out as much as she did means you're special to her considering everything. I can understand why. Sakura looked down as she heard Kurenai words and said, Kurenai-sensei, can I see your hands a minute? Kurenai blinked and Naruto looked at Sakura and thought, is she really doing that? Kurenai asked, why? Sakura bit her lip and said, please don't make me explain, Naruto said in a soft voice, Kurenai, please do it, for me. Kurenai looked between Naruto and Sakura a moment and showed Sakura her hands, and Sakura looked at them and Kurenai asked, what are you looking at? Sakura sighed and said, I hate to admit it Naruto, but you're right, you've been right about a lot of things. Kakashi-sensei, Naruto and Kurenai-sensei have reminded me of why I first wanted to be a kunoichi, and I do want to the first ninja of my family. I just don't know where to start. Kakashi smiled behind his mask and looked at Kurenai, who had a small smile on her face, and Kakashi said, well, I have to admit that Naruto was right about where your skills are at. Basically, you do have the making of a genjutsu user or a medic, and regretfully I'm not actually skilled enough with either to teach you more than the basics. I can help you with those and point you in the right direction, but you're going to have to do a lot of it on your own. Kurenai said, if you don't mind Kakashi, if Sakura is truly willing to become a true kunoichi and not a fangirl, then I won't mind. Maybe once a week we have some cross-training. Maybe add Asuma to it as well to maybe help get Ino to get over her fangirl tendency as well. Kakashi started to say something when Naruto said, maybe Team 9 also, what? As he saw the look everyone was giving him. Kakashi said, well, I did say I would see about doing some team training with them at some point, so I guess I'll talk with Guy. Kurenai said, and I will talk with Asuma. Naruto said, well, since things are looking good, which one do you want, Sasuke? As he turned to Sasuke. Sasuke said, how about a counter offer, Dobi? Naruto frowned and asked, what do you have in mind? Sasuke said, I'll take the seal you offered me to double my chakra reserves, but I am willing to buy that Hobunshin jutsu off you. Naruto thought a moment and asked, how much? Sasuke said, I'll pay you $10,000. Shocking everyone. Naruto narrowed his eyes and said, what's the catch? Sasuke said, what do you mean? Naruto said, the amount you're offering seems like a good deal to me, since it will mean I won't have to take as many missions to survive and to continue my studies, but what's in it for you besides that jutsu? Because with what I read about your eyes, you could probably steal it if I ever used it, so what is it you are really after? Sasuke shook his head and said, I'm questioning more and more every day if you really were the Dobi in the academy or if you were hiding your true potential. Anyways, to answer your question, I want to know what it is you are all dancing around. The way you and the sensei look at each other and phrase things, it's obvious there is something going on that Sakura and I don't know, and it's something big. Kakashi and Kurenai frowned and Naruto said, Sasuke, if there really was something we weren't telling you or dancing around, do you think we would be willing to sell that information for the price you are offering? Or if there was a secret that we would have the authority to tell the secret, as obviously it must be a pretty high-ranking one if Junins are aware of it. Sasuke said, but a newly graduated genin has access to the secret. The only way that is possible is if you were involved in the secret. With a smirk. Naruto said, cheeky bastard, you're right, there is a secret. An S-ranked secret actually, and there are only 2 people in the entire village allowed to speak about it, even though nearly everyone above 20 years of age knows about it. The Sandame even has a law about it that states if anyone tells about it, or even the law without the permission of the 2 people who are allowed to, then they will be arrested and or executed without trial. Still want to know? Sakura got a scared look on her face as Sasuke got a determined look, and he nods, and Naruto said, then prove it. It's obvious that I am one of the 2 people who can speak about it, with the Sandame being the other one. It's linked to my father, though nearly no one knows that he's my father. If you want to learn the secret, you're going to have to prove to me that I can trust you, and you have to prove to me that you actually need to know about it. Right now you don't have enough trust for me to know this, and there is no need for you to know it either. Think of it as a clan secret if you have to, but do yourself a favor and keep your nose out of it. You also, Sakura. Even if I have the power to speak about it, if you get caught speaking about it or even investigating it too much, then you will be killed, and there is nothing I could do to stop it. People already have been killed for it because it could cause a war between our village and others if the information got in the wrong hands. This shocked Sasuke and Sakura stuttered, I won't tell. Sasuke said, fine, but I still want that jutsu. Naruto nods and said, I'll give you both the seal and the jutsu sometime this week, but have the money ready. Now we should get going. I'm sure the Hokage is afraid we are picking up on Kakashi-sensei habit. Kurenai laughed and said, I guess I'll see you later. I'll contact you after I speak with Asuma, Kakashi. As she left, Kakashi said, now listen all three of you. Basically everything you have heard while we are here I am declaring a secret and I will be speaking with the Hokage about it also for your sake don't tell anyone or I will see to it that your ninja license is suspended and you may be also put in jail. Do you all understand? Each of the students nod and they leave with Naruto locking it back up leaving his Kajbunshin to continue to work. When they got to the Hokage tower the Sandaime smiled and said, Team 7, how was your mission? Kakashi said, it was a success but there was some interesting events that need to be discussed with you, Naruto, and myself. Also I wish for you to tell Sasuke and Sakura that what we are going to speak about is a village secret so they know not to speak about it for their safety. The Sandaime frowned and asked, I take it this is related to that. Naruto said, somewhat but other things as well. They don't know enough to break any laws but they know enough if they investigate it or speak about it then either they could break your law or gather the attentions of some unwanted individuals. Sarutobi said, I see. I'm not sure of all the details at the moment but whatever information they are speaking about you are not to tell anyone under penalty of jail time or death. Do I make myself clear? Both Sasuke and Sakura nods though Sasuke frowned and the Sandaime said, dismissed then. After Sasuke and Sakura left the Sandaime asked, what is going on? Kakashi said, sir, please summon Ibiki and Anko. Akasuna no Sasori has been in the village sir and Naruto has accidentally discovered 3 possible spies as well as another who could be involved in treason. The Sandaime froze as he heard Sasori name and he looked at Kakashi and said, very well. Anbu. As he channeled chakra into a seal under the desk. 4 Anbu appeared and the Sandaime said, get me Anko and Ibiki. The 4 left and the Sandaime asked, how sure are you of this Kakashi? Kakashi said, I showed Naruto a bingo book of Sasori and while he didn't pick up on Sasori he did pick up on Sasori personal symbol and Naruto said the guy's chakra didn't feel human like he was only sending direct chakra to whatever was moving which sounds like a puppeteer, there is more but I would rather wait. The Sandaime said, very well. As he looked and thought. A few minutes later Anko and Ibiki appeared and Ibiki said, you sent for us sir. The Sandaime said, yes I did. Alright Kakashi, why don't you explain what's going on? Kakashi said, right, earlier today after my team was returning from our mission we ran into Kurenai who is assisting Naruto in help with a seal he is designing. Ibiki looked surprised and said, seals. The Sandaime said, I am aware of these facts Ibiki so do not worry. I want to know how Naruto met Akasuna no Sasori and who these spies and this traitor might be. Kakashi said, very well. I'll skip to the part where Naruto was in his apartment with our team and Kurenai. Naruto mentioned there was another person in the village with a curse seal but instead of on his neck it is around his heart area from what Naruto can feel since he is a sensor type thanks to his bloodline. Naruto also discovered that this person and both his teammate. As he explained about what he heard earlier going all the way to the end where Kabuto met Danzo and Sasori. When he finished the others in the office were wide-eyed and the Sandaime frowned and said, I see, are you sure about the bloodlines Naruto? Naruto said, I'm just telling you about the feel the chakra has. It's almost exactly like what the chakra behind Kakashi Sensei Hayate is in Sasuke eyes and also that arm also feels like the dragon masked Anbu. I can't describe it, they just feel different than normal chakra and they feel alike. Sarutobi said, I see. Kakashi said, sir, that's not the only reason that I asked for Ibiki and Anko to come here. I would like to nominate Naruto to become an Anbu. Making everyone in the office wide-eyed and looked shocked at Kakashi. Naruto said, Anbu, why? I'm not skilled enough. Sarutobi took out his pipe and said, Kakashi, in all the years I have known you, you have never once nominated anyone to Anbu. Why now and why Naruto? Kakashi said, sir, I know Naruto doesn't have the experience yet to be an Anbu but the reason I am nominating him is because Naruto's speed and stealth skills are already Anbu level with his prank on the Hokage monument a perfect example of this. Naruto knows more weak spots in our village security than any ninja that I can think of. He is also without a doubt the best seal master currently in the village, even unregistered, maybe even surpassing Jiraiya-sama or at least close to it. I wish to nominate him as a specialist sir like Anko with him working directly under Ibiki and Anko in locating weakness in our village security as well as looking for potential threats because if this Kabuto kid is everything Naruto claims he has then our village has been missing him for years sir and Naruto was able to peg him after only 1 or 2 meetings as being a spy. That is a huge error on our part sir. He will also work in the area of seals on designing new seals or breaking down and studying enemy seals like he has the curse seal. From what I take it after 1 meeting he has possibly found a way to destroy the curse seal. Even Jiraiya-sama has been unable to do that. Naruto also got a medical seal he designed that could decrease the fatality rate of our ninja by at least 30%, sir. He's even creating a new seal that will replace the Hyuga cage bird seal, and he knows a law that will allow him to do it legally and force the Hyuga clan to unite under one house. I know he is young and inexperienced and I wouldn't send him out of the village as an Anbu for some time, but the things he could do inside the village which would also draw attention away from him and make our enemies believe we have a new seal master in Anbu as well as an up-and-coming one who is a genin will force them to start diverting some of their shinobi into learning sealing, which will take time away from the missions they could do just in hopes of countering Naruto. Enko said, "Sir, I may not know his skills in other areas but in seals I know he is skilled." Sarutobi said, "I am aware of that and you do make a valid point, Kakashi, because it won't take long for other villages to catch word about Naruto's skills with seals and that will most likely draw them toward an unwanted subject. Ibiki, your thoughts?" Ibiki looked at Naruto for several moments and said, "I agree to this because some of our ninja have become complacent in their skills. I however will want to test his skills and also have him to train with other Anbu and do missions for me. Nothing outside the village for now. He will have to be silent about being an Anbu and will still have to appear as a regular genin with his team." Sarutobi said, "Very well. Naruto, do you accept the nomination of becoming an Anbu?" Naruto gulped and said, "Yes, Gigi." Sarutobi said, "When you're with your genin team or we are alone you may call me that, but when you are on duty as an Anbu you must refer to me as Hokage-sama Naruto to make people believe there are two sealmasters in this village." Naruto said, "Hi Hokage-sama." Sarutobi said, "Very well then. From now on your code name is Hydra. Kakashi, I expect you to get him ready for Anbu missions because I won't be able to keep him off of them for too long. A few months maybe." Kakashi said, "I understand." Ibiki said, "Hydra, Enko here will come by and give you your uniform and mask within the week as well as bringing you to Anbu headquarters." Naruto said, "But I already know where Anbu headquarters is." Ibiki said, "Do you now?" Naruto nods and said, "Yes, it's 6 blocks east of here. There's 2 men and 1 woman watching the entrance from the front with another inside the lobby of the building. The woman is always at the tea shop, 1 guy acts as a drunk in the alley and another looks like he's whittling wood." Ibiki frowned and said, "And how were you able to discover those 4? Naruto said, "The expiration date on the bottle the guy is drinking from is 4 years old, so the alcohol should have killed him. The guy on the steps has a bag that he supposedly is putting the wood chips in to keep from messing up the steps, but I've seen him pull out food, water, and other things from the bag, and if it was indeed his lunch then where is the wood chips from him whittling? There is the lady at the tea shop who has fallen asleep from boredom when nobody but the owner was there and doesn't wake up unless he wakes her up or when someone walks in talking loudly. The guy in the lobby is usually the only one that I can tell is actually doing something, but I've seen a woman step out from under the desk whipping her lips a few times as she did so, and he lets her out a side door and she comes out 2 buildings down without ever entering the alley, telling me there is an underground tunnel." Kakashi I smiled and Ibiki said, "I think I'm going to like you, kid." Enko asked, "So what do we do about Danzo and those 3? Sarutobi said, "I'll contact Jiraiya and ask him if they are one of his, maybe double agents. If he informs me no then we will pull those 3 in. If we can get them to talk about Danzo then we will go after him. If not then we will have to figure some way to trap him, forcing him to reveal he has those bloodlines. Is that understood?" Everyone nods and the Sandaime said, "Good, you're all dismissed in Hydra, welcome to Anbu." Naruto said, "Thank you, all of you." As he left, Kakashi stayed behind and the Sandaime asked, "Is there something else, Kakashi?" Kakashi said, "Yes sir. I don't want my team taking another mission from the client we had today. She was Mizuki's fiancé and there appears to be some tension between her and Naruto. Nothing happened and she seemed to be over it, but Naruto is paranoid of her and it may affect my team." Sarutobi said, "Very well. I was not aware that he had a fiancé or I would have never gave you that mission. Is that all?" Kakashi nods and Sarutobi said, "Very well, dismissed." After Kakashi left, Sarutobi thought, what a day. Chapter 8. When Naruto walked up the steps to his apartment he saw Enko standing there and she said, "Hello Gaki, how you doing?" Naruto said, "Fine I guess, so is this a social call or you just here to fuck me?" Enko eyes widened slightly at that and said, "What, where the hell did that come from?" Naruto said, "Relax, I was just joking. So what do I owe the honor of your visit?" Enko frowned and said, "Don't play that game with me Gaki or I'll make sure Buns doesn't get the honor of deflowering your ass." Naruto frowned and looked out across the roofs of the village and said, "No, I doubt she will ever anyways. In fact I kind of hope she doesn't." In a quite regretful tone as he bit his thumb and began to wipe some blood across the seals hidden in the door frame and then channeling chakra into the knob and opening the door and said, "You coming in or what?" As he walked in, Enko followed him inside and closed the door and raised an eyebrow at the clones working and said, "Nice place. Reminds me of a couple rooms back at Anbu headquarters." Naruto said, "I don't get many visitors and I don't need much. So what are you here for?" Enko pulled out a scroll and unsealed a set of black cloths, light armor, a black cloak and a mask with slanted eye holes, 3 jewels on each cheek, and a mouth with jagged pointed teeth that looked like it could tear flesh from bone and said, "This is your uniform and mask." Naruto said, "Wow, that was quick." Enko said, "Not really, the uniforms have seals on them where one size fits all and the mask are already made with design so when we get a new member the Hokage has a list of which ones are available to be given out as a code name. I'm guessing that because of your use of Kajbunshin is why he picked Hydra." Naruto blinked and asked, "Why is that? What is a Hydra?" Enko said, "A Hydra is a creature that when it has its head cut off two will grow in its place so the longer you fight it the harder it is to kill because there are more and more heads popping up all the time." Naruto said, "I see, are Hydra real?" Enko said, "There's a demon sealed away in Oni country that is a Hydra so I guess it's real." Naruto said, "Really? I didn't know there were more demons than the Biju out there and none of them are a Hydra." Enko laughed and said, "The Forest of Death here in Konoha actually has hundreds of demons inside of it. They're just minor demons and real easy to kill so most don't even realize they are demons." Naruto said, "I see. I'll have to go there sometime. Maybe I can find something useful out about the fuzzball. So is this all you came here for, was to give me my uniform?" Enko said, "Actually, 2 other reasons. The first is I need to put an Anbu tattoo on your arm and the second is to take you out drinking with me. Usually it's your entire squad but since Ibiki hasn't decided who your squad is besides me I get the honor of following tradition of Anbu. Now take your shirt off so I can put the tattoo on your arm." Naruto asked, "What tradition?" as he pulled his shirt off. Enko raised an eyebrow and said, "Well you're not buff but you're no slouch either. Pretty good for someone your age though. As for what tradition, I guess I can tell you the same thing I was told when I asked that question. In Anbu we are a family, your squad is your brothers and sisters, even when you leave Anbu you're still family. We eat together, we fight together, we kill together, we drink together, we live together, and we die together. We protect each other and destroy those who threaten our family. By getting drunk together we show we have a union as teammates, friends, allies, and family." Naruto said, "I like that, damn, you're quick at that and it doesn't hurt at all." Enko laughed and said, "There's a painkiller in the ink to kill the pain after the first touch of the needle and I've done a lot of these over the years, they're all done." As Naruto saw the Anbu design on his arm in black, Enko said, "Regular Anbu are in black but if you see one with red around it in color then that means he or she is a captain of a squad." Naruto nods and Enko said, "Now come on, let's go get drunk." As she grabbed Naruto and shushined away. The next morning Sasuke and Sakura were sitting at training ground 7 when Kakashi appeared on time surprising them and he blinked and said, "Where's Naruto?" A voice said, "He will be here shortly Kakashi, we're playing a game of Predator and Prey right now." As all 3 members of Team 7 looked up and saw Enko as she laughed and said, "Ah, here he comes. I'll see you later." As she jumped away, Naruto came running onto the field in just his black boxers with a bandage across his left upper arm and he was huffing and said, "Damn sadistic bitch." As he looked around and Sakura said, "Naruto, where are the rest of your cloths?" Naruto looked at Sakura and said, "Stolen by that bitch who just left, oh god my head. I will never drink again." Sakura screeched, "You drunk Naruto, you're not old enough to drink." Naruto looked at her and said, "Old enough to kill, old enough to drink, old enough to fucking old enough to die Sakura. We're ninja now so the laws of civilians don't apply on drinking." Kakashi blinked and said, "Tradition." Seeing the bandage's arm and having a guess what was behind it. Naruto said, "Tradition, did she say anything?" Kakashi said, "Just that she will see you later, so why don't you go get some more of your cloths on Naruto and stop chasing her." Naruto sighed and said, "I can't, we went drinking last night and after she passed out I didn't know where she lived and felt bad about leaving her at the bar so I took her to my place to sleep on the couch. As I went to lay her on the couch she knocked me out and when I woke up she told me to catch her and she had a scroll with all my cloths, weapons, money, and sealing supplies as well as all my scrolls in my apartment. And my furniture. My apartment is completely empty including the cheese on the mouse trap where the fridge used to be." As he began to huff. Everyone on Team 7 sweat dropped and Kakashi said, Perhaps you better hurry and catch her then. If I know Enko, if you give up the chase she will toss the scroll once it is of no use." Naruto nods and took off where he felt Enko chakra as Kakashi turned and said, Anyways, today we are having team training with some of the other genin teams to evaluate your progress compared to theirs as well as some cross-training. Naruto will catch up, if he can catch Anko and get his stuff that is. With a worried look in the direction Naruto went. Team 7 had just walked onto training ground 9 where teams 8, 9, and 10 were located and Kiba said, "Hey, where's the dead last?" A puff of smoke appeared in the training ground as Anko appeared there, and a moment later a kunai flew through the air at her which she knocked away, and when it hit the ground Naruto appeared in a puff of smoke doing a leg sweep as another Naruto came running into the field as he charged at Anko, who quickly dispelled the clone and stuck out her tongue as Naruto tried to do a tackle only for her to dodge, but as she did 2 Cage Bunch and appear where the kunai was grabbing Anko arms as Naruto grabbed the kunai and held it to her neck and said, "Now." Off to the side everyone but Team 7 thought, "What the hell?" Ino said, "What is Naruto doing here dressed like that?" as her eyes trailed up and down his body seeing the muscles he had. Shikamaru muttered, "Troublesome," as Choji continued to eat and Asuma shook his head. Hinata turned beet red as she looked at Naruto and cast a glance at Tenten, who slapped her own forehead and muttered, "Why am I not shocked by this?" Snakes shot out of Anko coat sleeve destroying the 2 clones as she kneed Naruto in the stomach before bringing her fist down to the side of his head, which he rolled with, clipping her legs where she fell before he pinned her legs over his shoulders and held the kunai at her neck and said. Anko smirked and said, "You know, if you push a little more forward I might actually give you the scroll, since the only way you're getting it back is if you give me release." Naruto at that moment realized the situation they were in and jumped back glaring at her as Anko burst out laughing, and Naruto held out his hand and said, "Give me my stuff back, Anko. You have all my cloths, money, furniture, scrolls, weapons, and everything else that was in my apartment after you knocked me out. You've had your fun of cat and mouse and I caught you, so give it here." Anko waved her finger in the air in a naughty motion as she stood up and said, "I told you already, Foxy, the only way you get your stuff back is if you release me." Naruto frowned, he knew what she wanted and said, "I already told you not until I speak with Jiraiya about it, and what are you all looking at? Haven't you ever seen a guy in his boxers before? If you haven't, then you either need to get laid or quit pretending to be guys." As he saw the shocked looks on everyone's faces as several looked away or glared at him with red faces, though why they had red faces was debatable. Anko said, "Oh, then I guess I can just set this afire if you won't do as I ask." As she pulled out a lighter. Naruto screamed, "No," as he jumped toward her and she kicked him in the ribs before kneeing him in the face. As Naruto rubbed his ribs he glared at Anko, who said, "Now are you going to listen, Foxy? You better than anyone knows the hell I have gone through in my life because of a seal. You have the time to work on creating a seal that will free the Hyuga branch clan, and even found a law making it where the Hyuga main branch have no choice but to replace the cage bird seal with your seal or be executed for treason against the Fire Lord. You have time to create a medical seal that will save the lives of hundreds of Konoha nins, create a seal that will gives people more chakra to fight longer, create massive storage scrolls, an anti-rape seal for Kunoichi, and God knows what all else you have had time to do, and you even came up with a way to destroy this." As she pulled her coat to the side showing the seal. Anko glared at Naruto and said, "But you haven't. I can't take waiting anymore, kid. You name your price and I'll pay it. You want me to be your slave, done, wife, lover, fuck buddy, kill someone, pay you something, I'll do it all. You know the pain of suffering because of others and having a seal that can kill you placed on you by someone that is like a father figure. You know what it's like to feel completely lost in hopelessness and then have someone offer you hope. Please, name your price and I'll gladly do whatever it takes to be free of this, please." Naruto ran his hand through his hair and sighed and said, "Anko, damn it. Do you have any idea what you are asking of me? Those other seals I am creating are my own design, so I know the ins and outs of their seals. The Hyuga seal I don't have to actually study because they will have ways to remove the seal. All I have to do is create one that will protect their bloodline as good as or if not better than the cage bird seal. The curse seal is not one of mine. I don't know all the ins and outs. All I can tell are the aspects I can actually see." Anko said, "I know that and I don't care." Naruto growled and said after he took several calming breaths, "Listen, Anko. It won't be easy and you won't get out of it untouched either. In order to do this I have to do 4 separate sealing jutsu on you. The first will take a huge chunk of your chakra to make a Kagebunshin. Then I will have to take a sample of your blood, and not just from anywhere but from your heart, Anko, and seal them for the first 2 sealing jutsu. Luckily I know a jutsu to do that, so it won't risk your life for that part. After that I have to actually break the restriction seal someone placed on it, which will automatically activate the curse seal, which you won't be allowed to suppress. In fact, it would be better if you embraced it because it will be destroying the parts of your body corrupted by the seal, turning it back into your body, and during that you will have to be held down by the other junins here if they are willing to help while someone puts something in your mouth to keep you from swallowing your tongue or breaking your teeth or biting your tongue off, but the downside is the longer you use the curse seal, the shorter your life will become, and you will have to keep it active while I draw the last seal. So if nothing goes wrong up till this point, if I can act quickly, you will only lose maybe 10 years of your life, but if my chakra control slips during the final sealing, or you destroy the seal while I'm drawing it where I have to start over, or if I run out of chakra or half a dozen other things that could go wrong, then it could cost you even more of your life or even kill you, Anko. Do you understand? You are really putting your life in my hands, Anko, because one slip up and you will either die or lose nearly all your life. Anko said, I don't care, I rather live an hour free than live a lifetime and die still bound to this curse. I trust you to do your best and free me. Naruto closed his eyes and looked down and said, if you have something to say, Kiba, then say it out loud and not whisper it. As he looked to the right where he heard Kiba whispering, Kiba stepped forward and said, I was just wondering what kind of prank you are doing dead last, and if this bitch here is one of your sexy no jutsu. As he eyed Anko, Kurenai frowned at Kiba and said, Kiba, that is a friend of mine named Anko and she is a special junin and this isn't a prank. Anko, what are you doing? Anko shook her head and said, Nia, ever since I heard the kid here tell us he could break the seal that bastard placed on me, I have been plagued by nightly nightmares remembering how he used me as a test subject and threw me away, and how everyone turned their backs on me thinking I was a traitor for following orders from my sensei, which is what everyone is trained to do. How was I to know he had betrayed Konoha and we were not on another secret mission for the Hokage, since we had only done 30 of them by that time? I admit this was rash of me tricking him like I did and then knocking him out and stealing all his stuff, but I can't stand to wait any longer. I can't take another night of knowing he can kill me with a single hand sign. Off to the side while this was being said, Neji's eyes widened slightly and thought, she knows the same fate that I do and she claims he knows the pain as well. She also said he's trying to free the Branch family, does he know? On another side, another pair of eyes widened and glanced at Neji. Seeing Neji's eyes widen as she heard the words about freeing the Hyuga clan, as Hinata looked down and thought, oh Neji. Naruto-kun. Tenten eyes widened and thought, he's wanting to free Neji and the other Hyuga branch members, but why? Before her eyes widened again as a thought hit her and she glanced at Neji and thought, could Naruto think that, and could it be true, and if it is, who, and why? As she glanced at Hinata, who was looking down, as a frown formed on her lips as she glanced at Neji. Ino said, what is going on? Doesn't she know who he is? She's putting her life on the line for an idiot who probably doesn't know anything about seals, who could be bragging about something to make him look good. Shikamaru said, I don't think so, Ino. Look at the sensei here and look at his teammates. They don't seem surprised about this and they don't seem to be trying to stop this if it was a lie. Perhaps he really does know something about seals. Naruto sighed and said, fine, give me my stuff, and if the sensei here will agree to it and you understand the risk you are taking and accept responsibility for them, then who am I to deny you your hope? I know better than anyone what hope will do for someone. As he glanced slightly at Tenten before holding out his hand, Anko said, what proof do I have that you will release me from this seal? Naruto said, I give you my word, Anko, and I never go back on my word. It's my ninja way. As he continued to hold out his hand, Anko said, all right Foxy. I'll trust you. As she handed the scroll to Naruto, who opened the scroll and said as he saw the seal design, hey, where did you get this scroll? It's not one of mine. Anko laughed and said, I actually made it because I had planned before I took you out drinking to blackmail you into this. Naruto snorts and began to unseal the scroll, looking for his cloths and other things, shocking everyone as they saw the furniture, and Sakura said, you took his kitchen sink, hey, that's the dresser from his bedroom. Causing everyone to look at her. Ino said, hey forehead, how do you know that dresser's from his bedroom? With a smirk on her face. Sakura paled as she heard Ino and saw the look Ino had on her face, and Sasuke said, she locked herself in his bedroom with him yesterday with a privacy seal up. Causing Sakura to pale even more, and Sasuke smirked before Naruto said, hey, it was Kakashi-sensei idea for team bonding. We eat as a team, drink as a team, live as a team, sleep as a team, and fuck as a team. You shouldn't get upset, Sasuke. I mean, I know you're angry that I made you both my bitches, but hey, what are friends for? Just remember, it's Naruto-sama now. Causing Sasuke and Sakura to pale and Kakashi to say, and I have never been more proud either. As he flipped a page in his Ika Paradise book. At this all the other genin paled except Tenten, who said, really, so how was he? Seeing the joke for what it was. Anko said, stamina freak, but you should know that already, Buns. I mean, you did tell Nia and me all the juicy gossip about your makeout session in the woods. causing Tenten to pale and Naruto's eyes to widen as he turned to open his mouth when a rock hit him right between the eyes thrown from Tenten and she said, "Not a word." Hinata became pale as she heard and saw all this and Kiba said, "Whoa, wait a minute, someone want to tell me what the hell's going on?" Ino said, "Come on everyone, tell us what's going on," with an excited voice. Naruto shook his head and said, "Don't let your imagination get the best of you. The truth is Tenten and I were in the woods working on Kenjutsu, which is why I have bandages on my arm here where I let my guard down and she sliced me with her sword. As for the thing with my bedroom, Sasuke hired me to make a seal for him to help him reach his goal in life, and both Sasuke and Sakura followed me to my bedroom when I was looking for a blank scroll to write down his order. As you can see, I have a lot of scrolls that are full, so it took me a few moments to find a blank scroll in my apartment." And Sasuke just playing a joke on Sakura to motivate her to get stronger, since he told her if she didn't get stronger he would date Ino instead, who seemed to be stronger. Who is stronger between you both? Perhaps you both can display your skills now to the other and see where you rank to help Sasuke decide. Ino and Sakura both had lightning shoot between their eyes and Sakura said, "I'll race you Ino, whoever can run up and down a tree with chakra the most wins the first date with Sasuke-kun." Ino said, "You're on forehead," as they both took off running up a tree. Shikamaru said, "Troublesome," as he walked over and sat down under a tree with Choji sitting down beside him. Sasuke turned to Naruto and said, "I don't know if I should thank you or kill you." Naruto shrugged and said, "As long as I get paid I don't give a damn either way. Now about your seal. Does the other Junins agree to help hold Anko down and all witness that I tried everything I could do to talk her out of this and wait until Jiraiya gets here?" Kurenai shot a glare at the other Junins, who flinched knowing the hell Kurenai could cause, and she said, "Yes we do." Naruto sighed and said, "Fine," as he slipped on his pants and pulled on a shirt while also grabbing his sealing supplies before resealing everything and sealing the scroll into the seal on his shoulder. Naruto turned to Anko and said, "Where do you want to do this at?" "I ask because you're going to have to take off everything from your waist up, as I use your body as a medium to do each of the seals." Anko said, "Here, we will do it here. Maybe show these little pencil dicks here what a real woman looks like," as she took off her jacket and fishnet, leaving her completely nude from the waist up. Kiba, Sasuke, and Choji all blew back with a nosebleed as Lee covered his eyes while Shikamaru had his eyes closed and Shino looked away at a tree. Ino screamed, "What the hell are you doing, you slut?" as both her and Sakura stopped running, tied to see Anko strip in front of all the guys like that. Tenten shook her head and said, "Why the hell aren't you passed out, Naruto, like the others are looking away?" The Junins I can understand, since they probably seen woman before and are not embarrassed about it, but you shouldn't be. Naruto shrugged and said, "It's not mine to look at, so I won't out of respect, and I'm too worried about the seal to think about what is in front of me right now." Kurenai pinched herself and said, "If someone doesn't grab you soon, Naruto, I might just stake a claim on you myself." Hinata squeaked out, "Sensei," in shock as she got a look of betrayal on her face. Tenten blushed as she shot a look at Kurenai and one at Hinata, who returned the glare, and Tenten thought, "If Naruto can't figure out she likes him after this, then I'm going to beat the shit out of him, but I am going to have to question Neji. I won't be used." Naruto grabbed a brush and a kunai and said, "Last chance Anko, because if we start we can't stop until they're all done or it will kill you. Are you sure about this?" Anko nods and Naruto said, "All right, give me some of your blood in that bottle of ink. It will make it easier to be compatible to you." As he held out the kunai for her to take, and Anko took it and cut her hand and let some blood go into the ink bottle. Naruto takes the bottle and shakes it to mix the ink and blood better, and he said, "All right, create a Kujbunshin." Anko put her hands together and said, "Kujbunshin no jutsu." As a single Kujbunshin appeared, and Kakashi said, "So this is why you asked me if I knew how to do that jutsu." Anko nods as Naruto began to draw seals across her shoulder, and everyone else watched as he took 10 minutes to draw the seal and said, "Alright Kage-bunshin, I need you to come over and place your hand in this circle here over the kanji and send a small burst of chakra into it to activate the seal." The Kage-bunshin of Anko walked over and placed her hand where Naruto said to, and a moment later the seals all began to become bright and encircled to the spot the Kage-bunshin held its hand before it went up in smoke. As the seal finished setting in, Naruto looked at it and then looked at the bottle of ink and said, "Hey, would someone mind going to the Wolf Claw weapon shop and getting 2 more bottles of sealing ink? I don't have enough to draw the next 2 seals." Kiba said, "Don't you mean 3 seals?" Naruto shook his head and said, "I meant what I said, Kiba. Don't question me about seals or I'll turn you into a woman for the rest of your life. Periods and all." Kiba paled a moment and said, "You can't do that, can you?" Naruto smirked and said, "Try me, and how the hell did you get those bottles so quick?" as he saw 2 bottles of sealing ink in Guy's hands. Guy said, it's the power of youth. Naruto said, I see, well you should talk to Sasuke about power. He's the Avenger. Sasuke glared at Naruto as Guy handed Naruto the 2 bottles of ink and had Enko cut her hand again to put more blood in them. Naruto then began to draw seals again and after another 10 minutes he said, sorry about this but I'm not trying to be a pervert or anything but this is the only way I know how to do this jutsu. As one of his fingers began to glow green raising several eyebrows and Naruto placed the glowing green hand over Enko's heart and he slowly began to trail it along her skin until it got to her nipple and Enko winced as her nipple got hard and asked, what are you doing? Naruto said, you know how women give breast milk right? Well what I am doing is moving blood along the veins from your heart to your nipple where I will make a small cut in your vein to draw the blood from your heart out your nipple like breast milk. Just a second, there. As blood began to come out of her nipples and it moved in a small bubble up to a small opening in a circle seal Naruto had drawn and he used his other hand to draw the missing part of the circle before he said, seal. As he activated the seal. Enko winced as she felt the seal burn along her skin and Naruto quickly healed the small cut in Enko's nipple. Once he was done he was sweating and said, how are you doing Enko? Enko said, alright Gaki, so this is the worst part right? Naruto said, yeah, hey I know the sensei are going to hold Enko down when I break the restraining seal but I need someone to put something in her mouth to keep her from biting down and breaking her teeth or biting her tongue off. Shikamaru said, here. As he walked over with a piece of bamboo and Naruto raised an eyebrow and he said, it's too troublesome to explain but I realized what you were needing, are you sure you can do this? Naruto said, I got no choice now. I hope I have enough chakra for the last part though because that is where I will have to race the clock. Kakashi said, why don't you use a soldier pill Naruto? Naruto shook his head and said, can't, I'm allergic to them. As he tapped his stomach so the Junin realized there had to be a reason related to the Kyuubi. Naruto took a deep breath and said, ready or not, we need to start Enko. Enko said, do your best Gaki and know that I believe in you. Naruto nods as he began to draw a small seal and he stopped and stood up and getting everyone's attentions and he said, I really wish we could have waited on Jiraiya. I've only attempted this a couple of times and I nearly blew myself up, hopefully it goes right this time. As his index finger began to glow and to the shock of everyone there he began to draw a seal with chakra in air as he said, seal release. As he activated the ink-based seal with one hand and the glowing seal in the air with the other. Enko screamed in pain as the seal on her shoulder broke and the cursed seal began to spread across her body and Shikamaru shoved the bamboo in Enko's mouth as the Junins tried holding down Enko and Kurenai said, what are you waiting on? Naruto said, I can't yet. I have to wait until the seal completely covers her body before I can begin to break it. If I don't all 8 of her celestial gates will open killing her. As the seal marks spread across Enko's body the Junins began to sweat as the Genins looked worried and after 3 minutes Enko was completely covered with the cursed seal marks and Naruto said, now. As both his index fingers began to glow as he began to draw 2 separate seals, one on each side of him above Enko who he was now straddling as he began to turn slowly in a circle still continuing to draw the seals in the air above Enko. After 7 more minutes Naruto began to flash through hand signs and said, soul binding curse seal, release. As he finished the last hand sign slamming his hands into the seals. As he did there was a huge explosion. Screams and dust were heard coming from the site where the explosion happened and the Genins were all looking on worried as the dust began to clear away the form of the Junin sensei were seen with cuts and bruises from where they tried to shield themselves from the explosion. Enko who was in the center of a crater was covered in dirt and bruises as well and was passed out. Just then a roar was heard of someone screaming and everyone looked up and saw the form of Naruto falling to the ground with him trying to shield his impact on the ground with his arms and the sound of bones breaking was heard. Before anyone had a chance to say anything coughing was heard and everyone looked at the source of the coughing that was still covered in dust and as it settled down Naruto laughed once and said, I'm glad I don't have to explain that one because I sure the hell can't. As he fell backwards passed out. Just then the Hokage arrived with several Anbu and said, what the hell? Minato. Is that you? Kushina. Before he paled and said, tell me that's not what I think it is. As he saw what both Kushina and Minato were standing on. Tenten said, Godmother, is that you, but how, and you're supposed to be dead, and. Oh fuck. As she paled. Kushina said, it's not what you think about, it's a new animal skin throw rug. A voice said, get off me humans. Minato said, nope, not going to happen fuzzball. You're completely powerless Kyuubi. The Sandaime wiped some sweat off his forehead and said, I'm getting too old for this, are Naruto and Enko alright? Kurenai said, it appears that Enko is passed out sir but the cursed seal is gone sir. The Sandaime's eyes widened and he said, I see, and Naruto. An Anbu in a dragon's mask said, both his arms are broken, he's nearly out of his single chakra. In fact I can only feel just a little chakra at all in his body and he is passed out, though if it is from chakra exhaustion or pain or both I can't say for sure. The Sandame said, I see, can anyone explain what is going on here? Kushina said, oh I can, since I was the one who interfered in the sealing jutsu Naruto was doing at the last second causing this, but I rather do it privately and I would like to make sure my son is taken care of first if you don't mind. Motioning toward Naruto. Sakura said, your Naruto mother, the one who was poisoned by the assassin from the Mist Village. Kushina nods and Sasuke said, how the hell is the Yondaime Hokage alive, with the Kyuubi no Kitsune? Causing the ones who hadn't figured it out yet to go wide-eyed. Minato said, perhaps you should bring everyone here with us to talk privately Sarutobi, because after what I've seen of my son's life I will not be leaving his side while he's vulnerable. Several shouts of, son, was heard from those who didn't know as they saw the resemblance to Naruto and Minato. Sarutobi nods and said, Anbu, bring everyone here to my office, quietly. The Anbu nodded and began to take everyone to the Hokage office and the Sandame thought, why me? Chapter 9. As everyone in Team 7, 8, 9, 10, their sensei, Minato, Kushina, and Kyuubi arrived in the Hokage office along with two teams of Anbu who had began to heal Naruto and Anko, the Sandames said, okay, what's going on? Minato said, not until Naruto has been healed completely. Sarutobi frowned and motioned for the Anbu to get his personal medic, and after 20 minutes the medic finished and left the room while shaking his head and talking about Ghost along with the two teams of Anbu who went to make sure no one entered the room. Naruto groaned as he slowly woke up and felt his arms in bandages, and he blinked and looked at his arms and thought, what the hell? As he looked around the room and he frowned when he saw Minato and a pet porter that had a fox in it, and he felt someone rubbing their hand through his hair and looked up and saw Kushina and he said, okay. This all must be an alcohol-induced dream, or nightmare. As he frowned as he tried to move his arm and said, I'm not dreaming, am I? As he felt pain shoot through his arms. Kushina said, nope. Naruto frowned and said, so you, the furball, and Ichi are all here. As he looked around the room. Kushina nods and Naruto asked, and the ceiling? Did the curse seal break? Is Anko okay? Kurenai said, she's fine Naruto. The doctor said she just passed out from mostly chakra exhaustion and the seal's gone. Naruto looked relieved as he let out a slow breath after hearing that, and thanks Kurenai who nods, and Naruto said, well, would someone explain what the hell's going on? I mean, I can see Team 7, 8, 9, and 10 here, so I assume we were all going to have a team training scheduled for today when Anko took. Oh that's right, I got worried a moment about the scroll, but I just remember I sealed in my shoulder after I got it back. So mom, not that I'm not happy, but what are you and the bastard over there alive in the real world for, and why isn't the village in an uproar about the Kyuubi being here? Minato winced and said, look, son, I know you hate me, but... Naruto screamed, hate you? I don't hate you. I understand perfectly. The needs of the many outweigh the needs of the few and all that bullshit, and that you didn't have a choice because I have your knowledge of seals, so I know that you didn't have any other way to stop the fox. Fine, I can handle that, and once I can use my arms again I'm going to break your fucking jaw with my fist just to make us even. What I am though is pissed at you for being an incompetent asshole. Mom could have been here all these years if you would have actually put the seal on me right and double-checked your work. I'm also pissed that you left me nothing, no home to live in, no money to live off of, no one to look after me, no instructions on what to do should the people ignore your final wish, and you didn't tell anyone about those fucking books that nearly killed me. As a Kage you're still one of the greatest in the world in my eyes and did what any leader should do to protect his people. As a father though, as he glared at Minato, leaving the rest of the sentence unfinished. Sasuke said, will someone explain what you are all talking about? Getting irritated. Naruto turned and said, 15 years ago on October 9th, the day before the Kyuubi attacked our village, I was born. My mother was passing away from the poison that an assassin gave her in hopes of killing her, so she used a sealing method to seal her body and soul inside a seal on my body, and the seal you saw on my neck was designed to make it where her and me would be able to talk even though she was sealed, so I could have her in my life. However, dear old dad there screwed up on the seal. Maybe it was because he was interrupted being informed about Kyuubi, maybe it was because he was upset about mom, or because he's an idiot. I don't know, but whatever it was, he broke the cardinal rule of sealing by not completing a seal. Then the very next day Foxy over there attacks our village, and being the leader of our village he used a forbidden jutsu and a sealing jutsu too. Hey, how the hell are you alive? Your soul was supposed to be ate by the Shinigami for using that jutsu. Minato, who was feeling sorry for his mistakes, said, I used a jutsu to take the Kyuubi and sealed it into several pieces to make it where the Kyuubi would never be able to attack our village again, since it is impossible to kill a demon. I summoned the Shinigami to seal the Kyuubi body inside my own body so that it would be destroyed when my body was destroyed. I sealed half of the Kyuubi chakra and its soul in Naruto, and I sealed the other half of Kyuubi chakra somewhere else that is a secret. With the last of my strength, when the Shinigami was taking my soul, I was able to seal a piece of my soul in the seal with the Kyuubi soul, so in case the seal ever became damaged I could repair the damage to protect you, son. And if any of you think that makes him the Kyuubi, then you're an idiot. If I seal a kunai in a scroll, does that make the scroll the kunai, or are they two separate things even though one is sealed in the other? As he glared at everyone in the room and unleashed a little ki. After several moments, Minato said, "Anyway, I asked Sarutobi to tell the people that Naruto was a hero for protecting them from the Kyuubi, but most of the people of the village ignored that request, calling for his death, forbidding him from access to stores, buildings, sabotaging his education, trying to poison him, and attacking him. Breaking into his place and destroying his belongings, and much worse. I saw everything you went through from inside the seal, son." Sarutobi winced as he heard this and said, "And if you're wondering why you never heard this before, is because I made a law saying it was illegal to speak about the fate of the Kyuubi being inside of Naruto in hopes that Naruto could grow up as a normal child, but sadly the people found ways around that law by telling those his age that he was bad or trouble or to stay away from him and far worse things." As he lowered his hat, Naruto frowned and said, "The worst part is I never even knew why I was treated the way I was. It wasn't until Mizuki Tem tried to kill me the day we graduated and he told me that I found out. Shocking all the genins but Tenten as they thought over their past actions around Naruto." Sasuke said, "So is that the secret you were hiding from us? The one the sensei knew but couldn't speak about?" Naruto nods and a giggle was heard, drawing everyone's attention, and Tenten said, "What's so funny, godmother?" Kushina said, "Oh, I just thought of the reaction everyone would have if they knew the entire truth. I mean, I think I know why the Kyuubi attacked Konoha and even suspect who sent it to attack Konoha. I know the truth about the Senju clan and the Uchiha clan and how they got their bloodlines, and I also know the origins of all the bloodlines in the world." With an amused smile on her face, Naruto said, "You do, mom, but how?" Kushina said, "Because if I would have still been alive and unsealed when the Kyuubi attacked Konoha, I could have done the same thing I did to release the Kyuubi, your father and me, from the seals we were in and stopped the Kyuubi without anyone dying." Naruto sat up wincing and looked at Kushina, and Minato asked, "How?" Kushina sighed and said, "I guess if I'm going to tell you, then I should explain where it all began. With the Six Realm Sage." Shikamaru said, "The Six Realm Sage? The god of chakra? The man who taught the world how to use chakra?" Kushina said, "Yes. You see, the sage wasn't from our realm. He was actually from another dimension who left his homeworld because he was a Jinchuriki, or a human who had a demon sealed in him like Naruto, but the demon he had sealed in him wasn't just any demon, it was the most powerful demon of his world. When he arrived here, he knew when he died the demon inside him would be released, so he was looking for a world with very little human life in it because he knew the demon would kill everyone it could when it was free. The reason he taught the people of this world how to use chakra was to defend themselves against the demon when it was released. It was his way of trying to atone for his guilt of what he was going to release on our world, however that was when it happened." Kurenai asked, "What happened?" in a shocked voice. Kushina laughed and said, "He fell in love. He met a woman who he fell in love with and wound up having 3 children by her. A daughter and 2 sons, twin sons. His guilt became so much that he knew that he had to find a way to protect his 3 children from the demon when it was released, so he took his twin sons and gave one the ability to control demons with his eyes while he gave the other brother the ability to suppress demon chakra with his body. Those 2 boys were the first Senju and Uchiha." Shocking everyone. Sasuke said, "So the Sharingan and the Mokuden bloodline was given to our ancestors by the Six Realm Sage?" in a questioning tone. Kushina said, "Yes, though you don't think he would just give his sons an ability to protect themselves without giving his daughter one as well, do you?" Minato said, "The daughter was the first Uzumaki, wasn't she? That was why you said if you were free you could have stopped Kyuubi." Kushina said, "Yes, where one of the brothers could control a demon and another could suppress it, the daughter was given the ability to neutralize demonic chakra by absorbing, purifying and molding it. Uzumaki have the ability to absorb a certain amount of demonic chakra into our bodies without it destroying our bodies, and then able to purify and then mold it like our own chakra. Naruto here is a perfect example with his Kage-bunshin. Even though his reserves are big, they shouldn't be big enough to make that many Kage-bunshin that I heard about from Minato. It's because he's actually drawing on the purified demonic chakra that he had stored in his body, which is more potent than normal chakra, but there's something that not even the sage realized. If a child was conceived when an Uzumaki had purified demonic chakra in his or her bodies, then the child would be born mutated slightly. Can anyone guess what the slight mutation was?" Sarutobi said, Bloodlines, so the legends about bloodlines being from demons were true, from a certain point of view. Kushina said, yes and no. Naruto said, Mom, you said we could absorb some demonic chakra into our bodies, but how could you have stopped the Kyuubi? I mean, he's the most powerful demon in the world. The one the sage brought from another dimension. Kushina ruffled Naruto's hair and said, actually, no. The sage before he died had his 3 children help him break the demon chakra inside of him into 10 pieces. They sealed the 10 pieces into a raccoon, a cat, a turtle, an ape, a dolphin, a slug, a beetle, an ox, a fox, and a maggot, and then sealed those 10 in 10 jewels, which had a special seal that would create a special bunshin body, the very same kind that Kyuubi, Minato, and I now have. Those bunshin would be powered by the chakra of the demon that they had sealed inside each jewel, and as long as they had chakra to power the bunshin, they could heal from anything just like we can. If I would have been alive when Kyuubi attacked, I could have simply absorbed the Kyuubi chakra, which would have made it shrink back down to the size you now see, where he is just about as strong as that nin dog there. Minato said, and he could have been killed. Kushina sighed and said, no, you can't kill him or any of the other 9 bijus. Minato said, 10, but there are only 9 biju. I never heard of one that looks like a maggot. Kushina said, because until Whirlpool was attacked and destroyed, it was still in the hands of the Uzumaki clan after the other 9 were stolen by the Uchiha and the Senju clans when they were banished from Whirlpool. Sasuke said, what? How dare you claim that my clan stole them, and why were they banished? Kushina said, let me rephrase that. Uchiha. They were stolen by Uchiha Madara and Hashirama Senju, to be precise. Making everyone in the room wide-eyed. Sarutobi frowned and said, which is how Madara Uchiha had the Kyuubi when he fought Hashirama Senju for leadership of this village. Kushina said, and how Hashirama was able to blackmail the Uchiha clan into stopping the sibling rivalry that sparked the clan wars when he offered the other 8 biju he stole to the others who were starting ninja villages. In return, the Uchiha clan had a choice: join in forming Konoha or be destroyed by the combined might of all those villages and the Senju clan. Sarutobi said, I always wondered how he got his hands on the biju because I couldn't see him going and hunting down those 8. Sasuke turned in a shocked voice and said, so it's true. Looking at the Sandaime. Kushina said, yes, the reason they were banished is because the Senju and the Uchiha clan were angry over something that the sage did before he died that sparked a rivalry between them, but what it was I don't know, as I wasn't old enough to learn that much of our history before Whirlpool was destroyed. Naruto said, you still didn't explain my question, Mom. Kyuubi was too powerful for you to stop him by yourself if you could only handle so much of the demonic chakra. Kushina said, son, think about it for a minute. Do you understand? Naruto looked confused and shook his head no, and Kushina said, if we could only handle so much demonic chakra at a time, how would we not accidentally kill ourselves by drawing too much demonic chakra over the years as we absorbed the chakra to create all the bloodlines we did? And how is it that Uzumaki were born with our bloodline and not a new bloodline? Naruto said, I don't know, Mom. Kushina said, bloodlines thin out over time. That is why Hashirama was the last Senju who could use the Mokuden bloodline, and why the Uchiha clan had more and more members not awakening the Sharingan over the years. The Hyuga clan knows this, which is why they try to keep the marriages inside the family, where cousins or second cousins are often married to try and keep the strength of their bloodline up, since they were also banished from Whirlpool when they had a clan war among themselves and enslaved half their members with the cage bird seal. It is only through the absorption of demonic chakra into their system that keeps a bloodline from being lost to the world. The reason the land of Whirlpool had so many bloodlines while other places in the world didn't wasn't just the fact all the bloodlines originated from there. The bloodlines after they left would thin out, losing enough demonic chakra in their systems to cancel out their bloodlines, while those still in Whirlpool were helping the Uzumaki clan by letting us absorb the chakra from the biju and use our bodies as filters, and then we would send the purified demonic chakra into people who had bloodlines, which would help them keep their bloodlines longer, making the next generation of their bloodlines stronger than the last. You asked me why you never heard of the 10th biju. You have, but you have only heard its name after it was taken after Whirlpool was destroyed. The sword Samahata is in fact the 10th biju, which is a maggot. It was the last biju we drained back to its original strength, just like I did Kyuubi over there earlier today. Naruto asked, how, Mom? Kushina sighed and said, earlier today you had a total of 4 souls inside of you. Your father, Kyuubi, me, and your own soul. You also had my body sealed inside you. What you see in front of you is not my original body, since it's still sealed in you, and that's not your father's real body or the Kyuubi real body, since they were destroyed. The body of Kyuubi that your father sealed inside his body was not the real body of the Kyuubi either. When you were releasing the seal on Anko, you used all your chakra and was starting to draw on the Kyuubi chakra. When you did that it caused it where the Kyuubi chakra hit the whirlpool seal on you, and if I didn't act fast the demonic chakra would have transferred to Tenten and poisoned her body and possibly killed her since she also has the whirlpool seal. So what I did was used our ability to absorb demonic chakra and pulled it to where my body was sealed, and I basically made it where my body became a filter for all Kyuubi chakra, purifying it before it is shot back into the seal where Kyuubi was, so you can absorb it easier and not have to worry about poisoning Tenten. I also used chakra sealing like you did on that last part of the sealing of Anko and began to mold some of the chakra I was absorbing into 3 special clones, and I bound Kyuubi's soul, your father's soul, and my soul to the bodies while also putting a whirlpool seal on the clones' bodies, so as long as they have chakra the bodies will live, and since now anyone who has a whirlpool seal on them is receiving some of the purified chakra that is sealed inside you, it makes it where we have our own bodies to live. Naruto asked, but what if the clones are dispelled? In a worried voice. Kushina shook her head and said, don't worry about it. Like I said, these clone bodies are special, and as long as they have chakra they can't die or be destroyed. In fact you could cut off our heads or stab us in the heart and we won't die as long as we have chakra to repair the damage, so the only way to kill us is to destroy the whirlpool seal which is inside our bodies hidden somewhere, and I won't tell where that is. Minato, who had began to piece things together, and said, Kushina, these clones' bodies that are being powered by the chakra inside of Naruto. Is the chakra inside Naruto from Kyuubi currently being powered by the power in that jewel you mentioned? Kushina nods and said, no. Jinchuriki have the ability to heal their bodies because they had to adapt to the demonic chakra or they would die. Because of this healing ability the chakra coils of a Jinchuriki never harden like a normal human does over time, so they can get stronger and stronger, able to hold more of the demonic chakra in them. Since the Biju are basically Jinchuriki themselves, the clone bodies have the same principles, so they can get stronger and stronger over time by gaining physical strength and getting smarter, and since they have lived for hundreds of years is the reason they were actually stronger than Kyuubi is now. All that is actually sealed in Naruto was the chakra inside the Kyuubi body at the time of the sealing. The real demon chakra is stored away never to be used again. Kyuubi voice startled everyone and said, you are wrong there human, because I have not been connected to that jewel in many years. When Madara Uchiha lost the first time to Hashirama Senju and then he killed his brother and took his eyes, he replaced me as the being sealed inside of that crystal and sealed himself in it along with the demonic chakra of the original demon, which is how Madara Uchiha is still alive to this day, because he has the seal creating him a new body like the ones we now have. He sealed me in a pocket dimension with his Sharingan eye until he summoned me 15 years ago and controlled me to attack this village. Once the kid there dies and the chakra inside of his goes away, then like you and your mate I will also die. To say everyone was shocked was an understatement, and Sasuke said, Madara Uchiha is still alive, then that means he was the other person Itachi spoke about. In a quiet voice. Naruto, who was nearby, was able to hear him and asked, what do you mean Sasuke, what did Itachi say about Madara? As he turned to him, catching everyone's attention. Sasuke cursed himself and said, Itachi, before he left he told me that when I have the same eyes as him there would be 3 of us with them in the world. I didn't think anything about it at the time, but now that I heard the Kyuubi speak about Madara being alive, I think he's the one who Itachi spoke about. Kushina said, the Sandaime Mizukage was named Madara and he knew the Uzumaki clan was the source of all bloodline, which is why the Hidden Mist village attacked Whirlpool and the Mizukage started the bloodline civil war in the Land of Water. That goes with my theory of why the Kyuubi attacked Konoha 15 years ago. The Mizukage sent an assassin to poison me and the doctors told me I would die from the poison when I gave birth to Naruto. If I would have been alive for the Kyuubi attack I could have stopped it. So Shikamaru said, so he sent the Kyuubi here to see if you were really gone, trying to destroy the source of all the bloodlines in the world, but why? Sarutobi said, several reasons actually. The only jutsu the Sharingan can't copy are bloodlines and sealess jutsu, so they would be the best way to defeat him. Also there is the fact that the Uchiha clan turned on Madara and supported the Shodaime. When he left he vowed revenge on the Uchiha clan and Konoha. He sent the Kyuubi to attack Konoha, and if what Sasuke said is true then that means that he may have helped Itachi kill the Uchiha clan. Or since he's basically immortal, drawing power from the demon chakra, as Kyuubi said, he could have killed them all himself, and Itachi either took the blame for it to protect Sasuke from going after Madara, who he knew he couldn't defeat since he's immortal, or he joined Madara. Sasuke's eyes widened as he heard this and thought, could it be? Kurenai said, but if that's true then why didn't he just attack and kill everyone in Konoha himself? Naruto frowned and said, me. Drawing everyone attention. Sakura asked, what do you mean Naruto? Naruto said, if everything mom said was true and Madara is alive like Kyuubi said, then Uzumaki would be the worst enemy he could face because we could drain him of his chakra, making him vulnerable. I bet if he was willing to send Kyuubi to Konoha he would at least find out what happened to it since it was defeated in case he ever wanted to use it again, which means he would have heard my last name and became worried over it. He knows that an Uzumaki can drain him of his chakra but he doesn't know how. It could be through touch or just getting close or any hundreds of other ways like simply looking at him. Sooner or later he would have ran into me in the village and if I could have drained him of his power then he would have been easier to deal with since he couldn't use his Sharingan since he would have no chakra he could be captured or possibly sealed away like Kyuubi was. Kushina said, and he hasn't lived this long unnoticed by the rest of the world without being careful. Sarutobi said, the problem is the only witness we have as proof is Kyuubi which nobody would most likely believe and your guess is just that a guess Kushina. Kushina said, true and until we get more proof all we can do is try and prepare in case Kyuubi and me are right. Anyways getting back to some more personal matters, you should realize Tenten, this is going to affect you also. You're going to have to start training a little more on chakra control because your reserves will be getting bigger due to the fact you have the whirlpool seal on you linking you to Naruto, me, Minato, and Kyuubi. You will also become immune to all genjutsu since one of the ways to dispel genjutsu is by having someone else send chakra into your body which is happening constantly now. Same for you son, but it also means your bloodline won't thin out for many generations since you're basically getting a boost Tenten. Tenten winced and several people looked at her and Lee said, bloodline. You have a bloodline Tenten. Tenten frowned and Kushina said, you hadn't told anyone, have you? As she saw the confused looks nearly everyone had. Tenten said, no. I didn't want to be treated like the other heiress that I have seen. I like to earn the respect I get. Not have it handed to me because of what clan I'm from or what bloodline I have. Dad was also worried that if the Sandaime Mizukage heard my clan name they would come and kill me and begin taking a closer look at Naruto also because of our clan's past. Naruto said, sorry Tenten. If I knew she would have been freed I would have told her you wanted that to remain a secret. Neji turned and said, you knew. Why would she tell you and not her own teammates? Naruto frowned and said, because it doesn't matter to me. She's Tenten. That's who she is and that's who I see. I don't care if you're the Hokage, Firelord, or even Kami. You don't get my respect unless you earn it. Right Gigi? Sarutobi said, sadly yes. I still remember the day you told the Firelord and I quote, to kiss your blonde ass. Tenten turned and screamed, he what? What the hell did you do that for? Turning and glaring at Naruto as everyone else looked shocked. Naruto said, he tried to give me Tora as a pet. Everyone in the room shivered and Tenten said, never mind, just don't do it again. As she crossed her arms. Neji said, so what is your bloodline Tenten-sama and what is your clan name? Tenten frowned hearing the Sama, and said, my name is Tenten Ukami, heiress of the Ukami clan and I have the Forge bloodline. It allows me to learn to use any weapon. Sasuke said, not much of a bloodline. Anyone could learn to use a weapon. In a smug voice with a smirk. Kushina shook her head and said, that is where you are wrong Uchiha. Everyone can learn to use most weapons but there are some that can't be used because their bodies aren't able to adapt to them. The Ukami clan are able to learn any weapon regardless of size, weight, strength, sharpness or special ability. Their bodies will naturally adapt over time to allow them to use any weapon regardless of natural limiters that should be in the way. They can't instantly use every weapon but they can adapt to use any weapon over time. There's a weapon at the Wolf Claw weapon shop that is made up of about 20 different weapons put together and is said to be impossible to use. Tenten over time would be able to learn to use it perfectly even though it should be impossible to. It's why the Ukami clan was the bodyguards of the Uzumaki clan and was the ones who kicked the Uchiha, Senju and Hyuga clans out of Whirlpool for the safety of the other clans because their bloodline made them the worst enemy any of those three clans could have faced since they could pull out a weapon and use it in a way the Uchiha clan couldn't react fast enough to, could cut down any plants the Senju clan grew and could keep the Hyuga too far away to be able to use their taijutsu. Hinata said, so you're Naruto-kun's bodyguard. In a stutter as she pushed her fingers together. Kushina started to say something when Naruto placed his bandage arm in her mouth making her choke a little and he said, she is my friend. That is all we are. Tenten sent a thankful look to Naruto who stood up and started toward the door and Sarutobi said, where are you going Naruto? Naruto said, I've heard all I needed to hear. I have to try and put all my stuff back in my apartment that Enko took. Welcome back Yondaime-sama. I'm sure the people will rejoice with you taking back over as Hokage. As he tried to open the door and he frowned and turned looked around the room. Minato said, I'm not taking back over as Hokage after the way the people disregarded my last request. I'm going to make it up to you for being a fuck up as a father. Naruto who had stopped in front of a bookshelf said, yes you are going to take back over. Gigi had to take back over and protect the people and take care of me. He has earned his retirement from paperwork more than anyone else has, and you are going to give it to him, but make him your advisor so you can find out what the hell has been happening while you were sealed away. Make Danzo your other advisor. As he looked at the books on the shelf, Sarutobi frowned and said, why would you suggest Danzo as the other advisor? Naruto snorts and said, I know I'm not as smart as some people, Gigi, but I know the real reason you won't have him executed for the shit he's pulled is because he's got all those root anbu hidden in our village and in our ranks. I also know that he has political backing that makes it where if you killed him then it could destroy Konoha. You may not have said it, but you implied it enough over the years for me to figure out. If the Baka here has you and him as an advisor, then Danzo won't be able to operate in the shadows like he is now, and it would remove the current elders who seem to me to be nothing more than puppets to Danzo. You could use the info I gave you about him to blackmail him into some stipulations to either seal off his chakra, making it where he only has the power of a figurehead, and you could also get Sasuke here to let you restart the police force and use Root as the police force, but mix some of our older or injured ninja who shouldn't be doing missions in with them, while also moving some of Root into your forces with squads that are loyal to you, making it where even though Danzo would be in charge of the police force, you would have men loyal to you in his operation to make sure he can't try anything funny. Use the clan heads if you have to, because if you gave them the info I gave you on him, then they would also be watching him carefully and having their clans spread word around town to keep an eye out for him doing anything suspicious. This way you can control him and also increase our village forces without having possible unknown enemy forces in our ranks as you do now. Everyone was shocked hearing Naruto words, and he said, what? It's not my idea. One of my Kajbunshin read it in a book at the library and it sounded like a good strategy about keeping your friends close but your enemies closer. I just adapted the story to cover Konoha's situation instead of a business tycoon. Everyone seemed to calm down and Minato said, that could work. What do you think, Sarutobi? Sarutobi said, indeed. It would limit Danzo movements because he would be in the view of the entire village instead of the shadows as he is now. Naruto said, and he can't let the info I gave you come out, or it could raise some serious questions about how he came by that, which wouldn't be good for him. Anyways, if you want a story to explain how you're back alive and get revenge, call a village meeting and tell them the Shinigami is pissed at Konoha and broke the deal and gave you and your wife back your lives, but also released the Kyuubi, who is free to go and get stronger to get revenge if he so chooses to, but he left the Kyuubi power in me as payment to relieve his guilt over the villagers' action. Yada yada, yeah. I'm sure you're probably good with your tongue at getting your point across. Her mom wasn't very happy in the bedroom, causing Kushina to blush and said, son. As several others blushed. Naruto pulled a book out of the bookshelf with his teeth into everyone but the Hokages, and Kushina's shock. A click was heard and Naruto pushed on the bookshelf with his foot that moved and said, by the way, since nobody really knows you changed your last name to Uzumaki, go ahead and keep the Namikaze name publicly and mom can claim it as her own as well. I don't want people sucking up to me because I'm your son, and if mom uses Uzumaki the Sandame Mizukage might find out and I don't want to see her get hurt. You might also want to put that early version of the anti-rape seal on her, but change it to change her looks slightly so no one will connect her to me. I'm sure you can come up with a story to explain her origins. I'm still kicking your ass, Baka. They say you can kill an army with your Hiraishin, well I can make an army with my Kage Bunshin. The one-man army versus the army of one, quantity versus quality. We will find out who will win. Now if you will excuse me, I don't want to be around when people start trying to kiss my ass to earn your respect, since I know somehow you will fuck up what I just said and I'm not moving in with you and you're not moving in with me. I'm not a kid who needs his parents trying to make up for lost time. I'm old enough to kill, old enough to drink, old enough to fuck, and old enough to die. I pay my own bills and take care of myself, and if any of you start to treat me different like Neji now treating Tenten, who's hating him for it because she's still the same person she was before today and will be the same person after today just like me. I'm still the same person I was, and will be. CYA. As he used his foot to kick the bookshelf back in place after walking in the room behind it. Kushina said, you showed him where the Hokage bedroom is in your office. Tenten turned and said, you mean there's a bedroom in this office and you conceived Naruto on the desk instead of there? Making several people wide-eyed. Kushina said, well it was tradition, I mean I already told you about all those notches under the Hokage pictures showed how many times they had sex in this office. Hell, most of the kids born from the Hokages have been on that desk. Kiba said, oh god, I'm going to be sick. Looking at the desk. Just then a small explosion was heard and the Hokage desk was blown to wood chips, shocking everyone, and Tenten burst out laughing and said, he did it. He actually did it. Naruto said he was going to blow it to hell. Sarutobi sweat dropped and said, thank god I get to retire now and you got to worry about replacing all that paperwork, Minato. As he took off his hat and placed it on Minato's head. Minato had anime tears falling down his head and said, why me? Sarutobi said, you conceived the prankmaster from hell and he will make you look like me within a year. Minato said, did you really have to make him an Anbu? Sarutobi winced as several shouts of Anbu was heard and Minato's sweat dropped and Kushina said, and there is where Naruto gets his idiocy from. I swear sometimes Minato I don't know what the hell I ever saw in you. Minato said, I thought it was the way I came into your life and blew away the dull lifestyle you lived before and excited it to the level of unexpectancy that rivals a tsunami. Tenten blushed and thought, Naruto a hurricane, not a tsunami. And Kushina said, or it could have been the sex. Minato said, and there is where Naruto gets his being blunt, not taking shit off anyone from. As he sat down in the Hokage chair that fell backwards with him, tar fell out of the ceiling along with feathers before a flash was seen from somewhere in the room. Tenten said, okay, I know that was Naruto's doing, but how the hell did he pull that one off without any of us detecting it? Minato sighed and said, why me? A scroll fell on his face as the words left his mouth and he blinked and opened the scroll and said, Sarutobi. I'm actually a little scared right now. As he held up the scroll. Sarutobi took the scroll and said, now how in the world did he get his hands on his birth certificate when it's sealed in my private safe? Kushina shook her head and said, the sad thing is, somehow he was able to time the release of the scroll and the tar and feathers, breaking the chair with you in it all perfectly with him leaving the tower and not making any clones as he did it. His chakra signature is, that's strange, he's going into the woods by where your parents used to live. Tenten. Tenten frowned and said, are we dismissed? Minato said, I'm swearing all of you to secrecy about everything we saw and heard today with the real story how Kushina and I are alive. I'm going to use Naruto idea to explain the truth because we don't want other villages to learn that Naruto is the source of all bloodlines or they could try and capture him and turn him into breeding stock to make thousands of new bloodlines. In exchange I will speak with your clan leaders and see about having Kushina or Naruto recharge your clan's bloodlines so that way they won't thin out as fast. Kushina said, I'll do it Minato. Minato nods and said, you also can't tell about Naruto being an Anbu. Sasuke said, why is the Dobi an Anbu? Kakashi said, because I nominated him to be because he is probably the best seal master in the village and you have already seen his stealth and trap making skills. He somehow set this all up with 2 broke arms while we were watching him and none of us caught it or even figured out how he did it. Minato said, I hate to say it Kakashi but he is the best seal master in the village. I saw everything he saw and heard everything he heard. I know some of the ideas he has for seals and some of them I would never have even dreamed possible but he's actually creating them. He's skilled enough in seals I could promote him to special Junin already as a specialist. He may have the fighting skills of a genin but he has cage level seal knowledge. Kiba said, so it's just his sealing knowledge. That's the reason he's an Anbu. Sarutobi said, yes. Seal masters are very rare to come across because of all the time and study they have to put into making and studying seals so very few ever actually appear. In fact the only ones I could count in the history of this village that could actually be considered seal masters were Jiraiya of the Sanins, Minato here, and now Naruto. You should all learn a valuable lesson, never underestimate a seal master. Minato with a seal was able to put one on a kunai and become feared in nearly every country in the elemental nation. He was also able to stop Kyuubi from destroying our village when all anyone else was able to do was fight and die trying to slow it down. Shikamaru said, I have a question even though that troublesome girl has snuck out. Why are you listening to Naruto about what you should do? I mean you didn't seem to want to be Hokage again but Naruto basically told you that you were going to be Hokage and also who to make your advisors. Minato sighed and said, you're Shikamaru right, well let me ask you something, who is Naruto Uzumaki? Shikamaru blinked and asked, what do you mean? Minato half chuckled and said, good answer. You don't know Naruto. In fact none of you do. The first rule of shinobi is deception is vital for a ninja survival. What would you say is Naruto's best skill, anyone? As he looked around. Kiba said, seals. Minato said, good guess but no. His best skill is observation. You all think he doesn't notice things, that he is oblivious to it or too stupid to see what's in front of him. The truth is you're all the ones who hasn't seen what's really there. He notices everything going on around him because if he doesn't then he would not have survived as long as he has. Remember when he learned what a sensor type of ninja was Sakura? What did he tell you? Sakura thought a moment and Sasuke whose eyes widened said, he told us about how he detected when the people chasing him would disappear from behind him and appear ahead of him and he would change his directions to avoid them. Minato said, and what about the recent mission to build that fence, what happened there? Sakura said, he seemed upset about who the client was and he was being respectful and he hit himself with a hammer. Minato looked at Kakashi and said, what did Naruto tell you about the hammer? Kakashi said that he thought he was in a genjutsu and that the client was Mizuki's fiancé and she threatened to kill him and thought the water might have been poisoned. Minato asked, and what did he really do? Kakashi, think back to what he said and then his actions. Kakashi thought a moment and his eye widened and said, no way. Sakura asked, what Kakashi-sensei? Kakashi said, remember where Naruto worked the rest of that mission. If he was afraid that the client was going to kill him, why did he make sure that he was working right beside her house where I was watching her to see if she tried to attack him from behind, since there was no way anyone else could sneak up on him? Sasuke said, he made it where you would be focused on watching his back while he was watching the other directions. Even his Kajbunshin were facing the other 3 directions, but why would he do that? Minato said, someone was using a genjutsu in the area to hide something. He couldn't figure out who it was, but he could tell the direction it was coming from. He did dispel the genjutsu with pain like he said, but he never said he thought the client was responsible for the genjutsu, just that he thought he was in one. It was you he detected, Kurenai. Kurenai frowned and said, so he detected me, huh? Kakashi said, but I didn't see her, which is why he tried to hint to me that there was something there. Why were you using a genjutsu in the middle of the village? Looking at Kurenai. Kurenai said, I was seeing what effect me putting him on that caused without anyone supposed to know I was there, sneaky brat. Minato said, Naruto's best skills is his observation skills and he took the rules about deception to heart, so he keeps that skill hidden. He noticed Hinata spying on him over the years. Hinata eeped and stuttered, he did. Minato said, yes, though he believed that it was best to ignore it since the Hyuga guards who took you to school would report it and you would get in trouble, like the first day you came to school with bruises on your arms after you talked to him. I think it was from you sparring with someone in your family, since I saw those kind of bruises before, but I couldn't speak with him, and for his age he thought that you must have gotten in trouble for speaking to him, so he acts ignorant to it in order to protect you. Hinata blushed and Minato said, but I have to ask something, Hinata, and of you, Neji. Have you? Hinata threatened to use the cage bird seal on Neji to get him to keep Tenten and Naruto away from getting closer to each other. Hinata said in a stutter, what? Minato frowned and said, I ask because right now Naruto suspects that Neji's feelings for Tenten are not true and that either he is being used by you, another member of the main branch, or he is using Tenten to get revenge for Naruto embarrassing him. He hopes Neji's feelings are true for her, but he doubts it. I won't ask you, Neji, and I don't expect you to answer either, Hinata, but I will say this. Don't use her like that or Naruto will destroy the Hyuga clan and no one will be able to stop him. Remember the Hyuga underwear incident? He was able to sneak into your clan compound and steal everyone's underwear and put them on telephone poles when he was 6. He's had 9 years to get better and I don't doubt he could do it again, but this time he could put exploding tags, or any other item in there that could kill you all. If you are being used, Neji, then just be yourself, but don't do anything that you can't take back, if you know what I mean. Tenten seems like a smart girl and will either figure out on her own what's going on so you won't get in trouble for saying anything, or will lose interest in you. But if your feelings are true, then treat her right because she's also my goddaughter, and if you have not done anything like what I suggested earlier, Hinata, then I am sorry for asking, but Naruto won't be with anyone he can't trust, and if he finds out you might have used his best friend, then he won't ever trust you as well as your clan if they are using her. If you want to be with him, then try and be with him. Offer to help him with sparring or maybe about his social skills he needs for important figures. Do you really want him to come to your father someday to ask for your hand with his usual social skills? Offer to help him so he could be a better Hokage, and yes, I'm being a modeling father and godfather because I've got to make it up to them. Kushina said, you got that out of your system, good. Now to answer your question without the baka rambling. The reason he became Hokage again is Naruto knows that when the people find out that he's back alive they will want him back, thinking he's going to either finish off the Kyuubi or want him to replace Sarutobi, who has become more of a figurehead since he has lost most of his political power trying to protect Naruto all these years. If Minato refused, they would think he's an enemy to the village and certain people in the village would try to neutralize him. Naruto knows this, which is why he told Minato the best way to stop those who would try to kill him while also regaining the power lost by Sarutobi and also gaining the villagers' faith, because even though this is a ninja village, we can't afford to piss off the villagers too much because they make our foods, weapons, cloths, and other things of vital importance that are needed to keep our ninja going. Piss them off and they would destroy the ninja part of the village and turn this into a normal village. It's all politics. Sarutobi said, very true, not to mention Naruto wants revenge on Minato, who feels guilty for failing, so he stuck Minato with being the leader of the people he chose to take care of over his own family, and Minato will do it in hopes of gaining some forgiveness from Naruto. Minato said, damn it, I know I screwed up, but I honestly thought the people would see him as a hero or that sensei would take care of him if they didn't. Where is Jiraiya? I never once saw him after the day of the sealing in Naruto life and he's Naruto godfather. Sarutobi just looked at Minato who sighed and said, I see. As he closed his eyes. Across town in the woods near Tenten family home, Tenten was quickly moving through the trees when she came to a clearing where she saw Naruto on his knees in front of the house, and she jumped down and saw Naruto toss a few weeds on a small pile in front of him, and he said, your mom's garden is full of weeds. I thought I would pull them out for you and her. Not looking back. Tenten asked, what are you doing here? I thought you were going back to your place. Naruto snorts and said, I can't. My apartment's got seals on the doors and windows to keep people out unless they turn off the seals, and I can't with my arms like this, so until they heal I'm stuck living in the woods again. Tenten frowned and asked, so why come here and start weeding? Naruto was quite a few moments and said, do you know why I love doing missions or working with my teammates even though I can't stand their guts most of the time? Tenten shook her head no as she moved to sit beside him. Naruto saw this and said, because I don't have to think and worry about anything else. All I have to do is work on completing the mission to the best of my ability, complete the training we are doing. I don't have to worry about what the villagers think or what they do or any of the other things that I usually have to think about. A part of me thinks that's why I actually want to be Hokage, so that way I can focus on the duties of the Hokage and not have to worry about what everyone else thinks of me. As he pulled out more weeds. Tenten thought a moment and said, it's the Gibbs effect. Naruto blinked and said, what? Tenten said, Gibbs, he was this sailor back in Whirlpool Dad told me about. He worked around the docks doing odd things like making sure no trouble happened and finding out what happened to stuff that disappeared off the docks. Things like that. Don't know why he hardly ever sailed, but Dad told me he sailed in his younger years. Anyways, Gibbs, when he had things on his mind he didn't want to think about, would work on building a boat to keep himself busy. Of course Dad told me he never actually finished any boat either. He traded boats like he traded lovers, but anyways, what I was saying, Dad calls that the Gibbs effect. I actually suffer from it also, but I usually work in the forge at my family shop to work off the stress. Naruto said, I see. As he pulled another weed out. Tenten saw this and said, so since you needed something to focus on and since mom's garden is so out of shape you decided to pull the weeds out so you didn't have to think about what happened today. Naruto said, originally no, I came here because this is where it all started to change, this is the place I first became happy. It's where I became a ninja, over there where the ground is stained from Iruka-sensei blood, as well as the place that started the friendship I have with you. Things have changed so fast for me, and, as he closed his eyes and looked down. Tenten asked, and what? Naruto sighed and said, I was happy. I was happy with the way things were between us back before I found out I had mom sealed in me. There was no worrying about marriages, and evil Uchiha and being the Yondaime's son and some other stuff. As he rubbed his shoulder where the Anbu tattoo was. Tenten said, you mean Anbu, right? Naruto eyes widened as he turned to look at her and she said, your dad sort of mentioned it to everyone before you blew up the Hokage desk and tar and feathered him. Naruto looked confused and said, the desk I'll take credit for, the tar and feathers was actually Konohamaru who was pranking Gigi. I just made the seal for it and he set it all up in advance. Tenten eyes widened and asked, well, what about your birth certificate? Naruto looked even more confused and said, I've never seen it. Tenten said, but the Sandaime said it was in his, ha 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 ha. As she laughed as she realized the truth and saw Naruto questioning look and said, Konohamaru must have found your birth certificate in his grandfather's safe and used it to blame you for the prank in case the Sandaime got angry. Naruto eyes widened and said, oh, he is so dead. As he pulled out another weed. Tenten sighed as she calmed down and said, the doctor said your arms were going to be healed back to normal by tomorrow. He healed the damage already, but he didn't want you to overwork it too soon and break it before it healed completely, which is why it's bandaged up. Naruto nods and said, sorry. Tenten looked confused and said, for what? Naruto bit his lip and said, you know why I am creating a new seal for the Hyuga, don't you? Tenten frowned and said, I think so, do you have any proof? Naruto said, no, just. Kakashi-sensei told me after I got all defensive when he was saying things about you I didn't like, that I can't walk on eggshells around you if I want to really be your friend, and that my enemies might use you against me if I'm not careful or something like that. I don't remember his exact words, but then I heard about how the Hyuga clan knew about mom and possibly my bloodline. It made me think that with how sudden it was Neji asked you out, after all the time you were in the academy together and then on the same team, it just seemed. Tenten said, off. I know. I thought about it as well, wondering if he was only using it because he wanted to get revenge for you humiliating him that day, or wanted to make you jealous, or he was jealous. As she rubbed her arms together. Naruto saw this and said, Anyways, I wanted to find out if he was being used, so I thought the best way was to remove the cage bird seal that I read about. Mom had told me once when I was talking to her about the seal because dad was trying to create a new seal, and she told me this law that the Hyuga clan has no choice but to accept a new seal if it protects just as good if not better than the cage bird seal. I didn't mean to say anything, but then I slipped up accidentally when I had got Sasuke to agree to be the test subject for the seal to prove it worked, and Kurenai sensei asked me why don't I give it to Hinata because she wants to unite her clan and get rid of that seal, and well. Tenten asked, well what? Naruto said, I've known about Hinata liking me, I've known a long time actually. As he pulled another weed. Tenten said, you have, but why don't you go out with her? Naruto said, her family. The first day I met her we talked some and I thought she could be a friend, but the next day she came to the academy. She had bruises all over her arms and seemed to shy away from me, so I decided if people were going to hurt her by being near me then I would just act like I don't have a clue around her so she doesn't get hurt. Tenten thought a moment and remembered several things. Flashback. The Hyuga clan knows this, which is why they try to keep the marriages inside the family where cousins or second cousins are often married to try and keep the strength of their bloodline up. A person is destined to a predetermined fate. It is not that you fight against fate but what fate has decided for you to do. Naruto blinked and looked at Neji and said, dude, how in the hell does a girl like Tenten like you with that 3-foot fate kunai shoved up your ass? Mizuki said, 14 years ago the Kyuubi no Kitsune attacked Konoha. The Sandaime passed a law making it illegal to tell exactly what happened to the Kyuubi. The truth is the Yondaime sacrificed his life to seal the Kyuubi in a newborn baby. You are the Kyuubi no Kitsune. Naruto was frozen in place as he heard this, as he remembered all the whispers and glares, and Tenten lips pursed together and thought, bullshit, even if what you said is true about the Yondaime sealing the Kyuubi, then it is only sealed, not turning him into the Kyuubi. Mizuki said, then I have no choice but to kill you first. I was going to wait until the end but you leave me no choice. As he drew back to throw another windmill shuriken when Naruto appeared, kicking Mizuki in the face and said, don't you dare harm Iruka-sensei again or I'll kill you. Mizuki laughed and said, you, kill me. You're not even fit to be a ninja. I can defeat you with one hand. Naruto gritted his teeth and said, bring it and I'll return what you give to me 100 times over. Kajbunshin no Jutsu. As the clearing was covered in Naruto. Everyone's eyes were wide at this, and Tenten thought, no way, there's over 100 of them, ouch, that's going to leave a mark. As she watched Naruto defeat Mizuki. Naruto smiled and said, just you wait Iruka-sensei, I'll show everyone I'm me and not the Kyuubi, and someday I'll become Hokage and earn everyone respect. Tenten, who was hiding in some bushes, smiled and thought, I believe you will also, Naruto. If you can reach your dream then so can I. Minato said, I thought it was the way I came into your life and blew away the dull lifestyle you lived before and excited it to the level of unexpectancy that rivals a tsunami. Tenten blushed and thought, Naruto, a hurricane, not a tsunami. And Kushina said, or it could have been the sex. I got you, Tenchi. Fate can kiss my blonde ass. Do you? As he looked into her eyes and saw the almond color, and Tenten tried a moment to get free and started to open her mouth to speak when her eyes went wide as she found herself being kissed by Naruto. She tried to get her hands free but were still being held down as she tried to move her head but found she couldn't because of her arms that had been holding the sword above her head. As she tried to get free, she moaned trying to speak as Naruto continued to kiss her. She felt her body responding to the knee that was rubbing gently against the crotch of her shorts, and before long her mind was losing the battle to get free as her body betrayed her and she closed her eyes and slowly started to return the kiss, and as her body got more and more turned on she didn't notice the hold on her hands was now gone and her hands had moved to Naruto hair, running her finger through it before she moved her hands to the bottom of his shirt and began to scratch at his back. As her fingers traced the muscles of his shoulder. It's frustrating because you came into my life like a storm and you leave your mark on everything in my life. End flashback. Tenten closed her eyes and smiled and thought, he is a hurricane that blew into my life and he's touched everything in it. Mom, what should I do? The wind blew slightly through the forest causing the leaves to move and a small ray of sunlight shined down on both Tenten and Naruto, moving from one to the other as Tenten saw Naruto covered in sunlight for a second and Naruto glanced at Tenten because of her being quiet and he saw her in sunlight a second. Tenten bit her lip and said, you know Naruto, if you want you can come here all the time to work on fixing up this place. I mean it needs a lot of work and Mom's garden could really use someone to take care of it. Naruto looked around the place a moment and closed his eyes and said, it does need some work, but it's not my place to do that. This is your family home, Tenten, and if anyone should repair it and fix it, then it should be you and your family. Maybe you and Neji could come here and work on it to do something together. I shouldn't have come here. I should go. Whoa. Tenten interrupted him said, I know this is my family and that is why I was asking if you wanted to work on this place. Of course I would help because I can't have my husband do all the work, now can I? Naruto said, of course not but. As his mind froze hearing actually what she said and he turned to look at her and asked, husband? Tenten said, yeah. Naruto asked, I don't understand, Tenten giggled at the clueless look on his face and said, look, I'm not saying I actually want to marry you but I'm not saying I actually don't want to marry you either. I'm just confused right now. We're still young and everything has been happening so fast lately. I mean, it's like the old saying by working on 100 projects at the same time you never finish one. Right now we are friends. Hell we might even be best friends since it seems like nobody understands us but each other, but it's too soon for either of us to be thinking about marriage or families. I got things I want to prove and you got things you want to prove but that doesn't mean that we can't spend our time together and go from there. I still like Neji. My feelings for him have dulled though but I want to see if my feelings for him are a simple crush or more, and what about your feelings for that Sakura girl? I mean did your crush on her go away? Naruto bit his lip and said, truthfully. I don't know. Things have changed. I feel like spending time with you has opened my eyes and I see that Sakura isn't who I thought she is. I just don't know what to do. Tenten said, which is why I think we should go slow. I'm not going to do anything with Neji that I'm going to regret if things don't work out, but I also want to take things slow with you as well and see where they go. Naruto asked, so you're going to date both Neji and me? Tenten said, you're going to have to date the Kasuke's daughter also, remember. If things between me and Neji don't work out and they do work out between you and me we both need to see what it's like on the other foot in case you do have to marry her as well. You will see and feel what I will have to see and feel if things work out that way, but I won't go past a hug or kiss with Neji, if even that and if he starts treating me different now that he knows the truth then we are so over. Naruto snorts and asked, you planned this all along, didn't you? Tenten smirked and said, ever since I found out about the other marriage I've been thinking about what to think and feel about it and how to make sure you don't ignore me for her or anyone else that either you pick or your parents set you up with. Naruto laughed and said, God I need that, thanks. Tenten said, no problem, so about the garden and the house, what do you think? Naruto looked around the outside of the house and yard and said, if you're serious about me coming here to work on it with you then I guess we could, it would take a lot of time. Tenten said, something we both have plenty of, but I got a question, Enko took everything from your apartment right? Naruto said, you saw the kitchen sink, remember? Tenten blushed and said, oh yeah, well, why don't we unseal your bed and set it up inside? I mean you could sleep here tonight until tomorrow when you could get back in your apartment. The water still works because I come out here so dad had kept them on and it's better than sleeping on the ground in case it rains. At least it's an option. Naruto thought a moment and said, alright, I'll take you up on that as long as you won't tell anyone I'm here. I need time to sort things out in my head. Tenten said, it's no problem, so where is that scroll? Naruto smiled and said, thanks. As he told her where the scroll was and after going through the scroll for a little while they were able to unseal his bed and Tenten giggled as she saw his nightcap. After unsealing his pots and Tenten got some firewood for the fireplace she was able to cook some soup for them both to eat before she left. After she was gone Naruto looked out the window and saw the evening star and thought, thanks for the angel. Chapter 10. The next day the Sandaime Hokage looked out over the people who had gathered below and said, people of Konoha. I have come to you today to announce several things that both make me happy and very sad at the same time. For years now I have done the best I can to lead you as a people by trying to do what's best for everyone and while many mistakes have been made I learned from them and ensured those mistakes never happened again if possible, but all good things must come to an end and I feel my strength is beginning to fade so it is time for a change in leaderships. Murmurs began to grow in the people below as many people were looking at the Sandaime in shock while some were thinking, what are you up to Sarutobi? The Sandaime raised his hand to get the people to quiet down and he said, now I am sure many of you are shocked to hear this and some may think I am wrong to do this, but luckily for me and the people of this village a divine hand has given us a chance to redeem ourselves from past mistakes and has returned to us something that was once lost. I present to you my chosen successor, the Yondaime Hokage of Konoha Minato Namikaze. As he stepped aside shocking everyone as Minato stepped out onto the balcony of the Hokage Tower. Many shouts of shock and questions began to fly about and Minato stood there for several seconds before he threw 4 kunais at the walls of several buildings while dropping one where he stood and all fell silent as 5 yellow flashes appeared around them as he appeared touching the buildings for a moment before disappearing again and reappearing somewhere else before he appeared back where he started. If any doubted who he was before they were all silenced now as Minato said, people of Konoha. For those of you who don't know me or only know me from history books or lessons, I am Minato Namikaze, Yondaime Hokage of Konoha and the man who gave his life to stop the Kyuubi no Kitsune all those years ago. People began to murmur as words about him coming back to kill the demon and things like that were heard, and Minato unleashed a massive amount of ki, shocking everyone below, and he said, "Silence." Once everyone froze, he stopped releasing the ki and said, "Now many of you are wondering how I am alive, and some of you are wondering if I am back to kill the Kyuubi, which thanks to the Sandame's law is confusing some of you. Now I will first explain exactly what happened the day I stopped the Kyuubi, and then I will explain how I have been given a second chance at life. Now the first thing you should know is that it is impossible to kill a Biju. There have only been 4 ways to stop them. One is to control them with the Sharingan if it is powerful enough like Uchiha Madara was, another is to suppress their chakra with the Mokuden bloodline like the Shodaime Hokage did. What you should know is that both the Uchiha bloodline and the Senju bloodline were given to them by the 6 realm sage who was the father of twin sons who were the first Uchiha and Senju. But you see, there was one other sibling, a daughter of the 6 realm sage who was also given a bloodline to stop a Biju by draining them of all their chakra they have in their body, reducing them back to this. As he turned behind him, and Kushina, who was wearing an Anbu cloak, held a pet porter that Minato opened and grabbed the Kyuubi inside and pulled it out, shocking everyone below and scaring many as Kyuubi screamed, "Let me go, human, or I'll kill you all." Minato shoved Kyuubi back in its cage and Kushina walked back inside the Hokage office. Back outside, Minato said, "Now you see, the third child of the 6 realm sage was in fact named Uzumaki, which the child Naruto Uzumaki is the last descendant of." Many people's eyes widened slightly at this as they began to think about the possibilities, and Minato continued, "Now the 4th way to stop a Biju is to seal it away at the cost of a person's life into a newborn child, because only a child could adapt to the power of a Biju, and as the child grows up the child would absorb the demon's chakra, and upon their deaths the demon would be released back into the world slightly weakened. That's right, people, for those of you who don't know, I sacrificed my life by summoning the Shinigami with a forbidden jutsu to seal the Kyuubi away into a newborn child, but not just any child, the one child I knew could safely drain the Kyuubi of its chakra and possibly actually kill a Biju, Naruto Uzumaki." Several people began to look guilty or shocked, and Minato said, "But then most of you had to go and fuck it up," shocking everyone. Minato, after taking a few breaths to calm down, said, "That's right, many of you have tried to kill Naruto or at least weaken him by refusing food, cloths, breaking into his home, beatings, and several other forms of abuse which would only actually hurt him and help the Kyuubi to escape." Several of the younger people began to look at the adults who looked like a kid caught with his hand in the cookie jar. Minato said, "Oh yes, I saw everything that happened to him because the Shinigami sealed me inside of him as well so that when Naruto died he could come take my soul along with the Kyuubi at the same time. But then you people had to piss off the Shinigami of all things." Fear began to appear on some of the people's faces, and Minato said, "Yes, that's right, you have pissed off the Shinigami by doubting its power to be able to power the seal that held the Kyuubi. The Shinigami decided to revoke the deal he made and has vowed never to help Konoha, so if we are attacked by another Biju, even if the Hokage summoned him, the Shinigami won't come to aid us and will just take the user's life." Fear was really starting to appear on the people's faces, and Minato said, "Now since the Shinigami revoked the summoning contract I had with him, he released me from the seal, returning me back to life. He also released the Kyuubi, who as you all saw was weakened because Naruto Uzumaki had done his part of the deal and had successfully drained the Kyuubi of its chakra, but like everyone knows, the Kyuubi will regain his chakra over time like every other living being, and since he is immortal, now thanks to you people who went against my final wish to see Naruto as a hero for protecting this village and have pissed the Shinigami off, someday the Kyuubi will return to Konoha and attack and most likely destroy our village unless an Uzumaki is still alive to drain it, or if a Senju is alive to suppress it, or if an Uchiha is here to control it. Unfortunately there is only one Uzumaki left alive and only a couple of Uchiha and one Senju who can't have children due to her age, so the way I see it, odds are when the Kyuubi does regain his strength, because of all of you who doubted my skills at sealing and doubted my judgment and doubted Naruto's ability to protect you, you have most likely doomed your children and grandchildren to be killed by the Kyuubi when it regains its power." A shout of, "Uzumaki can just keep him drained." Minato said, Why should he help protect and save a village that has gone out of its way to kill him for protecting it without ever being given a choice? Why should he help protect us?" A shout was heard, "Because he's a ninja of the village and you can order him to." Minato said, "Oh, and why should I order my son to do that?" At those words nearly everyone below eyes went wide as they paled, and Minato said, "Yes, I said son. Naruto full name is Naruto Namikaze Uzumaki, son of Minato Namikaze Uzumaki and Kushina Uzumaki." Since I was an orphan when I married, I took my wife's name due to the fact she was a clan heiress, but we kept our marriage a secret along with the fact she was with child because of fear of my enemies like Iwa who would have targeted my wife and son, but I guess I should have feared my own people. A lot of people flinched and looked down like a scolded child, and Minato said, truthfully, I didn't want to take over as Hokage again after I saw the way you all treated my son. The only reason I did was because despite everything you people did to him, despite all the pain and suffering my son has faced, he looked at me and told me that despite everything he went through that I should, because I did what any good leader would do. I put the needs of the many above the needs of the few, and I couldn't have asked another family to do something that I, myself, wasn't willing to do. He told me that despite the fact that he wants to fight me. A shout from the back said, I said I was kicking your ass and breaking your jaw, you fucking baka. I said it once and I'll say it again, as a leader you are one of, if not the best there is, but as a father you are a fuck up. I told you not to tell the people I was your son, or that the Shinigami brought mom back to life as well, but did you listen? No. Damn, blondes really are idiots, and if anyone says I'm a blonde I'll prank you. A lot of people paled at that. Minato cleared his throat and said, well, I guess you can see things between me and him are still a little rough. As he rubbed his head. Naruto said, rough my ass. Hey Kakashi-sensei, I have to ask, since you were the baka student, is the reason you're 3 hours late for everything and a pervert because of him? Kakashi began to sweat a little and said, I refuse to answer that on grounds that my life will become extremely uncomfortable. Naruto said, oh, which are you more afraid of, the baka or me? Kakashi said, well, Minato-sensei could send me on a suicide mission. Naruto said, and I could destroy your Ika Paradise collection. Kakashi blinked and said, you could maybe destroy one book if I let you, but not my entire collection. Naruto got a smirk that a lot of people knew and were immediately scared and said, you forget Kakashi-sensei, Enko owes me. She offered to become my slave, servant, wife, fuck buddy or anything else in exchange for me to destroy the curse seal Orochimaru placed on her, which I did destroy. Now I can call in that favor and ask her where you live and steal your entire collection from your house and have her and Kurenai-sensei help me burn them while my cage bunshin keep you away. So Kakashi paled as several people went wide-eyed hearing Naruto destroyed the curse seal, and Kakashi said, even if you found out where I live you would never be able to get in. Naruto said, Kakashi-sensei, I was able to paint the Hokage monument in broad daylight wearing orange, without getting caught, take the forbidden scroll from the Hokage office, knock out the Sandaime Hokage, learn a Junin level Kenjutsu, defeat a Chunin as well as defeat last year's Rookie of the Year and this year's Rookie of the Year all in a 48-hour time period. Do you honestly think that I can't get past your security at your apartment? I broke into the Hyuga compound and stole their underwear when I was a kid without getting caught. What chance do you honestly have? Several people were looking at Naruto in awe while some others in fear, like Kakashi, who was ghost white, and he said, Minato-sensei had me start editing Jiraiya-sama book when he started the Ika series, which I still do. The book I have is the latest volume that hasn't even been published yet, and the reason I'm late is because I am paying tribute to my teammate who gave me my Sharingan. Now I answered your question, so please leave my collection alone since they're all the original unedited versions. Naruto said, fine, for now. Minato sighed seeing the interaction between Naruto and Kakashi and said, anyways, I'm taking back over as Hokage to correct the mistake that you people have made by doubting my word and pissing off a god as best as I can. I'm going to have the Kyuubi placed in Training Ground 44, the Forest of Death, and if Naruto feels like it he can go in there and drain if of its chakra to buy the people of this village more time, but I will not order him. He has done far more than enough to weaken Kyuubi back to its weakest form for all of us, even if it is impossible to seal it away again or to kill it thanks to the doubters among you. Also, the Sandaime Hokage has agreed to become my advisor since there has been many things that have happened while I was dead that I am not aware of, so Koharu and Homaru will have the choice of either returning to duty or retiring, but they are no longer on the council. I would like the clan heads as well as Danzo to come to my office in a few minutes to help me elect the second elder. Naruto has asked me not to get revenge for what the people of this village did to him, because even though he didn't find out why he was treated the way he was until Mizuki tried to kill him the day he graduated, he can understand the pain and suffering you all felt over losing family and friends, things he's been denied his whole life, causing the people to flinch. Minato said, anyways, as a way to try and start forming a bond with my son for using him when he was only a day old. That's right, his birthday is October 9th, and like my son stated, my wife was also given back her life as a way the Shinigami tried to make amends for all the suffering Naruto faced, but it is doubtful we will ever have another child, or if we can, or if we ever chose to, because I'm in the dog house with her as well since she had passed away during childbirth and didn't know Kyuubi attacked Konoha, so might want to watch out for her as well. Hehe. So anyways, I will try and lead you to the best of my ability, please try not to make me regret it since I know how some of you can't seem to follow even a dying mon's final request for his family. Good day. As he turned and walked back inside, Naruto jumped up on a roof and was about to leave when the Yondaime voice was heard across the town scored, would Anbu Hydra come to my office in 10 minutes along with Ibiki? Thank you. Naruto jerked his head and mouthed, fuck, as he went to his apartment and grabbed his Anbu uniform before leaving and entering the woods. He quickly put it on and headed toward the tower. When he got to the Hokage office he noticed all the clan heads were there along with Ibiki, Sarutobi, Kushina who was wearing a kitsune mask and Danzo. Minato said, so glad you could join us Hydra. If you would please activate the security seals for the room Sarutobi so nobody can spy on us. Sarutobi nods and the room glowed a few moments before returning to normal and Minato said, now the seals that were activated made it where nobody can shush in or out. Use chakra in this room outside of the Hokage. Silence the room from being spied on as well, making it where nobody can leave while they are activated, so the first order of business is why I have called you all here. Danzo, you have two choices, one you can agree to the terms of the parole I am going to give you or I will have Hydra and Kitsune kill you right now for being a traitor to Konoha. At this everyone's eyes widened and Danzo said, what nonsense is this? I am no traitor. Minato said, then care to explain the 4 Sharingan eyes you have in your body as well as the Mokuden bloodline in that arm? Danzo frowned as he saw everyone looking at him and after a few seconds said, Cleaver. The new security seals were to show me that I have no choice since I can't escape nor fight my way out if I tried to. It appears that death did not weaken your skills, but tell me, how did you discover about my little gifts? Minato said, Hydra here has the unique ability to be able to detect any bloodline by a person chakra. He may not know which bloodline it is unless he has encountered it before, but he was able to detect your different chakras just seeing you once and was able to compare the feel of the Sharingan in your body with the one Kakashi has as well as Sasuke Uchiha eyes, and was also able to detect the Mokuden bloodline which he knew of from the victims of Orochimaru experiments. Danzo glanced at Hydra and said, I see. I was not aware of this Anbu or his abilities. Minato said, no one besides Sarutobi and myself did. Now you see Danzo, if I kill you now then I have to worry about your root as well as any other political or private favors you could call in to aid you or avenge you, so I have decided that I have 2 options, deal with those or restrict your power by making you my other advisor. At this everyone's eyes widened again and Hiyashi said, why would you even think of doing that Hokage-sama? Minato said, simple, by having Danzo become my advisor he can't work in the shadows any longer. I can have his root brought into the light and either have some of them moved into teams where I can have trusted men watch them as well as have some of them start the village police force and mix in some of our less healthy shinobi who are not able to carry out their duties of their rank to also become members of the police so they could watch root as well to limit their movements. Shikaku said, I see, and by doing this in front of us we now know Danzo's stolen bloodlines and the clans would watch him as well to also decrease his ability to operate out of your control. Brilliant Minato. Minato said, I wish I could take the credit but Naruto was actually the one who came up with it. Now Danzo, your choice, either you can continue to serve Konoha severely restricted or you can be killed, and I inform the village that you were privately funding Orochimaru experiments on citizens of Konoha as well as being involved in the Uchiha massacre and order Inoichi to go through you memories for all the people in root and your forget I know about that seal you have on your tongue Danzo and I can break it. Danzo frowned as he said, so I have to do exactly what? Minato said, you will have your chakra sealed away so your shinobi career is now over. The Sharingans will also be taken and the Mokuden bloodline will be sealed away. I want a complete list of all root agents and Ibiki will do an investigation, and if any root member is found not on the list they will be immediately captured, interrogated and killed. Ibiki will also do an interrogation of all root members who will have the seal on them removed by Hydra here or myself so they can answer his questions without dying. You will have a seal placed on you where you will never be able to leave this village and a modified seal similar to the cage bird seal that can be activated to either immobilize or kill you, and there will be no less than 15 people in the village at a time who will be able to activate the seal and all 15 will be selected by me. Danzo said, so you are turning me into a puppet slave then? I think I rather take death. Minato said, unfortunately for you that isn't going to be an option Danzo. I'm not as forgiving as Sarutobi for the crimes you have committed. Ibiki, you have your orders. Ibiki nods and bit his thumb as he opened a scroll and Danzo jumped back and said, what are you doing? Minato laughed and said, look down Danzo. Danzo didn't even have time to react as the floor below him began to glow as a seal appeared where he was and began to crawl up his body. Danzo screamed in pain for several moments before he became silent. Inoichi asked, what just happened? As he looked at Danzo. Hydra said, Cleaver Hokage-sama. I recognize the subjection seal as well as the chakra draining and the restriction seals, but what was the rest? Minato said, for those of you who are not seal masters, I'll explain what happened. I knew Danzo would not take the offer to be elder, so I instructed Ibiki to act like he was going to activate a seal on that scroll when it was in fact blank, but he was ordered to stand behind Danzo so Danzo would jump away from where Ibiki was directly onto the seal on the floor, which I activated. The seal basically turned Danzo into a living puppet. This seal was actually created by Akasuna no Sasori during the last war, and I modified it to suppress his chakra and the bloodlines he stolen. Danzo will now do what he is ordered to do by Sarutobi, myself or Ibiki. To everyone else he will act normal, but he will follow out my R orders so I can have him merge root into our forces and start the police force like I said, while he will give Ibiki a complete list of his operatives as well as begin to tell him all the illegal things that he has done behind our backs. He won't realize he is now a puppet, but he is not my other advisor either. After talking with Sarutobi, I have decided Yushikaku will become my other advisor if you will accept, and you will also be given access to control Danzo until such a time as he is not needed, at which time we will make it appear he had a heart attack. It was the best case scenario since Danzo is just too dangerous and too well connected to kill as well as to let have freedom. Does anyone disagree with what I have done? No one said anything, and Minato asked, do you agree to be my advisor, Shikaku? Shikaku said, I agree, Hokage-sama. Minato said, good, now I have something else to tell you that your heirs already know. As he began to explain the birth of bloodlines as well as the truth about the Kyuubi and how he and Kushina was alive as well as what Kyuubi told them, and he said, so as you can see we have to keep this information classified. Kushina has agreed to boost your children's bloodlines like her clan did in Whirlpool Country if you so chose to want it boosted, but only your children. Hiyashi, I also should inform you that Naruto knows about the law the Fire Lord made the Hyuga clan agree to before you were allowed to join, the one you told me about, and he is in the process of creating a new seal for your clan. Hiyashi said, I see. Thank you, and please inform your son of my thanks. Minato said, I think you already did, Hiyashi. As he shot a look at Hydra which everyone saw. Hiyashi said, so you are playing shadow and light by having Naruto appear to be angry with you while he is actually an Anbu serving under you. Hydra said, no, I am angry at him and will kick his ass and break his jaw like I said. I was made Anbu before he and mother was released due to my sealing knowledge as well as my ability to find holes in village security and my stealth skills. Inoichi said, a specialist. As he looked at the Sandame, who nods. Inoichi said, I see, I'll probably see you some then, Hydra, because I work in the T&I department along with Anko. Did you really destroy Orochimaru curse seal? Hydra said, yes. Inoichi whistled and said, that's good. Maybe Anko can find some peace now. So what now, Hokage-sama? Minato said, everything that has been said here is classified along with Naruto being an Anbu. What about the possible spy Naruto found Sarutobi? Sarutobi sighed and said, Kabuto and his team went on a mission when I put them under surveillance and have not returned yet. They still have 3 days before they are due to return, but since I have not heard anything from the team who was supposed to shadow them, things don't look good. Minato nods and said, I see. Well, as I was saying, all this is classified, and since we got Danzo and my advisors taken care of, I guess you can return to your own duties. There will be a council meeting tomorrow where we will announce the decision, and you all should know the reason I chose Shikaku is because Sarutobi and I both agree he is one of the best strategists in the history of this village, and since he will be responsible for getting the police force up as well as working with Ibiki to fix village security. Hydra, you will go with Ibiki, who will show you around Anbu headquarters, and then you will write a report to Ibiki about all the security flaws you already know of, while Ibiki will prepare to get info from Danzo. Once you have that info, we can better start making Konoha stronger and better protected. Any questions? Hydra said, yes, Anbu identities are supposed to be classified. Why have you told so many people about my identity? Minato said, because these people need to know if I ever send you to them for some reason. Now any others questions? Good, you're all dismissed. Ibiki said, Danzo, Hydra, this way. As he left out of the room. After everyone left but Minato and Kushina, Kushina took off her mask and said, I think it's time to add another notch to the picture. With a smirk that was shared by Minato. Chapter 11. After meeting Ibiki, who showed him the underground training grounds, the weapon room, and the library, which, Hydra, instantly created Forkage Bunshin to begin looking through, much to the amusement of Ibiki, he then had Hydra list all the weak spots in the village that he was aware of so far and how he would bypass them to get into the areas that should be guarded as well as what the security in the area was failing at. After 6 hours of this, Ibiki looked at Naruto, who was still filling out reports, and thought, if this kid wasn't an ally he would be our deadliest enemy. After finishing up with security, Ibiki called for a couple of Anbu, and when they arrived Ibiki said, "Neko, Dragon. I called you both here to inform you that I am putting you both with a team along with hubby who is currently in the hospital and Hydra here. Now your team is a specialist team." Dragon asked, "What will our specialty be, Ibiki-sama?" Ibiki said, "Your specialty will fall into 3 categories: village defense, spies, and demons." At this Neko said, "Pardon me sir, but would you go more into our specialty to clear up the confusion I am having with some parts of it?" Ibiki said, "Very well, but first, since we are in my office and the security seals are up, go ahead and remove your mask and introduce yourself. Since hubby isn't here, I can inform you, if you were not already aware of this, that Anko is hubby." As the 3 took off their mask, 2 sets of eyes widened and Ibiki said, "Naruto Uzumaki, meet Yugo Azuki and Tenzo Yamato." Yugo said, "Since when has he been Anbu?" Naruto said, "I was made an Anbu by the Sandaime Hokage and was nominated for the position by my Genin squad leader Hitaki Kakashi due to my ability with seals that has surpassed even the Yondaime Hokage, as well as other things that I am sure Ibiki-sama will go into details, since I can see how most of our specialty will evolve around either Tenzo with his Mokuden bloodline, Enko with her interrogation experience, or myself due to the fact I've spent the last 6 hours going over security problems in the village I have encountered over the years with him, as well as you heard earlier. My bloodline that will allow me to drain a demon or biju of their chakra." Ibiki said, "Very good Uzumaki." As he stated, he has in fact given me an entire list of security flaws and I would like you both to look at them. As he handed a folder to them and as they both began to read, their eyes got wide and Tenzo said, "I'm impressed with your detection skills at finding all these, as well as the way you thought of to bypass them." As he skimmed it, Yugo said, "No wonder you were able to pull the mountain prank off. I'm glad you're on our side." As she skimmed it also, Ibiki said, "Now, what you see here is part of what your duties are going to be. The Sandaime original orders for Hydra here was for him to find weak spots and then exploit them to not only increase our village security but to also get our Anbu who are getting too complacent in their duties to get their butts back into shape. Your squad will be assigned to find these weak spots like those in your hand, and after getting them I will give you an assignment you will carry out to exploit those targets. That is what your specialty of defending the village falls under. Now Hydra bloodline has a side effect that allows him to detect other people's chakra, making him a sensor. Though he is only beginning to exploit these abilities, he has already found one confirmed traitor who was in possession of several stolen bloodlines, but also has been able to detect Orochimaru curse seals on another possible traitor and 2 others as well who has been hiding in plain sight for some time. Once he informed the Hokage of detecting it, the Sandaime put this traitor team under Anbu surveillance, as the team was already set to go on a mission outside of town before they were discovered, and the Anbu team sent one message back and has not been heard from since. In 3 days' time the team of possible traitors will be marked as such if they do not return by then or we hear from the Anbu by then. Also, Hydra witnessed an S-rank missing nin of Suna named Akasuna no Sasori in our village. Yugo asked, "What, are you sure?" Ibiki said, "Yes, we confirmed it, as Hydra was able to identify something on Sasori that he could not have known the importance of, and only someone who has met him would even have known about it. Hydra has never left the village, so the only way he could have seen it was if Sasori was in the village." Tenzo frowned and said, "It appears that you're going to be a very valuable asset to our village Hydra." Naruto said, "I'll try to be, because I wish to prove myself and prove I'm me, nothing more, nothing less." Ibiki said, "Now your squad leader will be Tenzo with Anko as second in command. Naruto will still be on his Genin squad because the Sandaime wanted to try and pull a double deception by making it appear we have a skilled seal master in Anbu as well as an up-and-coming one in our regular ranks. The Yondaime has agreed with this decision, so now any spies in our village will believe Konoha has 4 seal masters counting Jiraiya." Yugo asked, "What about the rest of our duties, sir?" Ibiki said, "The rest of your duties will be looking for anyone who seems suspicious. You will inform me of this person, and if I believe they warrant it you will capture the person and bring them here for questioning. The last of your duties lies in 2 folds. The first is if anything possibly related to a biju, jinchuriki, or demon appears, your squad will be first to respond to it. The second part of your duties will be Orochimaru." Tenzo said, "Orochimaru?" Ibiki said, "Yes. Hydra, please explain what you have discovered the true objective of the curse seal is." Naruto nods and began to explain it, and by the time he was done both Tenzo and Yugo were shocked, and Ibiki said, "Now you understand that we can't have Orochimaru to continue to switch bodies and gaining more power and power as well as bloodlines, or he will become too powerful for us to ever stop. With this information your squad will work on ways to counter his immortality jutsu as well as follow up any leads that we get about him. What I want from you is to begin training to take him out. Hydra, while you are a powerhouse of chakra your actual skills and experience are low. You will have to work the hardest to get to the rest of your team's experience. Hubby is a trap, capture and poison expert, Dragon is a ninjutsu and taijutsu specialist and Neko is a kenjutsu, genjutsu specialist. Ask them for help getting to their levels as quickly as possible. I'll send word to Kakashi as well, who has informed me you know about his Anbu status as well, and have him work with you to get your ninjutsu up even more and to help solidify your skills. Do you understand? Naruto smirked and said, by the time the Chunin exams gets here I'll be at their level. Ibiki said, big words, but can you back it up? Naruto said, I don't take back my word. That's my nindo. Ibiki said, good, Dragon, they are all yours. Hubby should be released from the hospital tomorrow knowing her. Dragon nods and said, alright both of you. I haven't ever worked with you before Hydra and it has been some time for you Neko, so we will go to the training ground and spar to see what you both can do. Let's go. As him and Neko who had put on their mask disappeared in a swirl of leaves. Naruto said, I have got to learn that. As he put on his mask and took off running. Ibiki laughed and said, now it's time to play with Danzo mine some more. As an evil smirk appeared on his face as he left his office and walked into another room where Danzo had been writing for several hours now once he had came back to Anbu headquarters with Naruto and Ibiki. The next day Naruto arrived at Training Ground 7 and Sakura said, hello Naruto. Naruto yawned and waved and Sasuke said, you're actually tired. Naruto said, yeah, didn't get to sleep until 4 AM this morning. Sakura asked, Anbu. Naruto frowned and said, Sakura, Sasuke. I know the Baka let that info slip but don't use it, if we have to talk about it let's use studying history as a code word for it alright. I don't want to see either of you get in trouble for the Baka mistakes, and yes, studying was hard yesterday and last night. Sasuke smirked and said, learn anything new? Naruto said, yeah, never piss off a cat, they have sharp claws that hurt. As he raised his shirt and showed that his stomach and sides were taped up in medical bandages. Kakashi who arrived said, especially female ones huh? Naruto said, yeah, but you should have seen the tree get scratched up. With a smirk. Kakashi said, since the Hokage told you I will give you a little info about his team so you don't have to ask questions later. I was in Anbu as a caption and my mask was Inu. Naruto teammates are Hubby, Neko, and Dragon who has a bloodline similar to the Shodaime Hokage. That is all I can tell you, and for now I like your idea of redirecting for the code word but just use training and studying, not history since you won't get hurt like that studying history but you would training. Now Hokage-sama wants to see us for a mission. Let's go. As he turned and began to walk away and Naruto walked over and placed his hands on both Sasuke and Sakura's shoulder and shushined them to the Hokage door, shocking both, and Naruto yawned and said, told you I studied and trained hard last night. Both nod as Kakashi appeared in a shushin behind them and said, damn, I wanted some more reading time. Naruto said, and I want to avoid the villagers. I got a fan club now. Sakura asked, really, who? Naruto said, Amy and half the girls from our class. I told them that Sasuke was still their best bet because he's rich and I'm flat-ass broke. That got rid of some of them. With a smirk as he opened the door and ducked under a punch from Sasuke. Minato, who looked up when the door opened, said, it appears that Team 7 will always have teammates trying to kill each other, huh Kakashi? Kakashi said, it appears so Minato-sensei. Team 7 here to request a mission. Minato said, ah yes, I have several here for you, are there any request you would like as a team? As he looked at Naruto, which both Sasuke and Sakura notice. Naruto noticed as well and said, no Hokage-sama, after all we haven't earned the right to receive special treatment of choosing our missions. Minato sighed as Kushina came in carrying some paperwork from the side office and Naruto raised an eyebrow and said, why do I feel your desk is about to be trash from too much moving? Kushina blushed and said, hey, it's back in its original spot son. Sasuke, Sakura blushed while Naruto made a face and said, can we get our mission? I'm suddenly feeling sick. Minato said, yes, you have a mission of meeting Hikodika at the building department to help him in renovating and repairing a couple of houses on the east side of the village that have fallen out of code from not being lived in. This mission will take you the next 3 weeks. You're dismissed. And so over the next 3 weeks the village was nailed with over 70 different surprise attacks by Team Serpent. As a result 144 Anbu were forced to do D-rank missions, while wearing a sign on the front and back of their uniforms with a picture of a bullseye on the front and back, which the Konohamaru squad aka the Con squad, took turns nailing with water balloons filled with anything from water, paint, to mud. The signs also made it where the Anbu couldn't use chakra while wearing them, so they got hit more times than you would expect. Of course some of the Anbu later chased after the Con squad for revenge. Outside of Team Serpent, Naruto had been doing 1 to 2 missions with his team as well as training with cross-training with the other genins. Kiba said, "What, why not? I mean you must have access to really powerful and cool jutsu. Why can't you show us or get us some of them?" Naruto sighed and said, "Kiba, do you know how much I am having to work to hide my status? I'm having to create 2 separate fighting styles that are different from each other to keep my cover. Take this for example." As he pulled out a scroll and unsealed a kunai and threw it, and when it hit the ground a cage bunshin appeared. Kiba said, "So what, we saw you do that already." Naruto said, "Think so. Punch him." As he crossed his arms, Kiba punched the clone who had picked up the kunai, and when it hit the ground 2 Naruto appeared in a puff of smoke and one of them picked up the kunai, and Naruto said, "Punch the one with the kunai again, Kiba." Kiba frowned and then there was 3 and 1 picked up the kunai again and Kiba punched it and said, "Wait, you mean every time that kunai hits the ground it makes a cage bunshin?" Naruto said, "No, those aren't cage bunshin." Asuma said, "Then if they are not cage bunshins, what are they?" Naruto said, "I met a guy who could drain an enemy of their chakra by touching them. It took me over 300 hours of trial and error with my cage bunshin to create this. I call them drain clones. Like a cage bunshin, the knowledge when dispelled is transferred back to the original and the other clones. But a little known fact about cage bunshin is any unused chakra is transferred back to the original and the clones as well. And so every time that seal on the kunai gets chakra it creates a clone, but every time you touch one of the drained clones it absorbs your chakra, so while they can only take 1 hit, like a hydra, the more times you cut off its head the more that will appear until you're facing an army or defeated." Kakashi said, "Or you use a wide area jutsu to take them all out." Naruto said, "That's the fun thing about this though, I took that in accounts also. Remember the Ho Bunshin jutsu I made? Well, if you use a wide area jutsu instead of making cage bunshin which have no element, the clones that will be made will be elemental clones of whatever type of chakra was used to take them out. The only way to beat this is use the elemental counter, like use fire against wind clones, water against fire clones, lightning against water clones and wind against lightning clones, or weapons that don't have chakra reinforcement." Sasuke asked, "What about Earth?" Naruto said, "I couldn't really come up with a counter for Earth, so if someone uses Earth chakra against the clones then the clones will just become suicide clones who will charge at the enemy and explode." Sakura said, "Is that for you or for?" Naruto said, "That's for the other. Basically I'm going to just try to use the legend of the Hydra for my entire fighting style for him. Kill 1 and 2 pop up in its place." Asuma said, "Not that bad of a strategy, but wouldn't people realize he's you by the amount of chakra you're using?" Naruto said, "No, I got my SEAL Master certification publicly known now, so after the Hokage had a couple of medics test the medical battery seal and approve of it, I was able to get another seal called a battery seal acknowledge also for ninjutsu users. Now that the fact a battery seal publicly exists now will draw attention away, making others think he's got one of those battery seals. Especially with Tenten shop starting to sell the dress sphere seal and the anti-rape seal." Sakura said, "Wait, you finished it?" Kurenai said, "Yeep, finished and tested already. A group of bandits was cut to pieces by one of our civilian courtesan spies last week." Sakura turned and said, "And you didn't tell me?" Naruto yawned and said, "Sakura, look at my eyes, I've got bags under my bags. Between my duties on Team 7, my duties there, training with my mother, my teams, group training, training with Tenten, and avoiding my fangirls and villagers, even I'm getting tired." Kiba said, "What are you doing avoiding? You scared of them like Sasuke?" Naruto said, "No Kiba, the only reason I have a fan club is because of the fact I'm the Yondaime's son. They don't care that most of my life they hated me or made my life hell, they just see the fame of being with someone who's the Yondaime's son. They don't care about me as a person. For that reason I want nothing to do with them. I told my team already when I found out I'm engaged to the Yondaime Kasuke's daughter, I'd rather be married to a poor peasant woman than a rich powerful princess. If it meant I come home to love, then come home to a woman who doesn't love me. Money and power are things I can get with my own hands. I don't need to be born to it or have it handed to me. I've done 143 D-rank missions since I've been a genin. I've paid my rent, buy my own food, cloths, and supplies all on my own." Kiba said, "But why? I mean you could live with your parents and have more money to have fun, and why do so many D-rank missions?" Naruto shook his head and said, "You could never understand Kiba, none of you could understand. Sensei, I'm not feeling well. Mind if I call it early today?" Kakashi said, "Sure. Go get some rest." Naruto bowed slightly to Kakashi, shocking everyone there, and he began to walk away. Tenten bit her lip and said, "You're not heading to your house?" Naruto said, I've rigged a deadman seal to the seals on my door after the baka and mom got in the last time. If I try and deactivate the seals to my place to get in before my normal hours off, then the seals will send me to the Anbu holding cell in the Forest of Death for, that might not be a bad idea now that I think about it. No, never mind, Enko will try raping me again. I'll just stay in the woods. As he moved into the woods away from town. Tenten said, but what about the cabin? Naruto said, that's the second place they come look for me at now. I had to steal the Hokage crystal ball just to be able to hide from one of them. Mom and Iruka can find me no matter where I hide. CYA. As he shushined away. Kiba frowned and said, I don't get him. Kurenai said, well, I think we should all just. As she saw an Anbu arrive. The Anbu said, good, you're all here. The Hokage needs all 4 of your teams for a mission. Kakashi asked, what kind of mission, Bor? The Anbu said, B rank, possible A. Where's your other student Kakashi? Kakashi said, he occupied at the moment. Why? The Anbu said, I was told to make sure he came. A tired voice said, I'm here. Shocking everyone as Naruto crawled out of a hole near a tree on the edge of the clearing. Ino screamed, what are you doing hiding in a tree? Naruto said, there's a cave underneath that tree I found when I was 6. I've hid in there a couple times on my birthday. Let's go see what the baka wants. As he put his hands in his pocket and began to walk away. Some of the others frowned as they began to follow him while thinking of why he had to hide in a tree. Chapter 12. When the Konoha 12 made it to the Hokage office, the Yondaime who was filling out paperwork said, be with you in a minute. As he finished filling something out and said, and there. Oh, good news Naruto, I just got a letter from the Cage who has agreed to a meeting between him and his daughter, you, me, and your other fiancé. Naruto quickly said, no names. For her privacy I am not telling anyone who my other fiancé is since we want to wait to get to know each other better. Ino said, and when are you going to have time to get to know her better with all the work you're doing? Naruto said, when she gets back in the village. She's out on business. Sakura said, wait, you mean it's not Tenten? Damn, I was sure it was her. Naruto shrugged and said, I said it before, Tenten my friend. Tenten said, besides, I'm dating Neji right now, though if he doesn't drop the Sama crap I'm going to castrate him. As she glared at Neji. Neji said, if it is my fate, who am I to argue against fate? Naruto said, Kami, give me strength to finish that seal so he will shut up about fate. Anyways, what did you want, Hokage-sama? The Yondaime sighed and said, alright, here's the situation, a client came in here requesting a C-rank bodyguard mission in Wave Country. The client's name is Tazuna and he's building a bridge. Anbu caught a pair of C-rank missing nin from Mizu about 5 miles away from Konoha. They are with Ibiki right now, but they had a picture of Tazuna on them and they claim they were ordered to kill him. That instantly raises the rank from AC rank to AB rank at least, but the thing is we recently got information that there is a lot of illegal things going down in Wave Country. Apparently there is a slave market running out of wave, weapons, drugs, money. It appears to be a big operation and I believe that this bridge is a direct threat to the illegal operation going on there, which is why Tazuna was being targeted, but that is not all. The 2 missing nins claim the person they work for is called the demon. We don't know who it is, but with the possibility it could be a Jinchuriki, or a few others. We need to investigate and find out who this demon is. Also, Naruto discovered 3 possible spies in Konoha, but before they could be arrested they were sent on a mission in the area of Wave. An Anbu team that was sent to follow them has disappeared also. I am sending your 4 teams along with Anbu Team Serpent with Kitsune replacing Hydra. Your mission is to protect the bridge builder, find out information about the missing Anbu as well as the possible spies, find out what you can about the weapons and drugs being sent through Wave, and find out what you can about the slave ring and deal with them. Naruto frowned as he said, what is the condition of the civilians in Wave? Sakura asked, what do you mean? Naruto said, while it's not advertised, Konoha has a red light district. During the day you don't really notice anything, but late in the evening or at night the area changes. Anbu keep things quiet, but prostitutes, drugs, and other things along those lines are common there. It's basically a don't ask don't tell thing, but the people who live there either don't come out at night or have had to change their lifestyles because they simply can't afford to go anywhere else. If Wave has the things that Hokage-sama has told us about, I bet the civilian lifestyle there has changed also to deal with it. Hubby said, I would have to agree with the Gaki. If there is as much going on there as you say, then the civilians are having to deal with it. That could explain where the slave ring comes in at. People who got caught at the wrong place at the wrong time or saw something they shouldn't have. Minato said, I agree also, but all we got is the words of a man I believe are only half-truths already. Naruto said, but the question is, why us? I can understand the Anbu. I can also understand the Junins, but we are 12 genins, 9 of us fresh out of the academy. I know the difference of fighting someone not holding back between a genin and a chunin or junin level. You claim you have a pair of C rank, meaning most likely chunin missing nin, and they are under someone's orders, meaning either a really strong chunin or a junin, and if he's a jinchuriki. I've read about others, how they are trained from an early age to be their village secret weapon. It makes me thankful for Gigi even more. If the person is a jinchuriki, then you're not only putting us in danger from the threat of them and their biju, you're putting us in danger with whatever village they escaped from, because I can bet the other village will have hunters or captured teams searching for the guy, and they won't take kindly to us possibly capturing or destroying their weapon, and then the problem with actually killing him or her. If their seal isn't strong enough, you're talking about releasing a demon when we kill him or her if it comes to that. I'm not trained enough in Uzumaki Jutsu yet to make much of a difference against a demon yet, and you know this, which is why, for not only my sake but the sake of the other genin here, I have to ask, why us? Minato sighed and looked at Naruto for several minutes and said, what I am about to tell you is a secret that only the clan heads and a few trusted others know. Thanks to the other spy you helped us catch, we got information that Konoha is going to be attacked during the finals of the Chunin exams by Orochimaru, causing everyone in the room's eyes to widen. Hubby screamed, what? Why wasn't I told? Minato said, because you're bait to help lure him into a trap. Naruto publicly announced he destroyed the curse seal will catch Orochimaru attention. Yours isn't as advanced as others he has now, so he's going to need to capture you and study you to see if Naruto's sealing is a threat to his newer curse seals, and if so he's going to try and eliminate Naruto. We have reason to believe the slaves and the weapons going through wave are being purchased by Orochimaru for his experiments as well as to prepare for his attack on the village. With the threat of the village getting ready to be attacked, I have no choice but to get our forces prepared and set up traps for enemy ninja and evacuations paths for civilians. I am also having the clan heads preparing the member of their clans without trying to tip our hand that we know about the attack. I've got Shikaku having the new police force setting up protective barriers that will seal off sections of the village so enemy forces can't get in there once activated. The Sandaime is out searching for both Jiraiya and Tsunade to bring them back to Konoha along with 2 teams of Anbu. If I could, I would just send Team Serpent along with the Ino Cho clan heads to investigate this, but I need those 3 here to help organize the village protection. But we don't have enough information on the enemy as to who they are, since Orochimaru has to have an army if he plans to attack the village, where they are, and if they have allies. Minato rubbed his face and said, I don't doubt Orochimaru has other spies in the village still that we haven't found. Some I bet are watching both you and Naruto for when you leave the village for missions, so he can have you captured, as well as Naruto so he can try and gather information about how to destroy his curse seal as well as use as a hostage to try and use against me. This would normally mean that everyone else besides Naruto would not be needed, so his men would kill anyone with Naruto and you don't need to be alive for him to study you. But Orochimaru does have a weakness. He wishes to learn every jutsu in the world, and so he needs to be able to have access to the bloodlines in the world to be able to achieve that dream. That is why I have decided that I am sending all of you together as one big all-you-can-eat buffet for Orochimaru. If he comes after you while you are all performing your mission, then Kitsune will throw the Hiraishin Kunai she has summoning me to the battlefield, and I'll have 20 teams of Anbu on standby who can be summoned to my location in an instant. If Orochimaru falls for this trap, we can save Konoha from being attacked all in one swift moment. Ino said in a little bit of a scared voice, so, we are all nothing but bait. Minato said, no, you are ninja of Konoha. You have each swore an oath to give your lives to protect Konoha and its people. You are all going into wave to protect the bridge builder, find out information about the weapons and drugs going through wave, find out about the slave ring going on there, and shutting them down. If Orochimaru shows up, then we will deal with it. If he doesn't, then you finish your missions and start preparing for war. If you cannot do that, then hand me your Hi-8 and I'll place a seal on you to keep what you have heard a secret, and you can hide in the bunkers with the other civilians while your comrades fight and die to protect you. This is not a game. The lives of every man, woman, and child in this village is on the line, and if one of you dies, then it is regrettable, but the lives of the many are worth more than the lives of the one. If that wasn't the case, then I wouldn't have saved Konoha from the Kyuubi by sacrificing my life and Naruto for all of you. You're not little kids. The moment you put on that Hi-8 you became adults. Old enough to kill, old enough to drink, old enough to fuck, and old enough to die, so now is the time you either put up and act like adults or shut up and quit playing ninja before you get yourself and others killed. It was at that moment the Junins in the room were reminded of why Minato Namikaze was known as the hero of the Third Great Shinobi War, and for the Genins to finally see a true Kage. Naruto bowed and said, sorry for my disrespect in questioning your orders, Hokage-sama. Minato saw the change in the people in the room and he said, War is not pretty, friends, family, comrades and innocents are lost in war. I would not do this to any of you if there was another way, but there isn't another way. All we can do is prepare ourselves the best we can and fight with everything we have. I can see the will of fire burns brightly in the hearts of each and every one of you. I can see that you are all strong where true strength comes from, here. As he touched his heart, Minato saw everyone looking at him and said, it doesn't matter how smart you are in mind, or how powerful you are in body. Iwa was the strongest army in the world during the Third Shinobi War, Kumo was the smartest army in the world. Together as allies they were a force that should have been able to destroy anyone, but you want to know how we were able to not only stop them but defeat them? It wasn't because we had stronger ninja, or smarter ninja, it wasn't because we were more powerful than them, it wasn't even jutsu like the Hiraishin. It was because each and every one of us were fighting to protect our friends, family, and loved ones. True strength comes from protecting that which you cherish most, that is the will of fire that destroyed Kumo and Iwa during the Third Shinobi War. Every time we fought for every woman and child we cherished. Every time we were outnumbered, every time we wanted to roll over and die, every time we felt so tired mentally and physically that we just wanted to give up, we remembered the faces of those we held close and we would gain new strength. That for every one of us who died we took out 20 of Tier. For every plan they came up with to defeat us, we came up with 10 to counter and defeat Tier. A single stick can be broke easy, a group is much harder to defeat, but when a person has the will of fire in their heart they don't break the sticks, they set them on fire and burn them to ash and then piss on the ashes to put it out. Iwa fought us with greed, wanting more land. Kumo fought us with hate after their defeat under the Nadaime and Sandaime. When someone fights with greed in their hearts it's easy to defeat them by making the price of getting it too high for them to pay. When facing someone who fights with hate in their heart it is easy to defeat them because hate blinds them to what is going on around them. When you focus on one thing you don't see the attack coming from behind. We let Kumo focus on us with their hate and we let them wound us so they would focus on us more, while our allies in Suna attacked directly to the heart of Kumo. With so many of their forces focused on us because of their hate, 3/4 of Kumo was destroyed in a single attack because their hate made them weak and predictable and easier to control. Remember those words. You all leave at 7 a.m. from the front gate tomorrow, prepare for anything, dismissed. Naruto said, actually sir, if I could speak with you privately before you dismissed everyone. I have a question related to the mission. I do not know if it would be classified or not, so can you have everyone wait while we speak privately? As he motioned to the room behind the wall. Minato said, very well. As he got up and pulled the book out, causing the wall to move. Once Minato and Naruto were out of the room, Kushina quickly ran over to the Hokage desk, pulling out a drawer and pulled out the Hokage crystal ball, and Tenten said, hey, I thought Naruto stole that. Kushina said, he did, and he hid it pretty good. He hid it in the Forbidden Scroll. If it wasn't for the fact the Hiraishin kunais were sealed in that scroll also, then nobody would have found it for months if not years. Now be quiet, this is going to, OWWW. As everyone saw what just happened and were stunned. In the room a few moments earlier Minato asked, what is it you wished to ask? As he turned around only to be sent flying against the wall from a fist from Naruto. Minato winced as he grabbed his jaw and Naruto said, I told you I would break your jaw. Now that I've got that out of my system, I want to first say I understand your orders, father, but you are a fucking asshole. You could have done that entirely another way instead of making everyone there feel like they're nothing more than a tool to be used and thrown away. You may consider them your soldiers, but to me they are my friends and comrades. Each of them have stood by me and have only slightly changed after finding out first about the Kyuubi, my bloodline, Anbu, and then my family. Unlike the rest of those people out there who act like they never once made my life hell and think they can suck up to me because I'm the Yondaime's son. Most of the respect I have from those in that room I have earned, and now you want to put them in danger like this without thinking of everything. Orochimaru is a fucking Sannin. He's been fighting enemies longer than you were alive. While you've been in that seal he's been doing God knows what and what tricks he has up his sleeve. If he's heard about me and Anko, then he knows about you as well and will plan for you. This whole hero come in at the last second with Hiraishin idea is a stupid ass idea. You have not thought about the safety of our teams to stand our ground until you arrive. If you arrive, have you ever Hiraishin the distance to wave before? What if something happens to the seal on the kunai? What if you fucked up on it like you did the one on me? Are you willing to risk all our lives on a half-baked idea? Minato got up holding his jaw and Naruto said, I'm not. I won't put my friends and loved ones at risk if I can save them. Minato moved his hand away and said, then what would you have me do, huh? As Hokage I have to think of all the people of Konoha. Not just you and those you care about. Naruto said, not surprising you would use that excuse. As he crossed his arms. Minato frowned and said, and what's that supposed to mean? Naruto glared at him and said, "You know. I lied. When I told everyone that day I didn't hate you. I lied. I hate your fucking guts and you want to know why. It's not because of Kyuubi." Minato said, "Then what is it? What is it that you hate me for if it's not sealing the Kyuubi in you?" Naruto said, "I hate you because you never think of the future results of your actions. Do you even know what you have done to me? I bet you don't. After all these years I bet you still haven't figured out what you have done to me." Minato, who was getting pissed at the way Naruto was talking to him, said, "Then enlighten me, oh so wise master." Naruto glared at him and said, "Fine, I will, but only if you promise to never repeat this to anyone. I don't want mom hurt knowing the truth of what you have done." Minato frowned and nods and Naruto said, "Do you know how the human body heals? Don't answer that. I'll explain so we can save time. The human body heals by cell splitting. Each cell can split only so many times before it dies." Minato said, "I know that." Naruto said, "Then did you know Tsunade has a seal that allows her to store chakra over the course of her life and allows her to release it all at once to heal from severe injuries by speeding up the cell splitting process? Did you know that each time she uses it she loses months to years off her life depending on the amount of damage and how much she has to heal?" Minato's eyes widened slightly as he started to get a bad feeling. Inside the Hokage office, the others there who were watching in the Hokage crystal ball also were getting a feeling. Naruto said, "I can see you're starting to understand. Now that is what happens when the human body heals. Now you see, while I can heal normally, thanks to Kyuubi, I also regenerate. I've researched it and found where people have studied animals that regenerate lost limbs, mostly reptiles such as lizards, that when they regenerate a lost limb the limb is only half as strong as it originally was, so it has to work twice as hard to get the use as the old one did. Now let's say I had my arm cut off, it would grow back, weaker than the original, but that's Kyuubi chakra causing that. But what about everything that connects to the new arm? Muscles build by being destroyed and rebuilt. If I had to have a new arm regrown, then the muscles in my shoulders would have to work twice as hard to get the same results, meaning they would have to be destroyed and repaired faster and faster. Now think about all the times you saw me attacked, think of all the damage to my organs." Minato's eyes widened as he thought about what Naruto was saying and he started to open his mouth and Naruto said, "Oh no you don't. You're not getting off that easy. That's only the first thing. I am pissed at you. Sure, finding out that I may die any minute because of my body having healed itself too much was a hard bullet to bite, but that wasn't enough for you. Remember the jutsu you used to defeat Kyuubi, remember how it works. The user and the target souls are both ate by the Shinigami where they will battle for all eternity in the stomach of the death god. Now also think of how you got the brilliant idea to change that by sealing the Kyuubi in me. Do you really think the Shinigami is going to let the Kyuubi soul go? No, when I die, the fox dies and his soul gets ate by the Shinigami or sent to hell. But the problem is you bound the Kyuubi soul and my soul together, asshole, meaning I don't even get a peaceful afterlife." In the Hokage office everyone was shocked as they heard, "I get to spend my afterlife in the belly of the Shinigami or get sent to hell where the Kyuubi and every other demon will torment me for the rest of eternity." Kushina covered her mouth and whispered, "No," as tears began to gather in her eyes as well as others. Tenten pulled her arms around her as she looked at Naruto. Back in the side room Naruto said, "But you see, there's a problem. Not only is the Kyuubi soul connected to mine, but also yours and mom's. Now normally, if it was just you, I would drag your ass to hell with me where I'd make a deal with the Kyuubi to torture you every way possible before he began with me, but I can't let mom befall such a fate. She's an innocent, which is why I've saved her and you from being dragged to hell with me." Minato, who was frozen in place, asked, "What do you mean?" in a voice filled with sorrow. Naruto sighed as he sat down and said, "As long as the whirlpool seal has power to send to you and mom, you both will live. Right now you both are living off of the chakra living in me, but I've come up with a way to save you both even if I should die so that you both will live. People naturally release chakra from their bodies into the air. I've created a seal that will draw chakra from the air and store it in battery seals that are connected to the whirlpool seal. I've placed these absorbing seals in Konoha as well as sending Kajbunshin to other towns throughout the land where they were installed and will draw chakra from the towns, making it where you and mom will live for many years, hopefully long enough for the bond connecting our souls together to be shattered." Minato said, "You can't do that. It's my place to go to hell, not yours." Naruto snorts and said, "Then you shouldn't have included me all those years ago. Besides, I'm not so cruel as to take away from mom the comfort of the man she loves, which is why I am saving you. It's also why I have given you and mom another chance to be parents." Minato asked, "What are you saying? Kushina can't have kids anymore?" Naruto smirked and said, "I know, I read her file, but she's also 2 weeks pregnant now thanks to me." Minato's eyes widened and said, "What? Inside the Hokage office, Kushina also repeated the words of her husband as she put her hand on her stomach. Back with Naruto. Naruto said, "Yeah, I'm your child. My genetics is made up of half from you and half from mom. As you may or may not know, my sexy no jutsu is an actual shape shift, meaning I actually become what I appear. That is also why women turn to men when they activate the rape seal. I used the sexy no jutsu on me using my knowledge of the human body to make it as detailed as possible, and I had a cage bunch and take some eggs from my ovaries. I then took a sperm sample from me as a male and fertilized the eggs while also using a special jutsu on them to ensure that one would be male while the other female, since they came from me who came from both you. In essence they are in fact me, and yet at the same time my siblings. When mom went in for her last exam, I replaced the normal nurse and had her get on a bed that had a seal to knock her out and placed the fertilized eggs in her." Minato screamed, "Why? Why did you do that?" Naruto said, "Because mom's greatest dream was to be able to hold her child and take care of it as he or she grows. She's told me that over and over. That was her greatest regret, and I can tell it's also yours, which is why I am giving you both your dreams. You both will have a son and a daughter to raise like you both dreamed, and you can watch them grow up and older and then watch their children and so on and so forth until I won't even be a memory. She doesn't know about what I've done and you can't tell her. This is my blessing and curse to you. You will have to keep the knowledge of what I have told you a secret in order to ensure mom's happiness as you both live on after I am gone. This secret will burn at your heart knowing it's your fault this has happened and knowing that you can't tell anyone about it or ruin my first and maybe last request for you as your son. As far as mom will know is that Kami blessed her with another chance to be a mother, which will make her cherish them even more once I am gone. Telling her the truth would destroy her." Minato said, "What about you? Isn't there something we can do, some way to save you?" Naruto said, "At what cost? Should I trade bodies like Orochimaru and become nothing more than a parasite feeding off others? Should I try turning my body into a human puppet? Should I seal my body away and transfer my soul to a clone like you and mom? Even if it was possible to do the last, there are things that you have to consider. No man is an island. Your salvation from hell is because mom will need the arms of the man she loves to hold her to be able to pass through the ages without going insane watching those she knows dying as she lives on. I couldn't ask someone to give up fear mortality for me just so I could cheat death and not feel alone. How could I take away from anyone I love the chance to have a family, to pass on who they are so that their legacy can help shape the world? My entire life I've been alone until recently. I couldn't handle possible eternity alone. That in itself would be a fate worse than hell to me, and I never could ask the woman I love to accept a life like that for me." Minato looked down and said, "What about her? I mean, she's going to be hurt." Naruto snorts and said, "People underestimate me too much. Ever since I found out I was dying I knew I could never burden her with letting her fall for me and then have it taken from her when I suddenly died. And I would never let any children I helped create live without me being there. She deserves so much more than that. The happiest moment of my life is when she walked into my life, and the saddest and most hurtful was the day I realized I would have to let her go. If she found out about me she would sacrifice her mortality to be with me. I know this because she loves me as much as I love her, which is why I've given her her dream as well." Minato frowned and said, "What do you mean?" Naruto said, "Neji is supposed to marry Hanabi, Hinata's sister. It's his uncle's plan to have Neji move to the main branch as well as save Hanabi from the seal. Now that I in the process of removing the seal, the Hyugas are still Hyugas. They still have their rules about marrying members of their own clan to keep their bloodline strong, and with mom giving Hinata a boost of her bloodline and with Neji being the strongest member born in generations, Neji will be forced to marry Hinata, normally." Minato narrowed his eyes and said, "And this isn't a normal situation, is it?" Naruto said, "No. I've made a deal with the Hyugas in order for Neji to gain his freedom from having to marry Hinata or Hanabi." Minato said, "You're the one who made it where Neji asked her out, aren't you?" Naruto said, "No, but I might have helped push him into that decision. If I know anything about her it's she hates being used. I wouldn't use her or her friends." Minato blinked and asked, "Then how did you influence that?" Naruto said, "Simple, I created a cage bunshin who used my sexy no jutsu to look like some woman I remember once passing through town and made sure when Neji was training that he saw me and the clone making out so he would think that I was a womanizer and was using her so he would try and protect her by getting closer to her so she would lose interest in me." In the Hokage office Neji said, "But, they had different chakra signatures." A fist slammed into his face as Neji was sent flying by an extremely pissed off Tenten. Minato frowned and said, "So you manipulated him?" Naruto said, "Do you know how hard it was for me to do that? Every time I see her look at him it makes my heart ache. Every time I hear her say his name I want to show her how much I love her and want her and only her. Every time I think of her future with him, it's a torture worse than anything I could think of in hell. She's an angel who should live in heaven, while I'm a demon bound for hell. Look, we could discuss this all day, but it's not going to change anything. When I first joined in, Anbu Anko told me that we are a family. Your squad is your brothers and sisters. Even when you leave Anbu, you're still family. We eat together, we fight together, we kill together, we drink together, we live together, and we die together. We protect each other and destroy those who threaten our family. For me, that oath goes not just to my Anbu team but also my Genin team and the rest of the people in that room. I would fight and die for any of them in an instant, and I am not going to let one of them die before I do. I've made about $60,000 from my share of the seals Dustin and Tenten are selling for their shop. I have some other seals I plan to give Tenten later for her shop that will help save the lives of the others if the shit hits the fan. I wasn't going to use them yet, but you've forced my hand. I want you to go back out there and tell them that I raised some valuable concerns about unknown factors or some bullshit like that, and order them to come to Tenten's shop. I'll swing by and get my cash and pay to get everyone re-outfitted with new gear that I've upgraded to protect them. I'll bring the template plates for the seals so they can start selling them also. Minato asked, what kind of upgrades? Naruto said, well, I can make any shuriken or kunai enhanced with wind chakra. I can make cloths tougher where they can stop shuriken and kunais unless they are enhanced by wind. I can make Senbon needles explode with the force of 2 exploding tags. I have created a seal to hide bright hair and make it shorter so women don't have to dye their hair or cut it for missions. They can just tie it up with a ribbon with the seal I designed, and it would turn Sakura or Ino hair into shoulder-length brown or black hair to help them blend, and an enemy wouldn't be able to use their hair against them. I can give each of the women the Antirape seal and give everyone the Dressfear seal, as well as all the guys a storage seal to give them extra chakra if they need it, as well as give Lee the ability to use chakras somewhat, and many, many more. Minato thought for a moment and said, very well. I'll tell them, but I have to ask, what was it you made a deal with the Hyuga with? Naruto said, the Hyuga have a blind spot directly behind the 5th vertebra and their spine. I created a seal that will allow them to see that blind spot, giving them 360 degrees of vision when they only had 359 before. I also gave them another seal that would create a shield around their compound to make it where no one without Hyuga blood in them could enter the compound by any ways besides the front gate, so there would never be a repeat of the cloud incident. Minato said, I see, let's get back to the others. Naruto nods and both left the room. When Naruto walked back in the room, he saw Neji holding his face, and Naruto asked, what happened to you? Tenten said, he called me Sama again. In a neutral voice. Hinata said, she's lying. Your mom used that crystal ball to show us everything. Naruto's eyes widened as Naruto saw several people glaring at Hinata, who quickly hid in her jacket, and Naruto asked nervously, what do you mean? Kushina sighed and said, about the fact I'm pregnant as well as everything else. Naruto frowned and said, fuck. Tenten said, you. Before Naruto was sent flying back against the wall before he was pinned to the wall by a pair of kunais as Tenten stomped out of the room. Naruto watched her leave and sighed and thought, damn it. Chapter 13. Naruto, after freeing himself from the wall, glared at his mom and said, ever hear of a thing called privacy? Kushina looked sheepish and said, I thought you and Minato would finally come to fist with each other, since I know words weren't bringing you together, and I wanted to make sure neither of you get hurt. Son. Naruto put his hands to his face and said, don't, just. Nobody perfect, we all make mistakes, you need to worry about yourself and the twins. I'll be fine. Kushina said, fine. My son, my own flesh and blood is dying and you expect me to accept you're fine. Naruto said, we all die, mom. I'm a ninja, I could die on this mission, or the next, or come across some guy mugging a lady and an ally tonight on my way home, and when I try to save her only to get killed by the guy who got a lucky shot in. I can accept that because it means that I died doing the right thing. Ninja are not supposed to grow old and die a slow, painful death. We are to go quickly and silently and without a trace. Kushina had tears in her eyes and said, but. Naruto said, but nothing, mom. I'm not a little boy, I'm not a baby who needs protecting. You conceived me, and carried me and gave birth to me, that was your duty to me. I was born strong because of you, and because of that I was able to grow up on my own thanks to you. Now you have a duty to 2 others, they need you just as I did. It's your job to take care of them, and even if the baka over there did screw up, he did what he had to. If it wasn't for him, then I would have died when Kyuubi destroyed Konoha, and if he took me and ran, then I would be the son of a coward. He's maybe the Yellow Flash, but it's not because he's a coward. You did not fall in love with a coward, you fell in love with a hero, mom, so while I do think he should be made to pay by sleeping on the couch or floor while waiting on you hand and foot during your pregnancy, you shouldn't hate him. Kushina said, then he should have used someone else. Naruto said, Maybe, but could you stand to know that your husband would curse another with a fate like this only because he wasn't noble enough to give his own son first? Will he still be the man you fell in love with then? Kushina closed her eyes and turned her head away. Naruto sighed and said, don't do that, don't look at me like that because it's my life. None of you have the right to give me looks of pity because if it wouldn't have been for Kyuubi attacking Konoha most of you wouldn't have been born since most of you were conceived shortly after the Kyuubi attack because your parents were thankful they had each other still and wanted to show the other how much they loved each other. I don't pity myself because pity doesn't do anything but make others feel sorry for you and makes you feel even worse than you were before. I don't need your pity. Kiba said, dude, you're cold. Naruto frowned and said, no Kiba, just numb, we got a mission to prepare for. I'll get everything I was going to have you all get myself anyways. I'll see you all at the gates. As he shushined away. Kakashi said, well I guess he's right. Everyone meet at the gates at 7 AM and don't be late. As he shushined away. Sasuke snorts and said, he's one to talk. Before stuffing his hands in his pockets and walking away. One by one everyone left the room except for Minato and Kushina. Minato walked over and held her as she cried as he also began to cry. Naruto appeared in front of the wolf claw weapon shop and frowned as he felt Tenten Chakra was not there and he entered the store and Dustin said, hello Naruto, how are you today? Naruto said, been better. I need to get some supplies for a big mission out of town. Can I have my cage Bunshin get it because I need to get other things done as well? Dustin said, sure, will this be cash or credit? Naruto said, cash. Also I got some new seal templates for your store. My clones can explain them to you. As he created 10 clones and handed 2 scrolls in his wallet before he shushined away. A little bit later Naruto appeared in the woods and walked in the direction of the cabin. When he got there he heard the sound of crying inside the cabin and he bit his lip and thought, what should I do? The wind blew and the sound of snapping was heard and Naruto blinked and looked up just in time to scream as a huge tree branch fell and he tried to dive out of the way only to get pinned under the branch. Tenten who was crying inside the cabin heard a scream outside the cabin and quickly wiped the tears off her face as she walked to the window and screamed, Naruto. As she saw Naruto pinned under a tree limb that was over 30 feet long and a foot wide. As she exited the house she quickly ran to his side and said, are you alright Naruto? Naruto said, I can't move. My arms are pinned to my chest when I tried to protect my vitals. Tenten frowned as she tried to lift the limb and said, what are you doing here? Trying to keep Naruto and herself distracted. Naruto said, I came to see you. Tenten bit her lip and said, and what makes you think I want to see you? Naruto frowned and said, I don't know. I guess I thought. I don't know what I was thinking. As he closed his eyes and tried to move his body. Tenten said, it's too heavy for me to lift, even with chakra. Can you make any clones to help? Naruto said, no, I used up most of my chakra earlier on a couple of special clones before I came here. I'm pretty much on fumes now. Tenten stood up straight and said, shit, what were so special that you used up most of your clones? Naruto said, battery seals for the mission tomorrow so everyone could have a better chance of surviving. Tenten said, why? Why the hell do you have to do that? Naruto asked, do what? Tenten said, be so selfless, why do you have to go so far for others? Naruto looked up at the sky and after a few moments said, so others would have what I couldn't, happiness, love, joy. Tenten bit her lip and said, but you could have those things also. I care for you. I'm happy with you. I have joy in my life because of you. Naruto who was still looking at the sky said, look up, just do it, you see that cloud, it's up there all alone, that cloud is me, but I'm not alone, you see that blue sky, that's you, if we were together each day, the troubles that come with me would grow bigger and bigger until they consume the sky above them until the day my troubles became too big to handle and I would fall and leave you alone in the sky. Chuckles. I think I can understand now why Shikamaru likes looking at the clouds so much, but you see. Before I go out, I can give the world a little happiness like a spring shower, and from that shower the earth below will be filled with beauty as flowers and plants bloom and grow because of me, that is why I am so selfless, but also why I'm afraid to be with you. Tenten said, I don't understand. Naruto said, because I don't want my problems to consume you. I know eventually you will age till night takes you and you leave this world, but before that I will have done left you alone having fallen somewhere along the way. I'm not the only cloud in the sky, see, there's Neji, and there Lee, and, wait, that is Lee. Tenten who was looking up blinked in a shout of, Extreme Lotus. As heard before a crash hit in the woods nearby. Tenten gasped and said, I'll be back, don't go anywhere, oops, sorry, my bad. As Naruto's sweat dropped and looked at the limb on his chest. Tenten quickly ran in the direction the dust cloud was coming from, and when she got there she saw Lee and Guy near a crater hugging, and she quickly said, "Lee, Guy-sensei, come quickly, I need your help." As she turned and began to run back to where Naruto was. Guy and Lee, who were about to hug, blinked before running after Tenten. When they got to where the cabin was, both went wide-eyed as they saw Naruto, and Guy said, "Quickly, my youthful students, we must help our comrade in his hour of need." As he moved over, picked up the limb himself, and Lee and Tenten quickly moved Naruto out from under it. Naruto breathed heavy for several seconds and said, "Thanks." Guy said, "You are most welcome, Naruto-kun, but what caused such an unyouthful act? Did the tree lose some of its youth?" Naruto blinked, and Tenten said, "Yeah, some of the limbs around here need cut down since they are old or too heavy. Thank you both for coming along when you did. I don't know how I would have gotten him out of there." Guy stuck the nice guy pose and said, "Think nothing of it, my youthful student, but come Lee, our training is not over for the day, and I am sure our youthful comrades have things they must also be doing. Let us run into the sunset." As a genjutsu of a sunset appeared, and he took off running, as did Lee. Naruto said, "I still haven't figured that one out." Tenten said, "No one has." Smack. Naruto head hit the ground from Tenten punching him on top of the head. Naruto said, "Oohhh, swirly." As his eyes spun. Tenten grabbed his feet and dragged him into the cabin. In the Hokage office, Kushina said, "Reminds me of a caveman, except in this case it's the cave woman." As she looked at Minato, who was also on the ground with swirly eyes from where she beat on him. When Naruto was able to see again, he found himself on a bed with Tenten laying beside him, holding him close, and Tenten said, "Just shut up and lay here. You're not going anywhere, ever, and that's final." Naruto smiled and said, "All right, you win." Tenten smiled and said, "Good boy. You might just make a good pet yet." Naruto chuckled, as did Tenten, who looked up at him and said, "I meant it, you're not going to leave my side ever. I love you, and I am going to cherish every day we have together as if it was our last." Naruto asked, "Are you sure?" Tenten flicked his nose and said, "Bad boy, don't question master." Naruto, whose eyes crossed, blinked a few times, and the next moment Tenten found herself flipped where she was on the bottom, and Naruto was hovering over her and looking into her eyes and said, "I love you, and I'm sorry." Tenten said, "Just shut up and kiss me." Naruto said, "Yip yip," as he leaned down and kissed her on the lips. In the Hokage office, Kushina put the crystal ball away and wiped a tear from her eye and said, "Our son has found happiness. Now come on, you are taking me out for dinner, and you are going to cater to me until I get this feeling of helpless gone." As she got up, and Minato quickly got up and opened the door, and she stopped at the door and kissed him and said, "I'm angry at you, and I expect you to find some way to fix this mistake, but I still love you." Minato said, "I will, dear. I'll make it up to you and Naruto, but what about the babies?" As he looked at her stomach. Kushina rubbed her stomach and said, "They are a gift given to us, with a little help from heaven. They are our children just as much as Naruto is. Now come on, I want some chocolate cake and ramen." Minato thought, at least it's better than the sushi-flavored dango. Chapter 14. The next day everyone was waiting at the front gates when Tenten came running up and said, "Sorry I'm late, I had to run by my shop and get my stuff." Sakura said, "But you live above your shop." Tenten said, "True, but I slept at my cabin last night." Ino said, "Oh, with Naruto?" With a devilish smile on her face. Tenten blushed and said, "What do you mean?" Ino, seeing the blush, said, "Oh come on, I can't believe you're still trying to trick us. We heard everything yesterday. We all know that you're Naruto's other fiancé and he's madly in love with you." Tenten said, "He never said directly I was his fiancé, did he?" Ino thought a moment and said, "Well no, but..." A female voice interrupted anything else Ino Cloud say, "Excuse me." Catching everyone's attention, and they saw a woman in her 20s with brown hair and brown eyes in a flower pattern dress standing there. Sakura said, "Yes miss. Can we help you?" The woman said, "I hope so. You see, I heard there was a man here from Wave Country and I was hoping to speak with him a moment. Is he here or has he already left?" Kurenai said, "Why may I ask, are you looking for him miss?" The woman said, "Oh forgive me, where are my manners? My name is Inari. I'm originally from Wave and I was hoping to ask the man if I might be able to join him on his way back to Wave because I'm worried about my father Gibbs. He's a retired sailor who works on one of the docks there and I haven't heard from him in some time and I was hoping to journey back to Wave to speak with him, but it's not a trip that's safe for a woman to travel alone." Tazuna frowned as he heard this and said, "Do you know where he works?" Inari said, "Last time I heard from him was about 6 months ago and he worked on the northern side of Wave." Tazuna grunted as he said, "Sorry lady, I can't help you." Inari looked hurt and said, but please sir, you don't understand. My father's the only family I have left after my mother died giving birth to me. I can't take not knowing if he's still okay. If you had a daughter, could you imagine if she didn't know if you were alive or not? Please. As she began to sound like she was begging as she moved over to Tazuna and put her hands to his chest. Tazuna saw everyone looking at them and Tazuna frowned and said, if you can wait another month things will get easier once the bridge I'm building is finished and you could come check on your dad then. Inari said, please, is there something wrong? As she lowered her voice, is there something wrong in Wave? Please, if there is please tell me, even in a whisper. I won't tell but, I need to know, please. As she gave him the puppy eye no jutsu with tears before she placed her head on his shoulder and the sound of sobs was heard. Tazuna frowned and whispered in her ears and after a few moments the woman sniffed and sat up and said, I wish you luck and please hurry building your bridge so I can come check on my dad. As she whipped tears off her eyes and began to walk away sadly. Ino said, what did you tell her? Tazuna said, I just told her that I do have a daughter who's worrying about me and that I'm not sure if we had room in the boat for everyone already, much less more people. Just then there was a swirl of leaves and Naruto appeared wearing a pair of black Anbu-style pants and a black shirt with body armor underneath it. A sword over his shoulder, a black cloak with a hood that was down. A vest loaded with scrolls as well as 4 weapon pouches. Naruto said, sorry I'm late, one of my contacts got me some information I'll brief everyone on once we get started. Kitsune smirked behind her mask and said, really, was your contact a relative of the guy who builds boats in his basement? In an amused tone. Naruto said, yeah, so are we all ready? Kakashi said, we were waiting on you and Tenten. Naruto blinked and said, you were late also Tenten. As he looked at Tenten. Tenten held up her hand and said, yeah. I needed time to think so I slept at the cabin last night. Naruto said, oh, I see. Ino said, stop that. We all know that you are both together. Naruto said, are we? I thought Tenten was with Neji. As the group began to leave the gates. Tenten said, I am, though I want to talk to him privately later and you also. We have much to discuss. Sakura said, you're not fooling us again Naruto. Naruto looked at her and said, Sakura, you will never see through all my tricks or even know when I am fooling you most of the time. So who is overall in charge and any plans of actions? Dragon said, Kakashi-san is overall in charge of this mission, followed by me, then Hubby, Asuma, then Guy. Kakashi said, divide into teams, Anbu, Diamond Formation, Team 7 and 8 Front Square Formations, Team 10 and 9 Back Square Formation. Hyuga's I want checks every 10 minutes, sensors on full alert. Naruto said, yes sir. As he quickly moved into formation along with the rest. After 5 minutes of walking Kakashi not looking up from his book said, so what was the info you were able to gather? Naruto looked back and said, you want to tell us anything Tazuna? Anything you feel we should know in order to protect you better? In a questioning tone. Tazuna said, not that I can think of. Naruto said, how about the fact your country is currently enslaved under the multimillionaire Gato of Gato Shipping? How about the fact he has a naval blockade around your country where he is running slaves, drugs, and weapons through there? How about the fact that you and your bridge are a great threat to Gato control of Wave and he wants you dead and your bridge destroyed? Tazuna's eyes widened and he saw everyone looking at him and he gulped and said, I don't know what you're talking about. Kakashi frowned and said, are you sure about that Tazuna because if we find out that you knowingly lied to us our contract is voided and we will leave you. If you want to change your story we can take a vote to see if we will continue at a small fee. It's your choice. Naruto information is usually pretty good. Tazuna was sweating and said, alright. Wave country is really poor. Gato has already killed our feudal lord and is currently running our country with me and those helping with the bridge his only opposition after he had my son-in-law publicly beheaded several months ago for standing up against Gato. All the people of my land are suffering except for Gato and his men. Men are either killed or disappear and women, you don't want to know, the worst part is the children, any child found out after dark is never seen again. Please, our people need help. All our funds are tied up in the bridge trying to break free. The only reason we even got the money to pay for AC rank is several of the workers' wives prostituted themselves out. Please, we sacrificed everything to get to this point, don't turn away now, please. I beg of you. As he got on his knees. Naruto frowned and said, why didn't you tell us this before? Why lie? Tazuna said, we tried to get help before from Suna. Gato paid them to look the other way. We were afraid you would do the same if you found out. Naruto looked at the others and said, how long will it take to get to Wave? Kakashi said, civilian pace, 13 hours. Naruto said, is there anything else you can tell us? Anything specific, maybe the number of men, type of men, does he have ninja we may face? Anything you could tell us would be useful. Tazuna said, he's got mostly mercenaries. He has 2 guys who act like samurai without the whole honor thing as his bodyguards. He's living in the Wave Lord's estate. The only ninja I seen were a couple with scratched hi-8, and those guys with the musical note on it. Kakashi asked, musical note. Tazuna said, yeah, I think they said they were from the Hidden Sound Village, but they only show up when it's time to guard a large shipment of illegal stuff like slaves or weapons and drugs. Wait, there was one other. What was his name? Oro something. He isn't seen often and I haven't seen him myself, but I heard others talking about him meeting with Gato when he arrives from the mainland before he heads out on a ship heading for Sea Country or coming back from there. Hubby grabbed her neck where her seal used to be and said, Sea Country. Softly. Naruto said, how many men do you think he has on hand with Gato, and was there anyone with that Oro guy? Tazuna said, Gato got a small army. I don't know how many exactly since so many come and go constantly. I can't think of anything else I heard about that Oro guy. Kakashi said, anything else? Tazuna bit his lip and said, only a request, if you decide not to do this mission or decide to leave, will you take my daughter and grandson and escape with them? I don't care if I die, but I don't want to see them hurt. Kakashi said, we will see what we can do. Tazuna sighed and said, that's the best I can get I guess, so will you continue on? Kakashi said, give us a few moments to talk privately. Naruto, have a couple of clones guard him. Naruto quickly made a couple who took Tazuna over by a tree while the rest of the group moved across from Tazuna. Kakashi said in a soft voice, so was there anything else you learned, Naruto? Naruto said, no, Tazuna just told my clone that Wave was currently enslaved by Gato of Gato Shipping, who was using Wave to hide his illegal activities. I used the info we had from the Hokage to fill in what the illegal stuff was to see if I could get more. Sakura said, your clone, that woman. With white eyes. Naruto smirked and said, like I said Sakura, you will never be able to see through all my tricks. Causing Sakura to glare. Dragon said, so what should we do, Kakashi? I know we will carry on the mission. Before Kakashi could answer, Naruto said, how far is it from the mainland to Wave? I mean, how far is that channel? Kitsune said, about 5 miles, why? Naruto bit his lip and said, I've got something. It's something I haven't showed anyone yet that will probably piss of the Yamanaka clan, but if we can stop about a mile from the coast for the night by dawn, I can give us a lot more info on not only the layout of Wave but also a general idea where most of the people are in Gato men are at, as well as the general number of people who can use chakra on Wave and maybe their strength as well. Ino narrowed her eyes and said, and why would it piss my clan off? Naruto said, I'd rather wait until tonight to hear you yelling at me about it. So can we get to that point by then? Kakashi said, yeah, but someone may have to carry Tazuna for part of it. Guy said, I will do that, my youthful comrade. Kakashi nods and said, let's travel at normal pace till noon, and then after we take a quick lunch break we will travel the rest of the way carrying him. Are you sure your idea will work? Naruto said, yeah. Kakashi nods and said, anyone else have anything to say? Nobody said anything, and Kakashi stood up and said, well, you're lucky, Tazuna, that there are more genins who are looking for action instead of adults, so we will continue the mission. But if we find out you are lying again to us, the consequences will not be pretty. Tazuna gulped and said, I understand. Kakashi smiled and said, good, everyone back in formation, you have your orders. Let's go. As the group traveled the next hour with everyone on alert, nobody really said anything until boredom took over, and it was Kiba who broke the silence and said, hey Naruto, yesterday you said you tricked Neji into doing something and you also tried to trick your mom. Have you tricked anyone else here like that? Silence was his answer, and Sakura said, yeah Naruto, have you tricked anyone else into doing something? I mean, now that we are all starting to see the real you, we saw how you tried to trick Kakashi sensei the day we rebuilt that fence. Naruto frowned and said, does it matter? Ino said, of course it matters. We want to know how much you used us. Naruto sighed and said, directly or indirectly? Kiba said, what do you mean? Naruto looked at him and said, do you mean did I trick you directly by targeting you specifically, or were you involved indirectly in one of my tricks? Kiba said, I guess both then. Naruto said, then I've tricked all of you. As he looked back down the road. Tenten said, I think you should explain, Naruto, how you tricked them and why. Naruto looked back at her and his face changed several times, showing he was fighting with himself on what he should say or do, and he saw the look on her face change to a pleading one and he sighed and said, fine. I guess I can start with Sakura and Ino. Sakura said, what about us? Naruto looked at her and said, "Before I answer, I want you both to be quiet until I finish. Do you both understand? Good. Now first I want to say that I was greatly disappointed in both of you because you were the smartest girl in our class and spent more time in the library before we graduated than anyone else here. Sakura. You claim that you love Sasuke and wanted to help him restore his clan, but did you ever actually look up what that would involve, or did you actually just think that you would lay down and pop out a kid or two?" Sakura turned beet red and Naruto said, "Don't answer because we already know you did. If you would have looked up the laws around the clans, you would have found the clan restoration part was on the very first page of clan rules. The very first page. If you would have seen that, then you would have known that Sasuke would be required to have more than one woman to help him restore his clan. As for you, Ino, you're an heiress of a major clan. Where Sakura is guilty of not looking it up, you are guilty of not even studying the rules of your position. You think that just because you're the heir or heiress it gives you the right to do what you want. Even if there are laws that say the Hokage and council can't interfere in clan business, there are ways around those laws, and also higher laws like the one I'm using to remove the cage bird seal from the Hyuga clan. If you would have studied the laws regarding the clans as any heir or heiress should, then you and Sakura would never have broken your friendship all those years ago and nearly killed each other that one day." At this, everyone was looking at both girls, who looked embarrassed and shocked. Naruto said, "When I found out that law, I was just going to tell you, Sakura, about it, but then you said something that pissed me off, so I decided that I would trick you so that you wouldn't have time to run your mouth without thinking and hurt others by being on permanent PMS. What I did was told you about the law so you knew that you and Ino didn't need to fight anymore, but then I went to Ino and told her about the law and tricked her into keeping your rivalry going so you would fight over the title of first wife, but I made it where you both would start to try and prove who was the strongest and smartest, so I told her I would become a spy, telling her where you were in skills. Then I turned around and told you I had spied on Ino getting just a little higher, so I set the bar for both of you to start actually training to become kunoichi instead of being useless fangirls like you were. Don't you dare yell at me about it. Think about the weak little girls you both were before I did that, and now think about how strong you were and how proud you were of all that you have accomplished, as well as the pride others are giving you by becoming something more than a cock tease." Both girls were sputtering while the others were all wide-eyed. Naruto said, "Now you see, this had a side effect because I knew how Ino couldn't let Sakura get the better and Sakura couldn't let Ino get the better, and I knew Ino would want to keep getting stronger and not be lazy like her team had been doing before, so I knew that she would yell at Shikamaru and Choji to get their butts training also just to shut her up, and I know you already figured that out, Shikamaru, because you're probably the smartest person here." Shikamaru muttered, "Troublesome." Naruto said, "Next we have Sasuke. I told you how I was selling information on your little fanboy back when I suspected that he was a spy. I also got you to agree to let me put the bloodline protection seal on you once it was finished. You know why I did that? It wasn't so I could use it free the Hyuga. I used your clan rivalry against the Hyuga to stroke your ego into agreeing to letting me put it on because the seal has a failsafe. Once I figured out the true purpose of Orochimaru curse seal and figured out the spy was interested in you, it's easy to figure out why. I did the same thing I figured out Orochimaru was planning to do to you and offered you power, and lo and behold, you jumped at the offer without thinking about what it really was you were going to have to pay. I also told you, power comes at a price, always." Naruto took a deep breath and said, "I figured out something that I can't believe nobody else has, and it makes me question everyone higher in rank than me for not figuring it out for themselves. Orochimaru wants the Sharingan to help him achieve his dream of learning every jutsu in the world, and compared to Itachi and Kakashi sensei, you would be a whole lot easier to manipulate into getting your body and bloodline, and you would be tempted to give him exactly what he wants because he knows the simple truth about prodigies. Prodigies seem stronger than they are because they look for the easiest way to get power, and the curse seal would give you power, and getting offered training by a Sannin would also give you power while you trained your body for him to take over later so he wouldn't have to train it himself. I offered you power just like he would. You would do anything to kill Itachi to avenge your clan. Even use the curse seal when you know it would slowly destroy your mind every time you use it because you believe you're better or stronger than the seal, which would make it easier and easier for Orochimaru to get you to defect from the village to get in his hands. And yes, I know you're saying you wouldn't defect, but Orochimaru would want a strong body to possess while making sure you didn't get to skill to challenge him, so he would get you to defect because in Konoha he couldn't control your training." Sasuke said, "You think you're so smart. Well, what's actually forcing me to get that seal you are designing?" "My word." With a smirk, Naruto smirked and said, "And that is why I said prodigies always look for the quickest way for power. Remember the seal I placed on you, the double chakra storage seal? While it is in fact the chakra storage seal as I promised, it's also got 6 other seals built into it, one of which is the actual bloodline protection seal." Everyone's eyes widened and Tenten said, "You already finished it?" Naruto said, Yeah, but I guess I should explain how it works so you will know why I haven't already gave it to the Hyugas. You see, the failsafe that I built in the seal is made where transplants can't be done because the seal encodes the bloodline to the chakra signature of the person who gets it. In other words, you get a curse seal after you have the bloodline seal on, your bloodline is bye-bye. Orochimaru cuts out your eyes and put them in a new body. New body, new chakra signature, bloodline bye-bye. You sleep with a woman who accidentally gets pregnant, hers and the baby chakra signature would be different than yours, meaning the baby wouldn't have your bloodline. The only way after you get the seal for more Sharingan user to come is if you put a special seal I am designing still called the spouse seal that I will also have to give to free the Hyuga. The spouse seal will make it where a child could be born with the Sharingan but a one-night stand or a rape wouldn't. That way you would know who could have the Sharingan and who couldn't while making sure Orochimaru doesn't get the Sharingan or later the Byakugan. Sasuke frowned and said, what about the other 4 seals that you said are mixed in with the seal I have? Naruto said, a tracking seal in case Orochimaru or someone else kidnaps you in hopes of trying to break my seal, a power regulation seal which will keep you from killing yourself from overusing the seal. You can only use it once every 2 days to keep from destroying your body, similar to what is happening to my body, and the last is actually my pride and joy. Something that protects all my seals. I call it cage. Every day it cast a genjutsu over the seal showing a different seal that has nasty side effects while the real seal is hidden in the shadow of the genjutsu, and as I said, every day a genjutsu is cast over it, so after the first day you have 1 genjutsu, the second day 2 and so on and so forth. Right now you have over 20 genjutsu over the real seal, and while you can see the location of the seal with your Sharingan or the Byakugan, you can't see the real look of the seal. To say everyone was shocked was an understatement. After a few moments Kurenai asked, what about that whole doubting the Hyuga clan? We know now that you were the one who caused Neji to ask Tenten out. Naruto said, I said that to trick you Kurenai-sensei actually. Kurenai narrowed her eyes and said, me, why? Naruto said, Hinata is stronger than people think. A few of my clones came across her a couple of times training secretly in the woods and learned she's creating her own style of gentle fist that looks like it will actually be stronger than the one the rest of the clan uses without using as much chakra, since it incorporates her natural chakra nature, and once it's finished I bet she could beat every member of her clan with it, but she won't because she doesn't believe in herself, which is part of why she likes me. She wants to be confident like I am. I know that you're a mother figure to her just like the Sandyame is a grandfather figure to me. There are things I would do for him that I wouldn't do for others, and there are things Hinata would do for you she wouldn't do for others, but you see her as a daughter and would try to help her while also trying to protect her. When I told you I suspected it was Hinata threatening to use the seal on Neji to get him to date Tenten so she could ask me out, you instantly defended her like I knew you would, even though I knew what I was saying about her was bullshit. I also knew that you would sneak around and talk to her privately just to make sure, and you would let it slip that I might be interested in someone else. I did that so Hinata would build more confidence in herself, especially with the scroll I gave you to help her get stronger in not just her clan style but also as a healer, which is one of Hinata's dreams, just like freeing the branch family. I knew when she heard I was trying to free them as well as believed she could get stronger as a healer with that scroll, she would dive into her own training and try to impress me enough to see her, and with you encouraging her and showing her that her hard work is paying off, then her confidence in herself would also improve, which is why she was able to tell on all of you yesterday, because her confidence has gotten better. I also knew that seeing Hinata getting stronger would cause Kiba to want to be the alpha of his team and have to get stronger also, and Shino wouldn't want to be left behind, so he would train also. Everyone was wide-eyed looking at him, and Kurenai, whose eyes were darting back and forward, let her shoulders sag and said, I can't believe you were able to plan that all out. Naruto said, my stealth skills only took me so far when I was pranking. Being able to paint the Hokage monument in broad daylight without getting caught took more skills than just deciding to do it and be quiet. I had to plan out the village security patrols, get my supplies prepared beforehand where they wouldn't be discovered close enough to the target I could get them, since I didn't know anything about sealing then. I had to have my escape routes planned as well as traps to counter the guys I knew would be after me all beforehand, as well as plans on what to do if I was discovered before I was finished and WHO discovered me. There's a few I know who would have cut my rope and let me fall to my death and make it look like an accident if they could. The academy is mostly graded on book smarts anyways, and as you all know now, history is wrote by the victor and can be changed from the truth in order to make the victor look stronger. Take the Shodime Hokage for example. Can anyone guess the easiest way to have killed him was and why he was so hard for Madara Uchiha to defeat? Sasuke said, because he was stronger Madara and you could use fire jutsu to overpower him. Naruto laughed and said, nope, get him in the air and attack him there. Mokuden only works by being able to touch a plant or by being able to touch the ground, since it is created from mixing earth and water nature together. In the land of fire there are plenty of trees for Hashirama to get his hands on to use. If you would have gotten him out at sea or in the desert, his ass would have been grass pretty quickly. That was how Madara was able to kill him at the Valley of the End, I bet. I had a couple of clones go there and look at it. There's no plants down there for him to use and hardly any land since the river takes up most of the valley. Get him in the bottom, jump to the top, summon Kyuubi and have the fox flame the valley. As his face suddenly lost color as he looked back at Kitsune. Asuma dropped his cigarette and said, "That's how he did it, that's how he survived the fight." Tazuna said, "Is there something wrong? You all just stop walking." Naruto shook his head and said, "No, just an assignment from another mission a client gave us for an award to see if we actually had a brain instead of skills. We just figured out just another piece of the puzzle that fell into place. Anyways, as I was saying, I knew getting Ino Force Shikamaru and Choji to train more would make Asum-sensei train them better. You seeing the improvement in Hinata would want to train each of them fairly so you would train them better. With Sakura getting stronger to match Ino and Sasuke seeing my own growth would train harder so Kakashi-sensei would work on us more and Guy wouldn't want to be left behind by his eternal rival so he would force his team to train more to beat Kakashi. In the end I used you all to make yourself stronger and your respect for each other and me would increase." Hubby said, "You didn't use me." Naruto looked at her and said, "I used you and the others on your team indirectly. I knew village security sucked. I know how influential Kakashi-sensei was and so I knew that me revealing how easy I got past several security spots as well as info on the spy I found would cause him to want to protect his comrades and would have told the Sandaime even if I asked him not to so I wouldn't get in trouble and the Sandaime would then report it to Ibiki who would start ragging all your asses to fix those mistakes improving the village security. I even counted on possibly meeting Ibiki and telling him how I did it and where they were. I just never counted on the other things." Hubby said, "You wanted to get all of us in trouble. I'm going to get your ass." Naruto said, "Leave my ass alone, you already tried to rape me once. You're a worse pervert than Hinata is. At least she doesn't directly attack me, just sabotages my plumbing so she can use her bloodline to spy on me when I have to bath in the rivers." Thud. Everyone turned to Hinata and Naruto said, "I swear, after 4 years I thought she would finally be able to stop fainting like that." Kurenai said, "Hinata wouldn't ever do that." As she moved over to Hinata who was on the ground. Naruto said, "Oh really? What if I told you Hinata currently has a picture of me with nothing on in the river where I bathed after she broke the pipes to my apartment? What if I told you that picture was actually on her right now? Would you think little Hinata would be so innocent then?" Kurenai frowned and said, "How do you know she's got it on her?" Naruto said, "Because I detected her presence when I was bathing in the river and I remember feeling her chakra not too far away every time the pipes to my apartment broke over the past few years. She would always run away before I could see who it was but this last time I created a clone disguised as a fish that swam down river and came up behind her which is how I found out about the Hyuga blind spot and the clone was disguised as another girl and Hinata was startled and the clone talked to her and got her to confess she really was spying on me and the clone decided to have a little fun and told her she was a photographer and was out looking for birds to take picture of but for a little money she would take a picture of me bathing. Hinata agreed and my clone just happened to have met Hinata this morning as the agreed upon date for her to buy the picture." Tenten said, "You set her up and sold her pictures of you." Naruto said, "It's just my back from the waist up with me turned my head sideways while the river covered everything else. Besides, $25,000 was a nice little paycheck to get supplies for this mission." Several eyes widened and Tenten said, $25,000 for a picture of you. I know you're big but isn't that a little expensive?" Everyone turned to look at Tenten who suddenly realized what she said and Ino said, "Oh, and how do you know his size?" As she got a Cheshire grin. Tenten said, "Oh well you see." Neiko said, "When Naruto-san was in the hospital in his coma, Tenten was in a chair by his bed and fell asleep and when she woke up her hand was on it. Causing Tenten to blush as did Naruto." Tenten said, "How did you know that?" "Naruto was in a coma and I was the only other person in the room." Neiko said, "That you knew of. There was actually 2 Anbu in the room just in case you were actually tricking Naruto-san to get close to him to kill him later or in case someone tried to assassinate him while he was weakened. I was one of them." Neiko said, "Because hubby here was the other guard on duty and she was the one who placed your hand there while you were asleep." Naruto frowned and said, "Why is it every time you come near me I find myself being molested in some shape or form hubby?" Hubby said, "Because I owe you big time and told you I would become your slave, wife, bitch, or personal assassin for what you did for me." Naruto said, "But I was in the coma before that happened." Hubby said, Buns needed her cherry pop to get rid of the stress of being on Team Green Bean and I thought you might be desperate for some TLC because of your situation back then. Kitsune said, do you have no shame hubby? Hubby said, the question you should be asking is does your son have no shame? Naruto said, hey, I have plenty of shame, it was visible when I streaked through town in my boxers after you stole everything in my apartment including the cheese off my mouse trap. A groan drew everyone's attention to Hinata who eeped and covered her face with the front of her jacket as she remembered what was said. Unfortunately the picture she had hidden in her jacket fell out when she did that causing her to go red in the face even more. Naruto smirked as he saw the shocked look on Kurenai's face and said, told ya. Kakashi said, as amusing as this is I think we should continue on our way and we need to be on alert so no talking unless you detect something. Reluctantly everyone got moving again. Around 1, Kakashi said, alright, I think we can take a small break. Tazuna said, thank God, my feet are killing me. As he walked over and sat under a tree. Kakashi said, Team 8, scout the area for water, Team 10 get firewood, Team 9, I want you to scout a mile behind us. See if you see any signs of us being followed. Team 7, scout a mile ahead. Neko, hubby, 2 miles east, Kitsune, Dragon, 2 miles west. Sensei will stay at camp protecting the client. Go. Several highs were heard as the teams began their duties. After everyone got back to camp and began to eat the food the senseis had prepared, Kakashi said, alright Tazuna, we are getting a little behind schedule. I want to get to the coast before dark so we can cross the channel at first light. In order for us to do that you're going to have to be carried by one of us so we can pick up our pace. Guy has agreed to carry you so if you would get on his back after we eat we should make it to the coast in a few hours. Tazuna said, I'm not some little kid. Kakashi said, true, but you are a civilian and as ninja we can travel a whole lot quicker than you and we can get off the main road which is where most enemies would set up an ambush to attack us not expecting us to carry you and instead you walking back to wave. Tazuna's eyes widened a moment before he sighed and said, alright, but he better be careful and not cause any accidents where my head hits the tree branches and limbs. Naruto said, damn, I was so going to pay to see that happen. With a smirk on his face. Tazuna glared at Naruto and said, you're just a little demon child at heart, aren't you? Silence was the answer he received as all joking left and all the joy from Naruto's face left as well. Naruto threw his food into the fire and stood up and said in a neutral tone, Sensei, I'm going to take point, see if I might detect anything. Before he shushined away. Before Tazuna knew it he found himself slammed into a tree by Kakashi who said, don't ever say that again about him. As he dropped Tazuna on his ass. As Tazuna said, what the hell was that ab? As he stopped as he noticed the area where he had been sitting moments before had several weapons stuck in the ground causing Tazuna to look at everyone there and saw that he was being glared at by the ninja. He then gulped and thought, me and my big mouth. Though if you look really closely you could see that Kitsune, hubby, and Tenten were all just clones as the real them had disappeared after throwing the weapons. 2 miles away from the camp Naruto was glaring at Anko who had just captured him with the hidden snake hand no jutsu and he found himself now currently wrapped with snakes pinning his arms to his side. Anko took off her mask and smirked and said, never thought you would be a coward. Naruto said, I'm not a coward. The drunk didn't know what he was talking about. As he tried to get free. Anko said, yeah right. Listen Gaki, don't bullshit with me. I know being called that hit a few buttons just like every time I am called traitor gets to me. You don't have to put up with it alone, you know that. Naruto felt 2 presences land behind him as Anko looked over his shoulder and said, looks like the cavalry's here. I'll leave him in your hands. As she released the jutsu before shushining away. Naruto turned and saw Tenten and Kushina who had taken off her mask standing there and he sighed and Kushina looked at him and then at Tenten and said, I think I'll go back and make sure we didn't kill the bastard. As he shushined away also leaving Naruto and Tenten. Naruto rubbed his arms and said, damn snakes, I think they were trying to break my arms. Tenten said, I'd rather have you with a broken arm than a broken heart. As she walked over and lifted his arms one at a time and checked them. Naruto said, why would I have a broken heart? Tenten looked at him and said, because you didn't have time to eat this morning since we both had to get back to Konoha and you just threw the first bite to eat you had all day away only after taking a few bites because of what that drunk said. Naruto asked, and how would that make my heart break? Tenten said, because you were thinking the shadow of Kyuubi would always haunt you and you would worry about what others would do to those you care about like me in order to hurt you. Naruto laughed and said, and people say I'm observant. Tenten held up her left hand and said, have you forgotten already what is hidden here? Naruto frowned and said, no. I haven't. I just thought I could block those thoughts from you. Tenten said, you did, but you couldn't block the feelings. Enko and Kushina may have thought they knew what you were thinking, but thanks to this I know what you were thinking and feeling. You are my husband. Naruto took her hand and kissed it and said, and you are my wife. You know everyone's going to kill us when they find out. Tenten said, I still can't believe we eloped like that. Naruto said, do you regret it? Tenten shook her head and said, I told you, you were never going to leave my side and I'll never leave yours. Every day, for all eternity we are one. Your strength is my strength, my burdens are your burdens, and your pains are mine. Naruto said, and my love is yours and yours is mine. As he leaned in and kissed her. After they broke apart, Naruto was slapped across the face by Tenten and she glared at him and said, and don't you ever do that with the photos again. The only one who gets to know what you look like that way is me. Naruto said, I'm sorry, but you see, I wanted us to live together now that we are husband and wife, so I created a drain clone that is linked to the whirlpool seal that is powering mom and dad, and he's using the money to fix the cabin up enough where we could move in. That was what it was for. I wanted us to have our home together. Tenten's eyes softened from the glare and said, fine. I'll forgive you this time, but don't do it again. Naruto said, yes dear, they are coming. As he looked back toward the direction camp had been, and a few moments later the group landed in the clearing where Tenten and Naruto was, and Kakashi said, are you both ready? Naruto said, yeah, why do women have to be so violent though? My face still hurts. As he rubbed where he had got slapped. Tenten said, because men never listen. As she crossed her arm. Kiba sniffed and said, hey, what's that smell? As he looked around. Kakashi said, what smell? Kiba sniffed and said as he looked around, I'm not sure what it is. I know it, but I can't think of where I smelled it from. It's something you don't smell in the woods though, in fact. I know what it is, it's incense. It's faint but it's here, but why would someone be burning incense out here? Naruto said, oh I think that was me Kiba. I was working on a seal to help mask a person's scent. It must be on my cloths. Kiba said, yeah, that must be it, it just caught me off guard since I knew it shouldn't be. What's that boy? Well, she's been right next to him, so I guess his scent and the scent from the incense must have gotten on her as well. On the inside, Tenten and Naruto both relaxed. Kakashi said, well, we should get going then, everyone in the same formation as before with the sensei in the middle guarding Tazuna and Guy. As the group got jumping in the tree a few minutes into it, Tenten missed a branch when she winced and she screamed as she started to fall to the ground when a yellow flash enveloped her, and as everyone's attention turned to it, there was Naruto holding Tenten bridal style. Ino was the first to recover and said, what the hell just happened? As she looked where Team 7 was and then back to where Team 9 was. Tenten said, sorry about that everyone, I got a cramp in my leg when I went to make the jump and it caused me not to compensate correctly. As she stood up after Naruto set her down while also standing up. Sakura said, but how did Naruto get to you like that? Kitsune said, Hiraishin, but the question I am wondering isn't how he knows that jutsu. I'm wondering how he used it to get to her location. Naruto said, don't worry about it. It's just something I was working on that I haven't gotten down yet. It was just a fluke accident, I was able to pull it off just then. Kitsune narrowed her eyes and said, well anyways, are you able to continue Tenten? Tenten said, yeah, sorry about that. I'll be more careful. Naruto looked worried and Tenten shot him a glare and he said, right, sorry about that. I heard you scream and reacted on instinct. Let's just get going. As he quickly got back up with his team. Kakashi said, well if the drama is over I think we should get underway again. Soon the group was back in the trees jumping and Tenten saw several glances between her and Naruto and thought, damn it, I can't believe I did something so stupid as that. Tenten heard, it's not your fault your leg cramped up on you. Tenten thought, it wasn't my leg that cramped. I got a cramp in my back from sleeping on the ground last night. Naruto thought, sorry about that. I thought we could make it back to Konoha last night but the wedding took too long to get organized and making it legal. Tenten thought, hey, it wasn't your fault and I had fun laying next to you. I'm sorry I'm not ready to give you a proper honeymoon though. Naruto blushed and said, no, I understand, truthfully. I'm kind of glad you weren't ready to do that. I mean, I know what happened that one day when I thought dad was taking over my body, but that actually scares me some. I mean, I've read so much about the female body from my research on seals that even though I know you could become a mother now, it isn't healthy for you or the baby because the baby is more likely to be born premature and it also would do a number on your body and would most likely end your career, if not your life. And I want to see you achieve your dream, so if it means keeping you safe then I have no problem waiting. Tenten blushed and thought, you are a dream guy Naruto-kun, thanks. as she withdrew the chakra from her ring finger along with Naruto doing so a few moments later. Kitsune thought, interesting, I wonder. I felt the chakra being used by both of them, and based on Tenten getting red I think she got embraced. Are they talking to each other? Chapter 15. When the group got to about a mile from the coast, Kakashi said, alright, I think we are close enough and should start setting up camp. Naruto, how long will it take you to do your thing? Naruto said, give me about 10 minutes for it to work. As he pulled out a scroll and unsealed another scroll and opened that scroll which was covered in seals. Naruto then placed his hand on one of the seals and the scroll was covered with smoke, and when it cleared there was 30 birds of different shape and sizes, all adult, laying dead on the seals. Naruto then took out a seal bottle and brush and began to draw a line away from the scroll onto the ground, where he drew another seal, and then he placed his hand on the seal and started to send chakra into it that caused the birds to begin to glow with chakra. Ino's eyes widened and said, you didn't. Sakura asked, what's wrong Ino, what did he do? Ino bit her lip and said, there's a secret jutsu my clan uses, it's how we train ourselves to take over bodies. We start off practicing by learning to take over smaller, weaker brains, like those in birds. Naruto said, I kind of figured that out when I came to your family shop that day. You have that bird cage there in the front of your shop with a couple of birds in it, and I noticed that you were feeding them flower seeds. Ino said, of course we are going to feed them seeds. Naruto said, Ino, I may not be as smart as some people, but I know the noise those birds cause would distract people from looking at the flowers, so having them in the front of the store like that and giving it your potential profit as food was hurting your family business twice. That made me question, why have a bird in the front of the store and why have birds in the first place? That's when I thought about your family jutsu, and I figured out the reason for that bird being there is actually your dad's way of trying to help train you with your family jutsu, since I'm sure you get bored easily. He put it there so while you were working in the shop you could train. Oh come on, don't tell me you never figured that out. Damn it Ino, can't you take some motivation and try to help yourself for once without someone else having to take your hand? Never mind, I guess you're doing the same thing your dad does. As Ino had a shocked look on her face. The shocked look on her face turned to anger and said, what about my dad? Naruto said, simple, he puts all his trust into Shikaku's hands and votes however he does on everything. Chusa does as well, Shikaku the brains, Chusa the brawn, and Inoichi the heart of fear team, just like you three. Shikamaru could be replaced with someone else who's also smart like Shino if Shikamaru died on a mission. Choji could also be replaced by someone like Kiba someday, but if something happened to you, your team would be destroyed forever because neither have the heart to motivate themselves, and you only motivate them when you have something you want to achieve. That was something your father figured out, I bet from his own experience, and was trying to teach you, which is why he put that bird in your shop in the first place and didn't tell you why. To motivate you into training yourself so you would motivate your teammates, so all three of you would get stronger, but it looks like you had to have someone figure it out for you. Ninja don't have pets Ino, we have allies and companions. Our missions make it impossible to have an animal at home that needs to be taken care of like a bird in a cage. If you see a ninja with an animal, you can bet that animal has been trained to do something specific like fight, spy, or become a diversion. There, finally done. As the birds stopped glowing and began to move a moment before they disappeared in a swirl of leaves, shocking everyone. Ino said, what the hell, birds can't use ninjutsu, much less shushin. Naruto said, true, but those are just bodies of birds. I actually took the idea of what I did from three sources, your clan jutsu, Akasuna no Sasori, and Orochimaru immortality jutsu. Kakashi frowned and said, puppets, you made them human. I mean bird puppets, didn't you? Naruto said, partially. What I did was kill them with poison from one of the bugs in the forest of death, and then after they were dead I placed a preservation seal like hunter nins place on the heads of missing nins they kill so they don't decompose. I then placed a chakra storage seal on them and a seal I use for my hydrokinase, but instead of having a cage bunshin create a body, I have it possess the bird's body like Orochimaru and Ino family does. Now by doing that I have made it where the birds can spy for me over long distances like this, but I haven't actually figured out how to fly, yet. I figured out how to glide though, and I placed a seal that creates a shushin to get them back in the air again so they will glide as far as they can before the clones inside them will shushin them back into the air and they glide some more. I've gotten good enough with it I can glide for about 5 miles between shushins and the birds can walk, but once the birds explore over there and they run out of chakra and die, I can summon them back to this scroll and then reseal them so they should have enough chakra to last until right before dawn, and I will have all fear memories so I can then tell everyone what I found. Hubby said, Gaki, you're getting on dangerous ground there. Naruto said, I know what you're saying hubby, believe me I do, but let me ask you something. Why do we have hunter nins who destroy the body and bring back only the heads? Kiba said, because the head is all the proof you need to show you killed them and bringing a body back is a lot harder and messier. Naruto smiled and said, partially, but you ever hear the saying, dead men tell no tales? Well, whoever said that never met a ninja? By looking at a body of a ninja you could learn village secrets like food styles, training secrets, jutsu, mental and physical conditioning and possible bloodlines as well as other secrets. That is why we send out our own ninja after our missing nins, to keep our village secrets from being learned. It's also why they cut off the head where they kill the ninja at and not move it to a more secure location. So the chances of someone coming along and seeing something that could be a village secret is reduced. Ino said, so, you're saying other villages try and capture our missing nins also so they could learn our village secrets? Naruto said, Ino, all ninja villages do that, but you see, in Suna, they take it a step further. You heard Kakashi-sene mention human puppetry. They actually do. Guys, there's 2 ninja on a ship heading this way. One's female, dressed like a hunter nin from the hidden mist but she's not really a hunter nin. Kurenai said, how can you tell she's a fake? Naruto frowned and said, because she's standing right beside a Kiri missing nin with a huge-ass sword, black hair, slashed high 8, gray cloths, 6 feet 2 to 6 feet 4, and she calls him Zabuza-sama. They're coming after the old man. I've got 2 birds staying near them on the ship and lost one in the water I'll have to summon later while the rest continue to head for wave. Besides the sword, the Zabuza guy doesn't appear to have any other weapons as I don't see any weapon pouches on him. The girl. Haku, her name's Haku, well, that's an interesting plan. 1 bird left. Kakashi said, what plan? Naruto said, they don't know how much protection the old man has but they know the demon brothers failed to get to him. As a precaution Zabuza is going to engage us by himself while Haku hides and waits to act like a hunter nin if he needs help and put him in a fake death with Senbons and pressure points to save him. Kakashi said, good job Naruto, alright, the only Zabuza I can think of from Kiri that is a missing nin is Zabuza Momochi, a member of the 7 Swordsmen of the Mist. He became a missing nin after he attempted a coup against the Mizukage to take over the land of. Naruto interrupted him grabbing his head and said, aw shit. Tenten screamed, Naruto, what's wrong? Naruto who had fell to his knees said, damn that bitch. She can use ice. She just froze my last bird to death. Zabuza a censor, damn it, let me die quickly in the fires of hell, then die a slow death consumed by ice. As he was breathing heavy with Tenten at his side. Tenten asked, what happened, why did you scream out like that? Naruto said, the bird, the memories transferred back, I got his memories of being frozen in place, feeling his lunges burning for air, feeling his fears, doubts, and sorrow as his vision blurred, as darkness slowly took him. That's the first time I've had a bunch in memory come to me from a slow painful death. The ice is strong, too strong actually, it's got to be a bloodline because he used up every ounce of chakra he could with wind manipulation to try and break free but the ice would repair every cut nearly instantly. As she rubbed his shoulders together and rocked lightly. Kakashi frowned and said, are you going to be alright Naruto? Naruto said, yeah, just give me a few minutes. I've got memories of dying millions of times, but that was the first ever like that. I can understand why people fear death so much if it's like that. I'll take dying on the battlefield with a quick death than dying like that. Tenten glared at him and said, you're not going to die any death for a long time so stop talking about how you want to die. Naruto looked at her and took a deep breath and nods as he slowly stood up and Kakashi said, can you continue Naruto? Naruto said, yeah, but we need to seriously plan to counter those 2. A large group like this will just cause them to back off and pick us off later one by one when our guard is down. Kakashi said, Zabuza a master of silent killing. He covers the area with the hidden mist jutsu to blind his enemies and attacks them in that state. Naruto said, Asuma-sensei, you're a wind user and you also Habi, right? Both Nod and Naruto said, I think we should divide into 3 teams with me in one, Habi in one and Asuma in the other. I know Habi can use the great breakthrough no jutsu and she taught it to me. Can you do it also Asuma-sensei? Asuma nods and Naruto said, the air is too saturated with water by the coast for us to try and pick a different location. The best we can do is keep him from using the hidden mist jutsu by blowing it away with the great breakthrough. Let him put it up but then take it down, cost him his chakra for it. How many of you can use the earth style, headhunter jutsu? Dragon, Kakashi, and Habi raised their hands and Naruto said, Kakashi-sensei, I think you should be our ace in the hole. If you can use it to hide when he gets closer with the genin around the area where you are hiding it should cover your chakra signature. Guy-sensei, I think your team along with the Anbu stand the best chance of tracking down the hunter Nin by hitting a few hundred yards back toward the fire country with Kitsune being a sensor. Also you should be able to find and take her out before she can use her ice against you. Asuma, and me can stop Zabuza hidden mist, and with 8 genins to support the 3 junins we can get him into a trap to either take him out or move him to where Kakashi-sensei is at. Kakashi said, but there wouldn't be 3 junins and there are 9 genins if Guy's team follow your plan. Naruto said, but I am not just a genin. I can act as him and make it appear I am filling in for the regular junin who was injured along with the other genin for Team 7. Kakashi frowned and Kitsune said, it's a good plan Kakashi and could give us an advantage and lure Zabuza out, but I'll replace Naruto who will replace me without revealing that. I may not be a wind user but I do know how to use that jutsu. Kakashi said, yeah, it's a good idea and would work. We got the advantage now by knowing they are coming. We might not later. Alright everyone, let's do it. Naruto, head back with the Team Serpent and Team 9, but everyone be careful. 20 minutes later Zabuza and Haku were in the trees near the camp and Zabuza said, Asuma Sarutobi and Kurenai Yuhi and some other junin I don't recognize, probably a newbie which is why she only has 2 students. Must have lost one. Haku said, but one of them has a summoning contract for those birds. Zabuza said, probably the red-haired woman. A Hyuga, and Inuzuka, and an Aburame, those 3 look like a Akamaiki, Nara, and Yamanaka. I don't recognize any clan with pink hair or the other kid. Probably non-clan kids, so a tracking team and a capture team. The other was probably a combat team that wasn't trained right. Alright Haku, we will proceed with the plan. Yuhi Genjutsu won't work against me in the hidden mist and Asuma is a close-range fighter. Without being able to see, the kids shouldn't be able to hit the broad side of a barn and the Aburame bugs won't like the water and the Inuzuka nose won't be able to track me. They Hyuga will also be blinded by the chakra in the air. Get ready. A few minutes later Naruto had his eyes narrowed in the distance and said, something's not right. Hubby said, what makes you say that Gaki? Naruto said, they can't detect us, my seal's tags around us has a void around us so our chakra isn't leaking out for them to detect. Zabuza and Haku have been in position to attack for several minutes now but they haven't, why? Hubby said, they might be just trying to play a mental battle against us. I mean they know that we know they're coming. They might be waiting to make the pressure grow. On junins it won't be much, but for genins, like you, it's working. You're getting nervous and will tip our hand early. Just then a shout of, what the hell are they waiting on? Was heard and Hubby said, told you, remind me to have a chat with Pinky when this is over. A mist began to cover the area ahead of them and Dragon said, wait for it. 2 shouts of, wind style, great breakthrough no jutsu. Was heard and suddenly the mist was blown away and Dragon said, go. Back with the rookie genins, Kushina and Asuma had just blown the mist away when Zabuza, who had landed on the ground in the middle of the genin, silently jumped back as Kakashi jumped out of the ground with a kunai slicing Zabuza in his leg and stomach. Zabuza growled and said, so this was your surprise. Just then a shout of, leaf whirlwind. Was heard before a blur shot past as Haku was sent flying into the tree a few feet away with her arms crossed blocking most of the impact from the kick. Team 9 and Team Serpent arrived surrounding Zabuza and Haku and Naruto said, give up Zabuza, you're surrounded and your chakra is also disrupted so you can't use ninjutsu to leave. At this everyone's eyes widened and Zabuza tried to use his chakra and frowned as he found it wasn't working and he said, Haku, are you alright? Haku said, I think my arm might be fractured or broke. The kid in green is faster than me in that jutsu. My chakra isn't working either. Zabuza took in his surroundings and after a moment asked, how is our chakra disrupted? Naruto said, secret. Zabuza narrowed his eyes still holding his sword and said, I see, but whatever it is that is being done isn't just affecting me, I can tell that you can't use chakra as well. Naruto smirked as a second him appeared next to him and said, don't make assumptions, no brows. Zabuza thought, shit, they can still use chakra and Haku and I both can't and are both injured. Looks like I let my pride get the best of me and got Haku caught also. And said, and I suppose there's no way we might be able to make a deal of some kind. Naruto said, there might be. Kakashi said, Naruto, what are you doing? Naruto said, let's see where this plays out. You told us Zabuza here failed in a coup against the Mizukage. Which one? Zabuza frowned and said, the Yondaime Mizukage, Yagura, the Jinchuriki of the Sanbi. And I didn't fail, I was betrayed by Kisame who ratted us out and helped defend Yagura, him and that damn Sharingan bastard who's controlling Yagura. Sasuke said, Itachi. Zabuza glanced at him and said, no. It wasn't Itachi. My coup was right after Itachi killed his clan. Itachi was 13 or 14 then. The guy the first was fighting was an adult. He had on the Uzukage face mask. Kushina said, "Are you sure about that?" Zabuza said, "Yeah, my mother told me all about Whirlpool, her home. She told me all about her clan and the Great Whirlpool. How the Uzumaki clan ruled Whirlpool and any of them could speak as leaders since they were all united. That was why there was no true leader of Whirlpool, there was the Uzukage mask. Whichever Uzumaki wore it was the one who spoke as leader at that time." Kushina narrowed her eyes and said, "What is your mother's name?" Zabuza looked at her a moment and said, "Why should I tell you?" Kushina said, "Because only 2 clans knew that secret you just told. Now what is her name?" Zabuza said, "And how much you willing to pay for that info?" Asuma said, "You're not in a position to question us. Kakashi, let's just kill him and continue our mission." Kushina said, "No. Not yet. My name is Kushina Namikaze, wife of Minato Namikaze, Yondaime Hokage of Konoha, and yes, he is back alive because like him I was also dead and given another chance at life. Right now your life is only being spared on a whim. My whim. The others are holding only on my orders because they know I can speak with my husband and have him agree to whatever I say usually. Now I have a pretty good idea what Naruto was asking you for because you see, I was poisoned and died because of an assassin sent by the Sandaime Mizukage. Now after you said the Yondaime Mizukage was the one you tried to kill, his interest in you was over. However, when you said there was another Sharingan user out there you gained his attention since we all thought only 2 Uchiha were left alive. But you gained my interest in the fact you knew a very closely guarded secret. So here's the deal, you answer all our questions, let Naruto put a couple of seals on both you and the girl there and aid us on this mission, and I'll personally see to it that you have an audience with my husband about either becoming a Konoha ninja or a spy. For Konoha. If you become a spy for Konoha, then as long as you do not commit any crimes against Konoha or the Land of Fire, then we will warn you about hunters other countries have out, not send any of our own after you, and also offer you missions as well as payment for any info you have that could be considered a threat to Konoha, the Fire Country, or our allies." Kakashi said, "Kushina-sama, surely you can't." Kushina said, "Quite, Kakashi. I know what I am doing and I take full responsibility for this." Zabuza said, "And what happens if we become Konoha ninja?" Kushina said, "I know there will be restrictions placed on you, pay deduction, probation period, security restrictions as well as security detail. The girl, she has a bloodline right." Zabuza frowned and Kushina said, "She'll be required to have a son who can start a clan. If her firstborn is a daughter she will have to have another child until she has a son. That is a law regarding all bloodlines who join Konoha from another country who could claim them if they can't be claimed as part of the Fire Country. Luckily she won't have to start until she's 18. Zabuza scowled and said, "And who would be the father?" Kushina said, "She will have till then to find someone for that role, or the council will have the right to choose one for her." Hiku said, "I am but a tool, Zabuza-sama, so do not worry about me." Naruto said, "Who the fuck told you that bullshit? You are a human being. You are not a tool." Hiku looked at Naruto and said, "You do not understand. I am originally from a village in the northern part of the Land of Water. There, the people have a hate for those who have bloodlines because they feel that bloodlines are the source of the wars that plagued their land for years. My mother possessed a bloodline but she hid it. One day I activated my bloodline and I showed it to her and she slapped me and told me to never do it again. At the time I didn't know why, but my father had seen me do it and realized the truth about me and my mother. Later that night he returned home with several others who murdered my mother and then they turned to come and murder me. My bloodline activated again and killed my father and the other men. After that I had to live on the streets, barely surviving, going many days without finding something to eat. Trying to keep dry and warm when I could to try and keep from getting sick because I had no money or place to rest. Then one day Zabuza-sama appeared. He offered me a purpose, a reason to live, to serve him as his tool. A tool to be used and thrown away. You could not understand what it was like." Naruto closed his eyes and said softly, "Yeah. I do, to do anything for that person, even die. I can understand that better than you know. But so what? Just because you would do anything for that person, doesn't mean you are not human, flesh and blood, with your own feelings and dreams. It does not make you an emotionless tool. Emotions is what separate those like you and me from the real monsters, the real demons. They live by instinct while we live by our emotions. The moment you truly give up your emotions you become what they claimed you were. People say that ninja are nothing more than tools to be used and thrown away, but tools are not something you just use and then throw away. A tool is something you use, then take care of. If it dulls, sharpen it. If it breaks, fix it, and when it is ready to be used again, then put it where you can find it when you have need of it again. You don't throw a tool away. Once you have used it as much as you can and have no more need of it, then you give it to someone else who has need of it. As ninja we are given a mission which is our purpose. Once we finish the mission we return home and prepare for the next time we are needed. Just because one person is done with us does not mean that there isn't others who don't have a need for us. A new mission, a new purpose. You're a woman, so let me ask you this, if you had several children and one grew up and didn't need you anymore, would you be a tool to be thrown away? No, you still have your duty to take care of your other children, and someday the child who grew up will have a need for you. It may not be the need of a mother, but it could be the need of a grandmother or a great-grandmother. That's also another option for tools who are broken and can't be fixed. They can be reforged into something that can still be used. I can see it, I can see it in your eyes, the desire to have a life besides that of a ninja on the run, but I also see the guilt you have because Zabuza saved you and gave you a reason to live, that you wouldn't even be here if it wasn't for him, so you must repay him, even with your life, putting your own dreams, your own life aside for him. You. Zabuza interrupted him and said, "Kid, shut up, just shut up. You made your point," as everyone was surprised as they saw tears falling from Zabuza's eyes. Zabuza closed his eyes a moment and said, "Your words are 1,000 times sharper than any blade. Haku deserves a life better than this. I don't care what happens to me. I'll serve you or do whatever it is you wish of me in exchange for her a new chance at life." As he first looked at Naruto and then Haku and then Kushina. Kushina said, "Keep your word and I'll do all that I can to see that she has as long as she needs to find someone to start a family with." Zabuza nods and said, "What is it you wish of me then, Namikaze-sama?" Before he bows to her. Kushina said, "Start with your mother and then inform us of everything you can up till you met us." Zabuza nods and said, "My mother was a brothel slave. The man who owned her was a retired ninja who captured her during the attack on the Whirlpool village before it was destroyed. Her name was Yuki Ukami." At this several eyes widened, but none more than Tenten and Kushina. Kushina said, "Yuki, but, proceed." Zabuza frowned and said, "You knew her?" Kushina said, "Yes. Please continue, how was she captured?" Zabuza said, "She told me there was a ship with her daughter on it along with the heiress of the Uzumaki clan that was escaping from the land of water. The ship was going to be attacked by a man who looked like a fish. I know now that it was Kisame, but she didn't know who he was. She jumped out on the water and engaged Kisame with." Kushina said, "Samahata." Zabuza said, "Yeah, she was able to wield that blade and was beating Kisame with it when she was attacked from behind, who came up out of the water and cut her calf muscles. It caused her to fall and was knocked out. The man who cut her became her master and Kisame took Samahata as his blade. I don't know who my father was, as I was given the name Momochi since it was the name of the brothel my mother was a slave at. She trained me in secret as I grew up. She had this blade made from a blacksmith who was one of her Johns, who she rewarded the only way she could. The day she died was the same day the genin were to graduate from the Hidden Mist Academy. I had heard about how they made the academy students eat, sleep, and live together until the day they graduated, where they had to fight each other to the death. You live, you became a ninja, you died, game over. In my rage I went to the academy to make the Hidden Mist pay for not only everything that happened to my mother but also her home. I went there and slaughtered the entire graduating class. I was taken as an apprentice of Mei Terumi. She helped teach me the art of silent killing, and then I was given the offer to join the 7 Swordsmen of the Mist. I agreed because I wanted a chance to get my revenge on Kisame for what happened to my mother, but I knew I wasn't strong enough yet. The rest is basic. I eventually got tired of the death and destruction of those who had bloodlines, and I got together those who I could to cause a diversion while I went after Yagura. When I got there, Kisame and that Sharingan bastard was there and defended Yagura, who looked like he was under a genjutsu or something. Kisame said he found out about my plans and I was forced to flee, and on my way out I met Haku on a bridge and thought that if I couldn't save the country yet I could at least save one. We left and I began to train her and she grew and got stronger, and now here we are." Naruto blinked as he heard a noise behind him and said, "Why the hell did you get popcorn, hubby?" Hubby said, "You can't pay for drama this good. I can't wait for what's about to happen when No Brows learns Buns here is in fact his niece." As she took a bite of popcorn. Several people glared at hubby as Zabuza's eyes widened and said, "Niece?" Tenten said, "Yeah, my mother was named Evi and my grandmother was named Yuki." Kushina said, "I am Kushina Uzumaki Namikaze." Zabuza said, "Then you're the heiress of the Uzumaki clan." Kushina nods and Zabuza asked, "What about my sister?" Tenten said, "Dead." Kushina said, "The Sandaime Mizukage sent an assassin who poisoned both Evi and me, and since we were both pregnant it was designed us after we gave birth. We didn't know about it for Evi, but after having her body examined we found the poison in her and in me, but there was no cure." Zabuza clenched his fist and said, Do I have any other nieces or nephews?" Naruto crossed his arms and Tenten said, "I'm an only child." Zabuza said, "Oh, Damn it, this is fucked up. Naruto said, trust me, no brows, this isn't anything compared to the last 4 months for us. At this point it wouldn't surprise me if you turned out to be the bastard child of Madara Uchiha. Zabuza said, just who the hell are you, you blonde rat? Naruto said, Naruto Uzumaki, former Jinchuriki of the Kyuubi no Kitsune. Zabuza eyes widen a moment and said, former. Questioningly. Naruto said, yeah, I extracted the demon but kept his power. Now that we got most of the shit taken care of, can you tell us about what's going on over in Wave? We're kind of expecting the shit to hit the fan on this mission and we don't mean you. Zabuza said, yeah. As he began to explain what he saw in Wave. Chapter 16. Zabuza said, well, I don't know much since we stayed at this place in the woods Gato provided for us. I know he's got 2 mercenaries working for him as bodyguards and several dock workers and thugs. Maybe 100. I can't be more specific, but we stayed away from populated parts of the village so the old man couldn't get a description of us to alert Konoha, who would alert Mizu. Naruto's sweat dropped and said, that's it. Where were you supposed to get your pay from? How do you contact Gato? Anything. Zabuza said, cool it, kid. Gato living at the Wave Lord's mansion, and that is where I am supposed to meet him after I kill the old man. Missing nins don't contact our clients for problems. We either deal with them ourselves or die. Naruto rubbed his temples and blinked and quickly put his hands together and said, Kujibunshin no Jutsu. As 10 clones appeared and Naruto unsealed a scroll, which he unsealed several scrolls and in bottles of ink and said, begin sorting that info. As he gave the clones the ink and scrolls. Tenten said, what's up, Naruto? Naruto said, too much info right now, give me a few minutes to sort it out. Then I'll tell you. Hubby said, hey Gaki. What can you do about our 2 guests here? I mean, they agreed to let you seal them. Naruto thought a moment and said, Kakashi-sensei, Guy-sensei. Do either of you have a problem having control over Zabuza? Zabuza said, what do you mean control? Naruto said, I'm going to place a seal on you that will allow you to go 100 yards away from either Guy or Kakashi. You will have access to your chakra, but if you exceed that limit your chakra will seal off and you will begin to feel pain similar to the Hyuga cage bird seal, except it will start out as just a tingle, then a slight burning, then it will feel like you're on fire and then extreme pain until you either pass or die. The only way to stop it is to get back inside the range of Kakashi and Guy, who will have a control seal on them. If you act suspicious or attack us, then either of them will be able to activate the seal on its highest level, stopping you. Also, if you think killing them and taking the seal to escape, it would also be a bad idea, because the seal that gives you the range to move around will be encoded to their chakra signature, and if one of them dies, then if you're not close enough to the other, it will be like you ran outside of the probation area you are given. I'm asking both Guy and Kakashi because I know that with your chakra sealed off, either of them will be able to stop or kill you. I am also going to ask Neko and hubby to do the same for Haku. Same condition, but I am also putting a bloodline protection seal that will protect her bloodline but can also be used to seal off her bloodline if she breaks her probation. You may be Tenten's uncle, then again you could have already knew who we were and had this all planned to get close to us. With what we are preparing for, I wouldn't doubt the second possibility. A clone said, hey boss, check this out. Naruto blinked and said, what? As he walked over and looked at the map the clones had made by putting the scrolls together and said, so you got all the info already? Another clone said, yeah we did. Naruto said, alright, start explaining what you got while I begin sealing these 2. Zabuza, you're first. Zabuza frowned and said, you do know what you are doing, right? Naruto glared at him and Kakashi said, Naruto is actually Konoha greatest sealmaster. He's already destroyed Orochimaru curse seal as well as created several other seals. Zabuza said, right, what do I need to do? Naruto said, just sit down and shut up while I draw the seal over your heart. Zabuza glared at him and sat down, and Naruto began to draw a seal as everyone moved to the 5 feet bt 4 feet map on the ground. A clone said, now, as you can see, this is an aerial view of Wave. Right here is the bridge that the old man is building. There is a crane, a few boxes, and some bags of cement, a mixer, and metal supports to go in the concrete. Other than that there isn't really anything else on the bridge. Over here we have the village, and let's just say my childhood would be a good example of how things are going there. There are 37 mercenaries stationed around the village. All the people cleared the streets as a 5 o'clock curfew is in effect there, and anyone caught outside is used as entertainment by the mercenaries. There was 40 mercenaries who caught a little girl before she could escape, and my bird clones used wind manipulation on its wings and sliced their heads off of the other 3 mercs. Zabuza said, those birds are clones and yours. Naruto glared and said, unless you want to spend the rest of the month as woman on her period, you will shut up. I got the memories of freezing to death when Frosty over here froze the bird and knocked it into the water. And who told you to stop? Keep going, lazy ass clone. The clone said, kiss my blonde ass. A kunai killed that clone and Tenten said, we really need to address your mental evaluation, Naruto. Naruto said, no, there's nothing wrong with my mind, it's my personality that's fucked up. Now one of you continue. As he continued to draw the seal. Another clone said, right, now the only business still open after 5 p.m. is a bar that is owned by Gato, which has several hotel rooms above the bar and is rented out by the hour, with a slave chained in each room, and I don't mean just woman either. Causing everyone to shiver. The clone continued, anyways, over here we have a set of warehouses, there are a total of 12 men guarding these warehouses. After checking the inside of them we found 2 Iwa nins, Chunins I say, building a bunker under the warehouses. The crates inside are stored with food, medicine, weapons, and armor. Kakashi said, Iwa, what are they doing here? The clone said, I'll get to that in a minute. Now over here at these warehouses there are 12 more men guarding them. Inside are shipping crates on top of shipping crates that have people inside of them. How many I can't be sure, but I did find 3 very interesting prisoners. The Godai Mizukage and her 2 bodyguards. At this everyone's eyes widen and Zabuza said, when the hell did they replace Yagura and who is it? The clone said, Mei Terumi. Zabuza screamed, what? As Naruto said, seal. As Zabuza instantly felt pain and Naruto saw Zabuza fall to his knees and Naruto pulled out 2 tags and said, stick those on the top of your hands and send chakra into them so they can transfer to your skin, and hurry. Until you do, no brows is being tortured. Kakashi and Guy quickly grabbed them and after putting them on Zabuza began to relax and Tenten glared at Naruto and said, what did you do that for? Naruto said, Zabuza been who knows how long doing things his way. Sooner or later he would have tempted himself to see how bad the pain would be by trying to escape. I simply sped the process up. I trust I don't have to do the same to you. As he looked at Haku. Haku said, no, but where will you have to place the seal? Naruto sighed and pulled out a scroll and unsealed a huge towel and said, this is the best I can give you and if you want you can go behind the tree for some modesty and call me when you're ready but it will have to go over your heart also. Haku took the towel and went behind a tree and the clone said, as I was saying, Mei is currently being held prisoner in one of the crates along with some guy named Ao who dresses like Haku so I am assuming he's a member of the Hunter Nins. Zabuza frowned and said, worse, he's the head of Kiri Hunter Nin Division. He got the title after he killed a rude assassin who came to kill Yagura. As a reward Ao was given the assassin eye that he lost in serving the Yondaime Mizukage. A Byakugan eye. Both Neji and Hinata eyes widen at this as other frowned. The clone said, yeah, I can tell by the talismans that he has on his head that it is both a gift and a curse. It can't be transferred or removed. Anyone who attempts to do so will be killed. Even Ao. As Haku called Naruto over after he gave Hubby and Neko the same type of seals that he gave Kakashi and Guy he asked, what about the other guy? The one with that fucked up sword. The clone said, oh yeah, him. They call him Chojuro. He's got this double-handled sword thing wrapped on his back. He has sharp teeth like a shark and wears glasses and looks like headphones. Zabuza who had gotten up said, so he's a member of the 7 swordsmen. I wonder who died. As he saw everyone looking at him and sighed and said, once you're a member of the 7 swordsmen, it's for life. You don't replace a member until an old one dies. That is why even though I tried to kill Yagura I'm still considered one of the 7. Besides being swordsmen, all our teeth are sharpened like sharks using a jutsu to help separate us from other swordsmen and to scare our enemies. Naruto who came back around and said, well Haku done. So we have the Godai Mizukage, the head of the Hunter Nins of Kiri and another member of the 7 swordsmen. Anything else? Ino said, shouldn't you already know? I mean you get the memories also. Naruto said, you're right, I do. But if you ever been in my apartment you would notice that I've come up with a way to sort the information into an easier way of getting it. Normally it's like a mass of jumbled up information which is why I have clones work on specific things like on this I had one work on building a detailed map of the island, one on building locations, one on enemy locations, one on VIP, one on targets of ability, and one on threat assessments. That way I don't actually have to spend hours or days looking through the memories and possibly lose some of it. Sakura said, well that explains why you went to so much work to set your apartment up like that. Naruto nods and one clone said, boss, I still think you should look at this. Naruto sighed and said, what is it? As he walked over to the clone. The clone said, look at the map from this spot. Naruto looked at it and said, what? The clone said, don't you see it? Naruto said, see what? What are you wanting me to look at? The clone said, the seals boss. The seals. Naruto blinked as he looked at the map and his eyes widened and said, "What the hell?" As he bent down and began to look at the map closer. Sasuke said, "What is it, Dobi?" Naruto narrowed his eyes and said, "Is this accurate?" As he looked at the clone. The clone said, "I went over the memories several times to make sure. It's real." Naruto frowned and said, "But," in a confused voice. Tenten asked, "What is it he's talking about?" Naruto, who had his eyes narrowed, and said, "Tazuna, how much do you know about the history of Wave?" Tazuna said, "Some. I've lived there all my life." "Why?" Naruto asked, "Who built the drainage canal system?" Tazuna said, "The people of Wave put the locks up. It was a group thing to help keep the island from sinking." Naruto shook his head and said, "No, I mean who actually built the canals themselves." Tazuna blinked and said, "No one, they are natural." Naruto said, "No, that is something I am sure about. These canals are not natural, they were created by someone who was extremely powerful and extremely smart." Kakashi said, "What are you going on about, Naruto?" Naruto said, "Look here, the smaller lines in the background of important places, look at them closely and tell me what you see." Kakashi looked at it as did the others, and Kakashi said with a surprised voice, "They are seals." Naruto said, "But not just any seals. I recognize the design, it's the basic seal design for my 4 heavenly swords jutsu. Someone's designed this to create a clone of themselves in the future to deliver a message or do something. The thing is, I have to know for sure." As he stood up and began to go through hand signs slowly. Kurenai said, "What are you doing?" Naruto, who continued with the hand signs, said, "Hand signs and seals are both nothing more than a form of molding and manipulating chakra. Since I've studied so much about both seals and hand signs, breaking them down to be used in either case, I can tell which hand signs would be used to do the same thing with seals, so I am reversing it and transferring those seals over to hand signs." As he finished, and a puff of smoke covered the clearing. When the smoke cleared, a very old-looking woman in a traditional Chinese-style dress stood there, and several gasped as they saw the look of how closely the woman was to Tenten. The woman said, "Hello to whoever has found this. I know this must be exciting for you having figured this out, but this message is for a very specific person. Myself. I am Tenten Ukami Uzumaki." At this, everyone was wide-eyed, and Tenten and Naruto both looked at each other in shock. The woman said, "If things work out like I think they will, then I hope this will get to me before it's too late. To prove I am who I am, I will tell a secret that nobody knows. The night before the Wave mission, I wasn't at my cabin. I wasn't even in Konoha." Everyone turned to Tenten, who was frowning, and Ino said, "Is that true?" Tenten glanced at Naruto, who said, "Yeah, it's true, and neither was I." Before anyone could say anything, the old Tenten said, "Now I won't say anything else about that, and if you are not me, then you will find most of this boring, or confusing, but this message was for myself. I'm sure you have many questions, and most I won't be able to explain because I don't want to ruin the surprise of life. I won't explain how I am doing this or how I am even here. All I am going to say is you must warn your father-in-law. The father of the other fiancé is dead. Killed by the man who sheds skin like a snake. He took the form of the man he killed and will use it to strike at the will of fire. While doing so, he will kill the man who took 2 cherries in 1 day and paid for it with months of service. In order to save the will of fire and the thief, the lost prince of Whirlpool must go to the bottom of the whirlpool in the lighthouse. At the bottom of it is a scroll. It is both a blessing and a curse. The prince must get it and use it before entering the land of his first half of his real last name. If he does, then the thief and the will of fire will be safe. If he doesn't, then both will be lost. All hope rests on the shoulders of the lost prince, and if he is able to save the mistress of boiling lava. Be warned though, the old wolf of stone and his stone army waits for the prince to get revenge for the cub he lost to the coward of light. Without the whirlpool's curse, the prince will fall. Have faith in the prince, and be sure to kick the maiden of wind in the twice. Good luck and enjoy the journey, I am." Before she disappeared in a puff of smoke. Once she was gone, everyone was looking at Tenten, who said, "Okay. I'm confused as hell." Naruto said, "It was coded so if someone else got it they wouldn't know it, or at least know all of it. It's obvious that she said the Cage is dead or will be dead, and he will be impersonated by Orochimaru. It's also obvious that Orochimaru is going to attack Konoha. The lost prince was me, and she meant I need to dive into the bottom of the whirlpool in the whirlpool seal. I don't know who the stone wolf is, but I'm guessing it's an Iwa nin that wants revenge for what dad did to them. I have no idea who the mistress of boiling lava is. The maiden of wind might be the Cage daughter. Who would the cherry thief be?" Tenten said, "The cherry thief was my dad. I won't explain, and I knew it was code talk. I was just confused on who the lava mistress is and how in the hell that was me as an old woman." Naruto said, "I have no clue on the last one, but I did understand the other part of the message." The only way this could have been done was with my help, and she said for you to enjoy the journey. She is, not was. Somehow I am still alive when you're enjoying life. Tenten smiled and said, good save. So what should we do? Naruto looked at everyone and said, what do you think? Zabuza said, I don't know how that just happened, but if it was real, the mistress of boiling lava would be Mei. She'd possess both the lava release bloodline as well as the boiling release bloodline. Asuma said, the old wolf is the Sandaime Tsuchikage, if this was real. It was a message warning us that Iwa is coming after you. Zabuza said, but the thing I found interesting was the name she called herself, Uzumaki. Naruto said, so what about it? Zabuza said, you wrote the seal on my chest left-handed. Skin on skin contact. I can't see it, but I know what I felt. Naruto eyes widened as he paled, as did Tenten, and Kushina said, oh, is there something you both want to tell us? Naruto said, nope. Kushina said in a motherly scolding tone, Naruto Uzumaki Namikaze, you will tell me this instant what is going on. I know what Zabuza was gesturing toward. Now tell me, why are you wearing a ring on your ring finger? Naruto gave her a deadpan expression and said, that tone don't work on me. I've faced the Shinigami. Literally. I've been closer to death more times than most shonen. If I said there is nothing to tell, it either means there is nothing to tell or it is none of your business. Kushina said, it is my business, you're my son and she's my goddaughter. I have the right to know what's going on in your life. Naruto said, and that is exactly why you don't know. It's my life. He was stopped by Tenten, who placed her hand on his shoulder. Naruto sighed and Tenten said, he's mostly right. It's our life. The reason we weren't in the village and were late getting to the gates is because we wanted something that was ours. It was our wedding. Everyone's eyes widened and Kushina said, you got married. As a shocked look was replaced with a hurt one. Naruto said, yeah. Kushina said, but why? Tenten said, because it was our wedding. If we told you it couldn't have been just our wedding, it would have become the Yondaime-san and the Ukami clan heiress wedding. Hundreds of people would have had to come because it was socially required. The same people who made Naruto life a living hell by trying to kill him for protecting them. Dad would have wanted to go all out as best as he could afford to make it special, and you would have tried to make peace between Naruto and his father, who would have had tried to earn points by sucking up but would have blown it because people would be coming up to him sucking up, ruining our wedding. Naruto doesn't love the other girl. She's marring him out of duty. All she is and will most likely be is nothing more than a bitch to give birth to a kid for the sake of a treaty, and yet if we waited to get married and do it at the same time with her, it wouldn't be our wedding, it would be the son of the Yondaime, the Kazekage daughter, and some minor heiresses. Our vows to each other were ours and ours alone. What was said and what was offered was only for our ears and hearts. We didn't fall in love because of an arrangement. We fell in love because we trust each other and cherish each other, not because you said so, but because we actually do. We've been each other's strength and weakness, each other courage and fear. If you actually love your husband, then you know what I am saying. Kushina looked down and Naruto said, also, it's because I couldn't trust you. You already broke my trust once by listening in on my conversation with him and had everyone here witness what happened and what was said. Kushina said, I see. Tenten said, we didn't want anyone to know because we were planning to let you have your big wedding and ceremony if we couldn't figure some way out of Naruto marrying that other girl. That would have been the wedding for you and everyone else to come to. This was just going to be our secret. Naruto said, but you thought you had to meddle in our affairs, and so did you. As he kicked Zabuza in the leg that Haku was healing, causing Zabuza to flinch. Zabuza said, well, excuse me. I just met my niece who I just found out about and I'm trying to figure out as much about her as I can. Naruto said, well, ask her. The only other info I got is that Gato has 60 men on guard around the Wavelord's mansion where Gato's living. He's also got 5 slave women there for his personal use. That's all the info I was able to receive. Kakashi said, well, at least we have a general idea of what to expect now. I don't like the fact we got those Iwa nins here and there could be more in underground tunnels. Iwa can make them in less than a week. Was that real, Naruto, not one of your tricks or pranks? Naruto frowned and said, Kakashi-sensei, I may be better than average, but I don't know shit about earth manipulation, and even with my reserves there is no way I could have dug those canals in the shape they are in since we graduated the academy, and before that I knew jack shit about seals, and do you honestly think the people of Wave would let me come here and dig those seals? This is legit. I may be a prankster, but even I would never dream of something like this. Kakashi said, very well, the message said there's a scroll you need to get. If you and Tenten went through all the trouble to set it up, then it must be important. Naruto sighed and said, right. Watch my body. As he walked over and sat down in a meditative position. A few moments later Tenten said, he's inside the seal. Kushina said, you talk with your uncle. I'll watch him. Tenten frowned and said, alright, but if anything happens. Kushina said, I'll summon you immediately. As she sat down in a meditative position also. Naruto was standing beside the whirlpool when Kushina walked up and she said, are you sure about this, Naruto? Naruto said, no, but if we set this up it must be important. Kushina said, I should warn you, when you enter the whirlpool it will be like that storm you were in except much more extreme. This whirlpool is created with all the knowledge of everyone connected to it and if you're not careful it might consume you. Also, don't fight the pull, flow with it, use it to your advantage. While the currents of the whirlpool are strong and hard to break free of, the center of the whirlpool at the bottom is also the weakest and easiest place to break free of. Naruto bit his lip and said, I see, that makes sense actually. Kushina said, I'm sorry son. I just. Naruto turned and hugged her and said, I know mom. I know that you didn't mean to do it and you want to make up for lost time, but I'm not a kid, in the eyes of the law I am already an adult. I've already killed mom, my hands are stained with blood, respect me as your son, but also respect me as an adult. Kushina said, it's hard. I have to cut the apron strings before they were ever tied. Naruto said, just knowing you love me and didn't abandon me was enough mom. Knowing that was one of the 3 best presents you ever gave me. Kushina said, what were the other 2? Naruto said, my life and my love, you knew Tenten would make me happy even before I was born. Because of that I now have the greatest wife in the world. Kushina smiled and said, so, do I need to start worrying about grandkids? Naruto blushed and said, mom. Kushina laughed and Naruto smiled before he jumped into the air and backflipped and dived into the middle of the whirlpool. Kushina choked as she saw this and bit her lip and closed her eyes and said, whoever is up there watching over us, please return my son to me and let him and his wife have a long happy life. As she sat down, Naruto who was being pulled down began to swim with the current as memories and feeling hit him over and over again. Back with the others Tenten frowned as she felt Naruto emotions and thought, please be safe. Neji walked over to her and said, can I speak with you, privately? Tenten nods and both walked away from the others. When they were a distance away she asked, so what did you want? Neji said, what are we? Tenten sighed and said, I know what you're asking, but answer me this, if Naruto didn't trick you, would you have asked me out? Neji said, no. As Naruto said, I am betrothed currently to Hanabi-sama. Tenten said, I see, well did you like me? Neji said, truthfully, I did care for you, but not like you claimed you cared for me. I think it was more of a sisterly feeling. We have been through a lot and, don't tell Lee I said that but I actually feel more of a connection to both of you as family than I do my clan. Tenten smiled and said, so when you asked me out it was a brother kind of thing. Neji said, yes. Tenten said, good. I don't have to cut off your balls now, but I do care for you also, just not like Naruto. I can't explain it. Neji said, unique. I believe he can change fate. Tenten glared at him and said, anyways, what I wanted to talk to you about is I wanted to tell you the truth, not like it came out earlier. I wanted to ask you if you had feelings for me and if you would help us to keep our marriage a secret. You heard why we wanted our wedding private. Neji said, yes, and I could understand that, truthfully. I'm surprised it took you this long to do it. Tenten's eyes widened and said, what? Neji said, my eyes see everything. I could tell you were falling for him. I could tell by the way you walked to the way you talked that something inside of you had changed and you were falling for him more and more. Also, don't tell him, but I saw through his act. Tenten blinked and became shocked as the words registered and said, then, but. Neji smirked and said, what Naruto said about prodigies is true, we do look for the easiest way to get strength, my path was learning to read body language and using it to my advantage. Tenten said, but that would mean. You jerk. As she smiled as she punched him in the shoulder. Neji said, you're one to talk. Now come on, I'm sure you're worried about your husband. Tenten smiled and said, thanks Neji. Neji said, fate decided long before we ever met that you and he were to be together, considering somehow you both broke the bonds of time together somehow shows this. Even escaping to a different time, you can't escape fate. Tenten glared at his back and said, sometimes I wonder what it was that I saw in you. Neji turned and said, you liked my eyes because of the color and you liked my ass. Tenten became red and said, pervert. As they both came back to the group Tenten was still glaring at Neji and Zabuza asked, everything okay? Tenten said, yeah, nothing to worry about, as she glanced over at Naruto and bit her lip. Chapter 17. It was half an hour later when Kushina, who was sitting by the whirlpool, noticed something. At first it was minor, but slowly building up, the whirlpool was stopping. After the water completely stopped, blonde hair could be seen coming out of the top of the water, slowly followed by Naruto head and then his body as he walked out of the water with a huge 3-foot long and 2-foot thick scroll in his hands. Once he stepped out of the water onto the shore, he fell down on his ass and said, "Damn, this had better been worth it." Kushina said, "Are you alright, son?" Naruto said, "Besides the fact I saw countless memories from Kyuubi and saw the day I was conceived from both yours and Dad's view, yeah, I'm pretty good." In a sarcastic yet amused tone. Kushina blushed and Naruto said, "By the way, I'm killing Dustin for what he did to you." Kushina said, "I already got my revenge, so you can't do anything to him." Naruto frowned and said, "I can still prank his ass. Anyways, come on, I'll meet you outside with the others." Kushina said, "But what about the scroll?" Naruto said, "Just trust me." As he stood up and walked to his exit. A few moments later in the real world, Naruto yawned before he opened his eyes and held both hands flat out in front of him, and his hands began to glow as chakra began to take shape and took the shape of a scroll before it became solid, shocking everyone. Kushina said, "How did you do that?" Naruto said, "Don't worry about it. Let's see what was so important." And thought, or see the looks on everyone's faces when they hear what I suspect after I saw some of Kyuubi's memories. As he opened the scroll and the scroll began to smoke before a puff of smoke, and another Naruto who looked to be in his 60s stood there, but he was wearing a white robe and black tinted glasses. Old Naruto, or Onaru, said, "Hello. So it looks like this is just outside of Waves since I see Tazuna and the others. I guess my wife was right." Kushina said, "Naruto, is that you?" Onaru said, "Hello mother. It's good to see you after all these years. How are you?" As a look of sadness briefly crossed his face. Kushina said, "I'm well, but why are you here?" "I mean." Onaru said, I wish I could tell you mother. I wish I could tell all of you, but what I have to say can only be heard by Naruto and Tenten. It is for them alone. I know you all don't like this, but it's something personal. It's how to cure him of dying an early death. It's a secret though, please accept my answer." Kakashi said, "Very well. Will this take long?" Onaru said, "About 15 minutes at most. If you would both follow me." As he began to walk away. After going about a mile away with both Naruto and Tenten following him, Onaru said, "If you would both sit down and listen. I don't have much time and I have a lot to say. A lot of it will make you confused at first, but hold all questions until the end." Both Nod and Onaru said, "I partially lied back there. While I do know the cure to heal you and will tell you, it wasn't the actual reason my wife and I went through all the trouble we did to do this. As hard as this is to believe, you need to know the truth about what's going on. You see, while I am in fact an older you, I have lived by another name for many years. That name is the Six Realm Sage." Causing both Tenten and Naruto's eyes to widen. Onaru saw Naruto was about to speak and said, "No questions. Now I know you're asking how is that possible. Well, it's possible because of my enemy, the enemy who was responsible for the Kyuubi attack, responsible for the Uchiha massacre, responsible for the attack on Whirlpool, responsible for the death of hundreds of thousands of people, and so many more horrible things." Tenten said, "Who?" Onaru said, "I can't tell you. I won't tell you. There is a chance to stop it from happening, but the only way it can happen is if you don't know who he is until you stop the genjutsus. You see, as crazy as this sounds, there is a genjutsu that has been placed on the moon. This genjutsu was created with the sole purpose of killing me. All those deaths, the Kyuubi attack, the Uchiha massacre, all 3 great shinobi wars, the destruction of Whirlpool, all of these things were done by this genjutsu. All to destroy me before I have to confront the man responsible for casting the genjutsu." Naruto asked, "But how is that possible?" Onaru said, "There is a secret in the Uchiha clan that almost nobody knows about. There are in fact 2 types of Sharingans. The Sharingan of the hand and the Sharingan of the mind. Most Uchiha have the Sharingan of the hand, but every once in a while an Uchiha is born with the Sharingan of the mind. Those Uchiha who are born with that one are called Uchiwas instead of Uchihas because they have the power to bend or destroy a person with a simple glance from their eyes. They can make you do anything you want with their eyes. Even kill yourself, but there is another secret that is even more feared in the Uchiha clan. An Uchiha can feel guilt over killing their best friend, and the guilt gives them what is known as the Mangekyou Sharingan. It is incredibly powerful but comes at a price. The more it is used, the more the person who has it goes blind. The only way to save their eyesight is to not use it or to take the eyes from another Uchiha, usually a sibling. By doing this, the Uchiha gets an even more powerful Sharingan and doesn't have to worry about going blind, but you see, If an Uchiha or an Uchiwa took the eye from someone who had the other eye, they would gain extreme powers. An Uchiha gaining the Sharingan of an Uchiwa gains the power to alter reality around them limitedly to where they could become as fake as a simple bunshin as an attack passes through them but then become solid a moment later. They also gain some ability to control people with genjutsu. Madara Uchiha falls into this category. Both teens' eyes widen and Onaru said, but an Uchiwa who gains the eyes of an Uchiha power with genjutsu becomes nearly absolute where they can alter reality on a huge scale to where genjutsu becomes reality. My enemy, the one who is behind all of this, falls into that category. The only limit he has is the amount of chakra he has at his disposal. What I am here to do is to warn you about this man and about what I call the keys. Certain people who are deciding factors in the events of the world that is created by the Sharingan. These people are people that my enemy knows stand a chance in either weakening me or destroying me. The attack on the village of Whirlpool was an attempt to kill Mom so I would never be born. The first two shinobi wars were used to try and kill Dad by killing his parents since my enemy doesn't know who his parents are. Tenten said, are, as in still alive. Onaru said, yes, Dad is in fact the son of Tsunade Senju, and here is in Sarutobi, the Sandaime Hokage. Naruto breath froze in his throat as he heard this and Onaru said, that is how the son I had was able to possess the Mokuden bloodline. Naruto said, how is Gigi? Onaru said, Tsunade's little brother had died on a mission when she was just a little older than you both are. Since he was the last family she had left in the world at the time his death hurt her greatly, she tried to drink her pain away. Now her teammate Orochimaru thought that she should just get over it and go on with her life. Jiraiya though tried to comfort her, but he got drunk and made a pass at her and she nearly killed him. Hurt him enough to put him in the hospital. She was arrested and Gigi came and got her out of jail and took her back to his place to try and help comfort her. Somehow one thing led to another and boom, Dad was conceived. All I know really for sure is that Tsunade didn't know she was pregnant. War was going on, she went into labor in her 7th month. By the time I found this out Gigi was dead so I can't be sure what happened. Tsunade was told the baby lunges was not mature enough and passed away. All I can tell you is that he did what he thought was best for everyone. Naruto said, but. Onaru said, war was going on, if Tsunade wouldn't have become a Sannin by becoming a mother then Konoha would have fallen and Dad would have died and we wouldn't have been born. She was too young to become a mother and Gigi couldn't have taken care of a baby while trying to lead an army to save the village. If he could I'm sure he would have taken us in instead of what happened. There are hundreds of thousands what if and could have and should haves as well as what ifs. Think about Hiyashi, Hinata father. I bet there are days that he wishes he could go back in time and shove his brother out of his mom's twat first instead of him coming out first. Both teens blushed at the thought of that and Onaru smirked and said, all we can do is do our best, and live with the results, and right now it is time for both of you to do just that. Aki is preparing to kill you and destroy Konoha. If you kill him first or stop him then everything that was affected by the genjutsu on him will be reversed and everyone and everything that was affected by it will cease to exist as a new reality will be formed. In order to get to the real reality you must destroy all the keys before they destroy you and Konoha. Normally if I tell you who the first key is and you stop him when reality resets itself you would lose all your memories and knowledge, but the Whirlpool Lighthouse seal was designed by me. It protects both of your minds so when reality resets, your bodies will reset but you both will still remember what has happened as well as my warning. Unfortunately when reality resets some things will change in ways you could never have comprehended. Kyuubi will be returned to the seal inside of you, and Mom and Dad will stop existing as you know them. Naruto screamed, what? Onaru said, shut up. I know you don't want to hear this but this reality around you isn't real, you and Tenten were not really engaged to each other. Mom didn't give her cherry to Dustin. She didn't escape Whirlpool with Evie and Dustin, she came to Konoha when she was 9 years old. The Uzumaki do have a bloodline but we are not the source of all bloodlines in the world. Our bloodline is stronger chakra because you are the father of the Uzumaki clan and you are the Jinchuriki of the Kyuubi. The genjutsu of us being the source of all bloodlines was part of the illusion on Madara to get him to destroy Whirlpool in hopes of destroying Mom. This is only a part of what is wrong with the world. The only reason Mom and Dad are back is because of the genjutsu on the Tsuchikage in order for him to hate you because Dad killed his son during the war. My enemy would do anything to stop me and that is to turn everyone against me and hate me. Our bloodline, Kyuubi, our parents, even Tenten. Tenten frowned and Naruto glared at Onaru who said, look, I hate doing this to you but if you don't stop the first key then Konoha will be destroyed and my enemy will destroy the world. All our friends, family, and loved ones are counting on us. If you are who I remember being then you vowed to protect those precious to you, even at the cost of your life. You would do anything for them, well that is exactly what is required. To save everyone you can, You have to give up everything, damn it, I'm almost out of time, listen and listen closely. As he took a deep breath and said, as long as you have the Whirlpool Lighthouse seal on you will be able to remember everything to help you get stronger to protect your precious people. This is a game, 3 steps forward 2 steps back. In a few days the Tsuchikage himself will appear here in Wave to set up an underground base to house his troops who will sweep in and destroy Konoha. In order to save Konoha you either have to kill the Tsuchikage or stop him from being able to set up his base here. He is the first key. Do that and reality will reset. The other keys are Orochimaru, a man who calls himself Pain who possesses the legendary Rinnegan, Kisame Hoshigaki, Madara and all the Biju he has with him, and finally my enemy, the real man behind everything. To save your life from the effects of regeneration you will have to get the blood of a Hydra and drink it. A Hydra regenerates also from its wounds but it has special antibodies that keep it from dying quicker. Those antibodies are in its blood. You know where it is but you can't get to it until an enemy tries to get it. You will have to get it then or die at a young age. Tenten, your choice is this, you can either help him as his wife, living through all the journey coming or you can remove the seal from your neck and forget all about him when reality resets again. The choice is yours. Good luck both of you. As he disappeared in a puff of smoke. Tenten glared at the spot Onaru had been as did Naruto who frowned as he looked down and Tenten said, Naruto put his hands over his eyes and said, I knew it. I knew it couldn't be real. Tenten frowned and said, if what he said is true then there is no way you could have known about the genjutsu. Naruto looked up at her and Tenten's eyes widened as she saw tears and Naruto said, not that. I knew nobody could actually love me. The only reason you're here is because of some fucking genjutsu. Slap. Naruto was knocked back on the ground several feet away by Tenten who was pissed and had her hands on her hips and was giving Naruto what he would soon learn was called the look. Tenten said, don't you dare say that my feelings for you is some kind of trick or joke. I meant every single word I said to you yesterday. Every word was spoken from my heart and I don't care if we weren't together because of some arrangement. It actually makes me love you that much more. You are my husband. I am your wife. Never doubt my feelings for you. I don't care if I have to fight every demon in hell, every angel in heaven, every ninja in the world as well as the Shinigami. I am going to be by your side giving you my love always. Now stop acting like the poster boy for Emo Weekly or I will put a kunai where the sun doesn't shine. Naruto moved his jaw back and forward and said, you slapped me. Tenten said, you damn right I did. Naruto said, I can't believe you slapped me. Tenten said in a sickening sweet voice, and I can do it again if you don't snap out of it. Naruto looked at her eyes for several moments and Tenten said, what? Finally having enough. Naruto smiled and said, I just remember why I fell in love with you. I'm sorry I doubted you for a moment. I just. Tenten pulled him into a hug and rested her head on his shoulder and said, I know. I questioned it myself for a moment, but then I remembered every moment we have been together and I realized I was being an idiot. It's not a genjutsu that made me fall in love with you. It's who you are, here. As he put her hand above his heart. Naruto let a tear fall and said, you don't know how much that means to me. Tenten said, I do, because you mean that much to me. As she moved back. Naruto bit his lip and said, what do we do? Tenten frowned and said, what do you think? I don't do things half-heartedly. We sent this message first and set this up. I guess the only thing we can do is face these challenges. Naruto said, but, what about Kyuubi? Aren't you scared of him? Tenten said, the fox is the fox, you're you. I may be scared of him a little though it's kind of hard to be scared of him when you seen him as a chibi, but either way, I'm not scared of you. As she turned and started to walk back to camp. Naruto shook his head and thought, I will never understand you completely. Tenten smirked and thought, but are you feelings for me real? Then a flashback of the words her future self said appeared in her mind and thought, I guess we both have moments Naruto. I believe in you. When they made it back to camp Kushina said, so what did he say, where is he? Naruto said, gone. He only had enough chakra for a short message. Kakashi said, so what all did he say? Naruto said, not much, just the location and what the cure is to make it where I won't die young. Tenten said, he also told us one other thing. I think it would be a good time to summon Hokage-sama here. Naruto said, Tenten, what are you doing? Tenten leaned over and whispered in his ear, if what he said is true, do you want to have the last days you can see your parents being remembered where you couldn't trust your mom and your dad thinking you hate him? Naruto bit his lip and after a few seconds said, alright, I guess you're right. I mean we may be good and could do it ourselves but it won't hurt to have someone a lot stronger to help deal with this. Hubby asked, deal with what? Tenten said, the Tsuchikage himself will be arriving in a few days to set up an underground base in Wave. It's going to be a staging area to launch Iwa Nins into the Fire Country. The other Naruto told us that if we could stop him then it would force Iwa to come in across land. He also told us if we could him somehow then it would force Iwa to completely drop the idea of attacking the Land of Fire. Dragon said, and you weren't going to inform us about this, Naruto? In a bitter tone. Naruto said, I was going to inform you all after we got to Wave because right now our mission is to protect the bridge builder. To do that we first have to learn as much as we can about what is going on there. If I told you all now, I was afraid that everyone would focus on gathering information to counter the Tsuchikage and then we would fail to complete our mission of protecting the old man or gathering info about other threats. Kushina said, well, your actions might have been justified, son, but we need to know about this. I think having Minato and the other Anbu will be a good idea. As she took out a tri-pronged kunai and sent chakra into it before throwing it. A few seconds later a yellow flash appeared and Minato appeared in the clearing, quickly getting into a fighting stance looking for a threat, and Sweat dropped a moment and said, what's going on? Naruto sighed and explained what had been going on. When he was done Minato said, so let me see if I got this straight, you both eloped, met clones of your future selves, met your uncle, learned how to save your life which you won't tell us about, learned Orochimaru has or will kill the Kazekage, and learned that the Tsuchikage is about to set up a base here to launch surprise attack on Konoha after Orochimaru attack. Naruto said, yeah, that's it pretty much in a nutshell. Minato was quiet for several minutes and said, Neko, hubby guy. I am ordering you three to take the Genins and escort them along with Zabuza and Haku back to Konoha first thing in the morning. The rest of you also rest. I'll summon the other Anbu when we get to Wave and we will prepare a defense there to end this. Naruto said, but. Minato said, no son. You're strong, but you don't have experience. I know hubby had you kill a prisoner so you won't freeze up, but the others might. I am not going to take you all into combat so you can all die. Also we might be able to end this without anyone dying. As Hokage I am ordering you to follow my orders. Naruto frowned and remembered Tenten's words earlier and said, Dad. In a soft voice catching everyone's attention. Naruto bit his lip and said, I don't hate you. I am angry and hurt, but I don't hate you. I wanted to make you hurt you for all the pain I felt, but I was wrong. I'm proud to be your son, and yours also, Mom, and I trust you also, Mom. I just wanted to be selfish for once, to have something that was mine, that wasn't given to me because of my parents. Kushina smiled and said, it's all right, son. I just wanted to meddle in your life like an overprotective mother, to make up for, you know. Naruto smiled softly and he walked over and hugged his mom and then walked over and hugged his dad and said, I love you. In a whisper. Minato smiled and Naruto stepped back and looked at both his parents and thought, I'll destroy whoever you are for taking this from me. Across from him Tenten was silently making a similar vow to herself. The next morning the Genins from Konoha would leave heading home, but several birds watched over the ninja of Konoha who marched into Wave. They watched as Wave was liberated and then 2 days later watched as several ships exploded and began to sink into the sea, with the ninja of Konoha sending attacks at the Iwa Nins who were at a disadvantage being surrounded by water where they couldn't use most of their jutsu. The battle between the Tsuchikage and Minato was short-lived as he went to fight Minato. His anger over the surprise attack on the ships as well as seeing Minato was enough to cause his blood pressure to climb till he had a heart attack. And so the Sandaime Tsuchikage died, not in a glorious battle, but drowning trying to get his heart to work correctly as he sank under the water. As this happened the birds dispelled their chakra before the world began to shift and distort. For Naruto, him and Tenten both held onto each other at the cabin his clones had repaired as reality shifted and was destroyed as the first key was destroyed, and so the next morning both teens woke up in a new realm, the day of the Genin exam. Chapter 18. Naruto blinked as his eyes slowly focused and he saw the old familiar look of his apartment ceiling and frowned as a knocking noise was heard. He sat up and looked around the apartment and thought, what the hell? I'm here, but, was that a dream, or was it real, and what's that noise? Naruto, after a few moments of sitting there confused, he got up and walked to the door and opened it and saw Tenten standing there looking worried, and she said, Naruto. In a questioning tone. Naruto smiled slightly as he raised his left hand before touching his ring finger, and Tenten seeing this dove into the room tackling him into a hug and said, oh Naruto, it's really you. I was so worried. As she began to cry tears of joy. Naruto rubbed her back and whispered, Shish, it's alright, I'm here. Tenten, who had hiccups, said, I was so worried. I woke up this morning and found myself in my bed at the shop alone and, oh God, I am so happy to see you. Naruto said, How long have you been back, awake, here, whatever? You know what I mean. Tenten said, about 2 hours ago I woke up when my alarm clock went off. Oh god, Naruto, everything different, we're in the past, it's the day you stole the scroll. Naruto said, see. What should we do? Tenten said, I don't know, I'm scared, as she kept her head buried in her chest. Naruto tilted her head up and looked into her eyes and kissed her and blinked as they broke apart and said, great, I'm shorter than you again. Tenten sniffed and smiled slightly knowing he was trying to cheer her up and said, yeah, do you remember everything? Naruto thought a moment and said, yeah, thank you for telling on me. I didn't want to believe our future us's but seeing as we are here I guess it's true. I'm glad I got to make peace with mom and dad. Two voices in the back of their minds said, so are we. Causing both Naruto and Tenten to go wide-eye. Naruto said, Mom, Dad. As he nods to Tenten and both sat down and entered the lighthouse whirlpool seal. When they got to the primary whirlpool it was spinning again and beside it was Minato and Kushina. Kushina said, surprise. Naruto asked, but how are you here? Minato rubbed his head and said, well, your mother convinced me to help her medal. She didn't think you were telling the complete truth about what the other you said so. We sort of worked together to break in your mind son to find out what was going on. When we found out the truth we decided we couldn't let you both do it alone without some help so your mother and I changed our whirlpool seals a little to make it where we would be pulled along also as well as a few other surprises, like you both know how you feel weak. Naruto nods while narrowing his eyes and Minato said, well, the reason is you lost all those months of muscle memory and training so, before we sent you both back to Konoha I sort of put a time-space seal on you that would lock your bodies out of time connected to the whirlpool seal. What I can do is with your mother's help is transfer your souls to your future bodies while storing your current bodies inside the whirlpool seal because, well, I think I know how you became the 6 Realm Sage son. I researched the Rinnegan as well as the 6 Realm Sage and learned the sage had what he called paths. 6 bodies that were identical to his own each with a special power. I think that each of those bodies were in fact the bodies you should have had in each of these genjutsu the world is caught in. It's only a theory and I won't do something like this to force you like I did with sealing Kyuubi but Kushina said, we want to help you and our daughter-in-law any way we can. If you're angry at anyone be mad at me because this was my idea, it's just. I don't want to outlive my child and I. Naruto asked, what about the twins' mom, what has happened to them? Kushina said, I think I'm still pregnant but time doesn't exist here son so I can't have them. Naruto frowned and Tenten said, where are our other bodies stored at? Minato walked over to a tree that Naruto and Tenten hadn't noticed before and when he touched it the tree shimmered and revealed both their bodies. Tenten said, okay, how do we transfer to our other bodies? Naruto said, Tenten, don't. Tenten said, quite. I know from training with Guy Sensei that muscle memory is just as important as chakra control is. Our bodies are only about 4 months older than us at this point but our skills are that of our older bodies. Not these ones. It's bad enough we have to do the same missions over most likely. I don't want to repeat all our training to match where we are now, besides, I got an idea to get these bodies up to our future bodies level quickly. Naruto frowned and said, what's your idea? Tenten said, remember the trick you did with the birds, what if you did that to these bodies we are in after we get our older bodies? You could do that, couldn't you? Naruto said, well yeah. But, isn't that a little too close to what Orochimaru does? Tenten said, he takes over the bodies of others, we're just taking over our own bodies. Naruto looked at her and then at the bodies and after a few moments said, you're right. Kushina said, women usually are. As she shot a smirk to Tenten. Naruto sighed and said, alright, let's do this because if we are really when you said we are then I have to get to the academy and you have to get to your team. Minato said, alright, let's do this. Back outside the seal a few minutes later both Naruto and Tenten were covered in smoke. Back inside the seal Minato said, Kushina, I just thought of something. Their bodies were stored, only their bodies. Kushina eyes widened as she realized what Minato meant. Naruto and Tenten both waited until the smoke cleared and when it did both became beet red as they found themselves standing completely nude. Naruto turned around quickly and Tenten covered herself with her hands and arms and she looked around for anything to cover herself with and she blinked as she saw her wedding ring on her finger and she bit her lip and lowered her hands to her side and said, Naruto. Naruto said, I'm not looking, go ahead and get some cloths out of my room. I got my eyes closed. Tenten smiled slightly as she blushed and said, turn around. Naruto said, but. Tenten said, I told you to turn around, we are husband and wife, it's only right that you see me like this. Naruto said, but. Tenten walked forward and put her hand on his shoulder and said, "You are my husband, I am your wife. Seeing me like this is something only reserved for you, and seeing you like that is only something reserved for me. I love you. That's not going to change, so turn around, please." Saying the last part emotionally. Naruto slowly turned around as Tenten stepped back and she watched as his eyes slowly trailed down her body and she fought to control herself to keep from covering herself. Naruto stepped forward and said, "You are even more beautiful than I could ever imagine. I love you." As he kissed her. Tenten blushed and returned the kiss and put her arms on his chest as he pulled her closer to him as the kiss heated up. After several minutes of kissing they broke apart and looked into each other's eyes and Naruto said in a soft gasping breath, "I think we should stop." Tenten said, "Yes, we should." As she pressed her body closer to his. Naruto gulped and said, "We wanted to wait." Tenten said, "I know." As she began to rub her leg against his crotch. Naruto groaned and said, "We have place to be." Tenten said, "Yes, we do." As reached a hand down and stroked him. Naruto breath hitched and Tenten smirked before dropping to her knees. Naruto went wide-eyed and gasped at what was happening. Tenten, who glanced up from where she was, smirked and thought, "Must thank Anko and Kurenai for teaching me advanced kunoichi lessons." As Naruto got closer to release, Tenten picked up her pace and as she watched she smirked, and right before he released she stopped and stood up quickly, causing Naruto to get a shocked and hurt look on his face. Tenten said, "Now we are even for that thing in the woods. We'll have to continue when we are not in a hurry to go somewhere and when we have time, husband." As she kissed him and to his shock shushined away. Naruto blinked and thought, when the hell did she learn shushin, and what the hell am I going to do about this problem? As he groaned looking at his problem. After a very cold shower, Naruto noticed that all the seals he had on his body was still there and he noticed the Dreshbeer seal as well. Trying it out found Naruto in his Anbu uniform before he tried it again and found one of his civilian cloths before he found his full combat cloths. Thinking it over, Naruto went back to his civilian cloths, which consisted of a black pair of pants and a blue shirt. Naruto then shushined away to the top of the academy and while walking down the side of the building before he entered the building. As he got to class and opened the door, Iruka looked at Naruto and said, "You're late, Naruto." Naruto rubbed his head and said, "Sorry I'm late, I got lost before I got on the road of life." Iruka slapped his head and said, "Why were you late?" Naruto said, "Someone stopped me to tell me something important about the number 9. Iruka and Mizuki eyes widened while everyone else looked confused. Sakura said, "What the hell kind of excuse is that? That's the stupidest thing you have ever said, Baka." Naruto looked at Sakura and said, "No, the stupid thing I have ever said is how is the smartest girl in our class who spends all her time not chasing Sasuke or playing dress up in the library too stupid to look up the rules about restoring clans, or how is it the heiress to one of the major clans of Konoha break up her friendship with her best friend because she was too stupid to study the laws she needs to know about her duties as a clan heiress. After all, since Sasuke the last male of his clan with a bloodline. By law, he has to have more than one wife, meaning you both never had to break up your friendship. You could have shared. How's that, Ino pig, forehead?" Sakura said, "What did you say, Baka?" Naruto said, "I just commenting how everyone makes fun of you and every other fangirl because anyone with common sense knows that law. Hell, your mother is a librarian and knows that law, and Ino dad is a clan head and they never told you. Hell, I bet Shikamaru and Choji knew this as well. You know why they didn't tell you? They know their dad has made it where when you pass today the next generation Ino Shikacho group will be formed together, so Ino won't be with Sasuke, and as long as she spends all her time being a useless fangirl they don't have to train hard because it's too troublesome, and your mom never wanted you to be a ninja, Sakura, where you could go on a mission and die, or worse." Iruka said, "That's enough, Naruto." Naruto looked at Iruka and said, "Answer me something, Iruka-sensei, why is it, as their-sensei, who is supposed to prepare them for their future as shinobi and kunoichi, that you never told them that they may be great at book smarts but when it comes to actual skills they are the worst too in class, even worse than me, and that book smarts only get you so far?" Iruka frowned and said, "Naruto, I'm warning you. Stop." Naruto said, "What's the number 1 rule of being a ninja, sensei?" Iruka blinked and said, "What?" Naruto jumped to the wall and then to the roof and stuck to it, shocking most of the people in class, and Naruto crossed his arms and said, "Deception." As he reached into his weapon pouch, causing everyone to tense as suddenly the room was filled with clones of Naruto, who was sending charka to a kunai in his weapon pouch that he had took from his shinobi outfit. Naruto said, "Clones," before he replaced himself with Mizuki, who fell to the ground landing on his arm causing him to cry out, and Naruto said, "Replacement," before he hanged into Sasuke and said, "HN. Before he turned and walked out of the class with his hands in his pocket as a puff of smoke appeared on the desk where the hiates were and one appeared on Sasuke head as he walked out. Suddenly all the clones disappeared. Iruka shot a look at where Naruto was and frowned and Mizuki said, "What should we do, Iruka?" Iruka frowned and said, "He passed the test, Mizuki, there is nothing we can do. The only thing we could get him for is being late." Sakura said, "What about those things he said?" Iruka closed his eyes and said, "Sakura, as much as I hate to admit it, everything he said was true." Ino screamed, "What?" Before she turned to look at Shikamaru who looked bored and Choji who was eating a bag of chips and she said, "You both knew." Shikamaru sighed and said, "Troublesome." Choji bit his lip and said, "If we would have tried to tell you, Ino, you would have yelled at us and say we were jealous of Sasuke. You can be a real." He was stopped by Shikamaru who covered his friend's mouth. Shikamaru said, "Troublesome woman. I just can't believe Naruto of all people had the balls to say it." Kiba said, "Hey, where's Sasuke?" Shino said, "He snuck out after he heard how both Ino and Sakura could share him. I think he's becoming a missing nin." Just then a swirl of leaves appeared and an Anbu in a Hydra mask appeared with Sasuke who was screaming, "Let me go, let me go." Hydra said, "Sorry Uchiha, but you can't leave the village because of your fangirls. It would cost the number of cannon fodder we have to save the lives of real ninja to decrease by not having them here in the village when they chase after you." As he shushined away leaving Sasuke. Kiba said, "Hey, was that?" Shino nods and Shikamaru said, "Troublesome." Nobody noticed the shock looks on both Sakura and Ino face. Iruka said, "Settle down class, now we will proceed with the genin exam test." When Naruto got to the cabin he smiled slightly as he created 20 kg bunshin and they began to clean the weeds from the flower bed, cut the grass with kunais, cut the overweighted branches in the trees and disposing of them. Cleaning the dust out of the cabin and cutting a tree with wind chakra to make boards to replace old ones as well as tiles on the roof. This was the site that Dustin walked in on. Dustin looked around and said, "What is going on here?" All the Naruto there stopped and the real Naruto said, "Get back to work. I'll talk to him," as he walked forward to Dustin. The clones got back to work and Naruto said, "Hello Dustin sir. It's good to see you again." Dustin frowned as he looked at Naruto and said, "I've never met you." Naruto sighed and said, "My name is Naruto Uzumaki." Dustin said, "I know who you are." Naruto said, "Your name is Dustin, you're from the land of Whirlpool along with your wife Evie who passed away giving birth to your daughter Tenten. Your wife is buried over there and your daughter is named after her favorite flower. This cabin is owned by your family and Tenten comes here at times to think or be alone to be closer to her mom. You own the Wolf Claw weapons shop." Dustin asked, "And how do you know so much about me?" With narrowed eyes. Just then a shushin was seen and Tenten appeared and blinked as she said, "Dad, what are you doing here?" Naruto said, "He got here a few moments ago and I was trying to explain why I was here." Dustin looked back and forward and said, "What's going on here?" Tenten sighed and said, "You may not believe this Dad, but in about 4 months my team and Naruto team was sent on a joint mission together that went from AC rank to an S rank. An enemy ninja used a wide area attack where I was at and Naruto here used the Hiraishin to get to me and tried to get us out of the attack to save my life. Somehow the attack and us using the Hiraishin sort of caused a chain reaction that threw us back in time till last night. Ever since then we have been trying to gather information on what day it was, what's going on, how we survived, if we can go back to our own time and things like that. It's been one big headache." As she rubbed her face. Dustin blinked and said, "Is this true?" Naruto said, "Mostly, there are a few things she left out." Tenten walked over and elbowed him in the ribs and Naruto groaned as he rubbed them and Dustin asked, "Like what?" Tenten said, "Dad, before I tell you can you answer a few questions? You see, we're not exactly sure we wound up back in our timeline. I've noticed a few minor things that seem to be different. This was all one big accident to begin with and we're not sure all the effects." Dustin frowned and said, "So you're saying you're not Tenten?" Tenten said, "No Dad. What I am saying is I may not be your Tenten. I'm still your daughter but we don't really know what's going on. It could be that we could be I am your daughter and like the Kajbunshin no Jutsu, all the memories of another Tenten were given to me when the other Naruto tried to save her. That may be the case with this Naruto as well. We just don't know, it's all confusing." Dustin said, "Not really if you know someone who's messed with time-space jutsu." Naruto said, "Like my dad." Dustin eyes widened slightly and Naruto said, "Yeah, I know who he is." Dustin said, "I see, your dad and I were friends. I made the Hiraishin kunais for him." Naruto asked, Did you know my mom and did Evie and mom make any long-term plans for Tenten and me?" Dustin asked, like. Tenten said, an arranged marriage. Dustin's eyes widened and said, no. Kushina spent most of her time with Uchiha Makoto. I don't think Evie and her ever met outside of shop business. Only reason I even know who your mother was because Minato introduced her once and told me if anything happened to him the secret of the Hiraishin was to go to her for their children. Naruto frowned and said, so this is a different timeline. Tenten said, yeah, looks like it. As she looked at Naruto. Dustin looked back and forward before he asked, why did you ask about an arranged marriage? Tenten sighed and said, originally Naruto and I didn't actually meet until later tonight. Over the next couple of months we became the best of friends. A lot of things happened including his parents coming back to life. We found out his mom and my mom had arranged us in an arranged marriage but because of all the crap that happened with people hating him for Kyuubi and then turning around and sucking up to him because of his father when it was announced who he was as well as some other matters, right before the mission that we mentioned earlier we sort of secretly got married. Dustin screamed, married. Naruto said, more like eloped. Tenten hit him in the stomach again with her elbow and Dustin said, and was I there? Tenten said, there was another wedding coming up, one between Naruto, me, and the Kazekage daughter. An arranged marriage between the Yondaime Hokage and the Yondaime Kazekage. His parents and you were all sort of full throttle for that wedding where it was shaping up to be your wedding and not ours. We hadn't even met the other girl and didn't actually want her but nobody really was listening to us so we went to a nearby town after Naruto had a fight with his dad and broke his dad's jaw and got married. Dustin frowned and said, are you happy with him dear? Tenten said, yes. I love him dad. Dustin smiled slightly and said, good. I don't know what is happening but you are my daughter, and while your mom and his mom may not have had any arrangements, didn't mean his father and I didn't. Both teens face faulted and Tenten looked at Naruto and said, Neji. Naruto said, Neji. Dustin looked confused and Tenten said, so you don't have a problem with us being together. Dustin sighed and said, truthfully dear. I didn't really want to force you into it. Minato and I went drinking one night after peace had been declared between us and Iwa. It was more of a joke and neither of you were even thought of at the time and so I really didn't consider it real. It was just when you asked about an arranged marriage it triggered an old memory. Tenten said, so you okay with this dad? Dustin looked around and said, I guess the reason you're fixing this place up is you're planning to live here huh? Tenten said, yeah. Dustin sighed and said, I hate doing this. I feel like I'm losing a daughter. Naruto said, no, you're gaining a son, heads up, Anbu incoming. Tenten glanced at Naruto and said, what did you do this time? Naruto said, motivational speech to my genin class and told them basically kiss my ass. Tenten slapped her head and said, I swear. As she shook her head. Just then a four Anbu appeared and said, Naruto Uzumaki, you are ordered to come with us. Naruto said, where to? One of the Anbu said, to see the Hokage. Naruto said, fine, let's go, as he walked over and the Anbu shushined him away. Dustin said, I take it that kind of thing's normal. Tenten said, you have no idea dad, what are you looking at, get back to work. As she saw all the clones stop working. Dustin got an amused smile on his face and said, come on dear, let's head back to our home for now. I want to talk to you some more. Tenten nods and they both began to leave. When Naruto and the Anbu appeared in the Sandame's office Naruto's face became neutral and the Sandame said, leave us. The Anbu quickly left and the Sandame looked at Naruto and said, you have some explaining to do Naruto. Naruto said in a bored voice, do I, like what? The Sandame said, like that stunt you pulled today in the academy. Naruto said, which stunt would that be? The Sandame said, quite playing dumb Naruto, you know what I am talking about. Naruto said, do I? Perhaps I do, perhaps I don't. Perhaps I don't trust you enough to tell you the truth. The Sandame said, I order you to tell me the truth Naruto. Naruto said, but I'm not a ninja to be ordered yet. I haven't passed the real genin test. Still in a bored tone. The Sandame narrowed his eyes and said, how do you know about that? Naruto asked, know about what? The Sandame sat back in his chair and looked at Naruto and Naruto said, holy shit, what the hell? As he grabbed his arm where his Anbu tattoo was. The Sandame pursed his lip and said, how do you have an Anbu tattoo Naruto? Naruto frowned and said, what are you? God damn, what the hell? As he grabbed his arm again. The Sandame said, if I were to guess I would say Anko gave you that tattoo. She may not be up to Jiraiya or the Yondaime caliber but she's no slouch either. She'd put snake venom from a fire snake in the Anbu tattoo ink along with a small loyalty seal, and any time an Anbu loyalty isn't to the Hokage, the seal would flare to life, activating the venom in the ink, causing you incredible pain. So the way I see it is you can either start talking or I can sit here and watch as you suffer. Naruto quickly took off his shirt and began to look at his Anbu tattoo and whistles lightly and said, I'm impressed Anko, not to advance but not to novice either. The entire seal is basically a live electrical wire that makes contact with water when you go against the seal's primary directive. Personally, I would have modified the single polarity seal with a dual integrity seal. That way if the Hokage is someone like Danzo, they won't become subject to him and can still be loyal to the village and not to him. The Sandaime eyes widened and said, Who are you? Because Naruto Uzumaki wouldn't know the basic of those seals. Naruto glanced at him and stuck his thumb in his mouth and said, Really? By the way, tell Anko she needs to reddens the sub-pillar support seal, all it would take is blood coated with chakra to do this. As he wiped blood across part of the seal and it glowed a moment before turning black. Sarutobi asked, What did you do? Naruto shrugged and said, Turned off the part of the seal that could cause pain. Now I don't actually have to explain anything unless I want to, grandfather. Sarutobi frowned and Naruto said, And for you info, I was talking about blood relations, not sentimental. At this the Sandaime eyes widened as he paled. Naruto stood up and said, Since it seems I have you over the pit so to speak, here is what we are going to do. You are going to tell Anko to find Jiraiya and Tsunade. Tell her that someone has discovered a way to remove the curse seal, but for safety reason to make sure she doesn't die we need both Jiraiya and Tsunade here to assist in the process. Tell her the quicker the better. You are also going to tell Ibiki a deep cover Anbu created by the Yondaime Hokage has come out of cover and will be providing valuable intel for him to sort through to protect Konoha, but for security reasons the Anbu identity has to remain unknown to everyone but you. Tell him the Anbu mask is Hydra. Next you will put me on the same team with Sasuke and Sakura under Kakashi sensei. Once Tsunade and Jiraiya returns I will tell you everything you want to know, and I will even let you talk to your son since both mom and dad sealed themselves inside of me also. At this the Sandaime nearly had a heart attack and said, What? Naruto said, Who do you think helped train me in seals? Now there are things going on I can't tell you about. If you have to, give Anko a letter for Tsunade telling her about me and the truth about dad, but both her and Jiraiya have to get here before the Chunin exams. Orochimaru is on the move and has help from Danzo. The Sandaime said, What do you mean? Naruto said, Don't worry about it. Just know that Danzo won't live to see the exams. As he shushined away. The Sandaime frowned and thought, What happened to you, Naruto? Chapter 19. That afternoon, after spending several hours working on the cabin, Naruto shushined to his apartment and took a quick shower and changed into his civilian clothes again after washing them and using wind chakra to dry them. As he was getting ready to start cooking there was a knock at his door. Naruto thought, I know the signature and don't consider it a threat, but I can't remember whose it actually is. As he walked to the door. When he opened the door there stood an Anbu in a rabbit mask and Naruto thought, Oh, so that's who it is. And said, Can I help you? Rabbit said, Naruto Uzumaki, you are ordered to appear before the council. Naruto frowned and said, Mind if I turn my stove off real quick? I was about to start cooking and I don't want to burn the neighborhood down on accident. Rabbit said, Very well, but please hurry. Naruto nods and walked back into his apartment, and after he rounded the corner to enter his kitchen he quickly used the Dressphere seal to change cloths to his Anbu cloths and grab a Hydra kunai, and then switched to his ninja cloths before grabbing one of his swords and a scroll before changing back to his civilian cloths and putting the sword in a seal on his right hand before putting the kunai on his left hand, and he put the scroll in his pocket. Rabbit said, Hurry up. Naruto said, Sorry. My stove's a little old and the knobs stick so it takes a lot of muscle to turn them. There, got it, here I come. Before he walked out of the kitchen and Naruto said, Thanks. Rabbit said, Come, I have to take us there. Naruto said, So is the Sandaime going to be there or is it just the old fossils? Rabbit said, I do not know. As he placed his hand on Naruto's shoulder and both disappeared in a shushin. When they appeared in the council chambers Naruto frowned slightly as he saw the Sandaime wasn't there and Koharu said, You may go Anbu. Rabbit nods and left and Homaru said, Naruto Uzumaki, you have been brought here to answer our questions because it has come to our attention that you cheated today at the academy on the final test. Naruto looked bored and said, Really? I thought that was what ninja do. We lie, cheat, steal, and kill in order to complete our mission for the good of Konoha. If that's not what we do then you really need to check the lessons they teach us at the academy. Causing a few to snicker slightly. Koharu said, So you admit that you cheated? Naruto said, I admit nothing. as he crossed his arms and sent a small pulse of chakra to a seal on his arm across from his Anbu tattoo. A civilian said, "Show some respect." Naruto looked at him and then around the room and said, "Why the hell not? You only live once." As he turned and walked toward the door and pulled out a scroll unsealing a tag that he quickly placed on the door before activating, causing everyone who hadn't been murmuring when he turned and started to walk away to look questionably. Hiyashi asked, "What did you just do? What is that tag on the door?" Naruto said, "Oh, that a special tag I created that makes it where nothing can enter or leave this room unless I release that tag. Also for all of you who can use chakra, well, you can't now. I made it where you are all locked in here with me without the ability to use even an E-rank jutsu." Homaru said, "Release the seal." Naruto smirks and said, "Or what, you will call Anbu, go ahead, it won't work. Try calling Root also, they can't help you and neither can any of you who have bloodlines. I would suggest not trying it, Aburame-san. If your allies leave your body they will lose their connection to you, making you weaker. Besides, none of you besides Danzo has anything to worry about." As he looked at Danzo bored. Danzo said, "What do you mean, nine-tailed child?" Naruto snorts and said, "After I kill you I'll take your body to the forest of death and let Kyuubi play with your body. After all, that's where I released him at." At this several screams were heard in the room and Homaru said, "Order. Order. Now what did you?" Naruto interrupted him by summoning the Hydra kunai from his hand and threw it at Homaru but hit the wall behind Homaru and a puff of smoke appeared and another Naruto appeared grabbing the kunai and held it at Homaru's neck and the real Naruto said, "Now shut up all of you. I'm only interested in talking with the traitor Danzo." At this several people were now weary of Naruto and Danzo got to his feet and said, "Who do you think you are talking to?" Naruto said, "Orochimaru's secret ally who plans to assassinate the Sandaime Hokage." Causing everyone in the room's eyes to widen. Inoichi said, "What did you say?" Naruto looked at him and said, "Do you want to make Ino parentless? Good, now shut up, you can quit trying to use that Sharingan Danzo, it won't work." Murmurs of Sharingan began to go through the room and Naruto turned back to Danzo and said, "Oh yes, I know about the 3 you have in that arm as well as the one you have under those bandages. Seriously though, did you have to pull a Kakashi with that one eye covered and one eye not? I mean sure, parting your bandages so you can cast genjutsu on the idiots in this room is all good but come on, don't all those bitches you have in Root give you enough blowjobs? I mean look at the 2 bitches you use it the most on, Homaru and Kaharu. Hell, I honestly don't want to know what's sagging on their bodies that you have to fuck with them for, but come on. At least use it on someone who can make that little thing you call a pecker stand up. I mean come on, you allied with Orochimaru, the guy who switches bodies when he wears it out playing with himself. I thought you were supposed to be some great ninja at one time who almost became the Sandaime Hokage." Danzo said, "I have no idea what you are talking about." Naruto said, "That won't work either Danzo. I know about the Mokuden bloodline in your arm also. After all, you were the person funding Orochimaru experiments on those people, hell you were also the one who funded his experiments on the curse seal hoping to help make super ninja who became more and more loyal to you every time they use it. That was until Orochimaru got tired of being your bitch and left the village." Danzo grabbed his cane and twisted the handle and pulled out a sword, shocking several, and Naruto said, "Ooh, I'm scared." Before he summoned his sword from the seal in his right hand. Naruto said, "Come on Danzo, give me some credit. I can still use my chakra, you can't. I have the advantage of knowing what you can do, you don't know what I can do. I can escape this room to rest, you can't, and if you use anyone here as hostages it won't matter to me because most of the people in this room can kiss my blonde ass. Konoha would be better off without most of you anyways. If you think that the sleeper you have in Root who are in the village will follow your orders after you're dead, well, I may not be a puppet master like Akasuna no Sasori, but I am a seal master and I can reanimate your body and have it order the Aburame and the Yamanaka who you have as bodyguards in the secret room next to this one to put a special seal on all of your Root agents, and since they all have to follow your orders because of the seal on their tongues making them loyal to you and not Konoha they would, and once they do that I can activate the seal similar to the Hyuga cage bird seal and kill them or torture them or command them to turn themselves and they won't be a problem. The way I see it, you're screwed, Root's dead, and my grandfather beat you again, just like his bastard son did." Several people became confused by this and Danzo, who was trying to buy time, asked, "What do you mean your grandfather beat me?" Naruto said, "Blonde has never been a very widespread color in Konoha. In fact the only reason Tsunade Senju has blonde hair is because her mother was a Yamanaka. My mother was Kushina Uzumaki from Whirlpool. Before you die, let's see if you can figure out my family line." Danzo blinked and thought, Kushina was a redhead and Minato was blonde. He mentioned Tsunade, but why bring her up? Wait. Tsunade was Minato mother, that has to be it, but he called Minato a bastard son, so if Tsunade is his mother and Minato father was someone, it can't be. Danzo eyes widen and said, no, impossible, Hisu. Danzo was silenced by Naruto who had popped his sword up, grabbed it by the blade, channeling wind chakra into the blade and threw it like a javelin right into Danzo's chest. Danzo flew back, pinned to the wall, anchored to it by the sword in his chest, and he looked at Naruto and said weakly as blood came out of his mouth, I lost again. Hi, Ru, Zen. As he leaned forward and died. Nobody could say or do anything, shocked that Naruto had done that just then, and Naruto looked at Danzo and said, for those of you who are wondering if I am going to kill any of you, then the answer is no. Danzo has been giving the village security patrols away to Orochimaru, who has founded his own village called the Hidden Sound. I don't know where it is, but the plan was for Orochimaru to assassinate the Kazekage and impersonate him in order to have Suna aid Sound in attacking Konoha during the Chunin exam, whereas disguised as the Kazekage, Orochimaru would either kill the Sandaime or weaken him before being killed, and Danzo would have his root sweep in during the confusion and kill the winner, and then using his Sharingan eye on Kaharu and Homaru would have himself named the Godime Hokage. He also has been giving Orochimaru the names and mission details of those who would oppose him when he took over, so Orochimaru could kill them, thinking he was weakening Konoha to make it easier to attack during the Chunin exams. Orochimaru is also targeting Sasuke Uchiha so he can take over his body because he wants the Sharingan. Naruto walked over and ripped Danzo's shirt off his arm, and everyone saw 3 metal bracers on his arm, and Naruto began to remove them, showing the eyes under them, and Naruto said, Inoichi, tell Enko in about a week to track me down and I'll remove her curse seal since I've discovered how to destroy it. Also there is a genin named Kabuto Yakushi. He's Orochimaru top spy in Konoha and Danzo contact. He may be ranked genin, but he's actually good enough to kill an entire team of Anbu, especially with his teammates Yoroi Akato and Masumi Tsurugi, who are both traitors. Also Mizuki, the academy instructor, is also a traitor who plans to steal the forbidden scroll and give it to Orochimaru so he can join his village, because Orochimaru offered him power when he saw Mizuki murder his own teammate some time back. Naruto then was covered in smoke and changed into his ninja cloths and grabbed a scroll and unsealed a blank scroll and a bottle of sealing ink that he took the blood leaking off his sword and put in the ink and began to draw on the blank scroll as he said, also for those of you with girlfriends, wives, or daughters who are kunoichi, the Wolf Claw weapon shop in about a week will start selling a seal called the anti-rape seal, which will protect them from being raped. The details on how it does it will be available at the store, as well as a medical seal, a chakra seal, and another seal that allows you to change cloths like I just did. Hiyashi, I have almost also finished a bloodline protection seal that will allow you to not only unite your clan but take full control of it away from your council. I should have it finished before the Chunin exams, provided the Sandaime doesn't kill me later. Naruto stood up looking at the seal he had drawn and walked over to Shikaku and said, please send chakra to this seal. Shikaku said, what does it do? Naruto said, switches control of all root agents who has the seal on their tongue loyalty to where they will have to follow your orders. I figure since you're the smartest person here, you will be the most responsible in dealing with them. I could have done what I told Danzo I would do and reanimated his body, but feel that would make me more of a monster than Orochimaru, so just switching their control to you would be the best option. You might be able to use them to restart the police force since they won't be trusted after everything Danzo done, even though most were taken as children and forced into root. Shikaku sent chakra into the seal and it glowed, and 3 council members screamed a moment before passing out, and Naruto said, those are root members. They will know they have to follow your orders when they wake up. Shikaku said, troublesome. Naruto pulled out a scroll, another scroll, and began to write in it quickly, and once he was finished walked over to Inoichi and said, this is classified info. There is a mission coming up in the next couple of months. If I am in jail or dead, please make sure that team guy gets this mission if I'm not around. If you do, then Konoha might be able to get a new alliance with who is in this scroll. Someone on that team is related to a person who will contact them on that mission and will help get the alliance. I think. Inoichi took the scroll and opened it, and his eyes widened and asked, how did you get this info? Naruto said, sorry, I can't tell you that. Anyways, don't worry about Kyuubi. Even though I don't have him in me, I sealed his soul in a clone body that is only as strong as a normal fox and put limit seals on him so he can't escape, while I took all his chakra for myself. I also put his clone body someplace so secure that nobody will ever be able to find it but me. Naruto walked over and took the sword out of Danzo's body and wiped the blood off of it on Danzo's cloths and said, that's my second kill. Before he put his sword in a sheath on his back and walked over, taking the kunai and putting it in his weapon pouch, and dispelled the clone. Naruto sighed and walked over to tag on the door and took it off and destroyed the tag, and Kaharu said, Anbu. Naruto chuckled and said, the tag on the door was only to keep people from using it. The actual seal to stop people from using shushin, jutsu, chakra and being hurt is on my body. I'm done, I'm tired. It's been too much for me. Before he was covered in smoke again and shocking everyone. Now he was dressed as an Anbu and Naruto said, I did what I had to do to save Konoha. Danzo was a traitor but now my fate rests in yours and the Sandame's hands. If you want me to live say that an Anbu named Hydra killed Danzo. If not tell everyone it was me. Truthfully, the only person in this village who will even care if I live or die is my wife and since nobody but her and me know we are married she can move on. I am Naruto Namikaze Uzumaki, son of Minato Namikaze Uzumaki, Yondaime Hokage of Konoha and Kushina Uzumaki of Whirlpool, grandson of Tsunade Senju and Hiruzen Sarutobi, bet none of you saw that coming. You can figure the rest out by saying I'm related to every Hokage but too much shit's happened. I just want to rest. As he sat down and canceled the seal on his arm and put his hands behind his head and said, life's too troublesome. The seal's off, call Anbu, call Kami, call Nami. I don't give a fuck anymore. I'll be on the Hokage monument getting lost on the road of life. You can all go to hell and kiss my blonde ass. You all hate me for saving your ass from Kyuubi but you will probably kiss my ass because of my ancestors. Naruto sighed and said, personally I like it better when you hate me, at least then you're honest instead of being self-centered conceited assholes. Take your pride, honor, respect, and praise and pack it real tight and when you can't put any more in it shove it as far up your ass as you can because to me, wiping my ass with your respect is about all it's good for after all the hell you put me through. My grandfather can shove it up his ass also, he abandoned my father for some damn reason and he's basically abandoned me all these years and lied to me about everything. Respect is earned, not given, but none of you would know that. You're all living off of others' sacrifices and stealing others' respect. If you can't figure out whose, go to Training Ground 7 and look at the names engraved there. They are the ones who should be respected, not you assholes. See ya. As he closed his eyes behind his mask and shushin away. Kaharu said, Anbu. Homaru said, shut up Kaharu or I'll kill you myself, the same goes for all of you also. Take Danzo body to the Anbu morgue. Have it examined completely. Danzo is a traitor to Konoha and was executed as such. As the Anbu arrived and looked around. The Anbu quickly took the body and Homaru said, an Anbu of Konoha killed Danzo. If any of you say otherwise I will see to it personally that you are killed for treason. Kaharu and the clan heads, I want you all to come with me to see Hiruzen. We have much to discuss with him. Kaharu said, and why should I listen to you? I am equal rank with you. Homaru said, because if that boy is telling the truth then all of Konoha owes him a debt we may never be able to repay because if Suna and Sound attacked us unprepared Konoha could have fallen or Danzo could have succeeded and if he had then all office would have been the first to be killed so he could rule unopposed, besides, you all saw it didn't you? Causing everyone in the room to look confused. Homaru said, think back to what he said and did. He called himself a seal master. He said he had full control of the Kyuubi, he said he was married, he called himself an Anbu, he created that clone that had the kunai at my neck without seals, he used wind chakra on that sword to kill Danzo, he just took control of an army and gave it away because he didn't need it. He also has detailed information about not only Orochimaru plans, but information on another hidden village as well, which village was at Inoichi. Inoichi frowned and said, the hidden mist village. Homaru said, which is in the land of water, where the hidden village of Whirlpool used to be before it was destroyed by the hidden mist. I bet my life that boy knows the Hiraishin. I bet Minato sealed instructions on how to learn seals in the Kyuubi seal and had it release when he learned about the Kyuubi. He has to have some way to spy on others to find out all he did about Orochimaru, the hidden mist village, as well as Danzo. That boy's played us for a fool for years I bet. I bet he's been secretly training all these years and he's finally had enough of hiding. This was a message to us. It's his way of telling us he's not Konoha whipping boy anymore and we fuck with him and he'll leave our village and join another village and become our enemy. Who wouldn't want a living relative of all the Hokage, well besides Iwa? Hell, look at what he said about the Hyuga seal and Orochimaru curse seal. If he can replace the cage bird seal I bet he could remove it also and making it where others could steal their bloodline. He's forcing the Hyuga clan to be his ally. I bet if he removes Anko curse seal she would become loyal to him over Konoha also since she hates that thing so much. If that happens then he has full access to all our Anbu intel. We're screwed. It's his game now. He really is Hiruzen's grandson. Nobody else could manipulate a situation like this. Hell, the thing at the academy today was a setup I bet. I bet he knew we would want to see him so he could kill Danzo. A civilian said, are you saying he's some kind of prodigy? Kaharu said, damn it Homaru, this is like trying to trap sensei in that damn belt test all over again. We are getting schooled here by that boy. Think about the seal he said was going on sale at that weapon shop. When it goes on sale, nearly every kunoichi in the village will respect him for protecting them. Shibi said, I believe the medical seal and the chakra storage seal will have similar effects on people as well. Before anyone could say anything, chuckling was heard as the scroll in Inoichi hand was covered in smoke, and there stood Naruto, who said, You haven't seen anything yet. The prank master from hell is back with a vengeance. Say hello to a couple of guests. As he quickly began to draw seals in the air, and within 7 seconds 2 puffs of smoke appeared, and there stood Minato and Kushina, causing everyone but Naruto to pale, and Minato said, Good job, son, now go spend some time with your wife. I'll take it from here. Naruto said, Right, Dad. By the way, Dad didn't seal a scroll on seals, he sealed himself along with Mom. Who better to train me than the master, but now I am the master. As he disappeared in a puff of smoke. On top of the Hokage monument, Naruto burst out laughing and said, Oh, I'm glad I listened to them, now let's go see Tenten. As he shushined away. Minato said, Now let's go see Dad. We have much to discuss with him. The thought running through everyone's head was, oh fuck. Chapter 20. When Naruto appeared at the cabin, he saw his clones working, and he asked, Where's Tenten? A clone said, She went with her dad back to the shop. Naruto said, Oh, well, continue to work on the cabin then. As he shushined away. After he was gone, a Cage Bunshin said, Alright, he's gone, so whose turn is it? Another clone said, It's your turn. Seal, or no seal? The first clone said, No seal. The second clone said, Okay, then for 1/10 of my chakra, you must impersonate Gigi how you think he will look when he finally meets Dad. A puff of smoke, and the first clone changed to look like the Sandame with a fish out of water look, causing all the other clones to laugh. The second clone walked over and sent a small amount of chank to the first clone, who said, Alright, number 6, seal or no seal? When Naruto appeared at the Wolf Claw weapon shop, he saw the closed sign and he frowned before he looked left and right, and then jumped up the telephone pole and stopped at Tenten window and saw her room empty. A male voice said, What are you doing? Naruto looked down and saw Dustin, and he jumped down and said, Hi, sorry to disturb you, I was looking for Tenten. Dustin said, She's not here right now. Naruto blinked and said, She's not, do you know where she is? Because I just came back from the cabin and didn't see her. Dustin said, Yeah, some pink hair and blonde hair girl came by asking for advice on how to be a better kunoichi, and she left with them to go see Anko and Kurenai. Naruto said, I see, well, could you tell her I came by and I'll see her tomorrow? Dustin nods and Naruto shushined away. Meanwhile, in the Hokage office, Minato was smirking at the pale Sandame Hokage, who was being asked all kinds of questions ranging from his secret love affair with Tsunade to hiding the family line Naruto had. When someone asked either him or Kushina a question, both would look at each other and said, Ask the Sandame, we don't know what he was thinking. After several hours of this, Minato said, Alright, enough. It's been a long day and none of you have more of a reason to demand answer from Sarutobi here than I do. Now my wife and I have much to discuss with him about our future as ninja and the future of our family. If you would all leave us, you can continue to in 2 days after the genin teams have been selected, since some of you have children who are waiting at home expecting praise from their parents and giving up their childhood and become adults in the eyes of the village. Unless you want them to figure out that they can now buy alcohol and have sex on their own since they got their height, but I'm sure some of you are ready to become grandmas and grandpas. At this, several people paled and began to quickly leave while muttering they would continue at a later date. After everyone but Minato, Kushina, Homaru, Kaharu, and Hiruzen left, Hiruzen said, Homaru, Kaharu, can you give us some time alone? Homaru said, We will leave in a moment after we ask, is Minato going to take back over as Yondaime? Minato said, No, my wife and I are going to take our son and his wife and go track down Jiraiya and Tsunade and bring them back to the village to help prepare for the invasion. These aren't our real bodies. They're a special clone body that our souls were transferred to, and we aren't fully sure the full ability of them yet. I have my knowledge, but I don't know if this body has my skills. Homaru frowned and said, I see. Come, Kaharu. Kaharu said, I'm not your bitch to order around. Homaru looked at her and said, Really, that's not what you said when we were younger. As he walked out of the room, Kaharu glared at his back and began to follow him. After they were gone, Hiruzen looked at Minato and Kushina and said, So? Minato said, I just want to hear your side of the story. You owe me that much. Sarutobi sighed and said, What happened between Tsunade and me was a mistake. After her brother passed away, she began to drink, and I mean heavy. Jiraiya tried to cheer her up, but he let his pervertedness get the better of him and she wound up putting him in the hospital, and Anbu arrested her. When I went to talk to her in the Anbu holding center, I found her nearly dead. She had used chakra scalpels on herself to cut her wrist. I saved her life but couldn't take the risk that she would try and kill herself again, so I had her move in with me so I could keep an eye on her. She tried again. Unfortunately, I had to come for an important briefing with an ANBU team who had reported Iowa troops were on the move. When I got home she was reaching for her wrist with the chakra scalpels again. I lost it and slapped her. I demanded to know why she would do something so stupid. She looked at me with those dead eyes and told me she was numb, she couldn't feel anything anymore, that death would be better than living like that when everyone who cared for her and she cared for was dead. I argued with her and told her not everyone who cared for her was dead. When she asked who, I mentioned her teammates and she told me that Jiraiya only wanted to fuck her and that Orochimaru didn't care about anyone. I couldn't think of anyone else, so I told her I cared. We argued some more and she claimed I only cared out of a debt for her grandfather and granduncle. That I didn't care for her, and the only way I could think of to prove to her I cared was to kiss her. The kiss turned into more and in the end you were con CVD. Minato frowned and said, that still doesn't explain putting me in the orphanage or letting me live all my life without knowing. Hiruzen said, no, it doesn't. You were 3 weeks old when an Iowa assassin came looking for Tsunade. He found her breastfeeding you. It was her first kill. After that Tsunade put protecting you as her most important priority. You were everything she had. She went days without sleep or food, making sure nothing happened to you. When she went into the hospital from total exhaustion I had to step in. I couldn't stand to see her destroy herself and consume you as well, so I put you in the orphanage. When she recovered enough I told her that I had put you someplace safe where Iowa couldn't find you. I told her if she wanted to protect you she was going to have to do it as a kunoichi because she wasn't ready to do it as a mother since she couldn't even take care of herself. It was for that reason she fought and trained so hard. When she was 18 you had just turned 3, she came to me and begged me to let her have you. I told her she could only have you when she got married since I couldn't be sure she could take care of you after her failing the first time. It hurt her but she reluctantly agreed. For the next 3 years she tried to date, and then she met Dan and fell in love. You got older and Dan was killed. Tsunade figured that you lived all those years without her, that you didn't need her and she didn't want to get close to you because she believed she was cursed. The rest you can say is history. Minato said, that still doesn't explain why you couldn't have been there for me. Hiruzen said, because you would have been in the same danger as you would have if people found out you were Tsunade's son. After all, Naruto would have been in the same danger if people found out he was your son. Minato said, that's a low blow. Hiruzen said, maybe so, but you know I'm right. Kushina saw Minato biting his lip and said, look, you need to deal with the fallout of what happened today. Minato and I are taking Naruto and his wife out of the village to find Jiraiya and Tsunade. Arrange the teams however you want, but we're leaving tomorrow. Hiruzen said, I haven't agreed to that. Minato said, yes you are, or else I'll break every bone in your body. I saw everything Naruto went through. You owe us, and this is a clan matter so you have no say in it. Hiruzen frowned and said, very well, but who is his wife, and when did he get married? Kushina said, her name is Tenten, she's on Guy's team. The Sandame eyes widened and Kushina said, they got married a few days ago after dating for several months. That's all you need to know. Hiruzen said, but Naruto not an adult so the marriage is not valid. Minato said, you forget, you and the council made him an adult when he was still a kid. Hiruzen sighed and said, I have no choice, do I? Minato said, no. Hiruzen said, very well. I hope we can discuss this later though. Minato said, perhaps, but I got other things to worry about, like my son and daughter-in-law. Good day Hokage-sama. The Sandame sighed as he saw Minato and Kushina leave and thought, I'm sorry. Chapter 21. The next morning Naruto awoke to the sound of someone knocking and he blinked and thought, okay, what the hell is up with waking up to someone knocking on my door all the time? As he got up and went to the door and blinked as he saw Team Guy standing there and he frowned and said, can I help you? As he glanced at Tenten a moment. Tenten walked in and said, get dressed. I'll explain on the way. Naruto frowned and Guy said, Tenten, you shouldn't enter a person house so unythfully. Naruto waved his hand and said, she can enter any way she pleases Guy-sensei, don't sit on the couch though. As he went to the bathroom. Tenten asked as the bathroom door closed, why? Naruto's voice was heard over the noise of the shower being turned on. I had guests who didn't have a place to stay last night so they crashed here. Unfortunately by the noise that woke me up about 2 AM they broke in my couch if you know what I mean. Tenten blushed and walked to a closet and opened it and grabbed a chair out of the closet and Neji said, you seem pretty familiar with his apartment Tenten. As they heard the shower shut off. Naruto's voice came out of the bathroom and said, of course she is, she's my wife after all. All of Team Guy's eyes widened at this and several shouts of wife were heard and Tenten glared at Naruto and said, I thought we were going to keep it a secret. Naruto yawned as he came out of the bathroom with a towel around his waist and made his way to the bathroom, and Guy's eyes widened as he saw the Anbu tattoo, and Naruto went to the bedroom and said, except mom and dad are sort of pulling us out of the village the next couple of months. We are going to track down Jiraiya and Tsunade and bring them back before the Chunin exams to help protect Konoha when Orochimaru attacks. Also we are going to run by and get your uncle to help us also, from what mom and dad told me last night. As he walked back out dressed in his normal clothes, Tenten frowned and said, then you most likely already know why we are here then. Naruto said, not really. That's what's surprising me. Mom and dad told me that I had 3 days to get ready for the trip and that in the next 3 days I have to destroy the cursed seal on Anko, give the new seal to the Hyuga clan to replace the cage bird seal to unite the clan under one house, have the templates made for the anti-rape seal so your dad can start selling them, as well as the dress sphere and the medical seal I created. As such, they told me to not even go through the bullshit of heading to the academy today since I won't be put on a team for now and be busy working on those. Since it's going to take me several long hours to do that, I was sleeping in while I could before starting, which is why I was confused when you guys showed up. Tenten said, and why haven't I heard about this yet? I mean, what if I didn't want to come? As she crossed her arms. Naruto said, truthfully, I don't know. They said they were going to talk to your dad and you this morning since they didn't leave Gramps until nearly dark last night, and since I couldn't find you when I came by, I figure that they just were waiting till today to discuss it with you. Shocked the hell out of me because I was expecting to head to the academy and be put on a team with Sasuke and Sakura under Kakashi today. Neji said, you should not fight against your fate, you can't free the Hyuga branch house. Naruto looked at Neji and said, dude, didn't you hear about anything that happened yesterday? Hiashi already knows that he has no choice but to accept my seal because of the law the Fire Lord made before the Hyuga clan ever joined Konoha. If they don't, the entire branch house would become free and the main house will either be kicked out of the country or executed depending on if they activated that seal on anyone after they knew a new seal was designed. So in other words, your clan has no choice but to accept it and free your ass. Guy, seeing the shock look on Neji's face, said, are you ready to go, Naruto-san? Naruto said, I am, but only if you tell me first where we are going. Guy said, yes, we are to escort you to the academy where we are to meet Hokage-sama. I do not know what is to happen after that, but hearing your youthful words, I believe that my team will be redesigned with a new student today. Naruto and Tenten frowned and Naruto said, Temp. Student Guy-sensei. Tenten is still your student and will be most likely returned to your command once we return. It's just that Tenten's coming with us to train in her family jutsu as well as to meet her uncle to get him to come aid Konoha for the upcoming invasion, which is why we are also tracking down Tsunade and Jiraiya of the Sanins to come back to Konoha to help defend it. Lee asked, invasion, what invasion? Naruto sighed and said, Orochimaru has built his own village called the Hidden Sound. They are going to attack us during the Chunin exams. Possibly with Suna help, depending on if Orochimaru has already assassinated the Kazekage or not. If he has, then Suna has been compromised. Guy said, are you sure it is wise for you to be speaking about this so casually, Naruto? Naruto said, those who don't follow the rules are trash, but those who abandon their comrades are worse than trash. Gigi hasn't classified info about it as a secret, and if I can save the lives of Konoha ninja and civilians, then I'll personally tell every person in the village to prepare them so it might save their lives. Guy said, I can see my cool hip rival's teachings in you. Naruto said, something like that. Guy said, well, I believe that we should continue on our mission, let's go, Naruto-san. Naruto nods and offered his hand to Tenten, who took it and stood up, and they quickly left. When they got to the academy, a person screaming could be heard as the group saw Mizuki on the ground with his arms pulled behind him and a foot on his spine pushing forward, and Kushina was the person who had her foot on his spine and arms pulled. Naruto's sweat dropped and said, Mom, what are you doing? Kushina turned and said, morning, son. This traitor here was planning to kill you by rigging an exploding tag on your seat in the classroom, so I'm teaching him a lesson about what happens to those who try and hurt my son. Naruto frowned and said, you shouldn't get upset in your condition, Mom. Just do this. As he drew back and kicked Mizuki in the balls, making the other guys wince. Kushina said, damn, and I was having fun. As she pouted. Naruto walked back over to Team Guy and said, shall we? Causing everyone who watched what just happened to sweat drop. Tenten said, are you bipolar now? Naruto said, not really. I just really don't give a damn right now. Tenten frowned and grabbed his arm and yanked him inside the building. Once they got inside Iruka classroom, the Sandame said, so you have finally arrived, Naruto. I expect you to be on time next time. Naruto said, sorry I'm late, my parents got lost on the road of life last night and I had to take a detour and took the long way around. Guy said, damn you Kakashi and your cool hip attitude infecting young Naruto. Both Minato and Kushina were bright red and the Sandame had an eyebrow twitch and just then a swirl of leaves appeared and Kakashi appeared and said, sorry I'm late Hokage-sama, I got lost on the road of life. Naruto said, blonde, blue, pink, brunette, or redhead. Kakashi gave an eye smile and the Sandame whose eyebrow was twitching even more said, as I was saying, you should be on time next time. Naruto said, were you talking to me or him, because he was later than me? The Sandame slapped his head and said, I give up. Naruto said, what's new grandfather? Hey Uncle Asuma, Gigi tell you that dad over there is really your half-brother and I'm your nephew. Asuma whose face was neutral said, the Sandame informed me. As he smoked his cigarette. Naruto said, cool, what the hell you looking at? As he saw all the wide-eyed looks the class had. The next moment Naruto face met the floor as Tenten hit him on the head and said, quit being an asshole. Naruto mumbled, yes dear. Tenten crossed her arms with a smirk on her face and the Sandame thought, so it's true. And said, anyways, the reason we are here today is to assign teams. Due to recent events I have decided to change up the current Team 9 to balance the teams out. The teams are as follows. Team 7 is Naruto Uzumaki, Tenten Uzumaki, and Sasuke Uchiha under Hitaki Kakashi. Kiba said, what the hell? If you're his grandfather how come his last name is Uzumaki and if his father is the Yondaime how come it's not Namikaze? Why is her last name the same as his? Naruto said, shut the hell up Kiba, she's my wife and since the bastard right there put my father in the orphanage instead of raising him then my dad grew up thinking he was an orphan and when he married my mom took her clan name which is Uzumaki. As everyone who didn't know went wide-eyed. The Sandame closed his eyes and said, before I continue, Minato, Kushina, I agree with the mission you detailed with me yesterday but you are taking all of Team 7 with you including Kakashi and Sasuke. That is non-negotiable. Now Team 8 is Kiba, Shino, and Hinata. Team 9 is Neji, Lee, and Sakura, and Team 10 is Ino, Shikamaru, and Choji. Kakashi, Sasuke, Minato is the client for your mission and you can get the details from him. As he shushined away. Kakashi said, it's good to see you again Minato-sensei, but how are you alive? I had heard the rumors but I hadn't known for sure. Kushina said, even when you passed out last night when you saw us on our way to Naruto apartment. Kakashi said, I had a very long mission I had just returned from so I wasn't sure if fatigue had made me imagine it or not. Minato said, in 3 days, I want you and Sasuke to meet us at the south gate at 7 AM and I mean 7 AM Kakashi. This will be a long-term search and retrieval mission lasting until most likely the Chunin exams. I want you to help Sasuke pack everything he will need in multi-purpose storage scrolls between now and then. Once we are on the road I will explain in more detail about our mission. Naruto, you already know what to do and I'll inform Dustin. You can inform Tenten. Naruto nods and said, see you in 3 days. As he grabbed Tenten's hand and both disappeared in a swirl of leaves shocking everyone. Shikamaru said, troublesome when Sakura said, wait, how is Naruto married to Tenten and why her? Kushina said, they've been married a little over a week now and have been dating for almost 5 months secretly. Now if you will excuse me, I have to prepare. As she left in a swirl of water. Minato walked over to Asuma and said, can I talk with you later today Asuma? Asuma said, how long did you know we were related? Minato said, not until after I died. I'll explain more privately. Say, Tower in 44, 5 PM. Asuma nods and Minato said, good, CYA. As he shushined away. When Tenten and Naruto appeared in the woods Tenten turned and punched Naruto in the face and put her hands on her hips and said, what the hell's going on Naruto? A swirl of water caught her attention before Naruto could say anything as Kushina appeared out of the water and Kushina said, oh, looks like I got here just in time. Have you told her anything yet? Naruto scowled and said, no mom. I don't know how to explain it. I need some time alone. As he left in a swirl of leaves. Tenten frowned and said, what is going on godmother? Kushina sighed and said, after you and Naruto got your other bodies, Minato and I had a visitor in the seal, the Shinigami. Tenten's eyes widened and asked, what? Kushina said, yeah, he came to collect our souls, mine, Minato's, Naruto's and yours. Tenten paled and said, what happened, why did he come for our souls, my soul? Kushina said, basically, we broke a shitload of rules. Minato cheated the Shinigami by not giving him all his soul to seal the Kyuubi. The Kyuubi soul was released from one of Naruto's bodies which is owned by the Shinigami as part of his payment for sealing the fox. When both of your other bodies were sealed in the whirlpool seal, you both were considered dead, and then switching bodies for the other bodies killed them, so those two should be dead. Naruto's soul is owed to the Shinigami as part of the price of the sealing of Kyuubi, and now so is yours. Tenten said, what, but why? I mean, none of this was our idea, really. Kushina said, I know, but there were other rules that were broken, like these. As she rubbed her belly before she said, the dead cannot create life. Life is a plus, death is a minus. Death can take away from life to create more death, but a minus can't make a plus. Tenten bit her lip and asked, what's going to happen to us? Kushina said, Naruto is immune to certain laws because all this going on is being done to him without his choice of consent. You on the other hand chose to join, and we took steps to involve you. Minato and I were able to make a compromise with the Shinigami though. Orochimaru is a key that will reset the world again. Once that happens, Naruto will be sent to another reality, the real reality, but this time though Minato and I won't be coming with him. Our deal with the Shinigami is that Minato will summon the Shinigami to take Orochimaru's soul before I have these babies. Orochimaru has been breaking the rules and cheating death, so we offered Orochimaru's soul in exchange for giving you the same pardon Naruto has in these reality jumps. When reality shifts again, you and Naruto will be inside the bodies of the Naruto and Tenten of that world, while the soul of the Naruto and Tenten from that world just like this one is consumed by the Shinigami as payment for your new lives. Tenten gasped and covered her mouth and said, but. Kushina grabbed Tenten by the arms and said, listen to me. You are all Naruto has. Naruto has to stop this madness. He can't do it alone. You and him have a bond that unites you both in life and death. If you both don't succeed, then the other Naruto and Tenten won't exist in the first place. Our world won't exist in any way, shape, or form. You are the future and the past of our world, Tenten. Even if you haven't realized it yet, you are the mother of the future Kunoichi of the world, while Naruto is the father of all the future shinobi of the world. He is the sixth realm sage and you are his wife. You want to prove Kunoichi can be just as strong as men, well, here is your chance. You want to be a strong Kunoichi like your idol Tsunade-sama, well, guess what, she's your great-granddaughter, just like me. I wouldn't exist if it wasn't for you. All my ancestors would not exist if it wasn't for you. Naruto wouldn't exist if it wasn't for you, and you wouldn't exist if it wasn't for him. He is your Adam and you are his Eve. He is your earth and you are his heaven. Together you are the world. Tenten was shocked as she heard Kushina words, and Tenten said, I didn't know. Kushina said, I know, you didn't realize it, none of us did. Do you think I realized when I gave birth to Naruto he would become the child of Prafi, Sai? As all color drained from her face. Tenten asked, what's wrong? Kushina shook her head and said, the toads, they have a prophecy about a child who would either save the world or destroy it. Naruto is that child. Tenten said, you're starting to freak me out, godmother. Kushina shook her head to clear her thoughts and said, listen Tenten. I know this is a lot to put on your shoulders, which is why I want you to forget it. Tenten screamed, what, you want me to forget it, forget my husband? As she got an angry look on her face. Kushina said, no, I mean forget about everything else going on in the world, you create your own destinies. If Naruto is to become the sixth realm sage he will do it, if not, he won't. You may be destined to become the mother of all Kunoichi, but you may not also be, we really don't know what is going on. All we have is the word of someone who looks like you and Naruto claiming to be these people. Since we know an enemy is controlling things through genjutsu, that means that the whole thing with those future you and Naruto could be all a trap to weaken you. Tenten frowned and said, I didn't think about that. Kushina pulled Tenten into a hug and said, listen Tenten, you have no idea how proud you have made me. Your mother would never shut up about how proud of you she would be if she was here today. You are a beautiful young woman. Smart, strong, and caring. I can see why my son fell for you. I'm going to miss you both when this is over. As she released Tenten. Tenten bit her lip to hold back the tears in her eyes and asked, what is going to happen? Kushina smiled sadly and said, Minato and I won't be around for much longer. We only have until the Chunin exam finals to find Orochimaru and Minato to summon the Shinigami to take his soul. After that the Shinigami said he was going to break these genjutsu on you both and take you to the real world, back to yesterday. When you wake up that day you will have the bodies of every you from the different realities sealed on a seal the Shinigami is going to place on you, just like the one on Naruto. Naruto can make it where nobody can see it since he's done that for himself. That seal is like a watchdog. It is going to let the Shinigami know where and when you are, no matter what, so when you die he can come for your soul and make sure that you end up going where you should. Tenten closed her eyes and asked, am I going to hell? Kushina said, no, you're going to limbo. All of us are. The Shinigami is going to have Kami review our case and decide our fate. While Kami decides our fate, we will exist in a place that souls who can't easily be placed get put. When Minato summons the Shinigami to take Orochimaru's soul, Minato, me, and both the babies will be taken there where I will be able to have these children. Then when you both die, hopefully of old age after giving me lots of grandchildren, you both will come there to live with us until our fates are decided. Tenten frowned and said, so should Naruto and I try our best to be as good as possible to help our case before Kami. Kushina shook her head and said, no, that would pretty much damn you to hell. That would be you doing what you thought you should to gain favor with the judge and wouldn't be the real you. The best thing you can do is live your life the way you want it. Once you die, if you live a good life the way you wanted it and not the way you think Kami wants it, then you would be honestly judged by that, but if you live how you think Kami would vote good for you, then you would be committing a sin of doing it to save yourself, and that wouldn't be good. Tenten asked, how do you know that? Kushina said, your husband asked the same question to save you, he even offered to take your place if you were to be sent to hell, he loves you that much. Tenten said, wait, he knows all this already. Kushina said, we showed him yesterday using the whirlpool before he was summoned to the council chambers. That was why he killed Danzo, it's also what shoved a kunai up his ass today. He hates himself right now. He hates himself because he's hurt you. Tenten asked, what, he didn't hurt me. Kushina said, he saw it in your eyes when you admitted to your dad about you may not be his Tenten. That hurt you to know that the dad you had isn't the one you were born to. He also hurt you by possibly damning your soul to hell because of getting close to him. Tenten pursed her lips together and said, he's pushing everyone away, isn't he? That's why he's acting like a jerk. Kushina nods and asked, can you blame him, to finally have his parents in his life and accept them and learn that they are going to be taken from him, to find out the only person to care for him without doing it out of pity, guilt, or duty to us is going to be possibly punished because of him. Tenten closed her eyes and Kushina said, that is why I am begging you to save him from himself. You showed me the reason you first started to fall in love with him is his faith in himself. In this clearing you saw as he was nearly destroyed thanks to that bastard Mizuki, why do you think I was hurting him when you arrived? He could have destroyed the Naruto that you fell in love with, the one who you know more than anyone else, the one only you know of, this is the same thing. Ruruka may have helped him some, but you saw his memories of the night after he got home where he thought he was destined to be alone because of Kyuubi, it was you who saved him when you entered his life. As she got on her knees and said as she bowed, please, save him again. As the tears she fought to hold back began to fall. Tenten, who was shocked, felt Kushina's sorrow in her heart and said, please get up, godmother. I'm his wife. I would have saved him even if you hadn't have asked me to. Kushina slowly stood up, wiping the tears from her face, and whispered, thank you. Tenten sighed and said, my vow to Naruto was real, even if in this timeline our marriage isn't legal, I still love him and consider him my husband. I made a promise to be his strength and he promised to be mine. I just wish he would have told me what was going on. Kushina giggled slightly and said, he gets that from his father, it's one of the reason I fell for the baka. He's so selfless, willing to sacrifice everything for others, but when he has his own problems he tries to hide it and hold it in, but he can't hold it in, it reflects in his life. I sometimes joked around saying when Minato had something troubling him it was like he had male PMS. I can see the same thing is happening to Naruto now. The only way I found to help Minato is to push and push until he finally breaks down and tell me what is wrong. He fights, he tries to push back, and tries to ignore the problem or distracts me by changing the subject or starting a fight, but he's a guy, he may have PMS, but there is no way a guy will ever be a bigger bitch than we can be. It's what makes us special. Tenten giggled as she saw the look on Kushina's face and Kushina said, but that's what works for Minato and me. Naruto is a lot like his father, you are his strength, but you are also his weakness. If something comes up that he believes is a danger to you he will protect you any way he can. You're going to have to prove to him that you can take care of yourself and that you're here to save him. He's strong physically, but emotionally he's as fragile as glass being dropped. As his wife and a woman in general, you are going to have to be the one to catch him before he hits the ground and shatters. I know sometimes glass can fall and not break, but how many times are you willing to risk something as precious as him to being dropped before he's destroyed forever? Tenten sobered up at Kushina's words and said, why are you telling me this? Kushina smiled and said, men don't understand women, physically men are stronger than us, but then why were women created from a male's rib? The answer is because we are not here to be their physical strength. We are here to be their emotional strength. That is why we were created by a bone on the inside of a man used to protect them. Women were created to protect men emotionally. I'm telling you this so you know and understand your duty as a woman, a wife, and someday a mother. Your father did a great job raising you, but there are some things that a man cannot understand or able to tell. This is one of those things. Tenten said, you make it sound like we are weaker than them. Kushina said, it's easy to heal from being cut by one of these. As she held up a kunai, physical strength isn't really something to brag about, but a woman can cut a man in ways no physical weapon can. We can destroy a man with a look or a word and they could be destroyed forever, and the wounds we cause take a lot longer to heal than any physical weapon. Some never do heal. You have that power over Naruto. Naruto will be physically stronger than you, but like what is happening here, he can be destroyed emotionally so easily. In your relationship with him you are his strength and weakness as he is yours. You're a strong and proud woman. My son can be a bit stubborn and hard-headed at times, but you both are all the other has. That is why we are going on this training trip. Minato and I are going to spend time with you both, teaching you things that we think can help you in the life you both have in front of you. Sometimes it will be about combat and training, and other times it will be about love, loss, and life like this. These are the things that define who Minato and I are. These lessons are the ones that we wish to teach you, so that way you can teach them to your children and they to heir. Tenten rubbed her head as she was embraced, and Kushina said, you picked that up from spending time with Minato and I after you were born. Tenten stopped rubbing her head and Kushina said, well, that's all I came to say. I still have to talk with your father about you leaving, so see you later, and remember, we leave in 3 days. As she shushined away, Tenten looked at where Kushina was a moment and thought, I think I understand now what you were saying. Thank you for stopping me from making a mistake. Now where can you be, Naruto? We need tea talk. Naruto was sparring in the woods behind the Hokage monument when a kunai destroyed a cage bunshin, and Tenten appeared quickly, grabbing the sword that was dropped, and attacked Naruto. As both began to battle each other, Tenten said, talk. Naruto said, huh, about what? Tenten said, what shoved a 3-foot kunai up your ass? You're starting to act like Neji. If I wanted someone who would be emo, I would have married him instead of you. Naruto scowled and said, maybe you should have. Tenten's eyes widened as she heard this. The next moment Naruto was getting his ass handed to him by Tenten, who was fighting to take limbs off. As Naruto ducked and lost half the spikes on his head, he flipped away and said, what the hell, Tenten? In a shocked voice as he saw his hair on the ground. Tenten said, how dare you say that to me? Do you know how much that hurt me? As she glared at him. Naruto frowned and thought over a moment what he said and said, I'm sorry, I didn't mean it, it's just. Tenten, who had crossed her arms, said, it's just what? You are going to tell me what the hell gave you male PMS, or I am going to kick your ass all over this mountain. Naruto sighed and said, did mom tell you about the Shinigami, about what's going to happen? Tenten said, yeah, and. Naruto blinked and said, and what? Doesn't it upset you about what the Shinigami said, that you? Tenten said, we'll be just fine. I'm not some weak little girl who needs to be protected, Naruto. I'm a kunoichi and I can take care of myself and deal with the consequence of my decisions. I'm not worried about what happens later. You talk to Neji about fate and yet here you are thinking you have to accept this fate or that. We decide our own fate, isn't that what you told Neji? Are you being a hypocrite? Naruto said, no but. Tenten said, no buts. Now I'm not going to worry about the future. In the words of the man I married, the future can kiss my ass. I'll make my own future. Now I am wondering where the hell the man I married is. Naruto said, I'm right here. Tenten said, no you're not. If you were, then you wouldn't have ran away like a little pussy to go have his little emo party. He would have come to me and told me what the hell, cut off his balls and turned him into a woman with PMS. Naruto looked down and said, I'm sorry Tenten. Tenten said, just shut up. You hurt me a minute ago when you said I should have married Neji. I love you, damn it, Naruto, but I'm not going to be treated the way you are trying to treat me. I am your wife, your companion and your equal. You are my strength and I am yours. Remember our vows to each other. Now you either shape up and start acting like the man I married instead of the pussy who came up here to hide, or I am going to show you who the biggest bitch on this mountain is and kick your ass all over it. Naruto said, you think you can kick my ass? Tenten took a stance and said, yeah, I do. Naruto took one as well and said, your ass is mine. Tenten said, we already know that, but we're not talking about sex. Both got a smirk on their face and Naruto's smirk softened and said, I love you, Tenten. Tenten said, and I you, Naruto, just please talk to me and tell me what is bothering you to help you deal with it from now on. That's my job. Why else do you think women were originally created from a man's ribs? We are here to protect you on the inside. Naruto smiled softly and said, I see. I'll try to do better in the future then. Naruto blocked the strike from Tenten, who said, good. As they both began to spar. Chapter 22. Note about a few comments or flames. First off, I'm shocked nobody has figured out the slight time error here. I mean, if Naruto is the six-realm sage who teaches the world about chakra, how is Minato able to summon the Shinigami who before Naruto went back in time to become the six-realm sage didn't exist if you think about? How was Minato actually able to summon him? Now that is a small clue I'll let you all ponder. It was the reason why I mixed religions on this story because I'm making it like Christianity was the religion before Naruto supposedly became the six-realm sage and the other religion came in after he introduced chakra. Another clue, hehe. I give brownie points to anyone who actually figures it out before I get to that point in the story. Anyways, I know what you're all saying about the religion and I also know what you're saying about the Shinigami deal being unfair, but let me ask you something. If a parent doesn't want you to do something, are they willing to lie to keep you from doing it? Also, if you don't fall down, how are you ever going to learn to get back up? That probably ruined the plot some for some of you, but I wanted to give a little preview of where I am coming from so that way I don't lose some of my loyal readers. Also, for those who get tired of the time travel thing in my stories lately, I'm not really happy with where the manga and the show is going at this point in time. I have a feeling it's going to be Gundam Wing, Endless Waltz or Full Metal Alchemist all over again where Madara does die, possibly being betrayed by Sasuke, but then Naruto and Sasuke have an ultimate battle and both die. Sasuke is a traitor and Naruto is a hero. That's why I don't think they are letting Naruto actually have a love life but tease him all through the story when we all know he deserves some true happiness and he's had plenty of girls who could have made him happy but they wouldn't build on those relationships. Why give him love when they are going to martyr him? By using time travel I can tell the original story my way and adding a few ways I could have taken it for others to build off of his inspiration and then branch off where I think the manga and show screwed up. Also, Madara hinted that Naruto was related to the Senju and I know what some of you are going to say about Mito Uzumaki Senju, but I honestly believe that Tsunade was either Minato mother or a brother she didn't know about because for Tsunade to have the Senju name her dad would have had to be a Senju and for her to be blonde her mother had to be blonde. That is why I believe her mother was a Yamanaka since they are the only blondes in the show besides the Namikaze and Tsunade besides Tamari, who I sometimes question how a redhead Kazekage and a brunette mother could have a blonde daughter. Someone played Hanky Panky. If anyone has seen any other blondes besides Tamari, Naruto, Tsunade or the Yamanaka in this show, tell me where. Now on with the story. It has been 3 months since Team 7 left Konoha. Minato shook his head as he looked at the scene play out in front of him and thought, there is just no way possible to explain this. As he slapped his head. Kushina next to him smirked and said, I told you. Minato said, I know, what do you think, Kakashi? Kakashi was rubbing his mask and said, do you think the Sandaime will have me arrested for losing Sasuke? Minato said, he would have to find out first, seriously though. Sasuke got to have worse luck than my mother and that's bad. Tsunade eyebrow twitched and said, shut up brat, speaking of brats, where's yours? As she began to look around. Just then Tenten came walking in with a diamond necklace, a black silk dancing dress, and a pair of high heels and a smirk on her face as she rested her head on Naruto's shoulder who had his arm around her and came in wearing a long silk robe, with jewels and gold trim in it. Everyone in the room stopped what they were doing when they saw Naruto and Tenten enter and Kushina said, son, why are you and Tenten dressed like that? Naruto said, well, you know Wind Country. Tsunade said, what about it? Just then Jiraiya and another man both came walking in with a cardboard box around each of their waist and Naruto said, well, I sort of own it now. Minato asked, how? Naruto said, well, remember how we first met Grandma here? Minato said, how can I forget? Flashback. It had been a little over 2 months since Team 7 had left Konoha. Naruto and Tenten were walking through a small gambling town called Urchin and Tenten said, you really need to calm down Naruto. I know he pisses you off but there's nothing you can do. Naruto, who had his fist clenched, frowned and said, I can't believe that bastard, he had the nerve to demand my parents. My parents to train him after he saw us sparring. Mom, Dad, and Kakashi all three agreed before we ever left Konoha that Mom and Dad would train us in our family styles and Kakashi would train Sasuke. Basically all three of us being an apprentice, but that's not good enough for him. Damn it, I think I should have just let him run away that day at the academy if this is what was going to happen. Tenten sighed and looked around and said, come on, Mom and Dad said they wanted us to come have some fun and relax while we are here and they would look for clues of finding either Jiraiya or Tsunade. Kakashi taken the bastard off to teach him about lightning manipulation so we got the day to ourselves basically. Naruto smiled slightly and said, alright. What do you want to do? Tenten said, Basically the only thing I see in this town to do is gamble. Let's go spend a little and try it out. Naruto nods and follows Tenten into a casino and Naruto looked around and said, what do you want to play? Tenten said, let's try the slots first. As she pulled out some money and went to the cash window. A few moments later she returned with a bucket full of coins. An hour later both Naruto and Tenten were sitting with a couple of buckets full of change and Tenten said, this is so not fair. How the hell can you have such good luck? I mean you win 90 and lose 10. That's your average. Naruto shrugged and said, I don't know, beginner's luck I guess. Hey, what's going on over there? Tenten turned to look where Naruto was looking and Tenten frowned and said, I don't know but that woman looks like she's in trouble, can you hear what they're saying? Naruto sent chakra to his ears and said, I hear them say something about he master owing a debt to the casino for a loan they gave her master. Damn it, they're either going to make her master pay for her release or she's going to become property for the casino to use to make money back. Tenten frowned and said, what should we do? Naruto thought a moment and said, I got an idea, you got any of those low-grade tags on you? You know, the ones I created to catch fish. Tenten said, yeah, why? Naruto said, act like you need to go to the restroom and slip one on the machines as you pass. Wait until you're in the restroom to activate it. I'll take care of the rest. Tenten said, are you sure? I mean I don't want someone getting hurt. Naruto said, no one will get hurt. Now hurry, I don't like the way those guys are looking at that woman. Tenten got up and left and Naruto waited a moment after seeing where she put the tag and got the machine directly across from it with his back to the tag. A few seconds later there was a small explosion and Naruto screamed out in pain as he fell to the ground catching the attention of everyone in the casino. Naruto held his arm as blood flowed down his arm and said, oh god, the pain, the pain. My arm, someone get a doctor, oh the pain. Tenten who came back saw Naruto bleeding and screamed, Naruto, oh god, what happened? Naruto said, I don't know, I was playing a new machine when there was an explosion and something struck my arm. I don't know if I'll ever be able to use my arm again. Oh the pain, find the manager and tell him if he doesn't get me a doctor and quick I'm sending word to the feudal lord about the death trap he's got here and tell him that this place is going to hurt the feudal lord's profit by making people go to other countries that are safer, oh my arm. As he rocked back and forward cradling his arm. The woman both had seen earlier rushed over and said, I'm a medic, let me see your arm. Naruto eyes widened slightly and thought, damn, I didn't know she was a medic. Oh well, that works also. And said, please hurry, I'm losing feeling in my arm. The woman nods and her hand began to glow green and as she started to scan she looked at Naruto to judge his reaction to the treatment when she saw him wink and mouth the words, play along. The woman blinked and then Naruto's entire arm was covered in green chakra and healed quickly and Naruto said, wow, you're amazing lady. As the chakra faded and Naruto's arm healed and he began to move it and said, thanks lady, now who the hell's the owner of this place? I've got a bone to pick with him. A man in a suit walked forward and said, I am. Now what seems to be the problem? Naruto said, my problem is you're going to have to reimburse me for the pain and suffering I felt thanks to your casino faulty equipment. Not to mention part of my winnings fell in the floor. The man said, like hell I am. Naruto said, yes you are. I heard part of what you guys were saying to this lady here about her owing you some money and if she didn't pay you were going to basically make her a slave. Well you owe me money so either you're going to pay me or I'm going to make you my slave bitch. You live by the sword, you die by the sword. I'm sure once I tell the other casino in this town about how you're not paying up on your debts they would be more than willing to help me collect in exchange for part ownership in your casino and if you haven't noticed we collected a pretty good crowd who I am sure would like to spread gossip about you business not being honest and paying when you lose. The man frowned as he glanced around and said, how much did you lose? Naruto thought a moment and said, about $2,000 give or take $200. I could have lied but I'm honest about what's owed me. The man said, fine, I'll pay you $2,200 but I never want to see you again. Naruto said, no, I'll take your offer but this lady fixed my arm. I don't know how bad it was really but your machine could have cost me my livelihood but she saved it and in doing so saved your ass from being taken to the cleaners by me. You pay me what you offer as well as clear whatever debt you're holding over her head and I'll leave peacefully along with this lady and never come back to your place. If not I'll take you to the cleaners for the pain and suffering you caused me and not only my body but also ruining my vacation with my wife here. As he motioned to Tenten. The man frowned and looked at the crowd and said, deal, but I don't want to see any of you in here again. Naruto said, right, give me my money and we'll leave. The man pulled out his wallet and paid Naruto quickly, and Naruto offered Tenten his arm and they both began to walk out along with the woman who healed Naruto. Once they were on the streets, the woman said, "Thank you for that. I don't know what I could ever do to repay you." Before either could say anything, a shout of "Shizune" drew their attention. All three turned to the source of the shout and Tenten gasped and said, "Tsunade-sama," causing the now identified Shizune to look at her. Naruto blinked as he looked at Tsunade and thought, "So that's my grandmother, great." Tsunade walked up and said, "Shizune, we're leaving, who's the brats?" Naruto said, "The son of the bastard you and your sensei had, grandma." Tenten slapped her forehead and Shizune blinked and looked at Naruto and then at Tsunade, who was frozen, and said softly, "What did you say?" Naruto said, "Cut long ways next time, grandma. Come on Tenten, let's go." As he started to walk away, Tenten said, "Hold on a damn minute. We've been searching for her for the past 2 months and now that we find her you're going to get PMS again, what the hell's your problem?" Naruto said, "Grandma here nearly had this lady become a sex slave because she wasn't going to pay her debt. If we hadn't have did what we did then, from the looks of it, since I saw the way grandma was looking around looking out for someone, most likely a debt collector, she was going to leave this woman here to pay granny's debt while grandma made her escape. You may respect her and want to be like her, but any respect I had for her is gone now." A swirl of leaves appeared in the middle of the road and Minato appeared and said, "Oh Naruto, Tenten, you both ready to go? We got a hot lead on, mom." As he finally noticed Tsunade standing there, Naruto said, "We got one of our own, grandma, your bastard, your mother. I'm going to get drunk." As he turned and started to walk away, Minato shot a questioning look at Tenten, who sighed and said, "Basically the story of his life. Gets all excited about meeting a relative only to be disappointed. If you will excuse me Tsunade-sama, I need to go stop my husband." As she took off toward the bar Naruto had just entered. Just as she was about to enter, a shout of "Rasengan" was heard and a figure could be seen flying out of the bar backwards, covered in a ball of energy. As the figure slammed into a building, everyone could see it was Jiraiya, who had just been hit with the Rasengan, and a moment later a kunai stabbed Jiraiya in the leg before a yellow flash appeared, and with Naruto driving a knee in Jiraiya's balls. Jiraiya cried out, "Why?" as he looked up in pain at Naruto's face. Naruto said, "Hello Godfather," before he spat in Jiraiya's face and yanked the Hiraishin kunai out of Jiraiya's leg. Naruto then turned and walked back toward Tenten and said, "It's a topless bar and the pervert was getting a lap dance." Before he turned and began to walk away, Tenten shook her head and looked at the shocked Tsunade, the angry Minato, the passed out bleeding Jiraiya, and then at the retreating back of Naruto, and thought, as much as I want to tell him he's being an ass, I honestly have to say they each deserve it, and these are the role models we were taught to look up to, no wonder the world's so fucked up. As she ran after Naruto. End flashback. Tsunade said, "What does that have to do with anything, brat? Why is Jiraiya and that other guy wearing a cardboard box?" Tenten giggled and said, "Well, remember how Jiraiya said he would do anything to make it up to Naruto for not being there after that, and after Minato chewed his ass out for failing Naruto as his godfather. Naruto pulled the same stunt we used to free Shizune that day and told Jiraiya since he caused Naruto pain and suffering, especially after he learned Jiraiya took all Naruto money that was supposed to be given to him out of your accounts and invested it and lost it all, that he was basically a slave to Naruto who actually put a seal on Jiraiya. As such, any time Jiraiya gets a nosebleed or giggles pervertedly or even gets a hard-on from peeking, the seal activates and causes him to feel like his balls are being cut off. Since it's made it where Jiraiya can't do his research, he hasn't sent his editor any new books, and so Jiraiya was summoned to the Wind Lord and he brought Naruto and me along to prove his story, and the Wind Lord ordered Naruto to release Jiraiya so he could continue his books, and Naruto told him no because Jiraiya books caused him pain and suffering. The Wind Lord offered a compromise and asked how much Naruto wanted in order for him to release Jiraiya so he could continue his books. Naruto said he wanted everything the person who profited the most from Jiraiya's books owned, and he would release Jiraiya from his debt. The Wind Lord agreed, thinking Jiraiya would be the one who would have to give up everything, but the Wind Lord and Jiraiya were equal business partners, 50-50, so by his own order Naruto now owns everything Jiraiya and the Wind Lord owned, including fear cloths, which is why they are like that. Why is Sasuke chained to the wall wearing a leather thong? Over against the wall, Sasuke was chained to the wall wearing only a thong and a ball gag. Naruto burst out laughing and said, "Oh god, I need a camera. What happened? Why is Sasuke like that?" Minato said, "Well, basically while you were taking over a country, Sasuke got the bright idea to try and cheat using his Sharingan to count the cards. He thought if he used a genjutsu over his eyes that nobody would find out even after all the signs warned about ninja cheating. As such, Sasuke was caught and arrested by the casino, and he's now owned by the casino." Naruto asked, but why was he cheating? Tsunade said, I made a bet that he could never be luckier than you were at gambling and he offered me a bet, the entire Uchiha fortune versus the secret to my super strength I've been teaching Tenten. He lost over $4,000 in an hour and tried to use his Sharingan to cheat and the rest is history, at least I won the Uchiha clan fortune. Everyone blinked and Shizune said, you won Tsunade-sama. At this everyone began to pale before there was a rumbling sound making everyone to look around and Kakashi said, what's that noise? The next moment a three-headed snake busted through the walls of the casino and there stood Orochimaru on the head of the snake and Naruto thought, damn it grandma, your fucking luck strikes again. Chapter 23. Naruto groaned as he heard a knocking on a door and he looked around quickly. He said, damn it, not again. As he rolled over and pulled the cover over his head. A few moments later there was a small boom sound and a thud as Naruto door fell in on the floor and Naruto groaned even more as Tenten voice said, oops. Naruto, you here? Naruto said with his head covered up, we're sorry, the party you are searching for is not in right now, please leave your name, address, message and a 3x5 sexy picture at the beep, beep. Tenten said, great, you're imsing again. Naruto blinked and sat up and said, ims. What the hell is that? Tenten smirked and said, irritable man syndrome. In other words male PMS. Naruto sighed and said, what do you expect, I just saw Grandma Tsunade get ate by a 100 feet tall white 8-headed snake while she was frozen in fear from seeing the blood where Orochimaru stabbed mom through the heart. I saw Jiraiya get taken out by that dude with the bones, Shizune was taken out by that 6-arm freak. You were captured by those fuckers who merged with your body, I was fighting that fat ass and that flute chick. Mom might have been able to help if one of us could have gotten to the sword and pulled it out of her heart but none of us could and Dad wound up summoning the Shinigami. I don't know what the hell happened to Sasuke during all of that. Tenten sighed and sat down on the bed next to him and said, tell me about it. That was the hardest battle I have ever been in. Naruto said, yeah, if that's the strength of what we are going to have to face. I'm scared Tenten, I lost everyone else already twice and I'm worried that I'll lose you. Tenten looked down and said, me too. When I lost control of my body when those guys merged with me. I couldn't stop thinking that this is it, that I was going to leave you and I came to a decision. Naruto asked, what decision? Tenten began to make a few hand signs and her hands glowed and she touched her stomach and then touched Naruto's stomach confusing Naruto a moment before his eyes widened and said, Tenten, that. Tenten said, yeah, I may not be ready to be a mother, but I am ready to be your wife in every way Naruto. I sent a message to my team and told them I couldn't make it today and I came immediately here, we got 3 hours before you have to be at the academy. That gives us 2 hours to have a proper honeymoon and an hour to get cleaned up, so the question is, are you ready to become my husband in every way? Her answer was Naruto kissing her as he made a couple of bunchins to go fix the door to his apartment. After that Naruto then pulled Tenten close and began to kiss her passionately before moving slowly down her jaw to the base of his neck and find her pulse spot and began to nibble on it causing Tenten to moan and asked in a gasping breath, where did you learn that? Naruto smirked and said, my grandfather's a pervert, my father's a closet pervert, my godfather a super pervert, and my sensei an open pervert. Needless to say I was given lots of ideas I hope to try out with you my love. Tenten said, is that so? Well you should know, I've also learned a thing or two from the Ice Queen of Konoha, the Snake Mistress of Konoha and the legendary Sucker. The next moment Naruto found himself pushed back on the bed and his boxers shoved down to his knees. A few minutes later, after the two clones fixed the door they heard Tenten moaning before they heard Naruto grunting and the two clones looked at each other and one said, you put up that privacy jutsu and then go train on chakra control. I'll go to the academy and replace boss for the exam. The other clone said, hey, why do you get to go to the academy and not me? The first clone said, well if you insist, I'll go train then. Don't forget the privacy jutsu, oh and remember, you can't do anything to show off besides the actual test or you could be discovered and cost boss his height. See ya, as he shushined away. The second clone blinked and blinked again and screamed, God damn it. As he thought, I got tricked by myself. As he quickly put up a privacy jutsu and left. In the bedroom Naruto who was on his back feeling Tenten oral skills looked at Tenten who froze and looked toward the door going to the rest of the apartment when she heard the shout of, God damn it, and Naruto said, my words exactly. I think turnabout's fair play. As he flipped Tenten and pinned her to the bed before continuing to kiss the pulse spot on her neck before he unbuttoned her shirt and shorts. Meanwhile on top of the Hokage monument the clone who tricked the other one jumped into the woods and put his hands in a seal and said, Taju Kage Bunshin no Jutsu. And as the clearing was filled with nearly 200 clones the original clone said, Alright, listen up, we need to help boss and the other generation 1 clone as much as possible. I want 25 of you to work on leaf balancing, 25 on tree climbing, 25 on water walking, 25 on kunai balancing, 25 on wind manipulation, 25 on water manipulation and 25 on earth manipulation. A clone asked, what about the last 25? The original clone said, body study. We know what our body can do. See how out of shape our body really is by running, jumping, swimming, kicks, punks and anything else you think will be off between these bodies and our old ones. Boss is going to need to know what he can and can't do quickly, begin. A few hours later both Naruto and Tenten were passed out asleep with Tenten laying on top of Naruto's chest. At the academy a Kage Bunshin of Naruto who had sat in the back of class thought, I am such an ass, I am going to kick my ass when I get out of here. Ruto, hello, are you paying attention Naruto? Naruto blinked and said, you say something Iruka-sensei. Iruka got a twitch on his eyebrow and said, I was calling you to take your test Naruto. You should be more observant Naruto. Naruto said, sorry about that Iruka-sensei but I was trying to figure out something that has been bothering me since the last time I took this test. How can a guy who can't even use chakra pass or a kid who has a fake arm? Iruka asked, what do you mean? Naruto said, Rock Lee, that kid on Team 9, he has a condition that makes it where he can't use chakra. There's also that girl who lost her arm as a baby in the Kyuubi who passed a few years ago. How did they both pass? Iruka said, well, Rock Lee passed because even though he was unable to use chakra he worked hard enough to get his taijutsu up to Chunin level to compensate for his ability not to pass. As for the girl you were speaking about, she also got her skills of chakra strings up to Chunin level. Why do you ask? Naruto said, so you're saying that if someone is unable to pass in one area, if they are able to compensate for it in another area with at least Chunin level skills they would pass. Iruka said, yes, now come on it's your turn. Naruto said, no need, Kage Bunshin no jutsu. As 10 Kage Bunshin appeared and Naruto smirked and said, fangirl no jutsu. As each of the Naruto in the room turned into different girls who were member of Sasuke fan club and each of them said, oh Sasuke-kun, we found out about the Clan Restoration Act that says that you have to have more than one girlfriend or wife so that means we can share. Isn't that great Sasuke-kun? We don't have to fight over you anymore. As each fangirl replaced themselves with the original fangirls in the class before dispelling and Naruto said, see sensei, if they could pass with Chunin level skills, the fact I can do a Junin level skill means I pass also, right? Iruka looked at Naruto in the back of the class and asked, how did you do that? Naruto said, which part? The henges, the replacements, or the clones? Iruka said, all of it. Naruto said, well Kage Bunshin can do almost anything the original can do and since they are solid A, hey boss, what are you doing here? The real Naruto who ran in huffing and puffing for breath said, sorry I'm late Iruka-sensei, I got lost on the road of life. Iruka looked back and forward between the two Naruto as did everyone else and Iruka said, Naruto, what's going on here? Dispel the Kage Bunshin and explain. Naruto dispelled the one who was in the back of class shocking everyone and the real Naruto said, well you see Iruka-sensei, someone tried to break into my apartment real early this morning and broke my door right off the hinges. Luckily the noise from the door being broken in woke me up and I was able to use some leftover paint from where I painted the Hokage monument to throw it on their face mask to temporarily blind them and I used henge and Kage Bunshin to make it look like a team of Anbu appear in my apartment to find out what the noise was and the person I hid with the paint saw them and threw a kunai at me before shushing away. Luckily I was able to use replacement with one of my clones to save myself. After they were gone I sent a Kage Bunshin to find an Anbu and tell them what happened but none ever showed up so I started to repair my door and clean up the paint to protect my stuff while I sent a Kage Bunshin here to tell you I was going to be late until I could get my door fixed since I didn't want to have my stuff stolen. Wait, damn it, I told him not to do any pranks. He just had to reveal that Sasuke literally screwed since now his fangirls can join together and chase after his affection since he's the last male of his clan. I bet Sakura and Ino already knew this with Ino being a clan heiress who had to study all the laws of her station and Sakura being the top kunoichi in book smarts who spends her time studying at the library instead of training probably looked it up also and this whole rivalry they had going on was a lie to make the other girls not see them as a threat since they've been secretly working together all these years to sabotage the other girls' chances at being with Sasuke. I guess you both must have taken the lesson about deception to heart like true kunoichi, huh? As he looked at Sakura and Ino who both had a deer in the headlight look as they saw Sasuke and the other girls looking at them and Ino said, that's right, I'm surprised you figured it out dead last. Sakura said, yeah, come on Ino, let's share Sasuke like we planned all along. As she moved to sit by Sasuke and Ino quickly moved to the other side of Sasuke. Of course this caused a catfight to start where Amy grabbed Ino by her hair and yanked her out of her seat while another girl yanked Sakura out also by her hair. Naruto, who glanced around the room, saw everyone but Shikamaru was looking at what was going on with the girls while Shikamaru looked at Naruto, who winked at him, and Shikamaru muttered, "Troublesome." It took 10 minutes to get order restored to class while Naruto took a hiatus and sat down in the back of class avoiding what was going on while thinking, "I hope you like the show Tenten." As he glanced out the window where Tenten was hiding in the tree. Iruka finally screamed, "Everyone in their seat now." Using his big head no jutsu. Once everyone was in their seat, Iruka said, "Now Naruto, what are you doing with a hiatus?" Naruto said, "What, the test is henge, replacement, and the Bunshin no jutsu. I can't do the Bunshin no jutsu because I have too much chakra and you and everyone else knows it. I mean I made Kajbunshin. Their a Junin level jutsu. If someone would have taught me that jutsu 2 years ago I would probably already be a chunin and graduated early instead of being the bottom of the class. After all, book smarts will only get you so far in life and most of the book stuff we had to study in the academy has been sent through so many filters to make sure other villages don't learn our village secrets that it's basically useless. I mean look at the Shodaime Hokage. We studied 2 whole months on him and the sad thing is, you can go up to any civilian in any village and ask them who was the Shodaime Hokage and what was special about him. They will tell you his name was Hashirama Senju, he could use the Mokuden bloodline, he founded Konoha by making peace with the Uchiha clan, had a brother who became the Nadaime Hokage. Died fighting Madara Uchiha, who is believed to have died at the Valley of the End, but it can't be proved since no body was ever discovered for either of them. They could have both died there or one could have lived for a while and died later in secret or any number of things, but we spent 2 whole months learning all that when anyone could have gave us that info because it's common knowledge. Naruto saw he had everyone's attention and he said, "Most of the things we studied have been that way, so the way I see it the actual book grades don't mean shit in the world, and while my book grades may suck, the only person in this class one haven't beat physically at least once is Sasuke. What good is book grades going to do any of us when an enemy sneaks up behind us and stabs us in the back with a kunai because our actual skills suck so much? But answer me this, if I'm really the dead last, why is it that I could paint the Hokage monument in broad daylight wearing orange without getting caught until I was done? If that paint had been exploding tags and I was an enemy ninja, then half the village would have been destroyed by that. Also I outrun and evaded Anbu, Chunin, and Junin for a while, and the only person who actually could catch me was you sensei, and that is only because you're a trained sensor type. If I'm wrong, then why is it only 3 teams out of every 9 who graduate actually pass to become ninja? It's because most of the people in this room will fail to prove they are both physically and mentally prepared to be ninja." Everyone was listening and looking at Mizuki, who had his eyes narrowed, and Iruka said, "How do you know the Kajbunshin no jutsu, Naruto?" Naruto said, "Well, I met this really old dude a few weeks back. He said he had came back to the village to pay his respect to his daughter Grave, who died on a mission, and he saw me and we talked, and he said that the current way the academy is teaching us is the same bullshit that wound up getting his daughter killed. He told me that in the Hidden Mist village they don't do the graduating test like they do here. I hear they have students live together, eat together, sleep together, and then on graduation day they have the student fight each other to the death. The winners become ninja, the losers are buried in mass graves. Is that true, sensei? Is that why they call it the Bloody Mist?" Iruka frowned and saw all the student there looking at him, and he said, "Yes Naruto, that's true." Naruto nods and asked, "Then what good is book grades going to do against that kind of training? Sakura the top kunoichi of our class because of her book grades, but if she faced an academy student from the Hidden Mist today, she would either be raped or killed because she can't run longer than 10 minutes without needing to stop to catch her breath. Her chakra reserves are so small that using replacement more than 3 times tires her out, and she's not very fast or strong either. I'm not trying to make any of you feel weak, Sakura. I'm just using you as an example as the top kunoichi of our class. Seriously though, do you disagree with what I said? I'm just trying to get you all to open your eyes and wake up to the reality of what you are about to face so you can save yourselves before it's too late." Iruka said, "You shouldn't be trying to discourage others, Naruto." Naruto said, "I'm not. That was why I asked you if what the old guy told me was true. He told me that out of the 9 teams that graduate only 3 will actually become real teams, that the others either get sent back to the academy or for remedial training. That today's test isn't really the real Genin test. That is actually given to us by our Junin sensei, and those tests are to see if we are willing to put the good of the mission in front of our own personal goals. Like the bell test where the Junin gives 2 bells and tell us one of us is going to fail no matter what. In truth it is a teamwork test to make it where teams are willing to work together, for the good of the mission, because on a real mission, the one who gets sent back to the academy would be the one who had to sacrifice their lives to delay the enemy so the other two could return with the info to save the village. Haruka got a nervous look on his face and asked, "How do you know about that, Naruto?" Naruto said, "That old man I was telling you about. He told me how his daughter had went on her first mission outside of the village with her team. She was the top kunoichi of her class and the academy made her believe that book smarts is all she needed. They were attacked by bandits and both her teammates were killed and she was captured. When her body was found a month later, when a team was sent to investigate, they discovered she had been raped repeatedly before they cut off her toes and let her bleed to death. I don't want to see that happen to any of the girls in our class, so will you tell us the truth, sensei? That situation that the old monk's daughter was in, how common is that? I mean, is it a once-in-a-lifetime thing, or are we really going to face that kind of danger out there? If so, then why does the academy focus on so much edited information and not on actual training? I mean, they make girls learn flower arranging and tea ceremony. How often does a genin kunoichi have to actually use those skills? I mean, those are used to help kunoichi infiltrate enemy villages where they would most likely have to seduce their targets. Those are chunin level missions. Why teach those skills in the academy when kunoichi should be learning to defend themselves instead of being the weakest member of their teams? I may be the dead last in book smarts, but I'm physically strong enough to defeat any of the kunoichi in this class, possibly any 2 or 3 of them at a time. Doesn't our village care about kunoichi as something else than hookers and prostitutes? I mean, isn't that the cover most kunoichi are given for infiltration missions? Haruka saw the looks the others in the class were giving him and he said, "Well, you see, the academy education is approved of by the council." Naruto said, "Why? I mean, this is a ninja academy, ninja fall under the Hokage command, not the council. Why do they get to decide on what the ninja should learn when most of the council are civilians who never even been ninja in the first place, unless they are the ones wanting the missions done? I mean, I know a lot of the adults males in this village are perverts. Are they making kunoichi education so weak so they could be used to get their loads off, since most adult women find them disgusting or not up to standards to please them? Why is it that you don't stand up for our kunoichi, Haruka-sensei? I mean, wait, is that why you pass out from my sexy no jutsu, because you are a pervert too? That's why you don't stand up for them. I bet you and Mizuki-sensei have been planning which ones you were going to try and have sex with later, weren't you? Oh my god, that explains why our seats are set up the way they are, so that when you are at the front of the class you can look up the kunoichi dresses and see what's underneath. You perverts." Outside the classroom in a tree, Tenten had her hand over her mouth to keep from bursting out laughing as she heard everything from the open window. Tenten watched as all the kunoichi began to shout at Haruka and Mizuki and then began to beat them down. Inside the Hokage office, the Sandame eyebrow twitched as he looked at what happened and said, "Kurenai, when you retrieve Tenten, please bring Naruto as well." Kurenai said, "Yes sir, though I do think he made some very valid statements, sir." The Sandame said, "Perhaps, but orchestrating a mob to beat down your sensei is not something I was expecting to ever see from Naruto." Kurenai said, "I'll go and get them at once, sir." As she shushined away. As Kurenai arrived at the academy, Naruto glanced at the window and thought, "Tenten, shit, we don't have the whirlpool seals right now." As he turned quickly from where he was pulling a kunai and throwing it from 20 feet away from the window out the open window toward where Tenten was. Tenten, seeing this, eyes went wide and began to move before the kunai was covered in a puff of smoke, and Naruto appeared before replacing himself with Tenten, who appeared next to Naruto, now facing behind her where a shushin was finishing and the form of Kurenai could be seen there. Inside the classroom, the Naruto there went up in a puff of smoke, catching everyone's attention. Most had missed the kunai being thrown out and looked outside to see what was going on. Kurenai said, "Are you the real Naruto or another Kajbunshin?" Naruto said, "Real." Kurenai nods and said, "The Sandame has asked me to deliver you both to him. My name is Kurenai Yuhi." Naruto glanced at Tenten, who said, "I guess we should go see him." Kurenai places her hand on both their shoulders and shushined away. When they reappeared, they were inside the Sandame office. Naruto blinked and looked around the office and said, "That's strange." Catching everyone's attention. The Sandame glanced at Naruto and asked, "What's strange?" Naruto said, "I don't know, the room just doesn't feel the same as it usually does. I can't place my finger on it." As he looked around the room. The Sandame coughed and said, "I'm sure you know why you are here." Naruto said, "Not a clue." "You?" Tenten said, "None either." As she looked confused. The Sandame said, "I see, the reason I have called you both here is originally I wanted to ask you, Tenten, why you were not available to train with your team yet you had time to spy on the graduating class." Naruto said, "She was with me, trying to talk me out of leaving this village." causing the Sandaime and Kurenai to go wide-eyed a moment while Tenten just glanced at Naruto. The Sandaime asked, "What do you mean leave the village?" Naruto said, "I'll answer your question if you answer one of mine first. What do you know about my family?" Kurenai said, "You're an orphan, Naruto." Naruto looked at her and said, "What about it, Gigi? What do you know about my family?" The Sandaime looked at Naruto and said, "I told you before, Naruto, that I don't know who your parents are." Naruto looked back at him and said, "Do you know anything about the Uzumaki family then?" The Sandaime said, "No." Naruto looked at him and said, "Just so you know, you just lost my trust, Sandaime-sama. After all, Mito Senju, wife of the Shodaime Hokage, maiden name was Uzumaki. My mother was Kushina Uzumaki, originally of Whirlpool Village, who moved here and became a ninja of our village. The Uzumaki were a clan from Whirlpool before Whirlpool was destroyed by the Hidden Mist village. You were the apprentice of the Shodaime and student of the Nadaime, you trained Tsunade Senju. You were very familiar with their family because of this. Also, when my mother came to Konoha and joined it was during your original term in office, meaning you had to approve of her becoming a Konoha ninja. Want to try again?" The Sandaime and Kurenai both went wide-eyed and the Sandaime asked, "How do you know that?" Naruto said, "You see, the story I told to Iruka-sensei about being late as well as how I learned Kujibunshin was mostly a lie. I did meet someone who did teach me the Kujibunshin no jutsu to help me where you failed. He also informed me about another secret that you have hid from me all these years on top of my mother. That secret is why I am hated. I have more chakra than anyone in this village. Where everyone else has to learn to move a twig or a small branch the way they want, I have to learn to move two fully grown trees. In order to learn to make a single Kujibunshin, I had to learn leaf balancing, tree climbing, water walking, and kunai balancing. Before I learned all those things, I couldn't make less than 100 of them. Making a single Bunshin no jutsu would take perfect chakra control, something thanks to Kyuubi I'll never have, but you know the thing is, I learned all of that last night." A hand on his shoulder caused him to stop and Naruto glanced at Tenten, who said, "Calm down, Naruto, please." As she was the one who placed her hand on his shoulder. Naruto closed his eyes and took a deep breath and said, "Fine." The Sandaime, seeing this, asked, "How are you involved in this, Tenten?" Naruto said, "When I was leaving the village, I passed by a cabin in the woods her family owns. She heard me passing by since she had stayed there last night, and she stopped me and convinced me to talk to her. The rest you could say is history." The Sandaime pulled out his pipe and began to smoke it and said, "What are your plans now, Naruto? I assume that you are not planning to leave now since you took the genin test." Naruto looked at him as his focused and clouded over several times, and Naruto said, "That's it, no trying to deny it, no telling me you're sorry, no telling me you had orders from the Yondaime, no telling me anything. You could tell an entire fucking village that hates my guts for saving their ass, and you can't even tell me shit. That's it, you, oomph." As he was silenced by Tenten, who turned him around, driving a knee into his stomach, causing him to lose all the air he had in him and doubling over her knee. Tenten then raised him up by his collar and said, "You have every right to be pissed. I know you're upset. You find out not only about Kyuubi but also that the Yondaime was your father, your mother was from Whirlpool and was secretly married to the Yondaime, your grandmother was Tsunade Senju, and that bastard over there is your grandfather. Your godfather is Jiraiya of the Sannin, and everyone your entire life has lied to you or only cared about you out of debt to your parents or orders. But you're better than this, Naruto. It's not whose blood flows through your veins that makes up who you are, it's what you do that defines who and what you are." Naruto closed his eyes and lowered his head against Tenten's shoulder, and after a moment said, "I think you broke my rib." While Kurenai was looking at the Sandaime with wide eyes while the Sandaime had gone pale. Tenten bit her lip to keep from laughing and said, "I try, you want me to tell them? Kurenai is someone I trust." Naruto shrugged with his head still on her shoulder, and Tenten said, "The person who informed Naruto all of this was the Yondaime himself. From what Naruto told me, the Yondaime sealed part of his soul in the seal of the Kyuubi. He did this because Jiraiya-sama was supposed to have already taught Naruto the basics of seals so he could have a good foundation to build off of, so when the part of the seal activated that held the Yondaime's soul, he could then begin to teach Naruto how to repair and keep the seal in good working condition, as well as how to use the Kyuubi chakra safely, since seals degrade over time and Jiraiya-sama is already an old man. Someone would be responsible with the upkeep of the seal, and who better than the person who has the most to win and lose by making sure it worked properly. Since Jiraiya-sama failed so far in his duties as a godfather, the Yondaime was forced to begin with the basics last night and trained Naruto as he slept. He didn't have enough time to teach him everything and his soul is now gone, but he did give Naruto enough and told him the secret of the Kagebunshin no Jutsu so he could use Kagebunshin to experiment and study seals as well as train in other areas, so with the number Naruto is able to make, he can learn a year or two worth of seals in a day depending on how many Kagebunshins he wishes to focus on seals. The Sandaime pulled off his hat and said, Naruto I. Naruto said, save it. I'm a reminder of a mistake at best or the village's secret weapon at worst. The Sandaime said, you are neither Naruto. Naruto looked at him and said, how can I trust you? The only person in this entire village I know I can trust is beside me. The only reason I'm not halfway to wave is because of her. The Sandaime asked, is there anything I can do to prove it to you? Naruto thought a moment and said, I want to get to know my family, but I don't want the world to know about them yet. I don't know if my dream is still to be Hokage, but I do know I want to prove I'm me and not the Kyuubi, and I don't want special treatment by being related to every Hokage. I want to earn my own respect. I would like access to info on seals though. I need to learn more about them if I am going to keep the Kyuubi seal working properly. I could use a couple extra missions that could be done solo to pay for my supplies and needs, since Tenten told me Genins usually get $25 for every D-ranked mission they get and I can't afford to live off of just a single mission a day. Kurenai said, what makes you think you will only get a single mission a day? Naruto said, Dead Last and Rookie of the Year are always put together with the top kunoichi of the class. That means I'll be with Sakura and Sasuke, and that also means we will have Kakashi as our sensei for not only him being Dad's student but also because of the fact he's the only other known Sharingan in the village. Sarutobi blinked and said, what do you mean by known Sharingan? Naruto said, Gigi, I may not be book smart but I know that there was more to the Uchiha massacre than what first appears. I mean, Itachi kills every member of his clan by himself without one of the censors in this village detecting the chakra usage and investigating. Either you or someone else in this village ordered people to stay away during the massacre, meaning Itachi had help. If it wasn't you, then that means someone else had a hand in helping Itachi do it, and the question is why. The only answer I could think of is someone wanted to get their hands on the Sharingan without causing a stink, like Dad told me happened with Kakashi. That means someone high up now has access to the Sharingan that they most likely have either transplanted to themselves or others under them. Dad told me something he couldn't prove, but if you didn't do it then the person Dad told me to be wary of would be a prime suspect. Sarutobi asked, who? Naruto said, Danzo. Dad told me he had reason to suspect Danzo was funding some kind of experiments on a seal to create super soldiers while making them loyal to him, and also something about bloodline experimentation. He didn't have enough to convict Danzo, but he thinks that having Root help Itachi would have been a more reasonable explanation than Itachi doing it himself. What does Danzo look like so I can avoid him? Sarutobi said, Kurenai, would you mind hanging into Danzo a moment? Kurenai nods before hanging into Danzo, and Naruto looked at it and said, looks like a Kakashi imitation. If Dad's right, then Danzo might have a Sharingan under those bandages on his face, and splitting them slightly would allow him to use it on others without being caught. The Sandaime thought it over a moment and said, whichever case, I think you should listen to his advice and avoid Danzo. So is there anything else you want besides what you already stated? Naruto said, I don't want others to know about Dad training me in seals. I want nothing to do with Jiraiya right now. My mind may know what it's doing but my body doesn't yet, so I am going to have to train my body. I don't want Tenten punished or harmed in any way by being friends with me. Tenten snorts and said, friends, really? Is that all I am after everything we've been through together? Naruto said, well, I was trying to save your dignity and honor by downplaying our relationship. Kurenai said, relationship? What kind of relationship? Tenten said, I know more about Naruto than anyone else in the world. I know his dreams, fears, hope, doubts, strengths, and weakness, and he knows mine. I accepted him for him and not his family and not the Kyuubi. I respect and believe in him and he respects and believes in me. He's told me his secrets and I've told him mine. We have a relationship of faith, respect, and trust of each other. That is the relationship we have. The Sandaime bowed his head and thought, thank you. Kurenai said, so basically you just want to meet your family, keep your friends and family a secret and earn your own respect. Naruto said, you forgot that I want to earn my own place in the world. Not have it handed to me for being related to who I am. Also, I want you to get a new desk, Gigi. I was conceived on it, causing everyone to look at the desk in a new light. Kurenai shook her head and said, I can see why you have become such good friends so quickly, Tenten. Tenten said, something like that. I'm sorry for not going to my team practice today, Hokage-sama, but after everything that has happened I felt that being close by and showing I believe in Naruto and being there to congratulate him on passing was more important than team training today. That is why I didn't go to practice today. The Sandame said, very well, I'll inform Guy that your absence was indeed an important personal matter that you do not wish to share. Tenten said, thank you Hokage-sama. Naruto said, so is that it? I mean, can we go, cause I need to go by my place and get my money to head to Tenten's shop so I can get me some actual cloths that don't scream, here I am, kill me. Kurenai said, holy shit, you're a miracle worker Tenten. Tenten frowned and said, no, it's just that he couldn't come before because he was a civilian and civilians wouldn't let him get other things. Kurenai and the Sandame frowned as they heard this, and the Sandame said, well, in case you both don't know, you can't tell about the Kyuubi or who Naruto is related to without. Naruto said, my approval. I'm an Uzumaki, and while my clan is not a Konoha clan, it is a clan and is the last blood Uzumaki. I have final say in clan matters. My family, jutsu, seals, and if I decide to reveal Kyuubi to those who don't know, it is my choice. If there is any way to make that legal where I have the same rights as other clans where the council and Hokage can't get involved in clan matters, I would appreciate it and I am willing to pay for it. Sarutobi said, so you don't want my involvement in your personal life? Naruto said, partially, you're an old man who could die of old age anytime. The next Hokage could try to strip me of everything I own. I ahve to protect myself somehow. Sarutobi said, very well. I'll have the correct documents when you come for your first mission should you pass the real genin test. Be at the academy tomorrow at 10 a.m. Naruto nods and opened the door and Tenten walked out, WTH Naruto following her. Once they were gone, Kurenai said, they were lying, sir. I know Tenten very well and I can tell she was hiding things. The Sandame said, I know, but about what I can't figure out. Naruto really was trained by Minato somehow. Of that I am sure. The question is, what are they hiding? And why? Kurenai thought a moment and said, I think I know, sir. You couldn't see it but I saw small bruising around Tenten's neck, she also had a small limp, sir. I believe that their relationship is more intimate. Sarutobi said, I see, that's understandable, it is similar to the situation that conceived Minato. Everything that happened her today is classified. Kurenai said, about that, sir. Sarutobi said, yes, slap. Kurenai put her hand on her hip as Sarutobi held his face and Kurenai said, forgive me Hokage-sama for my disrespect. As a leader I greatly respect you but as a person I think you are a sorry piece of shit. As she bowed. The next moment the Sandame desk exploded sending wood splinters in every direction. Kurenai was wide-eyed as she saw the destruction of the desk while the Sandame screamed, no, all that finished paperwork, my pipe, my Ika. Slap. Kurenai looked at the knocked-out Sandame and said, pervert. As she quickly left. A couple of blocks away Naruto began to chuckle lightly and Tenten asked, what's so funny? Naruto said, Gigi needs a new desk now. Tenten's eyes widen and said, you didn't. Naruto nods and Tenten said, well, I guess I can forgive you, if you could do that thing with your tongue again. Naruto said, surprise huh, you're not the only one to be taught a trick or two by Anko. Tenten blushed and said, you know, there's no hurry to get back to the shop. It's not like I can't open up shop for you. Naruto said, my place. Tenten's stomach growled and she said, for dessert, yeah, but let's get lunch first. Naruto said, sure, as they went to Ikiruka and got takeout to take back to Naruto place. Chapter 24. After lunch, dessert, dinner, and dessert, Naruto and Tenten finally made it to the Wolfclaw weapon shop. It was a little after 5 and as they walked in Dustin looked at Tenten and then at Naruto and said, hello dear, who is this? Tenten said, this is Naruto, he came to get some proper ninja equipment. Naruto, this is the guy the first was telling you about, my father Dustin. Naruto said, it's a pleasure to meet you. And thought, again. Dustin frowned and looked at Tenten and then at Naruto and then back to Tenten and said, who are you and what has happened to my daughter? Tenten asked, what do you mean dad? Dustin said, I know my daughter. She's worked herself to the bone to where her body and mind are perfectly balanced with each other to use her weapons perfectly. Your body and mind are out of sync so that tells me you are not my daughter. Who are you, a Yamanaka? Naruto sighed and started to say something when Tenten said, hey, get fucked for the first time in your life for nearly an entire day long and see how much your body is in sync dad afterwards dad, by the way, you're going to be a grandpa. Naruto paled as he saw Dustin's eyes widen and then he turned to look at Naruto as he unleashed a massive amount of ki and Naruto looked at Tenten in desperation as she said, my ass still hurts from you putting your finger in it. Naruto just had a moment to dodge but in that moment his orange jumpsuit was sliced going from bottom to top as he dodged to the side and said, but shit. As he dodged another strike from the long sword Dustin had pulled out and was swinging at Naruto, who jumped up and grabbed a kwandoa and used the shaft to deflect the next strike before he forced the long sword away and swung it around to attack Dustin's side, who brought his long sword around to deflect it, and Naruto then began to thrust it in different positions to try and immobilize Dustin. Laughter stopped all movement in the room as both Naruto and Dustin glanced over at Tenten, who was laughing, and Naruto said, "What's so funny?" Tenten said, "I'm laughing at how easy it was to manipulate you and Dad. By the way, how does that weapon feel in your hands?" Naruto blinked and looked at the kwandoa and said, "I'm not sure. It feels more comfortable than the swords I was using before. Why?" Dustin said, "You ever use a weapon like that before?" Tenten said, "Nope. Looks like your weapon found you, Naruto. Of every other weapon that you could have grabbed, that was the one you instinctively reached for like it was a part of your body." Naruto frowned and said, "But that still doesn't explain why you lied to your dad." Tenten said, "Because now that Dad has showed he will hurt you if you hurt me, he can't use the overprotective father thing again since we are an item now. As for what I am out of sync on Dad, I pulled a muscle in my back when I drove my knee into the Baka's stomach here, convincing him that he needs to get cloths from our store now that he's a ninja instead of that shit the villagers who can't tell the difference between the sword and the sheath sell him." Dustin's eyes widened and said, "What are you talking about, dear?" As he glanced at Naruto and Tenten. Naruto said, "Furball." Dustin frowned and said, "So you both know, I take it?" Naruto said, "Yeah, worst secret in the village." Tenten said, "Now you don't have a problem with Naruto, do you, Dad?" Dustin said, "First, how far is your relationship, since I didn't think you knew each other before today?" Tenten said, "Sorry Daddy about not telling you. I can say we have known each other far longer than you know of, but it wasn't until today that we could actually start to be together. He was an academy student before today, and while he's not an active genin yet, he at least is out of the reach of the council." Dustin thought a moment and said, "I see. I can understand where you are coming from, so how long have you actually been dating?" Tenten said, "Let's see, last night was a year since we first met. We started to casual date after 2 months and actually officially became a couple after another 2 months. Last night I snuck out and met with Naruto at the cabin for our 1-year anniversary, and well, some things happened." Dustin put his hands to his temples and said, "You had sex?" Tenten said, "Not last night, some other shit happened. A second seal on Naruto activated, somehow when it happened it affected me also." Dustin looked up with narrowed eyes and said, "Affected how?" Tenten bit his lip and said, "Until last night we didn't know about the Kyuubi. When the second seal activated, it sort of pulled Naruto into his mind and me as well. We met the Yondaime Hokage and his wife. Naruto parents." Dustin's eyes widened and said, "What?" Tenten said, "Calm down, Dad. The Yondaime sealed a piece of his soul and a piece of Naruto mother inside the second seal, and when it activated we both were pulled inside the seal, and it may have only been a few hours in real life, but to Naruto and me it was like months that we talked and were trained by them. Kushina taught me lots of things, as did the Yondaime from time to time. Naruto was also taught a lot of things as well by his parents. It was a one-time thing, but mentally we're probably 6 months to a year older, which is one of the reason my body is out of sync today with my mind. I know things my body doesn't. The same could be said for Naruto, but with what happened and both of us discovering about the Kyuubi as well as the rest of Naruto family and having to cope with it and coming to terms of it brought Naruto and me closer together than ever." Dustin said, "But, why would Minato do that? Why did the seal activate last night of all nights?" Naruto said, "Well, you probably know this already, but seals degrade over time, and so Dad created the second seal to make it where he could finish my training that my godfather was supposed to have started on seals. Unfortunately my godfather abandoned me all these years, and Dad had to spend most of the time teaching me the basics that I should have already known. As for why last night, well, I sort of asked Tenten to be my wife." Tenten said, "And I accepted, Dad." Dustin paled and said, "So you're engaged?" Naruto said, "Secretly though. Me and my family have a lot of enemies, and well, they would like nothing more to hurt us and use our friends and family against us, so for now we are going to keep our relationship a secret." Dustin was quiet for several minutes and said, "So this seal activated because you asked my daughter to be your wife?" Naruto said, "Is that so hard to believe? I mean, since I was supposed to be trained by my godfather all these years, he would try to talk me out of getting married until I was strong enough to protect myself and my loved ones. The seal was designed to activated when I asked someone to marry me, so that way I would be mentally and physically strong enough to handle all the information I was given. While mentally I am strong enough. I'm not physically yet, but Mom and Dad told me things to help fix that, so until then nobody but Tenten, me and you know this for both of our protections, but I would like your permission to be with your daughter as her husband. I would have asked before now, but raising myself all these years there are some things I didn't know were proper respect like that. Dustin looked at Tenten and asked, are you sure about this? I mean, are you truly happy with him? Tenten said, there is no way I could ever love or trust anyone as much as I do Naruto dad. I do love him. Dustin said, alright, I trust you to take care of my daughter Namikaze. Naruto said, Uzumaki sir, dad took mom's clan name when they got married. Dustin nods and said, then you have my permission, but how are you going to support yourselves? Tenten knows already the dangers that ninja face and how easy it is for ninja to not be able to retire because they have no other skills to fall back on. Naruto said, I know this and I have an idea I have talked over with Tenten and she agrees. Dad taught me a lot about seals. I can make custom seals to sell once I get my writing seals perfected to make seals correctly. As long as I have at least one hand I can support myself and her if need be by selling seals. Dustin said, yeah, I suppose you're right, but I would feel better if you had something else also. I mean, you could survive off of them but it wouldn't be much. Naruto said, I know, just trust me. I'll take care of Tenten if she needs it. Dustin said, and kids, what about if you have kids? Tenten said, we'll be fine dad. We got things we're working on and I'm not helpless. Even if I someday have to quit being a kunoichi to raise a family I am skilled as a blacksmith and weapon store operator. Dustin closes his eyes and said, alright, just be sure dear. I don't want you to regret making a decision that can change your life later. Nothing personal against you Naruto, it's just as a father, I have to look after my little girl. Naruto smiled and said, I understand. I would do the same thing in your shoes. Dustin said, so you're here to get some supplies huh? What do you need? Naruto looked at Tenten and said, well. An hour later Naruto left the shop and was dressed in a pair of black pants with a blue shirt with fishnet over the top of it. He also had a vest with 10 scroll in it. Naruto looked at his hand and saw a storage seal drawn on it and thought, this is definitely going to have to change. That looks like a chicken drew it. I need to train. The next day Naruto arrived at the academy and when he walked into the room all noise in the room stopped and Naruto who was dressed in a matching set of the cloths he got the day before saw everyone looking at him and asked, what? Kiba said, what's with the new cloths? Naruto looked at his cloths and said, oh these. Well I'm an orphan and have to buy my own cloths so while we were in the academy I've been secretly saving up my money from the orphan's allowance over the years and have been waiting until we actually graduate to get some real ninja cloths because these cloths are more expensive than civilian cloths that we usually need here at the academy. Since I graduated yesterday a friend of mine agreed to give me a small discount to be able to get properly outfitted. Cost me most of my saving but if it saves my life later it's well worth it. Sakura said, so then that orange crap you used to wear was only cause it was cheap. Naruto said, partially. If you want to know the other reason, think about the Hokage monument. Think about what wearing orange like that would be used for. Shikamaru said, stealth training. Naruto smirked and said, bingo brains. Ino said, so wait, I'm confused, you're saying wearing that orange was a good thing. Naruto looked at Ino and said, maybe not. We're ninja. Those of us who pass the real test will have to grow up and face the cold hard reality that none of us may make it to our next birthday. A woman once gave me the best advice I think all of us should hear. She told me as ninja of Konoha we are a family, your squad is your brothers and sisters, your fellow ninja are your cousins, even when you leave by retiring or death you're still family. We eat together, we fight together, we kill together, we drink together, we live together, and we die together. We protect each other and destroy those who threaten our family. She told me most teams show this by getting drunk together to show we have a union as teammates, friends, allies, and family. I may not be friends with you or even liked by some of you, but right now we are all equal in the eyes of the village. We are a family. After today some of us may not still be here, some may not pass the final test, some may get injured or may be killed, but if my words have any effect on you and you agree with me, I would honestly like each of you to stand up and tell you name and rank so from this day forward no matter what future awaits us, we will remember this one day as a day our family that we have spent all these of hard work, blood, sweat, and tears beside was united for one moment so when our children and grandchildren hear stories about our lives we can say. Let me tell you all about this one crazy ass kid who painted the Hokage monument wearing orange. He was Naruto Uzumaki, initiate genin of Konoha. A few moment of silence was heard and Kiba stood up and said, Kiba Inuzuka and my companion Akamaru, initiate genin of Konoha. Shino stood up and said, Shino Aburame, genin initiate of Konoha. Choji said, Choji Akamaiki, genin initiate of Konoha. Shikamaru said, Troublesome, Shikamaru Nara, genin initiate of Konoha. Ino Yamanaka. Amy. Hi, Hina, Hinata hi, Uga. Sakura Haruno. One by one everyone in the class but Sasuke had stood up and said their name. Sasuke said, HN. As everyone looked at him. Ino frowned and said, come on Sasuke-kun, everyone else did it. Sasuke said, it's a waste of time. An elderly voice said, I'm sorry to hear you think that Sasuke. I actually found it to be quite an inspiring display of the will of fire. Causing everyone to turn and see the Sandame walk in along with Iruka, as well as 9 Junins including Kakashi, Asuma, and Kurenai. Naruto thought, I wonder what Gigi here for. The Sandame said, usually a speech is given about the importance of being ninja of Konoha, about the dangers you may face and how proud Konoha is to have you serving our village. Usually it's your sensei who gives the speech, sometimes if I have the time I will come to give it, but in all my years, I cannot remember once a time where there has been a speech given in a display of the will of fire that has made me more proud than the one we saw and witnessed from outside the classroom. As such I'm not going to try and surpass it. I think you each should take what you have seen and heard to heart. After letting the words sink in for a moment the Sandame said, now the reason you are here. Normally you would be divided into teams of 3 under a Junin sensei who would test you and see who should become ninja of Konoha and who shouldn't, with usually only 3 teams passing, but because of the fact each of you know the secret behind the standard test given now, I am going to change the arrangements of teams slightly. There will still only be 3 teams passing this time, causing murmurs to go through the room. The Sandame waited a moment and when he saw someone was about to argue said, that each team will consist of a total of 12 Genins and 4 Junins. I have decided that this year for an experimental project that should it prove beneficial I will make a standard for all Genin graduates. You will be divided into 3 teams of 9 Genins under 3 of the Junins behind me. You will then have a team of experienced Genin under another Junin instructor also join you. Each of these Junins specialize in one form of jutsu over another. Ninjutsu, Genjutsu, Taijutsu, and Kenjutsu. They will work overall on all of the Genin in these 3 teams to improve the current level of everyone to a higher level. I believe if this idea works then each of you could become a Chunin within a year. Now are there any questions? Sakura raised her hand and the Sandame said, yes, what is your question? Sakura asked, why us? I mean why did you want to start this with our class? The Sandame looked at the class and said, the Chunin exams are going to be held in 6 months, the hosting village of the Chunin exams always has the highest number of applicants. The idea of a rookie Genin class entering the exams and making it to the finals is stupid, catching everyone's attention. Iruka said, what was that Naruto? In a scolding tone. Naruto said, I said that his idea is stupid because there are several things he has not taken into consideration. The Sandame said, oh, and what might those things be? As he narrowed his eyes at Naruto. Naruto looked around the class and said, what is in this class? What is there more of in this one class than there has been in any class in the last 20 years, clan heirs and heiresses? Since the exams are going to be in Konoha this time around and with all these clan heirs and heiresses being Genins, politics demand that they have to be put in the exams, even if they are ready or not, but the thing you should realize is that this is also a free shot for other villages to weaken Konoha. Besides the Hyuga and Inuzuka clan there is no other clan that has another heir or heiress to replace them in the clan head family. It would be too big of a target for at least one village to not use the exams to try and either capture one of Konoha bloodlines or eliminate the future leaders of the village. Even if there are other members of the clans that could replace the heir or heiress, they would have to take years of preparation to help them lead the village after the current clan heads step down. It's not just other villages you have to worry about either. This is a perfect chance for non-clan ninja families who have been overlooked because of clans and also civilians who want to gain their family more power in the council to make a move against the clans. They could hire other villages to send a team in for the exams to assassinate an heir or heiress. The Sandame pursed his lip and said, Konoha does not do that. Naruto said, Orochimaru. Off to the side Asuma curled his lip slightly and thought, game, set, match. The Sandame said, the actions of one. Naruto interrupted him and said, Aoi Rukosho. The Sandame said, the actions of 2. Naruto said, Mizuki Tem. At this everyone in the class looked confused. The Sandame said, what do you mean Mizuki? Naruto blinked and said, you mean you haven't found him yet? Damn, you might want to send a couple of Anbu to your office and have them check the Hokage vault. I saw him sneaking in your office window last night and found him inside the vault with some huge ass scroll with the words forbidden on it in his hand. Since I know about some of the seals in the Hokage office, I know that when you're not in the office the seals there make it where no one can use jutsu to enter or leave the office while inside the office, and I figured the vault was the same way, so I closed the door to the vault while he was distracted and I activated that Anbu messenger seal you showed me on your desk when I was a kid. I figured the Anbu would have found him when they came to the office to see who summoned them, but you really need to send someone to get Mizuki. He was locked in there all night, with no bathroom and only scrolls and whatever he had in that bag for toilet paper. The Sandame looked at Kakashi, who nods and shushens away, and the Sandame said, "Why didn't you stay and notify the Anbu of what you found?" Naruto said, hello, guy who got the Anbu in trouble for not noticing or catching me for painting the mountain versus the word of a respected Chunin instructor. Asuma said, "He's got you there." Just then a swirl of leaves appeared and Kakashi said, "I am afraid what he said is true. You might want to air out the vault though. Most of the scrolls in the vault have been tampered with, though the seals wouldn't let him get into all of them." The Sandame said, "In Mizuki?" Kakashi said, "Currently in the hands of Ibiki. He tried to open the trap scroll the Yondaime created and was knocked out." Naruto said, "I don't know if it's important, but I heard Mizuki before I closed the door mention the Hidden Sound Village. I never heard of it, and it could have been something he was reading in that scroll, but I thought I would mention it." The Sandame said, "I'll look into it. I want to thank you, Naruto, for doing a great service for Konoha. I do not know what Mizuki wanted the Forbidden Scroll for, but it could not have been for a good reason. As such, I am going to award you with an A- rank mission for not only capturing a traitor but also saving village secret." Shocking most of the room. Naruto said, "Cool." The Sandame said, "Now as I was saying about the teams." Naruto said, "It's still stupid." The Sandame got an eyebrow twitch, causing a few to snicker, including Kurani and Asuma. The Sandame said, "You will follow my orders." Naruto said, "Those who don't follow the rules are trash, but those who abandon their comrades are worse than trash. Your orders put the lives of my comrades at risk for an experiment." Causing Kakashi eye to widen a moment before he smiled behind his mask. The Sandame slapped his head and said, "You are definitely Kushina-san." Naruto asked, "Kushina? Kushina who?" Looking confused. The Sandame eye twitched as he winced at his slip and glared at Naruto, who smirked slightly and said, "Relax, I'm just messing with you. I already know that my mother was Kushina Uzumaki originally of the Hidden Whirlpool Village before it was destroyed. I also know that Whirlpool and Konoha were such close allies that this symbol right here that is on most of the cloths of Konoha is in fact the symbol for Whirlpool. It was Konoha way of honoring the bond our two villages had before Whirlpool was destroyed." Sakura asked, "How do you know that? I've never read anything about it before." Naruto said, "Well, I had sex with a feudal lord's wife once." Causing everyone in the room to go wide-eyed and several people to scream, "What?" While Naruto thought, "I was the Wind Lord in Tenten and I did have sex and she was my wife." The Sandame said, "You shouldn't joke around like that, Naruto." Naruto said, You say something. I was just thinking about going and getting lost on the road of life." At this all the adults in the room turned to Kakashi, who was reading his book, but you could tell he was smiling behind his mask. Just then an Anbu arrived in a swirl of leaves and said, "Forgive me, Hokage-sama, but someone has painted the Hokage monument again." Everyone turned to Naruto, who said, "What? I was right here the entire time." Just then a shout of, "Boss!" was heard before a panting Konohamaru came into the room along with Uden and Moegi, also out of breath holding paint cans in their hands, and Konohamaru saw Naruto and said, "Boss, you were right, nobody saw us until we were done. Today's the day you die, old man. Boss taught us the ultimate cage killer move." As he saw the Sandame in the room. Before anyone could react, all three members of the Konohamaru Corp put their hands together and said, "Sexy no jutsu." As they were covered in smoke. Once the smoke cleared enough for everyone to see, there stood three Tsunade, each wearing a bikini, and all three said, "Oh Hokage-sama, we're here to be punished." Saying it in a seductive tone as they walked forward. Everyone was wide-eyed while the Sandame turned bright red and he quickly covered his nose and turned to Naruto, glaring at him, and Naruto said, "Payback's a bitch, huh, Hokage-sama." Just then the Sandame screamed out in pain as one of the Tsunade kicked him right between the legs, causing every guy in the room to cover themselves before all three Suand were covered in smoke, reverting back to the Konohamaru Corp, and Konohamaru quickly grabbed the Hokage hat, slipping it on, and he said, "Yeah, we did it. Let's go to my new office and break in the Hokage desk like boss said all Hokage do." "You're in the middle, right, Moegi?" Moegi said, "Right, Konohamaru-kun, you ready to do the back door, Uden?" Uden said, "Yes, let's go." All three kids left the room quickly as Naruto burst out laughing, holding his side, while everyone was shocked hearing and seeing what they just did. Iruka was the first to recover and said, "Naruto, what have you done?" Naruto calmed down and put his feet up on the desk while crossing his arms and said, "Revenge is a dish best served cold. The Sandame here has lied to me my entire life about knowing who my parents were as well as the fact that I have family still living. He hid the fact because he took my father as a hostage as an infant away from his mother because he wanted to keep the secret that he had sex with her. My grandmother was forced to leave the village, leaving her son here to be raised as an orphan to keep the secret. Both my parents died the day Kyuubi attacked from what I heard, but because of him trying to keep his honor my father had to live nearly his entire life without ever knowing who his parents were, just like me." The Sandame who was holding himself slowly stood up and said, "Naruto, you have to understand what I did was for both your father and your grandmother's own good." Naruto said, "Oh, let me see, I remember the story right. My grandmother little brother had been killed by Iwa Nins and he was all the family she had left alive at that point. She tried to drink herself death when Jiraiya came in, being the pervert he was, tried to use her guilt and the fact she was drunk to get some, since the only woman who would ever be with him had to either be drunk, drugged, or paid. She may have been drunk but at least she was sober enough to beat his ass, but because of that she was arrested and locked up in jail where she decided to try and kill herself since she felt she had nothing left to live for. She was saved by someone coming to check on her and you had her taken to your place to keep her quiet, where one thing led to another and you took advantage of her moment of weakness and had sex with her. I also know that an Iwa assassin tried to kill her while she was under your care and because of this she became extremely paranoid, and I know the rest of the history after that, where over time she eventually became a mother, but she was so paranoid that assassin from Iwa would come and try and kill her son after they tried to kill her and did kill her brother, that you took him away from her and told her she had to become a kunoichi because she wasn't fit to be a mother in your eyes. You told her the only way she could ever have her son back was to not only become a kunoichi but also find a man and marry him, which she tried to do until you sent her fiancé on a mission that got him killed. Once she saw that you wouldn't ever let her have her son, she had no choice but to leave Konoha because of knowing the fact she would have to watch him grow and not be allowed to go near him was too great of a pain for her, where all these years later she still hasn't returned to Konoha and you keep the secret that she has a grandson from her. Did I forget anything?" The Sandame closed his eyes and said, "No. Your version is too close to the truth for me to discredit, though there are a few pieces that are twisted to paint me as a bad guy." Naruto said, "You changed her diapers when you were a genin. She was depressed, vulnerable, and looked up to you as a father and you took advantage of her in her moment of weakness. You were the bad guy, even if I did edit the story slightly to make you seem more evil because you deserve it after all the years that you let me believe that I was a poor no-name orphan when in fact I am the son of the clan heiress and related to 3 other clans who have ties to Konoha, who could have taken me in or helped support me instead of forcing me to live on the streets and eat out of the garbage to survive when I was younger after the orphanage kicked me out at the age of 4. Your own student Jiraiya was supposed to be my godfather and he took the money my parents left for me and all our possessions and went and used it on women and booze. You could have stepped in and reclaimed what was owed me, you could have ordered him to take me with him or stay here to raise me, or you could have done a million other things to make my life even slightly better, including adopt me yourself, since the Hokage and the council are not allowed to interfere in clan business, but instead at the age of 5 you had the council make me an adult so I could never be taken in by anyone and forbid all the clans who had legal right to me that I could have joined their clans since I am related to them, but you made a law saying they couldn't. You lost my respect. I told you that the only reason I am staying in this village is because of one person and only one person. If it wasn't for that person I would have walked out and never looked back." The Sandame sighed and said, "What is it you want?" Naruto closed his eyes and said, "I want you to contact my grandmother. I don't care how you do it, but I want you to have her return to Konoha so that I can meet her. I have a very good idea who is going to be on the team I am as well as which older genin team is going to be given to us. I want Anko as an additional instructor added to our sensei. People treat her like shit because she was following orders of her sensei. You know this and have let the council and others treat her like shit, even blocking her promotions when she should be with those Junin up there as one of the elites of Konoha when the council won't let you promote her higher than a special Junin. This is a chance for her to be given the respect she has paid for and earned over the years in blood, sweat, duty, honor, and humiliation, as others made fun of her and call her a snake whore just because of her sensei. The person I am staying in Konoha for has 2 relatives outside of the village. One is an uncle who is a missing nin for another village and the other is his adopted daughter. He's a missing ninja from the Hidden Mist and he became a missing nin after fighting against the Yondaime Mizukage who was sponsoring the bloodline civil war, and his adopted daughter has a bloodline, Hyouten. She may be the last one in the world. I'm not going to ask you to let them be ninja of Konoha, but I would like you to let me make them retainers of my clan, which will protect her from being used as breeding stock for her bloodline and give him a legal reason to live here with her instead of living the life as a missing ninja. Also, since my clan symbol and the hidden whirlpool symbol are one and the same, I want to change the symbol for my clan. The Sandame asked, and that would be? Naruto smirked and said, it's something I saw when I was preparing for a prank not too long ago. It was actually on an Anbu mask that hasn't been used yet. The Sandame asked, and how do you know that? Naruto said, because I took the mask to help escape from Anbu headquarters when I was getting the security patrol route, so I knew when to pull my prank on the Hokage monument. Causing everyone's eyes to go wide and Sakura screamed, you what? Naruto said, did I stutter? I broke into Anbu headquarters to get the patrol routes of village security so I would know when to pull my prank. Then I just took an Anbu cloak and mask from the storage area and put it on and walked right out of the building. Kakashi said, but how did you get in? Naruto said, I observed the building and saw the 4 plain-clothed Anbu who were supposed to do guard duty and map out their schedule. One is a woman who is supposed to be drinking tea at a tea shop, but she usually just sleeps until someone comes in or the manager of the tea shop wakes her up when one of the higher Anbu are in the area. The next is a guy cutting wood and putting the wood shavings in his bag, but I saw him pull his lunch out of the bag one day and he never actually makes a cut on the piece of woods. Another is disguised as a drunk in the alley, but the bottle he supposedly drinks out of is dated nearly 30 years ago, so the alcohol would have ruined in it and poisoned him if it was real. And the other guy acts like a clerk in a lobby, but every morning at 8:15 he lets a hooker in out of the side door who gets under the desk and gives him blowjobs all day. Getting in was easy, I just had to henge into Ibiki at 8:22 am, enter the building, and the 4 Anbu are so scared they will get into trouble for goofing off that they never bother to see if it was really him or a henge. If they had ever bothered to actually learn anything about Ibiki, they would know he always makes a report to the Sandame every day at 8:22 am. The Sandame coughed and then slightly giggled and then burst out laughing and said, oh god Naruto, you are definitely your parents' son. So what, the mask you took? Naruto reached into his vest and pulled out a scroll and opened it before unsealing a Hydra mask and an Anbu cloak and said, the Uzumaki clan will have a Hydra as our symbol for 2 reasons. The first is because of our affinity to water. The other is because of the fact you don't know if you're really talking to me or a cage bunshin, and a Hydra is known because every time you cut off its head to always grow back in its place, and well, you get the picture. As the room was filled with kajibunshins, by the way, you might want to make a decision unless you want to become a great-grandfather soon, because Konohamaru is in your office popping Moegi cherry. Inside the Hokage office, Moegi, who was sitting on the Hokage desk, said, so are you ready to pop my cherry, Konohamaru-kun? Konohamaru said, yeah, let's pop this baby. As he drew back and shoved forward, slapped Moegi's hand which had a cherry in it, causing the cherry to fly into the air, and Uden, who was behind Moegi, moved under it with his mouth open and caught it and said, now it's your turn, Konohamaru. Konohamaru said, man, being Hokage is so cool. Remember to mark the wall under my picture showing we done this in the office like the other Hokages. Back in the classroom, the Sandame looked to Kurenai, who frowned and shushens away. After she was gone, the Sandame said, is that all you want? Naruto said, besides the stuff I told you yesterday when I first confronted you. The Sandame said, very well, were you able to stop them, Kurenai? As he saw Kurenai arrive. Kurenai said, unfortunately no sir. Konohamaru and Uden both popped Moegi cherry and the fluids from it are going down her legs. Back in the Hokage office, Moegi said, damn that woman, she spilt the jar of cherries on my lap. What was she so upset about? Uden said, I don't know, but after we told her what we were doing she seemed to relax. Back in the classroom, all the people in the room were wide-eyed and Kurenai said, and they didn't use protection either sir. The Sandame groaned and looked at Naruto and said, I hope you are happy, Naruto, you have ruined 3 academy students' lives. Naruto said, actually, I think I made it more fun and they will be doing that over and over and over again in the future. Kurenai said, I agree Hokage-sama, they were really enjoying themselves before I showed up. Hell, I bet they are already at it again. Since it was too late to stop them, I just left them alone. The Sandame screamed, you what, damn it. As he shushined away. After he was gone, both Kurenai and Naruto burst out laughing and said, I can't believe you played along like that. Kurenai said, that is definitely a new way to pop a cherry, Naruto. You're going to give the poor man a heart attack. Naruto said, nah, just make his life miserable until my grandmother gets here. She will be the one to kill him. Asuma asked, what were you laughing so much about, Kurenai? Hearing my nephew had sex is not something I think you should laugh about. Kurenai said, whoever said we were talking about sex? We were talking about this. As she pulled out a cherry and threw it in the air and caught it before she showed it in her mouth and swallowed it. Asuma blinked, as did everyone in the class, and several people burst out laughing, and Iruka said, you're hopeless, Naruto. Naruto said, no, actually thanks to a real special person I have a lot of hope now, Iruka-sensei, but you should be scared. I decided to teach Konohamaru and his friends all my prank skills and they will start your class in the new semester. Haruka screamed, no, as fake tears fell out of his eyes. Just then the Sandame appeared and said, I'm going to get you for that Naruto. Naruto said, no you're not. You're going to be dealing with the fallout of today until you retire. All these children of clans and council members. You can count on the headaches they are going to give you unless you find a new Hokage soon. Since Orochimaru a traitor and Jiraiya a perverted dead man walking, your only choices are Kakashi who is always late, Danzo who is crippled, or Tsunade. Looks like you're going to have two pissed off women on your hands soon, Gigi, with my grandmother being one of them. And Shizune the other one. The Sandame said, and what will Tsunade do to you when she sees your newest creation from my grandson who used her as a model, huh? Naruto said, Tsunade, known as the legendary sucker around the world for her luck at gambling and possibly her skills at blowjobs. Since she was a student of yours at one time, I wonder if you were with her like you were my grandmother. Is Tsunade really a legendary sucker, Gigi? The Sandame couldn't keep the blush off his face, causing several to go wide-eyed in shock. Sakura said, you know, now that I think about it, Naruto, Tsunade had blonde hair. Naruto said, so did the Yamanaka clan, the Namikaze, and the Uzumaki. What of it? Sakura said, oh, sorry, I was just about to say that I thought Tsunade was your grandmother. Naruto snorts and said, next you're going to say I'm the son of the Yondaime Hokage Minato Namikaze. I'm Naruto Uzumaki, my father and mother's married name were Uzumaki. My father worked under Jiraiya of the Sanins for a while and each earned the other's respect, which is why he was chosen as my godfather. Unfortunately I don't have breast right now, so he doesn't want anything to do with me. Sakura blushed in embarrassment and said, sorry. Naruto said, it's cool Sakura, it would be awesome if my dad really was the Yondaime and my grandmother was Tsunade. It would even be kind of cool to have the pedophile here as a grandfather. That would make me related to every Hokage of Konoha, but I'm just an Uzumaki. Only two of us are left in the world that I know about and it's up to me to rebuild and recreate my family the best I can. Kurenai said, who is the other one, Naruto? Naruto said, all I will say is her last name is Uzumaki. For her privacy I won't tell you anything else about her. Sasuke, seeing a chance to get back at Naruto for revealing the clan restoration law, said, so Dobi, since you're the last of your clan, that means you fall under the clan restoration law like me also. That means you can have more than one girlfriend or wife. Naruto smirked and said, that law doesn't apply to me, the Uzumaki clan isn't a clan of Konoha Tem. The Sandame, seeing a chance at revenge, also said, it is now, and since you are considered an adult already by civilian and ninja standards, that means you also have to attend council meetings, Naruto. Naruto said, not really, I'll get kicked out the first time I'm in there by walking up to Danzo, ripping the bandages off his face and spitting in his face. I'm an immature brat who doesn't have any family to teach me right from wrong or proper manners, and by the time I am finally taught them, my grandmother will be in the village and will take my place on the council. Asuma said, I can't remember the last time I saw Dad get his ass handed to him in a debate like this. Naruto said, it's cause he hasn't been with a woman in years. If he had, then he would know the rules. Asuma asked, rules, what rules? Note, I don't remember where I found this and I give credit to whoever created it, but it is too funny not to use. Naruto said the rules are as follows. 1. The female always makes the rules. 2. The rules are subject to change without notice. 3. No male can possibly know all the rules. 4. If the female suspects the male to know all the rules, she must immediately change some of the rules. 5. The female is never wrong. 6. If it appears the female is wrong, it is because of a flagrant misunderstanding caused by something the male did or said wrong. 7. If rule number 6 applies, the male must apologize immediately for causing the misunderstanding. 8. The female can change her mind at any time. 9. The male must never change his mind without the express written consent of the female. 10. The female has every right to be angry or upset at any time. 11. The male must remain calm at all times, unless the female wants him to be angry or upset. 12. The female must, under no circumstances, let the male know whether she wants him to be angry or upset. 13. The male is expected to read the mind of the female at all times. 14. At all times, what is important is what the female meant, not what she said. 15. If the male doesn't abide by the rules, it is because he can't take the heat, lacks backbone, and is a wimp. 16. If the female has PMS, all the rules are null and void and the male must cater to her every whim. 17. Any attempt to document the rules could result in bodily harm. 18. If the male, at any time, believes he is right, he must refer to rule number 5. End quote. Everyone was looking at him with wide-eyed except Kurenai, who walked up and patted Naruto on the back and said, "Good boy. I see you have been trained perfectly. I'll have to give your friend an award for doing such a good job." Naruto said, "No reward is necessary, Kurenai-sensei. Men are placed here for the sole purpose of catering to women and their needs, not our wants." Kiba said, "No, he's been brainwashed. We must return to him his nuts before they are lost forever." Naruto turned to the sound of flesh hitting flesh and saw Kiba being beat down by half the girls in the class. Naruto thought, "Thank you Mom, Granny, Shizune, and Tenten." The Sandame said, "Ruruka, please read the teams off. I feel my sanity snapping." Ruruka said, "Right, Team 7, of registered Team 3 is Naruto, Sasuke, Sakura, Team 8 of registered Team 3 is Kiba, Hinata, and Shino, and Team 10 of registered Team 3 is Ino, Shikamaru, and Choji." Naruto said, "Thought so." Ruruka said, "Sensei, please take your students and go. I need a drink," as he walked over and pulled out a bottle of sake from his desk. Asuma said, "All right Team 3, let's meet on the roof," before he left with Kurenai while Kakashi shushined away. Naruto said, "Well come on, fate's bitch awaits us," as he got up and walked out the door followed by the others. Chapter 25. As Naruto and the other genins moved up the stairs to the roof, a puff of smoke appeared in front of them and an Anbu said, "Naruto Uzumaki-sama." Naruto looked at the Anbu and thought, "Root and said, "Yes." The Anbu said, "You have been summoned. I was ordered to retrieve you." Naruto turned to the other genins and said, "Looks like I get to have round 2. Tell everyone I'll be back and to keep an ear in the air. Carry out your orders, let's go." As he looked at the Anbu. The Anbu moved forward and put his hand on Naruto's shoulder and shushined away with both of them. Kiba said, "Anyone else feel like we are missing something with Naruto?" Shikamaru said, "Troublesome," as he walked up the stairs with the others. When the 9 genins made it to the roof, they saw Kurenai, Asuma, and Kakashi there along with a man in spandex, a kid who looks like his clone, a Hyuga, and a girl with buns in her hair. Tenten looked around and said, "Where is Naruto?" Before anyone had a chance to say anything, Naruto's voice was heard all over the village. "To what do I owe the great honor of meeting you 3 in such a unique and wonderful place as this? News flash, just because you're doing things illegal doesn't mean you have to hide underground. So let me see if I can identify you 3 so well. We have Kaharu and Homaru, the village elders and Hiruzen former teammates, and let's not forget the choke artist himself, Danzo. What was it, the extra choke of your chicken or the orgasm you had from jerking your chicken that kept you from opening your mouth that day and saying you would stay behind when the Nadaime was trying to decide if you or Hiruzen would be the Sandame Hokage?" Eyes all over the village went wide as they heard this, and Danzo said, "Shut up, Nine-Tails child, and know your place." Underground in a 20 by 20 feet room was a desk with Danzo sitting behind it, and on each side of him were Kaharu and Homaru. Across from them was Naruto, who was standing in front of them with his arms crossed. Naruto said, "I would be careful with how you address me, Danzo." A voice behind Naruto said, "Oh, and why might that be him?" Causing Naruto's eyes to widen, and he jumped across to the side of the room quickly while turning to look at the person who was behind him and paled as he thought, "Oh fuck." Naruto said, Enko was right, you do look like a gay pedophilic son of a bitch Orochimaru." Across the village eyes widened as several ninja began to look around, and Enko, who had froze moment before when she heard that voice, now began to frantically look around. In the underground room, Naruto had one of his hands behind his back against the wall, sending chakra to his fingertips, drawing in a small area while eyeing the room. Orochimaru chuckled and said, "Your tongue seems quite quick." Naruto said, "Yeah, my fiancé says the same thing." Across town, Tenten's face became red as she froze, and Kurenai glanced at her and thought, "Oh, we are so talking later." Danzo said, "Fiancé huh?" Naruto looked at Danzo and said, "Tell me, Orochimaru, what are you doing in Konoha? I thought you would be preparing to assassinate the Kazekage right now." Orochimaru frowned and said, "And why would I do something like that?" Naruto looked at Orochimaru and said, "I don't know what the choke artist and his 2 puppets over there have told you, but you know you shouldn't trust him. I've been planning to kill the bastard for a while now, and I've been gathering info on him and his operation, and I learned a lot of things that would surprise you, like Danzo has 4 adult Sharingans in his possession." Orochimaru's eyes widened and glanced at Danzo and said, "Does he now?" Naruto said, "Yeah, 1 under those bandages on his face and 3 in that arm you grew him that contains the Mokuden bloodline." Danzo scowled and looked at Naruto and said, "Silence, boy." Naruto said, "Oh, it's boy now, before it was Nine-Tails child." Did I impress you, or is it that you're worried that Orochimaru going to find out you've been tricking him and plan to double-cross him at the Chunin exams? Orochimaru, who had changed his position, said, was he now, and how would he do that? Naruto said, his plan won't work, he doesn't have info on you like I do about your immortality jutsu. Orochimaru turned to Naruto and asked, and how do you know that? Naruto said, I overheard Kabuto giving a report to his other master, Akasuna no Sasori. Orochimaru scowled and said, I see. I'll have to tie up that loose end it seems. Naruto said, before we go all medieval and try to kill each other, I want to ask you something if you don't mind, Orochimaru. It's about your curse seal. Orochimaru blinked and said, oh, and why do you want to know about it? Naruto said, well, I got a chance to look at Anko's seal once after I heard Kabuto speaking with Sasori, and I've come to a couple of conclusions about it. I know it has only a 1 in 10 chance of survival. Have you figured out why so many die? Orochimaru said, no. Naruto said, I see, have you checked the veins in the heart of those who died? Orochimaru blinked and said, no, why? Naruto said, well, you see, I think I have some info from studying your curse seal I might be able to bargain with you about if you're willing to help me get info out of these three first on another subject. One I think you might also be interested in. Another set of Sharingans in the world besides those in Konoha and Itachi set. Orochimaru looked intrigued while Danzo said, what is going on here? Naruto said, so you figured it out, Danzo. Danzo said, what have you done, Nine Tails? Naruto said, I know whatever reason an S-rank missing nin like Orochimaru here is for will most likely end in my death, and I want to see you die before I do so. I activated the trap I have been setting for you so that way if I can convince Orochimaru to let me die after you, then at least my current goal in life will be achieved. All I did was create a seal on the wall that makes your Sharingan and Mokuden bloodline useless while in this room, as well as make it where you can't Sushin out, and since Orochimaru has the only entrance to this blocked, if he decides to kill you for trying to betray him, then either way win. Now what was your plan again? Oh yes, as Orochimaru impersonates the Kazekage and attacks the Sandaime Hokage while the Suna and Oto shinobi attack the village along with the Ikibi no Shikaku, your root agents will wait until either Orochimaru kills Hiruzen or Hiruzen kills Orochimaru, and then while the winner is weak they move in and make you look like the village savior for killing Orochimaru, or they will disguise themselves as sound nins and attack and kill the Sandaime. After that you use your Sharingan eyes on the council as well as the VIP and feudal lords and have them vote for you as the Godime Hokage. Since Homaru and Kaharu haven't moved or said anything this entire time, Orochimaru can see they are in fact under the Sharingan hypnotic abilities right now waiting on your orders. Danzo said, I see, it appears you are more like your grandfather than I first imagined. Naruto asked, oh, my grandfather, who might that be? Danzo said, do not try and act innocent, Nine Tails child. I know for a fact that you are the grandson of Tsunade Senju and Hiruzen Sarutobi. Naruto smirked and said, ah. I see. You're trying to anger Orochimaru at me so he will kill me, giving you a chance to escape. I'm as good as dead anyways, so I won't confirm or deny anything right now. I want to know though, when did you join an alliance with Madara Uchiha, Danzo? Orochimaru turned to Naruto and said, Madara Uchiha. Naruto said, yeah, he faked his death at the Valley of the End, went to the Land of Water, assassinated the Nadaime Mizukage, became the Sandaime Mizukage, started the bloodline civil war in the Land of Water to weaken those who could fight against his Sharingan. Then he created the Jinchuriki of the Sanbi named Yagura, who he made Yondaime Mizukage and uses his Sharingan to control. Before Danzo here sold out the information about my parents and where the Kyuubi was being sealed at here in Konoha, so Madara attacked my parents and then stole the Kyuubi before unleashing it on Konoha, where the Yondaime sacrificed his life to summon the Shinigami to seal the Kyuubi in me after forcing Madara to flee. Madara didn't take losing kindly and had Danzo here frame the Uchiha clan, saying they were planning a coup against the village and had the elders who were under his Sharingan controlled to order Itachi to spy on Madara and kill the Uchiha clan so Madara could get his revenge on the Uchiha clan for betraying him to Hashirama, while also getting Itachi as a tool to aid him in destroying Konoha later. Madara then aided Itachi in killing the Uchiha clan, but Itachi knew it was a trick and tried to warn Sasuke by telling him, hate me, despise me, live an unsightly life, and when you have the same eyes as me, face me and there will be three of us with those eyes. He tried to tell Sasuke not to listen to him and that the real enemy was Madara, who is the third set of eyes he spoke about, but Sasuke was too young and stupid to realize it. Isn't that right, Danzo? Danzo said, it seems you have everything figured out. Naruto smirked and said, of course I do. After all, I'm not who or what you both think I really am. Orochimaru narrowed his eyes and Danzo said, what do you mean? Naruto chuckled and said, I can't believe after all this time the Sandaime's trap has finally worked. Both Danzo and Orochimaru eyes widened and Orochimaru said, "What trap?" Naruto said, "You're just an added bonus right now Orochimaru. You see, for years now Danzo has been using the people of Konoha as a hostage against the Sandaime Hokage. He's had his root Anbu ready to carry out his orders which would have resulted in a civil war that would have cost several lives here in Konoha. As you know the Yondaime Hokage did seal the Kyuubi in me the day I was born. The reason he did so was a very closely guarded secret." Orochimaru said, "Because you're his son." Naruto chuckled and said, maybe not. No, the real reason is because I am an Uzumaki by blood and the Uzumaki clan has a special bloodline that allows us to drain, purify and use demonic chakra where we can either weaken them or kill them. Until Madara Uchiha stole the Kyuubi from my clan back before Konoha was founded, my clan was given the task by the Six Realm Sage himself to keep the Biju under control and drained of fear chakra. As Danzo can tell you, Mito Senju was Konoha's first Jinchuriki. When she went to the battle, Madara used the Kyuubi against Hashirama and she sealed the Kyuubi in herself to keep it from being used. She did that because her maiden name was Uzumaki. When her life was nearly over, she sent word to the rest of the Uzumaki in Whirlpool to send someone else to guard the Kyuubi and keep it weakened since it is impossible to kill a Biju. They sent my mother Kushina Uzumaki who sealed the Kyuubi in herself and guarded it while protecting Konoha. Even if Madara hadn't have attacked and used his Sharingan to take it from her when I got old enough, I would have still became the Kyuubi Jinchuriki to ensure the demon doesn't harm anyone. The only reason it was able to the day it attacked Konoha was because Madara killed my mother when she was weak from childbirth. That's why all these years later the Kyuubi has never once escaped from me, because it can't unless an enemy destroys the seal holding it back. All those people who attacked me as a child here in Konoha were attempting to release the Kyuubi because of fear or ignorance." Naruto smirked and said, "But the Sandaime and the Yondaime are not idiots. The Yondaime asked Jiraiya to be my godfather to begin teaching me about seals, so when the time was right a piece of his soul he also sealed in me could awaken and teach me the rest I needed to know to not only protect Konoha from the Kyuubi but also other enemies like the two of you. It was for that reason the Sandaime has secretly had me become a specialist where I am most likely Konoha greatest expert on demons and seals. I played the idiot to make people underestimate me to also hide the fact of how good I really am. Think about it, could a regular academy student paint the Hokage monument in broad daylight wearing orange, sneak into the Hokage tower and capture a traitor who tried to steal the forbidden scroll, spy on Dasno and his root Anbu as well as study your curse seal and your immortality jutsu, or sneak into Anbu headquarters and steal a mask and uniform?" Danzo scowled and Naruto said, "Yeah, I knew you had the Sandaime's office bug and so everything you heard about me being his grandson and Tsunade grandson was all an act so you would try and confront me about it Danzo, so that way I could spring the trap. Last night while you slept I broke into your home and took some blood from you. Then I used one of the very secret seals that clan heads use to transfer the most heavily guarded secrets from clan head to clan head when they take over, you know, the ones that the other members of the same clan can't get into. I used one of those seals modified and tricked the seal you put on all your root agents into thinking that I am your chosen successor Danzo, and so root is now under my control and this whole meeting has been nothing but a setup up to take out a traitor like you, and in the process I caught Orochimaru as well. You will both find that neither of you can use chakra at all in any form to escape, and right now half the Anbu and root in the village are stationed outside this base along with the real me ready to take you both out. See ya." As he went up in smoke. Up above ground over 200 ninja were standing near the Yamato woodworks hearing the words that had been spread over the air and glancing at Naruto re-evaluating him, and the Sandaime Hokage looked at Naruto and thought, "We will have words later Naruto." Tenten who was nearby in the trees thought, "Well, you certainly changed your image now Naruto, you're still dead though." Kakashi asked, "Is there a chance they could escape another way?" Naruto said, "I doubt it. I had Root secure the other entrances in and out with exploding tags and locking seals. Remember everyone, my chakra distortion seal will only work within 100 yards of that entrance. We have to keep them inside that area or they will have the use of all of fear jutsu instead of taijutsu and kenjutsu. Also if you pass that line on the ground you will lose the ability to use chakra, but do not kill Orochimaru. If you do, his immortality jutsu will kick in and he will take over someone else's body elsewhere. This is a one-time chance. It was pure luck he fell into the trap we had for Danzo." Enko scowled and said, "Then how do we kill him?" Naruto said, "I have a jutsu that will do it, but you will have to keep him from moving while I do it. I'm the only one who can deal with him permanently." The Sandaime asked, "How?" Just then the bloody figure of Danzo appeared walking like it was a zombie who moved 1 foot at a time slowly across the ground before he fell to the ground face first. The Sandaime motioned toward a couple of Anbu who began to move and Naruto, who narrowed his eyes, screamed, "Stop, get back, it's a." Just then a 20 feet tall white snake appeared out of Danzo's body, and the snake had the face of Orochimaru, who dove at the two Anbu. Naruto, who had began to use chakra writing to draw seals in the air, said, "Six Realm Sage, Kuchio's no Jutsu." 5 puffs of smoke appeared near Naruto, and while the smoke was covering the figure, chakra chains shot out as well as chakra strings striking the white snake before vines began to wrap around the snake as red chakra could be seen entering the snake while blue chakra was being sucked out of it as the snake, who had frozen in place a foot from eating the Anbu, was screaming trying to get free. As the smoke cleared, there was 6 Naruto standing there with 3 of them having chakra chains shooting out of their bodies binding the snake in place, while one Naruto was sending red chakra on chakra strings into the snake while another had chakra strings draining chakra out of it. The final Naruto, who was holding his hands on a glowing seal glyph on the ground, was panting and said, "A little help please, use ninja wire to tie him down. I'm running out of chakra here." The shock that had come over everyone quickly wore off, and the Sandaime said, "You heard him, quickly bind him. Is there anything I can do, Naruto?" Naruto said, "Yeah, get Tenten over here and tell her to draw the whirlpool seal on all 6 of me, the one with chakra strings and me holding this seal glyph. She'll know what to do." Tenten landed and said, "I heard you. Which one's the real you, since I need to use blood?" Naruto said, "Doesn't matter, they're Biju Bunchins." Tenten eyes widened and said, "But." Naruto said, "Talk later, help now, please." Tenten quickly moved to one of the Naruto and cut him, and as he bled she pulled out a jar of ink and mixed the blood and ink before she began to quickly draw the whirlpool seal on the 3 she was told to. After a few minutes she said, "Done, want me to put it on the other 3? Naruto said, "In a few minutes." Everyone stepped back. My chakra about to get toxic a moment. All the ninja did, and the 3 Naruto with the whirlpool seal on them were covered in red chakra before they were covered in blue chakra that got bigger and bigger. After a few minutes of this, the chakra receded back into all the Naruto, and Naruto said, "Okay Tenten, you can do the other 3 now." The Sandaime asked, "What was that, Naruto?" Naruto said, "The Uzumaki clan are one of the 3 descendants of the 6 Realm Sage. The other 2 are the Senju and the Uchiha clan. The Uzumaki though have special jutsu that were given to us by the 6 Realm Sage. One is this jutsu I am using, and what I just did was absorb about a tael's worth of Kyuubi chakra and purified it and sent it into all 3 of my bodies as purified chakra." "Hey Anko." Anko, who was watching the snake scream, said, "Yeah." Naruto said, "I need you to head to the chicken farm south of here. I need you to get an egg with an unborn chicken in it and bring it back in quickly." Anko said, "Why?" Naruto said, "No time to explain. Just hurry and make sure you don't break the egg or kill the chicken inside, unless of course you want the bastard to escape into another person." Anko frowned and shushined away, and the Sandaime said, "What are you going to do, Naruto?" Just then Anko appeared and said, "I got your egg." Naruto looked at one of the other Naruto who had chains coming out of him, and that Naruto nods and moved over to Anko and said, "I need you to cut your finger and give me some blood." As he took the egg, Anko glared at cut her finger, and the Naruto took the blood and quickly drew a seal on it before he began chakra writing, and then threw the egg, which was covered in chakra, at the glowing seal glyph, and suddenly the snake quit moving and suddenly fell to the ground while the clone dove forward and grabbed the egg. Everyone was looking at the clone and the egg, and the clone said, "It's over." The Sandaime said, "What did you do?" Naruto fell on his butt and said, "Orochimaru's soul would have transferred to another body no matter what we did. It would have just taken him longer to take control of it, so what we did was give him a body but made sure it was one that we could control and that he would never be able to trade bodies again after this one. We summoned the Shinigami and used the unborn chicken's soul as the price to summon it and sealed Orochimaru's soul in the chicken's body. Now Orochimaru is inside that shell, and the best part is Anko gets to have her revenge on the bastard whenever she wants, because he can't go past 100 yards from her and he can't die until Anko dies, but Anko can torture him any and every way she wants, and in a few hours he would heal back to new where she can do it all over again every day for the rest of her life." Anko looked at the egg, and the clone holding it said, "Happy birthday and Merry Christmas." As he handed her the egg, Anko looked at the egg and dropped it on the ground, and a pale, weak, sick-looking baby chick appeared out of it and looked around, and Anko got a sadistic look on her face and pulled out a senbon and got on her knees, and the chick looked at Anko and a look of fear appeared on its face and it squeaked, and Anko said, "Squeak for mama." As she began to stab the chick over and over again as she began to laugh and cry at the same time. Naruto said, "If you wait about a month and learn the Kajbunshin no Jutsu, Anko, I'll remove the curse seal from you." Anko eyes got wide and said, "Really?" Naruto nods, and Anko said, "How would you like to be a daddy?" Naruto paled and said, "I'm engaged." Anko said, "I'll share." Naruto said, Anko said, "I'll even get rid of that pesky virginity." Naruto said, too late. Enko pouted and said, how about I teach your girl how to do this thing with her tongue? Tenten walked over and said, already did. As she put her hand on Naruto's shoulder. Enko blinked and said, Buns, you're his fiancé. Tenten blushed and nods and said, yeah. A root ninja said, what are your orders Naruto-sama? Naruto said, search the base and find Kaharu and Homaru. Then retrieve all records and equipment that belong to Root and set up a base at the Chunin exam stadium. Enko, for your years of loyal service to Konoha I hereby give you control as Captain Commander of Root. Root, you are to hereby follow Enko orders as if they were mine. In the event Enko is unavailable you will report to Ibiki or Inoichi Yamanaka. Your identities can only be known by them and the Hokage and you are to follow the Hokage orders over all else's including mine but you will report for mission orders from the 3 commanders I have stated. Understood. The Root said, hi. Naruto said, good, then pass the orders to the others and carry them out. Go, Knight. As he fell back on the ground passed out and the 5 other Naruto burst into ash and blood before they caught on fire and burned away. Tenten quickly moved to Naruto's side and said, chakra exhaustion, again. The Sandaime said, Kakashi, take Naruto to the hospital and I want a trusted team of Anbu to guard him, besides myself. Tenten here is the only other visitor he may have. As he saw the look on Tenten's face who smiled hearing the order. Kakashi said, hi, you coming? As he picked up Naruto. Tenten nods and gets to her feet and they quickly left. Asuma walked over to the Sandaime and said, so Pops, is he my nephew or not? The Sandaime saw several people listening in and the Sandaime said, I will speak with you and Naruto later and the entire truth about what has happened will be told then. Not until. As he looked at the snake body and then at the chick on the ground that Enko was poking and then at Danzo body and saw the bodies of Kaharu and Homaru being brought out of the tunnel and thought, what a mess. Chapter 26. The sound of a heart monitor beeping echoed in a hospital room and Naruto slowly opened his eyes and closed them quickly while groaning. Tenten hearing the groaning moved from the chair she was into Naruto's side and said, Naruto, can you hear me? Naruto groaned and said, I hear angels. Tenten blushed a moment before she punched him in the head causing him to scream as he sat up quickly and rubbed his head where she punched him and said, what the hell was that for? Tenten said, for scaring me like that. Do you have any idea what went through my mind when I heard your voice in the air like that and then hear Orochimaru and Danzo? Naruto said, I'm. Tenten punched him in the stomach and said, don't say it. You ass is sorry all right. You publicly embarrassed me by talking about our sex lives, you revealed our relationship to the world without asking me and then you. A couch caught both their attention and both Naruto and Tenten blinked as they saw the 6-realm sage Naruto standing there and he smirked and said, hi. Naruto frowned and said, what are you doing here? How are you here for that matter? Sage said, well, I came by to congratulate you Naruto. Naruto blinked and said, congratulate me for what? Sage said, for doing what I prayed you would be able to do. You changed my history and destroyed the Bijus. Tenten said, what do you mean? Sage said, please sit down both of you, and know that like you did to Danzo I am having what I am here to say to you broadcast around the world right now. Not just this village, I have also sealed this room so I can talk to you and explain the truth. For those of you who are listening to this and wondering who I am and what is going on. I have gone by many names over the years but the name I am most famous for is the 6-realm sage, the man who gave chakra to the world and Jinchuriki of the Jubi, but I was originally born Naruto Namikaze Uzumaki and became the Jinchuriki of the Kyuubi no Kitsune when it was unleashed on Konoha by Madara Uchiha. By the way Madara, your plan for the Biju is over. As we speak they are ceasing to exist. Ha 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 ha. In Rain Country Madara clenched his fist and screamed in rage. Back in the hospital room the sage said, now I guess you have a lot of questions as many others do. I guess I can start off with telling what Madara's plan was. You see, in 3 years' time Madara and his Akatsuki group would have had collected the first 8 Biju and extracted them from Fear Jinchuriki. Madara wanted to recreate the legendary Jubi that was supposedly sealed inside of me and use its power to take over the world. When Madara played everyone to get Itachi Uchiha to kill his clan and leave Sasuke alive he did this because Sasuke was the key Madara needed. He had Itachi torture Sasuke mind turning him into an Avenger who then would receive the curse seal from Orochimaru when he was strong enough, be forced to use it several times until he fell to the lure of going to Orochimaru for power who would drive him more insane while twisting his mind and turning every thought he had into revenge and power no matter the cost. He would then have Itachi and Sasuke fight where he used his Sharingan to have Itachi feel guilt for killing his clan so Sasuke could kill him but then he would turn Sasuke against Konoha increasing his anger where he would want more power at any cost using the curse seal more and more. He would force Sasuke to use the Mangekyou Sharingan to get his revenge until Sasuke went blind, where Sasuke would then have Itachi eyes transplanted into his own, unlocking the secret power of the Uchiha clan. After that he would kidnap a Hyuga. At the time it was Hinata who had confessed her love for me when the false leader of Akatsuki named Pain, who possessed the Rinnegan, came and destroyed Konoha. Sasuke, under the influence of Madara, raped and impregnated Hinata to create a child that would have the genes of the main house Byakugan and the eternal Sharingan, and then he planned to transplant the Rinnegan from the body of Pain when I killed him into the child, while sealing all 9 of the Biju into the child, who would be formed into the Jubi. Around the world people were shocked hearing this, and Sage said, but his plan didn't work right. Itachi, before his final battle with Sasuke, transplanted part of his Sharingan powers into me. Before Hinata would have gave birth to the child, a team was sent to try and rescue her when we found out where she was, since we didn't know what Madara and Sasuke wanted her for. It was Neji, Lee, Tenten and me who had went after her as well. At that time all the hidden villages in the world had been destroyed by Madara and we were the only survivors from Konoha. When we got to where Hinata was being held, Sasuke and I fought and Sasuke lost, but before I could kill him Madara appeared and tried to capture me to take the Kyuubi. I was able to kill him at the cost of my eyes. Hinata gave birth during the battle and died from it. Neji and Lee also died. Tenten, who had learned medical skills, took the Rinnegan that was still in Pain's body that Madara had with him and gave them to me, while Sasuke escaped with the infant to go where the other 8 Biju were being stored. After Tenten transplanted the eyes into me we went after Sasuke. When we got to him he was in the process of trying to seal the 8 Biju into himself while using the infant as a hostage. The chakra from the Biju, when it entered his body, merged with the curse seal. I knew there was no way to stop him once that happened, so I replaced him with myself in the sealing circle, sealing all 8 of the Biju inside of me with the Kyuubi. But Sasuke, who was using the curse seal, also began to be sucked into me as well. That was when Itachi gift to me activated. Tenten asked, what was it? Sage said, Itachi didn't want Sasuke to die. He thought that I would kill him, but he didn't want to kill me either. His gift caused a black hole to appear similar to Kakashi Mangekyou Sharingan that can absorb things and send them to another time and place. Tenten, the infant, and I were all 3 sent back in time. I don't know how far it actually was, but the curse seal and the chakra from the Biju all merged together. I was a toad sage and was able to use nature chakra to fight against it for a while, and I eventually came up with a way to save myself. It was when I created the Biju, as legend told. Naruto said, what, why did you do that? Sage said, the chakra was toxic. If I would have died, the chakra would have been released on the world, destroying everything on the planet, every human, bug, plant, and animal. I began to teach people to use chakra to defend themselves should I lose control, so they could fight and hopefully kill me. I had to remain in sage mode nearly every moment of every day. Tenten and I began to raise Hinata child as our own over the time, and eventually we fell in love and had 2 children, a son and a daughter. The son, having been born while I was using sage chakra, was able to draw on chakra from nature naturally. He was the first ancestor who became the Senju clan, while Hinata's son became the first ancestor for the Uchiha clan. My daughter became the first ancestor of the Uzumaki clan, who was born with the ability to drain and purify demonic chakra, while both my sons were able to use their ability to suppress or control me whenever my control started to slip. Tenten said, so that was when you created the Biju, to save your children in the world. Sage said, yes, I created a special clone called the Biju clone that is basically a body without a soul that, as long as it has chakra, can heal from any damage and cannot be destroyed. I made 10 of them. Using the Rinnegan I was able to split my soul between the 10 bodies. I created the whirlpool seal so that the Biju Bunshin would drain chakra from me. Before I died I used the Rinnegan to seal myself inside a tomb of earth and sent it into space, where it became what you now know as the moon, entrusting the Biju in the control of my children and their descendants. Naruto said, so if that is my future, why are you here? Sage chuckled and said, that is not your future, that is my past. You changed the future. When you made it impossible for Sasuke to get the curse seal, you erased the Biju. There were several ways to change the future. It was all linked on Sasuke. If Sasuke never got the curse seal, he couldn't have tainted the chakra of the Biju, making it where the Uzumaki clan who would drain and purify the demonic chakra, which resulted in the birth of nearly every bloodline on the planet, would have successfully drained the Biju before now. Even as we speak, if you notice, the whiskers showing you hold the Kyuubi are fading. But you know what the best thing is? As soon as it finishes, the world will shift one last time, revealing the true reality, a world without chakra. A world without demons, a world without ninja and shinobi. You both who have the mark of the Shinigami on you will wake up the day I first appeared in the past, but don't worry, you will like it there. As he faded away and the world went white. Both Tenten and Naruto blinked as they found themselves on a beach. Tenten said, what the hell, where are we? A female voice said, that depends. Both Naruto and Tenten turned and Tenten eyes widened and said in an unsure voice, Mom, is that you? A chuckle could be heard as Dustin could be seen walking up as well and he said, yes dear. Naruto eyes went wide and said, no way. Mom, Dad. As he ran over toward where he could see Minato and Kushina quickly grabbed him in a hug and said, oh my son, I am so happy to see you. Naruto said, but how, what? A chuckle was heard and Naruto turned and paled as he saw the Shinigami standing there who took off his mask and said, hi. Naruto blinked and said, what the hell? Kushina said, remember the 2 children you gave me, meet your brother. Naruto said, but if he's my brother then. Shinigami said, don't worry about it. The future will take care of itself. Right now your wife, her parents, you and your parents have a long life ahead of you to live. What you do with it will be your choice. You're in water country right now. You still have your memories and skills. What you do with them is your choice. Live a long and happy life and don't question how because unlike you. I'm a good ninja who knows how to keep my secrets and my mouth shut. See you in the future someday my family. As he was gone in a yellow flash. Naruto felt a tap on his shoulder and turned seeing Tenten with tears on her face as well as a smile and said, Naruto. I would like you to meet my mom, and this is the real her from the world where she engaged you and me, the one where dad popped your mom's cherry and those are your parents from that world. We're a family, I'm so happy. As she hugged him. Naruto hugged her back as he looked at the 4 smiling adults and thought, he's right, why question things when I got everything I ever wanted, family and love, what more could I ask for? As he pulled back and kissed Tenten passionately before picking her up and spinning her as both began to laugh. The end.